If you were given the superpower of neuro-clairvoyance, what would you do with it? For me, the ability of X-ray vision allowed me to unexpectedly get supported by a rich woman. More importantly, the X-ray vision gave me the opportunity to take revenge on my ex-girlfriend Zhao Yanran and her lover. It all started with a fight in a KTV entertainment center. In a dim box in an entertainment city, a tall beauty with twin ponytails was kneeling on the sofa playing a role-playing game, shouting obscene words. As luck would have it, an aggressive security guard rushed in from outside the room and ruined their plans. This security guard is me. My name is Jiang Hao and I'm a security guard at a bar in the city. You may wonder why I rushed into this room. I can only tell you, that's really my girlfriend. Seeing this, you may think I am unlucky. However, even more unlucky things are yet to come. Just as I broke into the room, my heart instantly sank into an ice cellar and my mind was in a mess. I didn't want to believe that my girlfriend Zhao Yanran would betray me, but who could have thought that a nightmare was about to happen? At this moment, Zhao Yanran didn't dare to look at me, but put on her clothes silently. The man's name was Yishao. He looked at me with contempt and said, "I know you. Aren't you also a lousy security guard? The little money you make a month is not enough for me to spend in one night." What's even more outrageous is that the guy who was role-playing with Zhao Yanran kicked my head viciously with his foot. He also said, "I'm telling you solemnly now, Zhao Yanran is my girlfriend now. If you dare to bother her again, I'll break your legs." Fortunately, my security colleagues rushed in at this time, pushed the attacker hard, and then pulled me up. After this incident, I broke up with Zhao Yanran in despair. However, my fate began to change dramatically. I unexpectedly opened up the God-level perspective ability. I soon realized that this might be his chance to change his destiny. I began to carefully explore and use this ability, and a huge revenge plan began to take place in my heart. I remember that after I was beaten that day, I didn't turn on the lights when I came back. Even if I had turned on the lights, how could I see the moon with several layers of ceiling between us? I closed my eyes tightly for a moment, then immediately opened them and continued to look up. However, upon closer inspection, the cement board on the roof gradually became transparent. Then, my sight began to pass through the concrete slab, and as I was shocked, a pair of small and delicate feet gradually emerged. Then, a woman with a curvy figure doing yoga appeared before my eyes. In an instant, I saw through the woman's tights and I was stunned. In my more than 20 years of life, I have never seen such a beautiful woman's figure. The most important thing is that I can see through the tights worn by the woman upstairs. At this moment, it can be said that the woman was practicing yoga naked in front of me. But I also discovered that this woman had a full back tattoo of a big flower, beautifully alternating blue and red. I kept looking until the woman finished her yoga, and then I reluctantly looked away. But at this time I was very confused. Why did this happen? I can actually see through cement slabs. I can see the stars and the moon in the sky, and I can also see through the human body. I just measured it, and the perspective distance is about 20 meters. You can see through everything within 20 meters, including concrete walls. Could it be related to my injured eye? My eyes are still burning with pain. I have no idea what this condition is or if it is temporary or permanent. So I don't know if this ability will disappear tomorrow. It was late at night, and I was lying on the cold ground when I suddenly laughed. I had just experienced emotional betrayal, and God gave me a pair of eyes that could see through everything. If this perspective can accompany me throughout my life, then I will make Zhao Yin regret it for the rest of her life, and I will make the Yishao kneel at my feet and sing Conquer. At this moment, there was a sound of something heavy falling suddenly from upstairs. I was stunned, and quickly focused my attention and looked up again. But the moment I saw the above, I sat up suddenly. Even at this moment, all the hairs on my body stood up. Because in the living room upstairs, the yoga beauty was tied up by someone. There were two men wearing baseball caps, holding sharp knives and searching for something. The yoga beauty changed into a nightgown, but her body was also tied up and exposed. However, the woman did not cry or anything. Instead, her face showed stubbornness and coldness at this moment. When I saw this, I stood up quickly. I didn't hesitate too much at this moment. My female neighbor was kidnapped, and since I saw it, I had to save her. I grabbed a rubber baton from the shoe rack and hurried up the stairs. The door of the female neighbor's house above was closed, and I quietly moved to the door and looked inside again. At this time, the two guys in the baseball caps had stopped looking for things. One of them sat on the sofa smoking a cigarette, while the other held a sharp knife to the woman's neck and asked her something. I, Jiang Hao, swallowed my saliva. The opponents were two knife-wielding gangsters, and I only had a rubber baton. This fight was going to be difficult. However, I saw the knife-wielding gangster pierce the skin on the female neighbor's neck, and a trickle of blood flowed down. Since the matter was urgent, I didn't hesitate and knocked on the door hard. It was very quiet at 2 o'clock in the morning. When I knocked on the door, the two gangsters in the house and even the pretty female neighbor were all startled. I was so nervous that my palms were sweaty and beads of sweat oozed from my forehead. Sure enough, when I hit the shot, the gangster who was threatening the female neighbor with a knife immediately jumped up, and the smoking man also quickly moved to the door with a knife. The two criminals seemed very panicked because they had no idea what was going on outside and who would come to their female neighbor's house in the middle of the night. One of them looked through the peephole on the door and saw a man with a bloody face and swollen eyes. Obviously, he had just been slashed by someone. But what was this guy doing here in the middle of the night? Were they discovered? But that shouldn't be the case. The criminal who was peeking out didn't say anything, but gestured to the other criminal. The gangster understood what he meant and took the woman to the door and hit on both sides of the door. The woman asked, "Who is it?" She was still calm at this moment and seemed not to have shown excessive panic before and was very composed. "I'm downstairs. What's going on in your house? Is the faucet in the bathroom not turned off? Why is it leaking?" I said loudly. One of the knife-wielding criminals pressed the tip of the knife against the female neighbor's waist, and the female neighbor said, "My faucet is turned off. Find another reason for the water leakage." "No, your house is above mine. The water leakage must be caused by your house. Hurry and open the door. What's wrong with your house? Why is it leaking every other day?" I said, "This is not my home. Please don't harass me, or I will call the police." The female neighbor said angrily, "You report it. You should report it now. Even if you don't report it, I will call the police. Your house is leaking, and you are right." As I said this, I actually took out my cell phone. Sure enough, when the man who was lying on the peephole saw that I wanted to call the police, he was so scared that he quickly signaled the female neighbor to open the door. This guy is looking for death, so it's not their fault. The police must not be called. Then I'll open the door. If you don't believe me, come in and see for yourself. The female neighbor was untied at this time, and the door of the room was slowly opened. As the door slowly opened, the beautiful face of my female neighbor appeared in my sight. Also, I smelled a fragrance. My female neighbor smelled so good. I have never smelled such a fragrant scent. I squinted my eyes and saw that the two gangsters were actually quite nervous and were waiting for me to enter. I thought quickly in my mind. I could use my baton to knock one person's knife away, but the other one would definitely stab me with the knife, and the distance was too close. If the other person stabbed me, I might not be able to dodge it. Although I'm a security guard, I don't know any kung fu or anything like that. I'm just a little stronger than normal people. At this time, the female neighbor also had sweat on the tip of her nose because she also knew it was very dangerous. At the same time, she was also wondering, is this person really the neighbor downstairs? Why did he rashly come up here? She was sure that there was no water leak in her house, so there must be something wrong with this neighbor coming up. Of course, she kept a polite smile at this time. "If you don't believe me, come in and see." "Okay, I'm coming in." I knew I couldn't waste any more time, or else the other party would become suspicious. So I took a deep breath and stepped in. As I stepped in, I swung my baton and hit the gangster on the right. At the same time, I quickly squatted down, because I knew the other person would definitely stab me, so I had to be quick. I had to knock one of the men's knife away as quickly as possible, and then quickly squat down to avoid the other man's knife. I also prayed that the other person would react slower, so that I could buy some time. With a bang sound, the two gangsters had no idea that the guy knew they were hiding on both sides of the door, so one of them had no time to react before his arm was hit by the baton. I used all my strength in this pull. I can say that I used all my might. I even heard the sound of bones breaking. When I quickly squatted down, the other gangster's knife did not stab me, because I don't know when, the female neighbor also took action. The two of them acted as if they had discussed it beforehand, and I hit the gangster on the right side with my baton. The female neighbor's speed was not much slower than mine. When she blocked and raised her arm, the knife of the other gangster had already fallen to the ground. The next second, the opponent's elbow made a 90-degree turn and was directly broken by the female neighbor. Bang, when the door closed, I bumped into the gangster on the right and then hit him in the face with the baton. On the other side, the female neighbor threw the gangster to the ground with a back throw, and when she quickly lifted and pulled the gangster's other arm with both hands, the gangster's shoulder joint was instantly dislocated. In just a few tens of seconds, the two gangsters were subdued at the same time. "Okay, that's enough. If you hit him again, he will die." The female neighbor spoke while I was still beating the other gangster. She elegantly adjusted her revealing pajamas, picked up a knife, and handed it to me, saying, "Watch them. I'll be back soon." As she spoke, she walked towards the bedroom. A moment later, I heard her voice, probably on the phone. In less than a minute, the female neighbor came out. She had already lit a cigarette and was looking at me curiously as she walked. I held the knife, my whole body tense, because although I had fought many times in my life, this was the first time I had encountered a situation like this. This is a real knife and gun, which can cost your life at any time. Also, I never expected that the female neighbor was actually an expert, but I was relieved when I thought about it carefully. Her waist was so soft and flexible, so she must have trained hard. So it was normal for her to be good at martial arts. She walked over to me, and while talking, she grabbed the arm of another gangster again, and then pushed and pulled it upwards violently. With a click, the gangster's shoulder was dislocated. The beautiful neighbor's movements were so fast that I was dazzled. Before I could understand how she did it, she had removed the shoulder joints of all four arms of the two gangsters. The two gangsters almost fainted from the pain, and I couldn't help shivering. My beautiful neighbor was so vicious. Well, should we call the police? I suddenly asked in a low voice. The female neighbor smiled and said, "No, someone will come and take care of it later." She looked at me playfully. "Is your bathroom leaking?" "No, no," I answered, a little flustered. "Then how did you know that a criminal broke into my house?" the female neighbor asked curiously. I ran into them. I saw them sneaking upstairs, and then I found them entering your house," I explained stutteringly. "Oh." The neighbor was skeptical, but when she saw how nervous I was, she smiled again and said, "Don't be nervous, it's okay. Thank you for what I did just now. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to defeat them both." It's okay, it's okay." I avoided looking at my female neighbor's face. She was so pretty, and the way she looked at people was smiling, as if she was teasing people. My heart was pounding. At this time, the female neighbor simply sat back on the sofa and crossed her legs. My eyes widened as I watched. Could it be that this female neighbor was an expert in knife handling? Time passed quickly, and about 20 minutes later, there were 3 knocks on the door. I became nervous again. "Open the door for me," the female neighbor said calmly. Okay. I quickly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, 6 or 7 doctors in white coats walked in. To be exact, there were 6 male doctors and 1 female doctor. As soon as they came in, they saw the scene in the room. One of them looked nervous and asked, "Sister Lou, are you okay? What do you think?" The female neighbor said coldly, "Take the man away and deal with the blood in the house." "Yes, take him away, take him away." The man waved his hand hurriedly, and then 4 male doctors immediately carried the 2 gangsters away quickly. The other 3 stayed behind, and the woman ran into the bathroom to get a mop bucket and started mopping the floor. I was standing the entire time, and those people didn't even look at me. At this point, I also realized that these people were not doctors. How could a 120 doctor come to your house to pick up a patient and help you clean up? You're so happy. So these people are fake, pretending to be doctors to do their job. Soon, the room was cleaned up and the remaining 3 people left the room. I said quickly, "I'm going back too." The female neighbor didn't answer me, but waved. "Come and sit down. I don't even know your name. And how did you hurt your head?" "I'm fine. I have to go back to bed." I avoided her eyes. The female neighbor was wearing revealing clothes. I just felt dry in my mouth and wanted to escape from here quickly. So, without waiting for the female neighbor to continue talking, I turned around, opened the door, and ran out. The female neighbor didn't come out, and there was no movement in the house. I patted my chest, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and hurried downstairs. After returning downstairs, I first treated the wounds on my head and face, but I was also shocked to find that the small wounds between my eyebrows had healed. This shocking discovery left me confused. After all, the wound had only been there for more than an hour. How could a wound caused by a sharp weapon heal in more than an hour? I quickly washed the blood off my face and hair, and when I looked at myself in the mirror, I felt it was unreal. There was no external injury at all, as if I had never been injured. Perspective, self-healing, am I a mutant? My eyes gradually lit up. God just closed a window for me, but opened a door for me. A door to heaven. I took a deep breath in excitement and forced myself to calm down. At the same time, I looked up again. It seemed like I was addicted to it. The desire to get a glimpse of what was going on made me look up subconsciously. Upstairs, my beautiful female neighbor was taking a shower. Along with the hazy feeling of steam, I just felt a fire burning in my lower abdomen. Although Zhao Yanran and I have lived together for 3 years, I have been a typical licker in these 3 years. I have never touched Zhao Yanran. So, for 3 years, apart from working overtime at the company, going back to her parents' home for the New Year and other holidays, and occasionally going on business trips. Zhao Yanran actually only regarded this home as a temporary hotel. The longest time Zhao Yanran didn't come back was half a year. So, every time Zhao Yanran came back, I served her and tried to please her like I was serving the Empress Dowager. In recent times, Zhao Yanran's knees were always rubbed raw, and she said she fell down. However, within 2 months, she seemed to have fallen 3 or 4 times, and her knees were all bruised. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now I think about it, it's probably not just a fall. If a person kneels for a long time, or if the friction with the floor occurs, the skin on the knees will be broken and injured. I don't want to recall this humiliating past, so I walked to the shower head, turned on the cold water valve, and poured it on my head. And above my head, my beautiful female neighbor was also bathing. I couldn't help but look up again. In this direction, in this position, when I looked up, I could see through the ceiling. At the same time, in the bathroom upstairs, the colorful soap on the floor suddenly flew up and hit the wall with a bang. I was stunned for a moment in disbelief and looked down at my own movements. This movement was clearly the movement of kicking the soap. But I was downstairs. Why did the soap in the upstairs bathroom fly up? Did I kick the soap? I was incredulous. Just when the female neighbor was about to step on the soap, I subconsciously kicked the soap away. So I looked away and started experimenting. And this time, I was able to actually control objects remotely. As long as I concentrate my attention and thoughts, and then look at it, the toothbrush will float up and fly freely wherever my eyes go. Within 20 meters, I can make the toothbrush hit whatever I point it at. But this kind of control has its limits. For example, I can also control the movement of a glass, but it won't work if the glass is filled with water. It was too heavy to control, and it would be very tiring. But even with the restrictions, I was still excited and couldn't help myself, trying various ways to fly small items. I controlled the toothbrush to draw an arc and directly nailed it into the door panel, shaking continuously. I walked to the door panel and took a deep breath. You know, the brush head had pierced into the door panel, and the brush head was not sharp. If I use a knife, won't I pierce the door panel? I swallowed. Isn't this too magical? Just then, the sound of high heels rang out in the corridor outside the door. My hearing wasn't so good before, but now it seems that my hearing has changed, and the sound of high heels in the corridor is particularly crisp. I quickly focused my attention and looked over. It was my female neighbor. She was coming downstairs. It was already daybreak. The neighbor changed into a Chong Sam, and her curvy figure was in full shape when she walked, which made her look particularly elegant and intellectual. She walked to my door and stopped. My heart started pounding. Why did the neighbor stop? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. When I heard the knock, I immediately put on my clothes in a hurry and ran to the door. Then I took 3 deep breaths, forced myself to calm down, and then opened the door. I opened the door and saw that my neighbor had put on makeup, which made her look even more charming. Her hair was short and curly, and her 10 nails had beautiful patterns and were all long. Also, when she smiled, she was very seductive, which would make your heart beat faster. Thank you for last night, the female neighbor said with a smile. Today is the weekend. Are you taking a day off? Taking a day off. I am really taking a day off today because my security job is to work 1 day and 1 night and rest 1 day and 1 night. Then I'll treat you to dinner. I would have been really miserable if you weren't here yesterday. My name is Long Shaola. What's yours? My name is Jiang Hao, I replied. Do you live alone? Or? Long Shaola looked inside the room and found it clean and tidy. She had just moved in, so she knew nothing about the neighbor downstairs. I live alone. Please come in. Please come in. I quickly invited Long Shaola in. When Long Shaola heard that I lived alone, he walked in openly. However, as soon as she came in, she saw women's shoes on the shoe cabinet and women's clothes on the hangers. Although the shoes and clothes were very rustic and outdated, they were the kind that young people would wear. She smiled but didn't ask any more questions. I was a little confused. I wanted to pour water for my female neighbor, but I didn't boil any water. There was no water in the refrigerator, and there was no fruit at home. So I was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. On the contrary, Long Shaola sat on the sofa and said with a smile, I just moved here a few days ago. I didn't expect to meet such a good neighbor. By the way, what is your job? I'm a security guard. I feel a little inferior. Nowadays, those who work as security guards are all elderly. How many real young people work as security guards? However, Long Shaola didn't seem to mind what kind of job I did. He nodded with a smile and said, Security guard is also good. My father used to be a night watchman, working for a public institution. Speaking is an art. When Long Xiaola said this, people would instantly feel good about her. No matter whether what she said was true or false, at least it made people feel comfortable. I simply treated Long Xiaola to breakfast without hesitation. So I immediately went back to the room and changed into a clean set of sportswear, and also took out the private money I had hidden under the bed. After paying for rent and daily expenses, there is almost nothing left of my monthly salary. 3,500 yuan is really not enough in a big city like Jiangkou. Fortunately, security work is easy, and you work a day and a night, and rest a day and a night. So when I am on break, I will take the job of designated driver. In the past few months, I have also saved some money, and I plan to buy a small gold ring for Zhao Yanran with this private money. But it is not needed now. When I came out with the private money, Long Xiaola's eyes lit up. Although the clothes I wore were all brand name goods, my body was a clothes rack. Wearing sportswear, I looked young, energetic, and sunny. Long Xiaola admired in his heart. It's great to be young. Long Xiaola and I went downstairs one after the other. After going downstairs, I was shocked to find that the white Mercedes-Benz G in the parking lot not far downstairs was actually Sister Lee's. This luxury SUV had only recently appeared in this old neighborhood. When I saw it a few days ago, I was wondering, this car can buy a house in the community. I didn't expect it to belong to the female neighbor upstairs. My house is being renovated, so I temporarily moved upstairs from you. After seeing my fiery eyes, Long Xiaola suddenly had an idea. Can you drive? Yes, I work as a designated driver when I'm off duty. I nodded. Then you drive. I'm very tired today. Long Xiaola threw the keys to me and sat in the passenger seat. I took a deep breath. This kind of rugged luxury off-road vehicle is a man's favorite. It would be a lie to say that I don't want to drive it. Sister Lu was already sitting in the passenger seat, so I thought about it and got in the driving seat. There was also a faint scent of perfume in the car. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was much better than Zhao Yanran's cheap perfume. I wanted to take a second whiff after taking the first one. However, what I thought was what happened. Just when I was thinking about Zhao Yanran's inferior perfume, suddenly, Zhao Yanran blocked the front of the car like a ghost. To be honest, Zhao Yanran has good appearance, thin and slender, and she looks like a long-legged beauty when wearing high heels. But when I see her again, I only feel disgusted. When Long Xiaola saw the girl at the front of the car, he just lowered the window and was about to speak. But the girl put her hands on her waist and pointed at me and said, "Jiang Hao, get out of here." She was so arrogant, as if she had caught an adulterer, and glared at Long Xiaola viciously. Long Xiaola was stunned. He looked at me, then at the girl at the front of the car, and smiled silently. At this moment, I suddenly pressed the horn. The whistle was so loud that Zhao Yanran, who was at the front of the car, covered her ears. "Jiang Hao, you're showing off, right? Come down now, there's still room for reconciliation between us. Otherwise, you'll never see me again in this life." Zhao Yanran actually felt that we were not over yet. Long Xiaola whispered, "How about you get out of the car and coax your girlfriend first?" I took a deep breath, looked at her apologetically and said, "Sister Lu, we broke up last night." Did you break up last night?" Sister Lu was stunned and looked up at Zhao Yanran. She saw the strawberry on Zhao Yanran's neck and guessed what was going on. She thought for a while, did she make a mistake of principle? My arms trembled and I said, "She cheated on me, and I caught her last night." Long Xiaola was speechless. This girl was so arrogant even after being caught. She saw my shaking arms and angry white lips, took a deep breath, opened the door and got out of the car. I was stunned when I saw Long Xiaola getting out of the car. I didn't expect that Zhao Yanran would be so shameless and would come back to me. When I saw Zhao Yanran, I was so angry that my mind went blank and I didn't know how to deal with it. I don't have the habit of hitting women, even though she deserves it, and I even wanted to kill her last night. But now that I have calmed down, I feel that it is not worth it for her. However, Long Xiaola walked up to Zhao Yanran, suddenly raised his hand and slapped her in the face. You dare to hit me? You vixen dare to hit me?" Zhao Yanran was furious. I gave this slap to Jiang Hao. As soon as Long Xiaola finished speaking, he slapped him again. There was a pop sound. The slap was extremely sharp, and Zhao Yanran sat down on the ground. "This slap is the price for calling me a vixen just now," Long Xiaola said coldly. "A dirty woman like you is not worthy of Jiang Hao. Also, from now on Jiang Hao is my man. If you dare to come to him again, I will break your legs. Get out, as far away as you can. I'm going to fight you." Zhao Yanran was so angry that she jumped up and tried to tickle Long Xiaola. Long Xiaola kicked her, and Zhao Yanran covered her stomach and couldn't stand up. Long Xiaola looked down at him with a hint of sarcasm on his face. He said, I've seen many women as shameless as you. Put away your fearless arrogance. In my eyes, you are no more dirty than maggots in a cesspool. You wait. If you have the guts, don't leave. I will make you pay the price. Zhao Yanran took out her cell phone and made a call. Long Xiaola was about to leave, but when he saw her making a phone call, he stopped moving. At this time, I also got out of the car without any emotion. I knew that Sister Lu was teaching Zhao Yanran a lesson for me. Zhao Yanran called Yi Xiao to come over with grievance and hung up the phone. She sat in the front of the car and said viciously, if you dare, don't leave. I will show you how to deal with you two dogs and couples. After saying that, he looked at me coldly again. Jiang Hao, I thought there was a misunderstanding between us. It would be fine if we could clarify the misunderstanding. I also know that we may not be able to go back to the past, but if you want to break up, you can do that. Compensate me for the loss of my youth for 4 years. I don't ask for much, just 400,000 yuan. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. I laughed out of anger when I heard her words. Sister Lu was also disgusted. At this time, her phone rang and she walked to the back of the car to answer it. At this time, 2 sports cars drove over quickly, a white Lamborghini in front and a yellow Mustang behind. As soon as the car stopped, Yi Xiao rushed out, and 2 young men with baseball bats also got out of another car. Who is that Xiaolu? You dare to hit my woman? Are you tired of living? Yi Xiao rushed over and was about to hit me. But at this time, Long Xiaola answered the phone and turned around and said, I thought it was someone else, Yi Xiaoer. Can you try to move Jiang Hao? Yi Xiaoer, can you try to move him? After Long Xiaola finished the call, he turned around and saw Yi Xiao rushing over. As soon as she opened her mouth, Yi Xiao, who had rushed over, suddenly didn't dare to move. The 2 followers behind him also stood still, and 2 baseball bats fell to the ground with a clang. Zhao Yanran seemed not to have heard what Long Xiaola said just now. At this moment, she got up and threw herself into Yi Xiao's arms, tears streaming down her face. Yi Xiao, it was this vixen who beat me. Look, my face is swollen. Master Yi, you can't let this couple go. Hearing Zhao Yanran's words, Yi Xiao suddenly came to his senses, raised his hand and slapped her fiercely. This slap was so powerful that he seemed to be using all his strength. After a slap, Zhao Yanran turned around on the spot and then fell to the ground with a thud. I'll kick you to death. Yi Xiao kicked Zhao Yanran's pretty face viciously, cursing as he kicked, You stinky woman! How dare you scold my sister Le? I'll kick you to death. Okay. At this time, Long Xiaola waved his hand impatiently and said, She's your woman, right? If she's your woman, take her home and discipline her. Why are you talking to her in the street? Yes, Sister Lu is right. Sister Lu is right. Yi Xiao nodded and bowed, then shouted in a low voice, What are you still standing there for? Take the man away, and I'll show you how I'll deal with you when I get back. The 2 thugs hurriedly picked up the dazed Zhao Yanran and quickly carried her into the car. Yi Xiao hadn't left yet. His face was pale, and he was obviously very afraid of Long Xiaola. I was shocked. You know, last night, Master Yi was so strong that even the boss of Emperor Entertainment City, Mr. Lin, had to laugh along. As for General Lin of Emperor, although I don't work for Emperor, I know Wei Liang. He told me that General Lin and his army are involved in both black and white businesses. They have a large industry in Jiangkou and also many gray industries. But even such a person would bow and nod when he saw Master Yi. Then what level of person is Master Yi? But now he was like a mouse seeing a cat. His smile was uglier than crying. It was Sister Lu. Sister Lu frightened him? Look, Sister Lu, I don't know he's your friend. Look at my mouth. The great Master Yi suddenly slapped himself, not too hard. Long Xiaola waved his hand. Stay away from Jianghao in the future. After that, she got back into the car. I got into the driver's seat as well. When Yi Xiao nodded, bowed, and waved, I started the car and drove away. Only when the car drove away did Yi Xiao's expression return to normal. At the same time, he said with a pa sound, Slut, I will fuck you sooner or later, pa, just wait and see. At the same time, in the Mercedes SUV, Long Xiaola told me about Mr. Ye's background. His name is Yi Xiaofei, and his brother is Yi Dajuan. The Yi family has a good family background and has been developing in Jiangkou. They have a large industry. The older generation of the Yi family has retired, so now Yi Dajuan is in charge of the Yi group. Yi Xiaofei relies on his family's wealth to change girlfriends every few days. He has a bad reputation in Jiangkou. If it weren't for the Yi family's influence and Yi Dajuan's secret help, he would have been killed 800 times already. More than a year ago, Yi Xiaofei ran into me when he was drunk and made advances on me. I broke one of his legs at the time, So he is afraid of me now? Sister Lu turned around, and her firm upper body caught my eye. Coupled with her provocative eyes and the faint smell of perfume in the car and on her body, I almost ran a red light and the car braked suddenly. Seeing my embarrassed look, Sister Lu laughed out loud, her chest heaving. She has the capital to be proud of. Although she may be a few years older than me, she is known as the boy killer in Jiangkou. When young men see her, they will have dirty thoughts. Long Shala smiled and asked, "What's your job?" I answered, "I'm a security guard at Top Bar." "No wonder." Long Shala shrugged. "Your ex-girlfriend is a green tea bitch. It's strange that you can afford her." I kept silent and drove forward silently. Long Shala also guessed that I must be in a bad mood. I just caught an adulterer yesterday, and I must be very sad. She thought for a moment and asked, "Are you free today?" I replied, "No." Long Shala said, "Okay, after breakfast, I'll take you to a place to experience and relax." I thought about it and realized that I really had nothing to do during the day and nowhere to go. So I nodded and said, "Okay, I'll follow Sister Lee's arrangements." A moment later, we arrived at the breakfast room Sister Lu mentioned. This so-called breakfast room was actually a breakfast room in a five-star hotel. When Sister Lu, carrying her handbag, led me in, the doorman and the service staff greeted her and called her Sister Lu. I was very surprised. What on earth did Long Shala do? How could he be so familiar with five-star hotels? Long Shala's breakfast is very simple, just a bowl of porridge and 2 snacks. He doesn't eat anything else. On the contrary, I, who had finally come to a five-star hotel, chose a lot of food and put it on the table. Long Shala kept looking at me with interest. In fact, she was very curious about how I discovered the criminals last night and how I cooperated with her so well. It can be said that when we subdued the criminals, it was as if we had discussed it beforehand. It felt like we were in sync. The big boy in front of her gave her a sense of mystery. However, just as we were about to finish eating, we were suddenly interrupted by a man not far away. "Mr. Long?" What a coincidence. A man wearing a tang suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked over. He was about 50 years old and had an extraordinary demeanor. Long Shala raised his eyebrows at this time, and then said with a smile, "Boss Guan, are you surprised to see me eating here alive?" Guanzong's expression changed. What does Long Zong mean by this? Long Shala snorted coldly. "Mr. Guan, you know what I mean." "Oh, right." Sister Le glanced at her watch and smiled. "You may have a very important call later. Don't forget to answer it then." After saying that, Sister Lu picked up her bag and walked out in her high heels. I quickly followed her. At the same time, Mr. Guan's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was a call from overseas, so he picked up immediately. A man's frivolous voice came from the phone. "Boss Guan, your daughter is in our hands." "How dare you?" Mr. Guan was furious. "Sister Lu, were the gangsters last night sent by that old man just now?" Sister Lu was driving in the car, and I was sitting in the passenger seat. I recalled what Sister Lu had just said and made a bold guess. "Very smart." Sister Lu smiled and said, "But this Guan is just a minor character." "Then why did he want to kill you?" I asked in confusion. "Business matters," Sister Lu said as she parked the car on the side of the road. She glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "I wanted to take you out to relax, take a hot spring bath, climb a mountain, etc., but I can't do that today. Let's do it tomorrow. Wait until I finish some things I have on hand. You wait for me at home tomorrow morning." "Oh." I scratched my head and realized that Sister Lu wanted me to get off the bus. But just as I opened the car door and put one foot out of the car, I thought about it and suddenly retracted it and closed the door. Sister Lu frowned and said patiently, "I really have something to do today. Can you take a taxi back? I'll give you the change for the taxi." As she said that, Sister Lu rummaged through her wallet to find change. "Sister Lu, I have taxi money." I looked at Sister Lu and said, "Sister Lu, have you run into any trouble? Is someone following you?" I also noticed that Sister Lu kept looking at the rearview mirror. From my perspective, I looked back and saw that there was indeed a car parked on the side of the road. The car window was black, so I couldn't see how many people were inside, and I didn't know who they were. Sister Lu suddenly laughed. "You noticed it too?" After we left the hotel, this car followed us. I nodded. "The other party is desperate. You want to stay and help me?" Sister Lu suddenly realized that I was staying to help. Her eyes suddenly lit up. I nodded seriously. Sister Lu smiled, and there was a touch of emotion in her eyes. She stopped talking and stepped on the accelerator, then hold on tight. As she spoke, the big SUV began to accelerate. I didn't ask Sister Lu what happened, and she was concentrating on driving. A moment later, the SUV drove out of the city and onto the outer ring highway. The car behind was still following, and it couldn't get rid of it. The other car knew it had been discovered, but it didn't give up tracking. After driving on the Outer Ring Expressway for 20 minutes, the car got off the expressway and onto the National Highway, then continued driving forward and soon entered a mountain road. About 15 minutes later, at 9 in the morning, we arrived at a place called Zhuyang Hot Spring Resort. Sister Lu stopped the car and looked in the rearview mirror. The black car did not catch up with her. But at this time, a dozen waiters in vests ran out of the hot spring center, led by a bald man in a suit. Sister Lu. The bald man walked up to Sister Lu and said. Sister Lu said coldly, "There is a car behind us. I don't care who is in the car. I will arrest them all. Drive my car." "Got it." The bald man responded and got into the car quickly. He then shouted, "Liuzi, Xiaoyang, Xiaofeng, Dongzi, the four of you get in the car. The rest of you protect Sister Lu as she goes in." The waiters immediately split into two groups. One group got on the car, and the bald guy stepped on the accelerator and sped away. The other few escorted Sister Lu and me into the hot spring center. I am very curious. Could it be that the Zhuyang Hot Spring Center is Sister Li's business? Sister Lu entered the hall, changed her shoes, and said to one of the waiters, "Song Ning, take Zhang Hao to change into a bathrobe, and then bring him to Phoenix Pavilion." "Okay. Sister Lu, please come in, Mr. Zhang." The waiters didn't know who I was related to Sister Lu, so they were very polite. I was worried about Sister Li's safety, so I changed quickly in the men's area. After changing, I walked quickly to Phoenix Pavilion in my bathrobe. The so-called Phoenix Pavilion is actually an independent hot spring spa pool, and the Phoenix Pavilion is not open to the public because it is Sister Li's exclusive hot spring pool, and no one else is allowed to soak in it. There are even people guarding the door. When the waiter named Song Ning took me to the outside of Phoenix Pavilion, he whispered, "Sister Lu is already inside. Please go in." I said, "Thank you." The door opened, and I immediately smelled the rich fragrance of flowers. The Phoenix Pavilion is decorated in warm colors, with a spacious glass roof, and you can see the blue sky when you look up. There are peach trees in bloom, and various green bonsai. There was a spring pool in the center of the Phoenix Pavilion, with hot steam bubbling out of it. Sister Lu was already in the spring pool. She also changed her clothes into a backless swimsuit with green flowers. Combined with Sister Li's enchanting and hot figure, I just felt a fire burning in my stomach. Sister Lu was very generous. She waved at me and said, "Come in and soak for a while. It's good for your health." No, I'll just sit here and eat some fruit." I refused again and again. I didn't have the courage. A man and a woman bathing together. This is too that. Sister Lu giggled and said, "I'm a woman and I'm not ashamed." "Why should you be ashamed? Come in quickly. You're getting in the way sitting there." "Getting in the way?" I was puzzled, but I still walked to the fountain shyly and took off my bathrobe. As soon as I took off my bathrobe, Sister Li's eyes lit up. I saw bronze skin and some abdominal muscles. This guy is as strong as a calf. But when Sister Lu was about to look down, I quickly turned around and walked backwards into the spring pool. Sister Lu blushed and secretly spat. This kid actually reacted. Really? I didn't dare to turn around until I had completely submerged my body in the water and said with a red face, "Sister Lu, outside, there's still danger outside. Why are we taking a bath? Isn't this just a waste of time?" Sister Lu smiled and said, "What's supposed to come will come." As she spoke, she suddenly asked, "Are you in a better mood now?" As she spoke, she winked at me. My heart was pounding, and I was a little afraid to look at Sister Li's body. So I looked away and said, "Much better. Thank you, Sister Lu." Sister Lu smiled and said, "You're so polite. I should be the one saying thank you. If it weren't for you last night, I would have died." "No need. We are neighbors, and it is only natural for us to help each other." I continued to avoid his gaze. Sister Lu was swaying right in front of me. I felt my mouth dry and my tongue parched. The fire in my stomach not only didn't go out, but it got hotter and hotter. What I couldn't stand the most was that Sister Li's little feet kept moving under the water, occasionally touching my legs. Seeing my embarrassment, Sister Lu smiled triumphantly and couldn't help laughing. It seemed that my uneasy look in the spring pool made her very happy. Just when I was feeling uneasy and forcing myself to stay calm and not make a fool of myself again, Sister Lu suddenly swam towards me. After Sister Lu swam to my side, I instinctively wanted to retreat, but there was no way to retreat, so my mouth was dry and I didn't know what to do. At this time, Sister Lu whispered in my ear, "If someone suddenly breaks in later, you hide behind me." She blew air, which tickled my ears, especially when I could even feel her pressing on my arm. In fact, at that time I couldn't hear clearly what Sister Lu said. I was dizzy by her bold approach. However, at this moment, just as I was enjoying this wonderful moment, the door of Phoenix Pavilion was suddenly knocked open. The moment it was knocked open, before I could react, Sister Lu suddenly hugged me and turned around. At the same time, Sister Lu jumped out of the spring pool. A very sharp short knife appeared in her hand. I was stunned while squatting in the hot spring pool. What was going on? Why did the waiter at the hot spring center want to kill Sister Lu? Sister Lu is an expert. She draws her knife very quickly and in one go. These two waiters are here to die. At this time, a group of people came running from outside the door. They were all waiters, holding machetes and iron bars. I looked up and felt incredible. What on earth does Sister Lu do? Why don't these people look like good people? Sister Lu waved her hand and said nothing. The bald man nodded, and immediately a waiter dragged the dead body out and closed the door. As soon as the door was closed, Sister Lu walked to the rest area and put on a bath towel. I was still squatting in the water. By this time, the anger in my stomach had subsided. After all, I had just killed someone. No matter how lustful I was, I would have been scared to death. Sister Lu smiled, thought for a moment and said, "Are you particularly curious about what I do now? Why did someone kidnap me and try to kill me last night, and someone stabbed me with a knife today?" I nodded seriously and looked at her. Sister Lu sighed, "I manage the assets and company left by my ex-husband, but there are always people who want to take away everything that belongs to me. And now I have important information that can kill the other party, so the other party is desperate and wants to kill me at all costs." I nodded and sighed in my heart. So Sister Lu is a widow, but this widow is too young. Is Sister Lu only 25 years old? It's a pity to be a widow so early. Sister Lu faced me formally this time, took off her bath towel and wiped my face. "Be obedient, thank you, sister. If it weren't for you last night, I'm afraid I would have met with an accident." As she said this, she hugged me gently and patted my back. But the next moment Sister Lu smiled silently again and looked down. At this moment, I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As I said that, I hurriedly ran out. Sister Lu just laughed until I ran out the door. Then her smile gradually froze and she found another bath towel to wrap herself around. The bald man was standing guard outside the door and walked in as soon as he heard the order. Sister Lee's expression changed from the previous warmth to an extremely cold one. Dogwang's forehead was full of sweat because the two waiters just now were his people, but they wanted to kill Sister Lu. He failed to notice, and if Sister Lu blamed him, he would have nothing to say. However, Sister Lu did not mention the two knife men just now, but said coldly, "We will work tonight, and the ones we planned before will not be kept. Also, please help me make an appointment with Guantaizhan to meet at 6 o'clock tonight, and you can choose the place." "Yes, don't worry, Sister Lu." The bald man nodded. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "Sister Lu, Guantaizhan may not be reliable. What if he doesn't care about his daughter's life or death?" "I know what to do." Sister Lu waved her hand. When night fell, I went home, changed into my security uniform, and headed to Top. I didn't have lunch, and I only had Little Chef instant noodles for dinner. Top the bar has 10 security guards. Today's security guards are different from those 20 or 30 years ago. In the past, the nightclub security guards often fought and violated laws and regulations. Today's security guards only maintain order and only come out when drunk guests cause trouble. Many large nightclubs outsource security issues to security companies, so security companies and property companies are particularly popular in big cities. I was not welcome in the security team because my eldest cousin had a fight with the security captain. It seemed to be for a woman, and then they became enemies. The security captain did not like me, and other security guards often made trouble for me. My job is to guard the passage between the backstage and the performance hall to prevent guests from getting in. This job is not tiring, and I can still watch the performance, but there is no free space to move around. The other security guards can wander around. The parking lot security guards are also very idle, so I have to guard this door all the time. The bar has various performances every day, including magicians, out-of-date stars, pole dancing teams, etc. They change clothes backstage, perform on stage, and leave after the performance. I stand at the backstage door every night. Many people come here every day. Some drink alone, some come in groups of 3 or 5, and some spendthrifts, ordering several bottles of wine worth tens of thousands of dollars to pour on the women. In big cities, there are many rich people and many poor people. If someone drinks but doesn't pay, he will be asked to work to pay for the consumption. Many women who come to drink alone and get drunk will be carried away. I think women who come to bars to get drunk are not decent. If they want to drink, They can just buy erguotu downstairs at home. Why come here? There are also single men and women holding hands in the bar, and then going to get a room after drinking some drinks. I met all kinds of people here, which broadened my horizons. At 11 o'clock in the evening, I was using my perspective to spy on the female guests with great interest when someone tapped my shoulder. Jiang Hao. Brother Yuan, you scared me. I was shocked and thought I was caught peeping. This Lu Jianyuan is a magician who often comes to the bar and knows me as the doorman. He is one of the few friends I have made in the past few years in Jiangkou. Look what I brought you. Lu Jianyuan took out a chicken leg wrapped in a brown paper bag from his bag like a magic trick. Every time Lu Jianyuan came to the market, he would bring me something. By the way, is Mr. Lu in good health these days? Lu Jianyuan suddenly asked an irrelevant question. I was stunned. He's fine. Isn't he over there, drinking? I pointed to the bar counter in the distance, where Mr. Lu, the manager of Top Bar, was drinking with several men with his girlfriends on both sides. Lu Jianyuan narrowed his eyes, nodded and said, Do you remember that a few days ago, there was a beautiful woman wearing a turtleneck sweater next to your CEO, Lu? Have you seen that woman these 2 days? Which one? Mr. Lu changes it every day. I don't know which one is which. I was speechless. It's the one she got drunk one day and sprained her ankle with her high heels, so she asked you to help her. Lu Jianyuan reminded. Huh? How did you know? You remember it so clearly? I asked in surprise. Lu Jianyuan rolled his eyes at me and said, I just want to ask if you have seen her again. No, didn't I help her out at that time? You called me at the door, and when I answered you, she disappeared into the crowd. I didn't see her again. She must have been helped away by someone else, right? Well, stay away from that woman when you see her again. Lu Jianyuan reminded me solemnly. Oh, okay, I'll avoid her. I was a little confused, but didn't ask because the dance music in the bar was getting lively. I'm changing my clothes and getting ready to go on stage. This is the only show tonight. I'll wait for you to get off work after the performance, and then we'll go out for a midnight snack. After saying this, Lu Jianyuan went backstage. Chapter 11. Sun Hung Yip of the Sun Family. At 4 in the morning, Jiang Hao finally got off work and also got into Lu Jianyuan's small car. Lu Jianyuan is also a foreigner and has also been working in Jiangkou for many years, but he has long had his own small house and car. The car isn't a great car, but it's 100K or so, and it's an SUV. Lu Jianyuan took Jiang Hao to a late-night snack restaurant, although it was more than 4 in the morning, but there were especially many people eating here, and there were also intestinal noodles and lotus noodles and grilled meat skewers and so on. Why didn't you ask me before why I told you to avoid that woman? Lu Jianyuan and Jiang Hao had long been acquainted and would say anything directly. It's not like you're going to hurt me, so the fact that you're telling me to avoid her just means she's going to hurt me, and I'm not stupid. Lu Jianyuan laughed. Then you don't want to know how she harmed you? Lu Jianyuan said as he ate. What would she do to me? Jiang Hao finally asked this time. Lu Jianyuan laughed. Do you see any difference between your tops, Mr. Lu, and others? Of course there's a difference. Jiang Hao praised. He has money, a luxury car, a beautiful woman by his side, and he eats mountains of food every day, so of course he's different from others. I wasn't referring to that aspect. Lu Jianyuan waved his hand and said, Think again about what else he is different from you guys besides that? Different? Jiang Hao thought carefully, then just suddenly his eyes lit up. He has dark circles under his eyes. He drinks every day. His mental state is not good, and overindulgence has led to kidney weakness. Haha. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lu Jianyuan laughed out loud and said, Yes, his kidneys have been weak for a long time, but what I want to say is that he's been picked. Stomped on? What do you mean? Jiang Hao did not understand. What is being stepped on? Lu thought for a moment and said, He recruited that woman, the one with the broken foot, to pick him up. Where did that woman step on him? What do you mean by that? Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. Lu Jianyuan said what he did not understand. Lu Jianyuan thought for a moment. You've heard of picking Yin to make up for Yang, and Yang to make up for Yin, right? Your general manager Lu was picked by that woman. No way. Fargo you. Jiang Hao was shocked beyond words. Lu Jianyuan waved his hand. You don't need to understand the specifics, just remember to stay away from that woman. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you became that woman's prey. Lu Jianyuan analyzed. At that time, she did not let others to help, had to you to help. She must be interested in you. So, when you run into that woman again, try to stay as far away as possible, and if she has to stick to you, call me to let me know. Lu Jianyuan reminded him. I know. Jiang Hao is still a little confused. Lu Jianyuan said really false. Feel like listening to stories like it. However, Lu Jianyuan obviously didn't want to go deeper, point by point, so he didn't pursue it. By the time he and Lu Jianyuan finished their snacks, the sky was also completely bright, and Lu Jianyuan wanted to send Zhang Hao home, but Zhang Hao excused himself and wanted to walk, so he didn't use Lu Jianyuan to send him. And after he watched Lu Jianyuan drive away, he immediately called a cab. He especially wanted to go to the spa resort center to see Lu. Since it had been a night, he didn't know if there was any danger on Li's side, so he wanted to check it out. However, what Zhang Hao didn't know at this time was that the unopened Jiang Hot Spring Resort Center had been taken over by another group of people at this moment. That Sister Lu with her back covered in tattoos was also hanging by her hands in the Phoenix Pavilion at this time, and at the bottom of her feet, there were two waiters collapsed in a pool of blood, their lives and deaths unknown. A young man, with long hair, was drinking red wine and listening to music while admiring Li's enchanting body. Lu had changed out of her swimsuit long ago, wearing leather pants underneath, but one of those black bras on top and no top. Her hands were dangling and her body was suspended in the air. My brother is still not blessed. The young man sighed. If such an enchanting and superb woman is not fortunate enough to enjoy herself, I'm afraid he won't be happy as a ghost underground, right? The old lady said you were a spoilsport and a kleptomaniac, so she secretly warned me not to get my hands on you, and I'm kinda scared. But while I'm afraid, these brothers around me may not be, right? Mem. Around the young man's left and right, there stood 6 guys in black trench coats, and at that moment, their eyes were green. Long Shaola, the extreme woman, has the upper number 1 in Jiangkou. Rumor has it that Sister Lu is a female white tiger, and what is a white tiger? It's the ultimate in women. Naturally, the white tiger also grudges the husband. 5 years ago, Jiangkou Big Clan's son's eldest grandson married this woman. The wedding ceremony, a sensation on both sides of the Taiwan Strait 3 places. At that time, the kind of pomp and circumstance, to the present have Jiangkou people remember. Sun made a big deal out of it, and I heard that the wedding caravan was lined up for several blocks, and the traffic police had to help direct the traffic. However, it was such a grand wedding, which was being talked about so much, that on the night of the wedding, the groom died. Sun's eldest grandson died in the bed of his new grandson-in-law. Some say Sun's eldest grandson died of a brain hemorrhage. Others say it's exhaustion. Others say they died of excitement. Naturally, it's more of a white tiger killer death. And the white tiger is the ultimate. What man doesn't know what a white tiger is? Such a watery and enchanting pretty widow. If you can roll in bed with her for a while, then it's worth it to be a ghost. That's why when the young man talked about giving them a taste of Sister Lu, the 6 black-clad men breathed in sharply. The second young master is afraid of death, afraid of getting bad luck, but they are not afraid. They are originally killers. People who lick blood on the tip of the knife may die one day, so they do not care at all. Sun Hongya, is that all the guts you have? If you have the guts, come on. Although Lu was hanging in midair, she didn't cry or feel helpless like an ordinary woman. Instead, this time she even brought a hint of flirtation and took the initiative to provoke the long-haired young man. Your brother was indeed unlucky to die in bed on the night of his wedding. Do you believe me when I say I'm still a virgin? Come on, if you have the guts to do it. Sun Hongya smiled faintly. You are provoking this young man. Lu sneered, gutless guy. Sun Hongya shook his head. Sister-in-law, I'm giving you a chance. All you have to do is hand over that material, and then hand over the wealth that belongs to our Sun family, and I'll guarantee that you can leave Jiangkou alive. The wealth of your Sun family? Sister Lu pooh-poohed. How about you Sun family being so shameless? My property is all mine. What does it have to do with your Sun family? When your brother died, the division of the property was already clear. The half you deserved was taken away, and the rest of this was all earned by myself in the past few years. Humph. Sun Hongya coldly grunted. If it wasn't for the wealth my brother left behind, how would you have earned so much money? So it's all our Sun families. Sister Lu laughed out loud. So your Sun family is shameless. You just know how to bully a widow woman. Fine. I'm not going to rub your nose in it. I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to pay or not? Sun Hongya became hideous. His patience was limited. Come on. I'll tell you where that information is if you fuck me. Come on. It's fun, but don't you get it, sister-in-law? You have the guts to come. Broken flower. Do you think I really believe your words? This young man is a bridegroom night after night. How could he fall for a slut like you? Chun Ming, she's all yours, I'll take your pictures. Sun Hongya took out his cell phone. What's coming next will definitely be exciting. You guys don't want to hand over your guns too soon. Don't worry, second youngest. Heh. All 6 of them revealed greedy laughter at this time. Chapter 12. Long Shaola didn't pay any attention to the 6 black-clothed killers, but continued to provoke Sun Hongya. So you're so timid and gutless. As long as I don't die today, I will kill you in the coming day. You don't have that chance, I'm afraid. Qin Ming, do it, will her. Sun Hongya said with an ironic face. Qin Ming's 6 men immediately surrounded them. However, right at this moment, all of a sudden the intercom on Qin Ming's body rang out, "Brother Ming, there's a cab coming." Qin Ming and the other 6 assassins froze, and that Sun Hongya also frowned. Qin Ming immediately replied on the intercom, "What's going on?" The car's gone, but a man in his 20s got out of the car and is coming towards the reception hall. Second youngest, what should we do? Qin Ming looked at Sun Hongya. Sun Hongya grabbed the walkie-talkie, ask him what he's doing here, and if it's irrelevant, let him get lost. Got it, second youngest. Outside the door, there was a watchful swordsman in. Sun Hongya also waved his hand impatiently at this time, signaling Qin Ming and the others to continue. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao entered the reception hall. It was a bit odd here today, as he saw several luxury cars in the parking lot, and then there was no one at the entrance to the reception hall. But when he went in, a guy in black flashed out of nowhere. "Who are you looking for, sir?" The guy in black was kinda polite and smiling. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. He had seen all the waiters yesterday, but this one was a new face. He always had a good memory, so there was no mistaking it. "I'm Lu Jinyuan's classmate. Lu Jinyuan asked me to come over to apply for the job. Is he here?" Zhang Hao asked seriously. "Oh, you mean Lu?" The man in black laughed. "Xiao Lu has gone to the city for training. He won't be back until tomorrow. You can call him tomorrow." "Oh, thank you then. I'll come back tomorrow." Zhang Hao didn't reveal anything unusual, and he was already naive-looking and spoke with a hint of coyness, so the black-clothed man didn't see anything wrong. However, what the man in black didn't know was that underneath the naive exterior of this guy Zhang Hao, he was actually a resourceful person. There would be no Lu Jinyuan here at all. Zhang Hao swept the man with narrowed eyes the moment he turned around, and it was with this sweep that he made out a triple pike military spike pinned to the man's back waist. "It's bad. Something's happened to Sister Lu." Zhang Hao swept a neutral pin sitting on the cash register as he walked forward. And then, wordlessly, the neutral pin suddenly floated up on its own. The man in black was only paying attention to Zhang Hao in front of him, but he didn't notice that a neutral pin had already flown towards him on the cash register. And just as the neutral pin reached behind the man in black, Zhang Hao suddenly turned around. The black-clothed man was startled and hastily brought his right hand to his back waist. "By the way, is Big Brother bald in yet?" Zhang Hao asked with a smile. "What bald big?" With a poof sound, just before the black-clothed man could finish his sentence, the neutral pin suddenly rotated at a high speed before instantly stabbing the black-clothed man at his right wrist where he was holding the 3-shooter military spike. "Ah!" The man in black screamed in pain. And at the same moment, Zhang Hao made a start and pounced on the man in black with a full burst. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Hao's knee was pressed against the black-clothed man's chin, and then there was a kaboom sound, the kind that seemed like his teeth had been crushed. The black-clothed man's body also fell backwards uncontrollably. However, Zhang Hao didn't relax, but used the force of his jump to kneel down, directly at the black-clothed man's chest. Click! He heard a breaking sound coming from the black-clothed man's sternum, and the black-clothed man instantly wore blood through his nose and mouth, lying on the ground and rolling his eyes. Zhang Hao was a security guard, no doubt, but didn't know kung fu, and hadn't even fought a few times before. And here at this moment his outburst was purely that of ruthlessness in the heat of the moment. He didn't know if the man in black would die or not, and even in this moment his hands were trembling. There was also the fact that he had just used the means of controlling things. And he hadn't expected that he would be able to control that neutral pin so easily, that he didn't even necessarily need to look at it with his eyes. He could control that pin with just his thoughts. It was an accidental discovery on his part. He forced a deep breath at this point, and also pulled the 3-pronged military spike out of the black-clothed man's back waist. The 3-pronged military spikes emitted a black ethereal light. He had read about this kind of weapon on the internet. This thing was a product of the war era, made of high-density steel, with blood-letting grooves in the prongs on 3 sides. It can be said that if you were stabbed by this kind of military stab, you will surely die, because the blood cannot be stopped. Zhang Hao frowned. What was this person's origin, even carrying this kind of weapon with him? Save Sister Lu first. He pushed his military thrusts towards his waist, then quickly ran towards the Phoenix Pavilion. The entire hot spring center was quiet, and along the way, he had his perspective function on full blast, taking in everything within 20 meters. But there wasn't a single person to be encountered in the entire corridor. and soon, he ran outside the Phoenix Pavilion before hearing voices coming from inside. Yeah, rip it off. It's beautiful. A bitchy voice rang out. Zhang Hao's gaze gazed at the gate, directly penetrating through. However, just as he penetrated through the Phoenix Pavilion's door, he instantly saw a scene that made his chi and blood surge and was extremely unpleasant. Only to see that Sister Lu was hanging in midair, and there were 6 black-clothed men tearing at Sister Li's pants. Her clothes were gone, and there was nothing left of her upper body. At this moment, Sister Lu no longer had her usual poise and enchantment to speak of. All she had was determination and shame. There was also a man with long hair who was actually spinning in circles with his cell phone recording. Zhang Hao's anger and blood surged. His eyes were red at this moment, so he could no longer care about anything else and kicked the gate open. Bang! With this kick, the gate was actually shattered directly by him. When a person is angry, the explosive force is very large and can even exceed the limits of the human body. And at this moment, the angry Zhang Hao kicked out the heaviest kick he had ever made. The moment the gate shattered, the 6 black-clothed men surrounding Sister Lu simultaneously drew the same style of 3-pronged military spikes. The 6 men moved very quickly, the trained kind at first glance. At the same time, the 6 people quickly surrounded the long-haired man behind them. The bodies of the 6 bowed slightly, taking a stance to attack at any time. Zhang Hao, why are you here? You go, run. The hanging Sister Lu cried out at this time. How did Zhang Hao find it on his own? Isn't this a death sentence? So she kept twisting and turning in her haste. Zhang Hao, the pure, eager young man, should not have been caught up in her feud. She, Long Xiaola, could die on her own, but she didn't want Zhang Hao to give up his life because of her. Oh, why leave when you're here? The long-haired young man suddenly laughed at this time. Chun Ming, capture the little guy. Don't kill him yet. Let him watch the show with me. Chapter 13. Murder. Sun Hung Yip has a lot of bad taste. He saw that Long Xiaola cared about the lad who rushed in, so he was so excited that he asked his subordinate Chun Ming to subdue Zhang Hao, and then he also wanted to humiliate Long Xiaola in front of Zhang Hao. Long Xiaola understood Sun Hongye's meaning by herself at this time, so she, who didn't cry before, even cried at this moment. Zhang Hao, son of a bitch, I don't need you to manage, get out of here. However, Zhang Hao ignored her words. He gripped the 3-pronged military spike in his hand tightly while silently taking deep breaths. He knew that he couldn't mess up, he couldn't panic. Once he messed up and panicked, then I'm afraid that he would end up in a miserable situation today. The bodies of the waiters on the ground were proof of that. And then there's the fact that even though he's just a smelly security guard with no kung fu and no base, but he now has magical superpowers, and those superpowers are his cards. His gaze quickly swept through the Phoenix Pavilion, and when he saw the fruit knife on the fruit plate at the beach chair, his gaze also paused slightly and revealed a hint of excitement. The 3-pronged military spikes were too heavy for him to use his Nimrod power to hold them up, but the small fruit knife was fine. That's why a compact fruit knife is the best weapon for killing people. Chun Ming had walked across to Zhang Hao by this time. He looked at the military spikes in Zhang Hao's hand and laughed. Has the young man ever played with this? Do you need me to teach you? With that, he walked straight toward Zhang Hao, not caring at all that Zhang Hao would stab him with his army. Zhang Hao instinctively took 2 steps backward. However, he stopped alive when he saw the kind of disdainful smiles of the others and pointed at Qin Ming with his military spikes. Don't you move forward, I'll be impolite if you move forward again. Then I'd like to see you be nonchalant about it. Qin Ming smiled and continued to press forward to approach Zhang Hao. And at this point, Zhang Hao only needed to retreat further, and that would be to exit the door. Haha. Sun Hongye and the others laughed out loud at this time. The lad had come barging in with a lot of gusto, but now he's wimped out, so they couldn't help but scoff. And that Sun Hongye is even more shameless. The young man seems to be afraid to do it, Lao Jiu. Pickpocket Long Xiaola that small lace it. We have to stimulate the little guy, is not it? Yeah. With Sun Hongye's order, one of the black-clothed men walked over to Sister Lu and grabbed her black silk as soon as he could, before pulling downward with force. I'll kill you. As expected, Zhang Hao's forehead veins flared up under this irritation from them, and he swung his military spikes at Chen Ming. However, when he had only swung his military thrust halfway, Chen Ming quickly stepped in and violently swung up his military thrust in a fight. With a bam sound, Zhang Hao only felt numbness in his tiger's mouth, and the spikes in his hand could not be held, and instantly flew out of his hand. Chen Ming was strangely powerful. At the same time, Chen Ming quickly took a step forward before Jiang Hao had a chance to react and swung his military spikes down against the right side of Jiang Hao's face. If he were to be smacked in the face by this military thrust, Jiang Hao's cheekbone would probably be fractured. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's reaction speed was particularly fast at this time. Almost when the military thrust was swung over, he quickly inclined his head back and then stomped his foot towards Chen Ming. And as if Chen Ming had already expected this move from Jiang Hao, not only did he not dodge, he instead thrust his chest forward. Boom! Jiang Hao kicked at Chen Ming's chest, but Chen Ming's body was like a piece of steel plate. Jiang Hao failed to stomp him under this stomp instead. When he wanted to draw back his leg, this leg had already been grabbed by Chen Ming. Then, Chen Ming laughed as he swung his three-pronged military spike toward Jiang Hao's calf. Jiang Hao's death spirit was so great that at this moment, almost subconsciously, he finally swept the fruit knife on the fruit plate once again. And then the fruit knife suddenly popped up on its own and cut through the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Puffing, the fruit knife stabbed Chen Ming full in the back of the head, and Chen Ming's arm only swung halfway, then stopped moving. At this moment, Long Xiaola saw all the entire process. Because she was hanging in midair, the fruit knife wasn't far from her. Instead, everyone else had their backs to the fruit knife, so they didn't even see how the knife flew up by itself and stabbed Chen Ming in the back of his head. Long Xiaola opened his mouth in surprise. Her small and sexy cherry mouth could be stuffed into a goose egg at this moment. In fact, she was completely confused. And Sun Hongya and the others froze for a moment, but then they quickly turned and leaned in, once again surrounding Sun Hongya in the center. There are enemies hiding behind them. The enemy had shot a flying dagger a moment ago, stabbing Chen Ming in the back of his head. At that moment, Chen Ming fell back with a bang, and Jiang Hao landed on the ground, and as he rolled on the ground, he pulled out the fruit knife directly from the back of Chen Ming's head. A strand of blood was brought out, and Jiang Hao also forced himself to endure the feeling of nausea and quickly threw the fruit knife. Whoosh, with a precise sound, the fruit knife cut the rope tied to Li's wrists. That's right, the knife almost grazed the skin of Li's wrist, but it only cut the rope, not Li's skin. Tom-tom. Sister Li landed. Jiang Hao sprinted through the nervous crowd with an assisted run and reached Sister Li. Li was a mess at this point. Her blouse was stripped off, her pants were torn off, and her black silk was down to her knees. At this time, she seemed to have forgotten her shame, and just looked at Jiang Hao in shock and disbelief. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, didn't have half a blasphemy in this moment as he quickly took off his own clothes and wrapped Sister Li around him. Don't be afraid, it's okay. He actually patted Li's back gently, soothing her like a small child. At this moment, Jiang Hao showed that he should have the responsibility, the manliness. A man should have a man's look, a man's heart, a man's temperament. A man is a stand-up pisser and a top. And in this moment, he tops it off. Sister Li just felt her heart melt away and warm in this moment. She had never been so safe in her life as she was in this moment. She even wished that this moment would last forever, that time would have to stay forever. She had always been known as a strong woman, taking everything on herself. She was more man than man. But who knows the pain in her heart? Who knew that she was actually just a woman who needed to be pampered and protected by a man? She smelled the odor of a man coming from Jiang Hao. The smell was different from the kind of smoke or sweat that other men had, two different smells altogether. She knew that it was the smell of cleanliness. Fucking hell, play God and do them for me. Sun Hongya was furious at this moment. He didn't really know what was going on. After all, he didn't see the fruit knife flying up by itself. So when he saw that Long Xiaola was actually saved, he yelled for the assassins to finish off Jiang Hao and Long Xiaola. Chapter 14. Playing God, make them for me. Sun Hongya was furious at this time because he didn't expect Long Xiaola to have a flower protector. There was also the fact that his right-hand man, Chen Ming, had been killed. That's why Sun Hongya wants to break this pair of dogs into pieces. And just then, Jiang Hao suddenly stood up and then closed his eyes. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fruit knife that had already landed on the ground suddenly bounced and flew up on its own once again, then hovered in the air in front of Jiang Hao, its blade facing Sun Hongya and the others. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene, including Long Xiaola, who was incomparably surprised and dismayed. Because this kind of scenario only seems to happen in movies, right? And in reality, Jiang Hao was able to do it? That Sun Hongya at this time, his face changed greatly and violently pushed when the two beaters in front of him were pushed out. Up. I do not believe he can. Whoosh. Poof sound. Just before Sun Hongya's words were finished, The fruit knife turned into a blade of light, pierced into the center of Sun Hongya's seal hall in an instant, and all the roots did not enter. Sun Hongya was dumbfounded and his eyes were straight. The whole person completely lost consciousness at this moment. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill us, ah, it's none of our business. Sun Hongya's fighters had already almost pissed themselves at this time. Although they were all people who licked blood from the mouth of the knife and danced on the tip of the knife, it was also the first time that they had seen this kind of evil scene. As the saying goes, the sun does not speak of strange powers and confuse the gods. It is not a matter of not believing, but of respecting the ghosts and gods and keeping them away. And now, what's happening in front of us is no different from a ghost or a god. However, at this time, a murderous aura filled Jiang Hao's brows. Killing one person is still killing. Killing 10 is still killing. And today, if he couldn't maneuver the flying dagger, then what would happen to him and Long Shaola? Therefore, with a ruthlessness in his heart, the water blade fruit turned into a blade light and rushed inside the crowd. Decian, spare your life. Kid, you. Fruit knives are lightweight, dexterous, extremely fast, and most importantly, move at will. So, 2 breaths later, blood was flowing. There was no longer any other living person in the entire Phoenix Hall, except for Long Shaola. And at that moment, Long Shaola's whole body sweaty hairs stood up. Sun Hongya is dead. Sun Hongya was killed by Jiang Hao. There are 2 sons in the Sun family. The eldest son, Sun Hongtu, that's her ex-husband. The second son, Sun Hongya, that's her brother-in-law. And these 2 sons of the Sun family are now dead. That's also equal to the Sun family's extinction. When she thought of this, Long Shaola's body went soft. She couldn't imagine how terrible the Sun family would be when they retaliated. Sister Lu, what's wrong with you? Just then, Jiang Hao supported Long Shaola. In fact, at this time Jiang Hao is also afraid, and he also knows that today this matter is to lose his head. However, he didn't regret it. Instead, he felt an additional inexplicable excitement deep inside. That's right, it's like he's a pervert, except for the nausea and discomfort he felt at first after killing someone. And now he's adapting instead when confronted with a whole room full of corpses. Long Shaola also took a deep breath at this time and said, Jiang Hao, you help me up. She just didn't have the strength. Jiang Hao smoothly helped her up. Only when lifting her up, her right hand had to go through her armpit, and then it was holding where it shouldn't be. Long Shaola blushed, especially when she felt the friction of Jiang Hao's wide and rough palms. Her whole body unexpectedly surged with a stream of heat, and at that moment, Jiang Hao knew that his hand was touching the wrong place. But instead of pulling his hand back, he continued to lift it upward with force, and Long Lu Shao stood up in the process. And that's when he pulled his hand out and held her shoulders. Long Shaola was in a daze, smelling Jiang Hao's body, feeling as if her body was getting even softer, just wanting to lean in his arms and not move. I can't walk. You carry me up to the 2nd floor. She was truly out of energy, having been hung up for so long, both arms now struggling to pick things up, and the unfading fear made her legs weak. Jiang Hao didn't think much of it and picked her up with one hand. Phew. Long Shaola only felt that the chest of the man who embraced her was too broad, and at this moment she actually had an unprecedented sense of security. But perhaps Jiang Hao's movements were too great, so the clothes draped over her naturally slipped down. Jiang Hao looked down, then his entire face turned red and flushed, and he also hurriedly looked away. Long Shaola's 2 arms didn't have any strength, so she couldn't grab the falling clothes. But when she saw Jiang Hao's swollen, red-faced, embarrassing appearance, she couldn't help but be distracted, and then ghostly took the initiative to hug Jiang Hao's chest. Was it good? She whispered. Jiang Hao had already taken a big step forward, and when he heard Long Shaola's words, his heart almost jumped out of his chest, and he also felt that smoke was coming straight from his throat. Giggle and shy. Long Shaola giggled. Jiang Hao is obviously the kind of big, pure, and innocent boy who was not well versed in the world. Soon, the duo reached the 2nd floor, and under Long Shaola's guidance, they entered an office. And there were Long Shaola's clothes in this office. Long Shaola didn't go behind Jiang Hao's back either, but got dressed right in front of Jiang Hao and said as she did so, Sister, thank you properly at night. When she finished, she blushed herself, her eyes averted. As for Jiang Hao, he only felt like he couldn't even speak because he heard what it meant, but he didn't refuse. To be honest, Long Shaola was an extreme beauty, and to say that she didn't crave her body would be an absolute lie. After Long Shaola got dressed, He immediately picked up the landline on his desk and then dialed the number. "Where are you? Come to the spa club and come right over." After saying that, she hung up the phone, then pulled out cigarettes from the drawer and threw one to Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao also smoked, but only occasionally, a few days can smoke a box, and not much of an addiction. On the contrary, Long Shaola smoked very thin cigarettes, and the tobacco flavor was not strong. Long Shaola didn't say anything after smoking, and Zhang Hao also stood at the window and kept looking out. The Hot Springs Lodge wasn't open for business here, so there was no one else alive in the entire lodge right now except for them. It had been nearly an hour before a white Land Rover pulled into the parking lot of the spa clubhouse and then walked down a small man. Small man with triangular eyes, a scar at the corner of his eyebrow, and a limp when he walks. "Sister Joy, here comes a cripple," Zhang Hao reminded Long Shaola. "Uh-huh." Long Shaola nodded and didn't say anything. A few moments later, the cripple entered Long Shaola's office. Then after sweeping Zhang Hao very coldly, he looked at Long Shaola. Long Shaola said indifferently, "There are some corpses in the Phoenix Pavilion. You deal with them." The cripple's triangular eyes snapped shut, but he quickly nodded, "Good." After saying that, he didn't look at Zhang Hao anymore, but went downstairs. Long Shaola added at this time, "Xiao Hao, you go home first. I'll call you when I go back in the evening." Zhang Hao froze. Long Shaola even let him go? Chapter 15. Long Shaola sighed slightly in her heart when she saw Zhang Hao frozen in place. At the same time, she also stood up from the boss chair and walked to Zhang Hao's side and softly said, "There are some things that I don't want you to get involved in." Zhang Hao looked deeply at Long Shaola, then turned around and left. No matter what reason Long Shaola had for letting himself go, he could sense that Long Shaola didn't have any malicious intent. So since she didn't want to involve herself in it, leaving was the way to go. However, just when he hadn't taken a few steps, Long Shaola suddenly called out, "Xiao Hao, wait a moment." Zhang Hao turned around and looked at Long Shaola in disbelief. And Long Shaola hurriedly ran behind the desk and unlocked the safe with his fingerprints. Then he pulled out bundles and bundles of $100 bills from it, more than 20 bundles. But besides the money, there was also some gold and silver jewelry and a small box. She didn't explain anything to Zhang Hao, and after pulling these things out, she went to the inner room to find a travel bag and stuffed everything in it. "You take it back." A moment later, she handed the bag to Zhang Hao Dao. "I don't want money." Zhang Hao's face was ugly. He didn't help Long Shaola for money, and now Long Shaola was using money to get rid of himself? And when she saw Zhang Hao's ugly face, Long Shaola let out a giggle and laughed. Angry? She brought her face close to Zhang Hao and winked and laughed. "Self-esteem is pretty strong. I didn't think to ask for your money." With that, Zhang Hao turned around and left. "Oops, this money isn't for you." Long Shaola blocked Zhang Hao and said, "This place is no longer safe. The things in the safe naturally have to be packed away. Can't you see that there are still passbooks and bank cards inside? This can be all my family. You help me take it back and put it in your house. Because it's not even safe in my house, but it's perfectly safe to leave it with you." Right, this is for you." While saying that, she took out the box from her travel bag, and after opening it, a flawless white jade pendant was presented in front of Zhang Hao's eyes. And seeing this white jade pendant, Zhang Hao's soul suddenly buzzed. Yes, it's the brain-buzzing kind of buzz. However, when Zhang Hao probed into his own brain with his thoughts, he didn't find anything different. "This is 2 years ago I ran into an old Taoist priest who was in desperate need of money and exchanged this piece of jade with me. I think this piece of jade is very magical because I have so much energy when I wear it that even if I don't sleep at night, I don't get sleepy the next day. Then I thought it wouldn't do to stay awake all the time, so I put the jade away. And you? You have that magical ability, so this jade might be useful to you." Zhang Hao wanted to say I can't have it, but Long Shaola shoved the white jade into his hands and said unhappily, "You don't want the money because you have pride, this I understand. But this is a token of my sister's affection for you. Don't you want it too? Okay then, I'll take it." Zhang Hao hung the white jade around his neck and said, and as soon as the white jade had been placed around his neck, Zhang Hao felt a sense of coolness and an inexplicable, unknown, but comfortable power entered his body. "Well, you go ahead. I may or may not be back late at night, but I'll call you if something comes up, okay?" "Okay, I'll go then." Zhang Hao nodded, then left with his traveling bag on his back. And once Zhang Hao left, Long Shaola only felt empty in his heart. In fact, Zhang Hao would be her strongest aid if he stayed by her side. However, she didn't want to do that for the time being because she knew that Zhang Hao's life was a sunny, clean, and positive one. And it would be a disservice to him to let him get caught up in the vortex he was in once he was there. Of course, she had another thing on her mind, and that was that a bull like Zhang Hao, she would just treat him as her last card. So until the last resort, until it was a matter of life and death, she decided that she would not activate the bottom card of Zhang Hao. Naturally, the bloodthirsty young man had made her fall in love with him, and although she was a black widow on the road, who would have thought that she hadn't even broken her body? Shortly after Zhang Hao left, she also went downstairs, then stood outside the Phoenix Pavilion smoking a cigarette. And the crippled man in his work clothes pushed the coal wagon, taking the bodies inside in one trip to the boiler room in the rear. This is a hot spring bath, and while there is some natural groundwater, the vast majority of all hot water is boiled. So, the boiler room was huge, with several large machines roaring away. And the cripple took one trip to stuff the body? Meanwhile, Zhang Hao didn't go home, but went down the highway to a nearby scenic spot. Nine Suns Hot Spring is situated at Wudong Mountain, and there are scenic spots just a few kilometers away from Nine Suns Hot Spring. Naturally, he didn't go inside the scenic spot, but found a secluded place to drill into the mountains. A few moments later, he sat under a tree. This is not a scenic spot. No one in the 4 fields, except for the robin's cries, extraordinarily quiet. And Zhang Hao couldn't wait to take the white jade off his neck. However, just as he removed the white jade and placed it in his palm, it shattered with a snap and turned into countless crumbs. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he knew that all the power in the white jade had been sucked into his body. Buzz. Just then, just as he was looking at the shattered white jade in his hand, all of a sudden, a buzzing sound once again came from the depths of his mind, followed by a stabbing pain appearing, and as he stifled a grunt, 2 streams of blood unexpectedly flowed out of his nostrils. At the same time, the piercing stabbing pain made his head feel like it was going to explode, and he couldn't even stop his body from convulsing. Ah! He screamed miserably and then fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Hao woke up leisurely, and as soon as he opened his eyes, Zhang Hao stood up in a hurry. It was already dark, and the whole mountain was pitch black, with only the lights of the distant city. Luckily, the backpack was still there, and nothing had happened to myself. It's dark. What happened? Zhang Hao immediately focused his thoughts to probe his body at this time. Wait, what's that? Just as he probed into the depths of his mind, he suddenly saw an additional bar of blood in his mind, or rather in his soul. The blood bar was like playing one of those old console Street Fighter matchmaking blood bars, and it was supposed to scale at 10%. Naturally, the bloodstain is not labeled with a percent, but where the bloodstain reaches is 10%. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Zhang Hao's thoughts were focused at this time, and he quickly probed inside the blood bar. And with that probe, he froze. Chapter 16. Awakening. The beginning of a new life. At this moment, Zhang Hao froze, because when he probed his thoughts into the blood strip that appeared in the depths of his mind, there was actually a message that fed back into the depths of his memory. In other words, he instantly had more information about his own state after the mutation in his memory. The information was refuted, but Zhang Hao was also quick to read the interpretation of the information. For example, if he was now at 10% brain development, the progress of that blood bar was at 10%. Let's also say that his physique now changes to bull power 1. At the same time, he had an additional psionic power, the power of the soul. And the power of the soul is spirit realm 1. Eventually, one awakens a supernatural power of one's own, and that supernatural power is the wind. In other words, he has the superpower of wind. At this moment, Zhang Hao didn't know whether he had awakened the wind or not, but he was in the wind. Why is this? Why is there information feeding back into your soul? Brain development, 10%. Physical, bull strength, 1. Psionic power, spirit realm, 1. Awakening to the power of the wind. Zhang Hao was confused. He should have mutated. Wait, wind? I awakened the wind? Zhang Hao suddenly closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just the moment he closed his eyes, he heard the clattering of the wind blowing the leaves, and even heard a buzzing sound coming from his ears, and sensed the sound of a cyclone of qi ringing around his body. Phew. He opened his eyes, and then saw his clothes floating without wind. His whole body wrapped in a wisp of light wind. Wind? Zhang Hao had a sudden thought, turned around and swished up to the top of the tree. Then when he clenched his teeth, he jumped directly from the tree. At the same time, he immediately used his thoughts to make the wind around him protect him. Whoosh. For a moment, he felt as light as a feather. He felt that he was out of gravity, and he, who obviously would have crashed to the ground, actually glided forward with the force of the wind against the ground. Speed is like the wind, and people are like the wind. Ha! Ha ha! Zhang Hao laughed out loud in excitement. Was he flying? No, this wasn't flying. This was walking with the power of the wind. He couldn't fly too high or for a long time. He could only stick to the ground and walk on the wind. Whoosh! Half an hour later, he arrived downstairs at the rental house. And along the way, like a ghost, he took advantage of the darkness to thoroughly experience the state of being like a bird. The sensation was so exhilarating that the pores of his entire body opened up. Wait, I awaken wind. What else can wind do? Zhang Hao scratched his chin again at this time, and then suddenly his eyes lit up before he turned around and left the neighborhood again. A few moments later, he entered a nearby park and then stopped under a tree. The parks in the estuary are especially busy at night, as many people like to come out at night because it's so hot here during the day. However, there was no one near the tree he was in, and nowadays his thoughts could probe to about 30 meters, so he knew everything that was in the wind within 30 meters. Wind. At this moment, he was nervous because he wanted to verify if the awakened wind power could carry an attack attribute. Therefore, he raised his palms and concentrated fully before slashing violently towards a small arm-thick tree branch above his head. It was 1.5 meters away, and the moment he lowered his arm, he saw a morose white gas. Nope, that's not air. It's a phenomenon created by the wind resistance that occurs when the wind rubs against space. However, the speed of that moory white chi was like lightning, and the click. Branches as thick as an arm were cut off in unison. Zhang Hao froze at once. Surprisingly, it really can. He had just thought of the legendary wind blade, so he thought to come and try to see if he could make the wind form a sharp edge, thus cutting through items. And now, surprisingly, it worked. A branch the thickness of a small arm. Ah, it's sturdy. I became Superman? Zhang Hao took a deep breath at this time, and took advantage of the fact that no one was coming to him to slash a wind blade again. And with this wind blade, he used his full strength as he was going to cleave the main trunk of the tree in front of him. This tree, at least 20 centimeters thick, even if it was cut by a chainsaw, I'm afraid it would take a few dozen seconds to cut it. And he wanted to try the limits of his wind blade. PFF with a sound. The wind blade slashed diagonally above the tree trunk, and in the next second when it clicked, Zhang Hao's body instantly moved away, and then the tree in front of him collapsed. Whoosh! The loud commotion drew the attention of others nearby, so he was so frightened that he immediately vanished. Moments later, the rental house. After Zhang Hao's thoughts were in full swing, the choppers in Long Xiaola's house upstairs also flew east and west. That's right, after evolving again, it's surprisingly possible to control heavier objects now, and a kitchen knife can be about 10 times heavier than a fruit knife. Therefore, the Wang Mazi iron chopper was now under his control. This feeling cool. Zhang Hao had never thought that he would become so powerful one day, and he knew that his future path in life would definitely be different. Well, it stinks. His previous evolution had caused his body to develop black sweat stains, so his body now stank sour. He rushed into the bathroom, humming a little tune as he took a shower. However, what he didn't know was that just as he was taking a shower in the bathroom, the door to the room in the rental house was suddenly opened with a click. Then Zhao Yanran wearily walked in from outside. She was emaciated, walked in that duck walk position, and had strawberry marks all over her neck. She came in, kicked her shoes casually, hung up her bag, and glanced toward the bathroom before wearily walking into the bedroom and collapsing right onto the bed. She still had the keys to the rental house, though she came to pack in the morning, didn't she? When she returned to the hotel, she had been tossed around by Yi Shao for a full day, so she was pulling her crotch and her whole body bones were falling apart. Zhang Hao was about to go back to the bedroom to look for clothes after taking a shower when he suddenly froze, because he saw the high-heeled shoes heeled down in the doorway, as well as some kind of LV bag sitting on the shoe cabinet. Zhao Yanran. When he saw these two things, Zhang Hao's fire came up in a flash. I can't believe she's back. How can she be so shameless? Phew. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, he then saw Zhao Yanran lying on the bed with her clothes on, sleeping like a dead pig. Zhao Yanran. Zhang Hao yelled, startling Zhao Yanran, who had just fallen asleep, and hurriedly sat up from the bed. Zhang Hao, what are you go screaming for? You scared me to death. I'm hungry. Go make me noodles. I want to eat hand-rolled. No more shouting ah. I'll sleep for a while. As she said that, she yawned and laid back down. Zhao Yanran, do you still want face? Zhang Hao took a big step to the bed, and as soon as he did, he ripped Zhao Yanran up and then carried her to the door like a chicken and threw out all her shoes and bags, saying, Scram! Get out of my face! Bang! Zhang Hao closed the door with one hand. Zhang Hao, you son of a bitch. Ugh, you son of a bitch, this is my house too. What gives you the right to kick me out? Open the door for me. Open the door. You've got your wings stiffened up now, haven't you? Do you believe that if I make one phone call, Top will fire you? You'll have to go out on the street and beg for food? Zhao Yanran kicked the door of the room while speaking harsh words. And at that moment, the door to the room was suddenly opened from the inside by Zhang Hao. And when Zhao Yanran saw Zhang Hao open the door, she proudly tilted her neck and said, "Humph, count on you to know." Phew. Wow. Before Zhao Yanran could finish her sentence, a suitcase hit her. Chapter 17. Unexpected Discoveries. Zhang Hao, you've disappointed me too much. You're too desperate. Outside the door, Zhao Yanran cried, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Were all the words you said to me before false? You liar. You're so hypocritical. Are you a man? What kind of man is you? Just because I made a little mistake, you do this to me? You, Zhang Hao, you are destined to be a pauper all your life. A pauper all your life. Originally, I was thinking of begging Shaa to arrange a job for you in a state-owned enterprise so that you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. I didn't think you'd be like that. Well, since you're desperate, don't blame me for not being polite. Zhao Yanran outside the door finally gritted her teeth and turned to leave after realizing that Zhang Hao never opened the door. Before leaving, she also kicked the door of the room and said, Zhang Hao, I hope you don't regret it. While saying that, she called Yi Xiao's number. Yi Xiao, it's me, Yanran. I know you don't have time. Wasn't I thinking about what you said before? That's what you said about letting me introduce you to some pretty female coworkers. Of course I have, but I'd like to ask you a small favor right now. Didn't you say you knew the manager of Top? Can you get him to fire Zhang Hao? It's my ex-boyfriend. Right. Thank you, Yi Xiao. That night? To the hotel mention your name on it? Okay. Then I'll go back first. Wait for you, oh bye. While talking, Zhao Yanran had already left the rental house with her large suitcase. At the same time, she glanced back. Humph, I don't know what's so great about this shitty place. When she finished, she took a cab to the hotel. Yi Xiao had a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, and Yi Xiao stayed there all year round, so she could now live there every day as well. Naturally, Zhao Yanran also decided that she must try to make Yi Xiao like herself. She must unlock more driving positions that would make Yi Xiao feel happy, and she must become a wealthy lady of the mansion. In the rental house, Zhang Hao was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, and he seriously doubted that he had been blind before. How else could you find a woman like Zhao Yanran? At this moment, even he felt shameful for his earlier self. And just then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up a look. It is drop-driving colleague Lu called. The top bar shift is 1 day on, 1 day off, so it's off tonight. And on a normal day, he would have logged on to the valet platform long ago to take orders. Only today something came up, and he didn't log on to the platform. But now Lu, a colleague from the platform, called. Brother Lu, what is it? Zhang Hao picked up and said, Zhang Hao, you're off duty tonight, right? Why aren't you online? There are especially many people calling for a chauffeur tonight. I'm too busy. Oh, I had a bit of an issue earlier. I'm fine now. I'll log on to the valet platform right away. Although Zhang Hao had magical abilities, he hadn't thought of what he could do yet. So the days had to go on as usual, and the classes had to go on as normal. After hanging up with Lu, he immediately logged on to the platform, and then a message popped up that there were chauffeurs called in his neighborhood. He immediately took the order, went downstairs, and then rode his little folding electric bike towards the location of the call. Moments later, he arrived at the designated location and met with the owner. The owner of the car was a 47 to 78-year-old fat, middle-aged man wearing an exquisite suit, and he was also accompanied by a female companion in her 30s, who was very pretty and wearing a floral cheongsam. Apparently, though, both had been drinking, the man's shirt was unbuttoned, and the woman's face was flushed. Little brother, go to 54, Jingyi Road. Hurry up, this drink is really delaying things. The woman also said, I advise you not to drink, you have to drink less, which is less. There is a caddy of white wine? I'm 2 pounds worth, 1 pound of nothing. Okay. Don't blow it. Little old brother, you drive steadily, no need to rush, just drive normally. Come on. Zhang Hao put the small electric machine away and adjusted the seat before driving towards Jingyi Road. This is a BMW 740. This kind of car is particularly comfortable to drive, although this 2 years what BMW Benz and so on can no longer show more noble status position, but many of the older generation of bosses still like big Benz, big BMW. Little brother, I may have to go to a few places tonight, and I see that you're a pretty steady driver. So how about you temporarily chauffeur me around for the night? For a price. How much do you make a night? Not always, sometimes 200 or 300, sometimes a couple thousand. Zhang Hao answered truthfully. Okay then, I'll give you 2,000 tonight, and you'll give as a temporary driver for one night. This boss was also painfully honest, taking out his bag and counting the money as he spoke. The woman was not stingy, and after snatching the man's bag, she helped count the money and said, Little brother, if 2,000 is not enough, we can still negotiate. Enough is enough. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, sister. Come on, it's 2,000. You count it. The woman handed over 2,000 straight away. Zhang Hao didn't count it and casually put the money into his pocket. And at that moment, the woman added, the shipment should be here. Well, then let them unload first. The man was obviously tired and had been drinking after all, so he rubbed his head vigorously. A few moments later, the car drove inside a cargo station on Jingyi Road, which was also brightly lit. The man and woman got out of the car in a hurry and told Zhang how to pull over and wait. At the cargo station, there was a freight truck unloading rocks, the kind of raw stones that come in all sizes, and there were even 4 security officers on guard. Zhang Hao leaned against the car after pulling over and smoked a cigarette. The stones were to be unloaded from the van and loaded into 2 vans, and several workers were carrying them while someone else was keeping score. Those stones have paint sprayed numbers with labels on them, so every stone is documented. Raw emerald? At this time, Zhang Hao was surprised. Although he hadn't touched this line of work, he had heard of people gambling on stones. And apparently, the man and woman who were just there are the ones who bet on the stones. There wasn't a lot of stone, and the big truck wasn't all stone. There was other cargo. Soon, all the stones were loaded into the boxed cargo, and the man and woman returned to the car and said, "Follow the convoy." Great. The BMW 740 followed the 2 vans to the convention center again an hour later. Isn't this the Gucci Convention Center? Zhang Hao was curious at this time. Yes, tomorrow is the Jiangkou Summer Jade Exhibition. It's in Hall A. If you're interested, little brother, you can come and take a look. There will be a lot of national treasures appearing at the exhibition tomorrow. I understand. It's just like the car show. There will be a lot of merchants exhibiting, and you can buy stuff inside too, right? Yes, if you are lucky, buy a piece of raw stone can cut out the green, then you will be directly developed, and later still do what chauffeur is not it, ha ha ha. The fat man laughed out loud because he felt ridiculous even as he said it. After all, if one is not specialized in jade making and processing, how can one possibly play with gambling stones? However, speaking without meaning to, Zhang Hao's heart suddenly thumped, and even his palms became sweaty. Gambling? Cutting out the green? Is this his good fortune coming? Chapter 18. Saying goodbye to your past. Hall A of the Jiangkou Convention and Exhibition Center is brightly lit, and since tomorrow is the Jade Exhibition, all the major merchants are working through the night to set up their booths. After Zhang Hao parked his car, he also followed boss Zhu and his little woman into the showroom. The owner, surnamed Zhu, has a jade processing factory on the Spring City side of Dianan and a jade outlet on the Jiangkou side. Of course, he mainly processes jade for some big companies. In his words, what is Zhou Taisheng, Zhou Taifu, and so on. Sometimes they are processed on his side. Boss Zhu's grandfather used to be a carving master, and then he inherited his father's work and passed it down to his generation. However, his generation is also considered to be the old Zhu family's craft has been carried forward, and now there are 100 or so people under the hand is responsible for processing jade. Jiangkou this side of the big stores, so the value of the body has already exceeded $1 billion. Jade players are all rich. Just the 2 carts of stones he bet on are at least $700 or $800 million. Hall A was very large, with hundreds of exhibitors, and Zhang Hao also saw some well-known domestic and foreign companies, such as Huaxia Gold, Zhou Taisheng, Zhou Taifu, and so on, as well as Gui Bao, Fengxi, and some other jade brand dealers. And these dealers' showroom, more or less have some raw stone, is dug out of the ground stone, but there is no green inside needs to be identified. There are also a few other merchants whose showrooms do not display finished jade, but instead directly display raw stones, with many of their staff numbering and punching price tags. Boss Zhu and the staff stayed busy until after 1 o'clock at night, while Zhang Hao sent Boss Zhu and Sister Tsang home again. He didn't get back to his rental house until 2:30 at night, and as soon as he returned home, Zhang Hao couldn't wait to probe upstairs to Sister Li's house with his divine thoughts. However, Lu didn't come back and the house was cold and empty. Zhang Hao took out his cell phone and glanced at the text messages and WeChat, only to find that Sister Lu hadn't sent him any WeChat or text messages either. Zhang Hao shook his head and smiled to himself as well, even as he suddenly felt at this moment that women were unreliable. Long Shaola clearly said to him that he would come back for him tonight. However, it was almost dawn. Not only did Long Shaola not come back, he didn't even have a phone call or Weibo. And he got himself all jumpy instead, worrying about her this and that. So in this moment, he suddenly felt particularly uninteresting. He gave Zhao Yanran as a licking dog for 3 years, gave Zhao Yanran our spoiled into the old Buddha Tsishi Empress, but in the end how? His head is on top of the Hulenbire Prairie. Again, he had enough respect and love for Long Shaola to even kill for her today. But what happened in the end? Swindle myself into waiting for her at home, and then she didn't even come back. And even if you're delayed and can't get back, is it hard to make a phone call? Is it hard to send a tweet? And these? None of them. Then it could be seen from the subtleties that Long Shaola didn't actually care about him. Otherwise, how could he not inform him? Phew. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Hao's gaze gradually became deep and cold after finishing a cigarette. At this moment, he says goodbye to his past self. He wants to start over. He wants to be a Jiang Hao who really lets himself go. Soon, the day dawned, and Jiang Hao first ran 10 kilometers outside in the morning, and then dialed Long Shaola's phone after having breakfast. The phone rang twice before being picked up by Long Shaola. Jiang Hao, I'm really sorry, I was too busy last night. Sister Lu, the money you gave me yesterday, I'll borrow it and return it to you in 3 days. Jiang Hao interrupted Long Shaola. Long Shaola was able to answer the phone, which means nothing happened to her last night. So, he didn't want to hear what Long Shaola had to say. Long Shaola froze for a moment on the other side of the phone. There was something wrong with Jiang Hao's tone. She sensed a hint of indifference. Heh, is the little one angry? Long Shaola laughed in a low voice. I'm sure I can go back at noon today. You wait for your sister at home, okay? Jiang Hao, on the other hand, didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations, but turned a blind eye to Long Shaola's words and said, Sister Lu, the money will be returned to you in 3 days. After saying that, he just hung up the phone. And on the other side of the phone, Long Shaola was confused for a while. What kind of nerve did this little puppy have, getting so angry? But she should be fine when she goes back at noon for a little coaxing. Long Shaola didn't think much about it, but continued to busy himself with other things. At the same time, Jiang Hao took out the bundles of soft sister coins in his travel bag, totaling 2,200,000. Of course, there are some bank cards and funds and securities and so on. Jiang Hao did not move, but hid under the bed. 8 a.m., Hall A, Gonko Convention Center. Jiang Hao carried the traveling bag with $2,200,000 on his back and entered the exhibition hall with the crowd of exhibitors. And upon entering the exhibition hall, he went straight to Boss Zhu's booth. However, at Boss Zhu's booth, only Sister Tsang from last night was there, and Jiang Hao didn't see Boss Zhu's figure. Huh? Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Song Qian was about 30 years old, tall, excellent looking, with long legs and a great deal of class. She should be Zhu Boss in Jiangkou this side of the Rays Jr., responsible for jade sales and so on. Zhu Boss in Dianan Province has a family. I didn't hear Boss Zhu say that gambling on stones can make you rich, so I came to try my luck. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Song Qian was speechless for a while. Xiao Jiang, gambling on stones is no joke. You haven't been in the business, so even if you had $1 billion, you wouldn't have enough to lose. I know, that's why I didn't come to find Sister Tsang this early in the morning. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Looking for me for what? Song Qian wondered. Worship. Jiang Hao smiled and said, In the future, please ask Ms. Tsang to be more off. Off? Before Jiang Hao could finish his words, Song Qian raised her small fists and her eyes had a warning glare. Looking for a fight. Her face was red and she also hammered Jiang Hao with her little pink fist. Don't talk nonsense. You little brat dare to drive in front of me. Be careful, I'll beat you up. Ahem. Jiang Hao also knew at this time that he had said the wrong thing. Song Qian surnamed Song, the same surname as Tsang Lao Shi in the country of small days. So it's not really possible to call her Cthulhu. But Song Qian red face, shy moment is really quite seductive. Hey, where are your eyes looking? Song Qian suddenly realized at this time that this kid Jiang Hao was actually tracing her career line. So she was so scared that she hurriedly looked to the left and right. She was worried about being seen by others. Jiang Hao at this time, on the other hand, came to Song Qian's ear and whispered, Sister Tsang, you are definitely the Nanbo one of a hall women today. While saying that, Jiang Hao also gave a thumbs up. Song Qian's face turned even redder. Then she pushed Jiang Hao again with her small fist. Little kid is not big, but his mouth can be strangely sweet. Being praised by the handsome young boy for being beautiful, Song Qian's heart was suddenly beautiful. Sister Tsang, tell me how to gamble on raw stones. Taking advantage of Sister Tsang's happiness, Zhang Hao hurriedly inquired about the general knowledge related to gambling on stones. Chapter 19. The Gambler. Gambling on stones depends on two main things. One is luck and the other is experience. And you don't have any experience, even with luck, so I'd advise you not to play. But if you want to get in touch with the business of gambling on stones, you can come to our mall, and I'll think of a way to arrange a job for you. But just to be clear, the pay isn't high. Song Qian smiled and looked at Zhang Hao. She is now at the age of 30 like a wolf, and to be honest, the old Jew is a little bit served up. After all, Lao Zhu will be 50 years old in the new year, and how many times a month can a 50-year-old man pay his rations? Besides, Lao Zhu runs in both directions, and sometimes he can't be seen for half a year. So, a little more than 30 years old Song Qian, more or less empty, lonely, and cold, every time late at night, but also want to ignite their own youth and hot fire. But then again, she's relatively somewhat conservative for a woman. She doesn't actively seek out excitement or go looking for comfort. However, just now, just when Zhang Hao was looking straight at her career line, she actually felt a hot current being stirred in her belly. It was a feeling that made her heart beat wildly and made her body hot. So subconsciously, she wanted to keep Zhang Hao by her side. She hadn't thought too far ahead yet, just wanted to keep him at the mall for now, and then maybe she could do that. Naturally, being very timid, she didn't dare show too much. Zhang Hao was surprised that Song Qian wanted to recruit himself to work in the shopping mall, but he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Sister Tsang, let's not talk about the matter of apprenticeship. I want to gamble on the stones today. Just briefly tell me how to play it." "Why are you such a monkey?" Song Qian blankly glanced at Zhang Hao, cursing this kid for not understanding the situation. But there was no one at this time in the morning, so she said patiently, "What about gambling stones is roughly divided into 4 ways of playing. One is full gambling material, the second is window material, the third is semi-bright material, and the fourth is bright material. One of the full gambling material is the most risky and exciting. This is if you do not have experiences not to play, just such a piece of stone, and you do not have perspective eyes. How do you know it inside there is no jade, right? Then there is the open window material, meaning that a small window is cut in the stone. This kind of play also depends on experience. Some stones' open window does have green, but if you continue to cut down, the green is gone, and the green is also able to fake. And then there's the half-light material, meaning the stone is cut half and half, or cut more so you can see where the grain goes inside and so on. Bright material is the open stone, suitable for investment, but basically nothing to gamble on. And of the 4 types of play, the full gamble is the cheapest because no one knows if there's any green in it, so it's not as expensive. Open windows and semi-bright materials are relatively expensive. Oh, then what if I open a green? Zhang Hao was curious. What to do? The pale master smiled. If you buy a raw stone at my house and cut out the green, you can sell it on the spot, or my house can recycle it all. And just then, Boss Shu arrived, yawning as he walked. Huh? Xiao Jiang. When he saw Zhang Hao carrying a bag in his showroom, Zhu Boss was curious. Xiao Jiang Yu? He's going to gamble on the stones. Asuka rolled her eyes and said, "Cough, cough." When he heard that Zhang Hao wanted to gamble on the stone, Boss Shu coughed repeatedly. This kid is going crazy, ah. Okay, gambling stone can be a knife rich, can also be a knife poor. Depends on the individual luck. Xiao Jiang, my home on the stone. You first look at whether there is a favorite. If there is, I give you a price. You are also considered to give me an opening. That Song Qian's face changed. This old Jew is pure businessman. He did not even persuade, but told Zhang how to rely on personal luck. So Song Qian's face was a bit ugly. Then she turned her back to old Zhu and squeezed her eyes at Zhang Hao. This woman is a bit horny, but her character is okay. Zhang Hao also did not expect Song Qian will be toward their own. Obviously she and the old Jew is not a heart. Otherwise, there is a sale door to door, which have squeezed the eyes to reject the reason. Zhang Hao gave Song Qian a no look, then smiled and said to Boss Zhu, "All right, this is what you said. Give me the price of entry." Zhang Hao reminded him, "Definitely do not earn you money is, and gambling stone this kind of thing really depends on luck. Especially your kind of first-time player may be able to bet on the right it. This example is not unheard of. Song, take Xiao Jiang around, and help Xiao Jiang with his counseling. They're not outsiders." Zhu specifically asked Song Qian to help Zhang Hao counseling. He is not afraid of Zhang Hao gambling to the real stone, because if Zhang Hao wants gambling to the real stone, cut out the green, then even with his other stones here will be sold. Therefore, any merchant is not afraid of you cutting out the green. You can cut out the green, which means you are lucky. Xiao Jiang, how much money did you bring? At this time, Song Qian asked directly. 2 million. Zhang Hao patted the traveling bag and said, Ooh. Song Qian and Boss Zhu's eyes lit up at the same time. I didn't expect this chauffeur driver to be quite rich, taking 2 million cash to bet on the stone. This kid's guts are really big. Over here then, there's some material over here that's all between $1 and $5 million, but none of the material is very big. Song Qian led Zhang Hao to a corner of the exhibition hall, where there are 24 pieces of raw stone, and these raw stones of different sizes, large as the grinding wheel of tofu so big, small as a soccer ball so big. Song Qian handed Zhang Hao a translucent flashlight and said, Hold the flashlight against the stone and carefully observe if there is any green reflection inside. If there is, it is worth a bet. But Song Qian looked back at Boss Zhu, then whispered, But listen to sis, if you really want to gamble, study with sis for a while, then gamble again. That's the piece. When Song Qian finished speaking, Zhang Hao picked up a piece of raw stone as big as a basin and asked Boss Zhu loudly, Boss Zhu, how much does this piece cost? What? Picked it out so fast? Song Qian at this time is also very angry. This kid how so stubborn it? He picked a farda. He simply did not pick to the inside to hold out a piece. He thinks gambling on stones is really based on luck? What a joke. Zhu boss came over at this time and said with an odd face, Xiao Jiang, according to reason I do business with a sale door to door I will not refuse, but we know each other. So I advise you to think about it, and I do not want to because of your impulsive, to your little home base are lost. Boss Zhu, just tell me how much this will cost, and this amount of money is not my family's bottom. My family's bottom is thick. Ooh, looks like a rich kid. Zhu boss smiled, and Song Qian simply turned away from looking at Zhang Hao. This kid turned out to be a complete gambler. This kind of person Song Qian does not like. So the matter of apprenticeship, exempt from discussion. Well, this stone, the original price was. Boss Zhu scratched his chin, then suddenly asked, How much money did you bring? $2,200,000. Zhang Hao opened the bag once and said, This stone, the normal price tag is $4,117,000 you see? See. Zhang Hao nodded. There was a price tag on the stone. It was indeed $4,117,000. Come on, the first day I open a business, so I won't make you any money. I'm buying at $2,190,000. I have the purchase order I can show you. So, this stone, I'll sell it to you at the original price, and if it doesn't open green, you'll still have $10,000 in taxi money to go home. Boss Zhu is interesting enough to make a bill. Zhang Hao knew that this surname Zhu's purchase price must be even lower. But to be able to sell it to himself for $2 million cheaper, this surname Zhu is indeed interesting enough. And at that moment, Song Qian said, Come with me to the bill. With that, she stepped forward on her heels to take the lead. At the same time, she felt that Zhang Hao was hopeless. The price of entry for that stone was only $850,000. But she didn't want to remind Zhang Hao, for this kind of gambler, he deserved to lose his life. Chapter 20. The green is coming out. Song Qian had just developed a bit of goodwill towards Zhang Hao, but at this moment it was all gone. Because she never expected this young man to be a crazy gambler. This Zhang Hao obviously do not even know how to gamble, do not know jade, and even do not have any experience and ability to identify, but haphazardly hold out a piece of raw stone to be gambled. This kind of person is too much of a gambler, and even if his family has billions of dollars, I'm afraid he'll lose it all sooner or later. She didn't tell Zhang Hao that the stone was only more than $800,000. Since this young man was such a big gambler, then let him know what it is to lose 9 out of 10 bets and what it is to be a businessman seeking profit. Zhang Hao handed over the cash. Song Qian on the spot to Zhang Hao opened the ticket, and this small ticket to the hand, that piece of face basin as big as the original stone is his. Xiao Jiang, you're the most spirited young man I've ever seen. Boss Zhu was smiling with a big smile on his face at this time. This had only just begun. The other waiters hadn't even arrived yet, and he had already made more than $1 million. So it's good money. Zhang Hao let out a bitter smile. Boss Zhu, don't give me a hi-hat. In a moment there's nothing inside this stone. I'll have to go home and cry. I can't. I believe in your luck. That old Zhang. Hurry up and cut this stone for Xiao Jiang to see. Mr. Zhu said proudly, Hey, our family is the first one to cut it, right? We'd better have an open door green. Old Zhang is a stone cutter, over 50 years old, wearing water boots and an apron. Prepare cutters and water basins, and such as soon as you get instructions from Mr. Zhu. This little boss, where do you think I should cut this stone? Old Zhang dare not cut privately. Everything must listen to the master of the original stone only. The master said how to cut, how he cut. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and pointed at the raw stone. You do this, From this corner and this corner and this corner. Cut 3 corners out for me. Come on. Old Zhang, also no nonsense, immediately began to cut with a small apprentice. There are 2 small apprentices. One is responsible for fixing the original stone. One is responsible for watering. Otherwise, the dust is particularly large. Lao Zhang is only responsible for cutting according to the line drawn by his master. When the cutter went off, it attracted a lot of attention all of a sudden. Because it's early in the morning, a lot of tourists haven't come yet, and even a lot of businesses haven't arrived yet. And over here, surprisingly, the stone cutting has already begun. So many of the early shoppers, as well as staff from several nearby businesses, gathered around to watch the action. Song Qian was sitting behind the counter smoking at this time. She no longer had any thoughts about Jiang Hao. She could now even think of Jiang Hao's falling compulsion in a moment. But whatever it was none of her business. Zhu Boss saw gathered over a lot of people, then immediately bragged, pointing to Jiang Hao said, "This young man has the courage, carrying more than 2 million cash to come. Pick did not pick, casually grabbed a piece of stone out for me to cut. But this lad's first customer, it's an opening for me. I'll sell his at the original price, $2,190,000. Watching the crowd are whispering, for Jiang Hao this young man is not a loser. They do not care. They only want to see this raw stone can cut out green. Zip, 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 zip. With Master Lao Zhang's fine cutting, a corner on the original stone was quickly cut off. When a corner fell to the ground and the apprentice wiped the cut surface with water, there was a sudden outcry. No way. That's green. It's really green, and it's a pure green color. Cut out the green? That good? The crowd erupted. And old Master Zhang took out his flashlight and shone it at the green cut at this time. Under the transmitted light, all you see is green. Old Master Zhang took a deep breath at this time, then glanced at Jiang Hao. The bet was won. Don't look at the fact that only a corner was cut off now. But if Jiang Hao wanted to make a bid, he was afraid that 3 million would be no problem. Boy, can I see that? At this time, a man who looked like an old professor came over with a girl and said, "Ego, if it isn't Mr. Zhang, hello Mr. Zhang. I'm Zhu Daji from Nurturing Heart Pavilion. So it's Boss Zhu, nice to meet you." That teacher Zhang arched his hand, but continued to look at Jiang Hao as he wanted to see the stone. Jiang Hao laughed. "This teacher, feel free to look, everyone can look." Wow. When they heard that they could look at it, many people were eager to try it out, and some of them simply walked over with a flashlight and shined it on them. Boss Zhu was overjoyed at this time, and really cut out the green, but it was good for him. A random stone can be cut out of the green, which means that his batch of raw stone out of the green percentage is high, not worried about selling. Song Qian squeezed in at this point, then looked at the corner of the open window in confusion. Jiang Hao really cut the green? So that means instead of losing money, this crazy gambler will make it? Everyone make way for Mr. Sang to take a look. At this point, the crowd voluntarily gave way, while Mr. Zhang circled around the original stone and touched it again before finally shining his flashlight on it. A moment later, he got up and said, "It is inevitable that this stone will produce green, and from the cut, the green is pure in texture, and from the present angle, there is at least 2 points of water as 4. He stopped when he said this, then smiled. "Young man, are you selling this stone? Why don't we sit down and talk about the price?" "Oh, okay. Let's hear your price, teacher." Jiang Hao knew that although the stone had cut out green, it was also hazy and obscure, and could only be seen in a general way. Yet he knew that the green was very pure in the center of the stone, and if he was not mistaken, it was the legendary emerald or emperor green. And the chunks are as big as 2 adult fists, so they're definitely worth it. Naturally, exactly how much it was worth he wasn't sure. "You are more than $2 million to buy. Now open the green. It is the same as open window to see the green. So, I will give you a multiplier, and to make up a whole, 5 million. Do you see how?" Wow. The crowd erupted when they heard that Mr. Zhang had bid $5 million. At the same time, so many people were looking at Jiang Hao enviously. Bought for over $2 million, and surprisingly made a small profit of almost $3 million in half an hour. Song Qian at this time small heart also thud straight jump. Jiang Hao, this luck is also too good, right? And that Mr. Zhang frowned when he saw Jiang Hao's delayed response, while the woman standing beside him said impatiently, "If you want to sell, sell. If you don't want to sell, don't sell. How can you be quite a big person so abrasive?" Jiang Hao suddenly smiled. "Not for sale, Master Zhang. You continue to cut. Both corners all the way down." Yeah. Old Master Zhang had finished 2 cigarettes by this time, and when he heard Jiang Hao say to continue cutting, he immediately prepared to continue cutting with his apprentice. Grandpa, let's go. There's nothing to see. Such a small piece of stone. Even if it can produce green, how much can it produce? And I don't think the seed water is good either. It's kind of like bean seed. Ice don't rush. Let's see. Mr. Zhang, on the contrary, was in no hurry to leave, and Boss Zhu brought him a chair. And at this time, Lao Zhang continued to open the cut, and more people gathered outside. And it seems to come to the big man again, because Zhu Boss moved chairs have moved 3 times. Soon, the second corner was also cut off, and after rinsing with water, it was surprisingly green again. Man, it's green again. So it's time to raise prices again, right? Definitely, one window cutting out green doesn't prove that the whole stone has green. And now that 2 windows have green, it means that it's possible that more than half of this stone has green. The crowd murmured, and Mr. Sang stood up at that moment and said, "Little." Before he could finish, Zhang Hao said to old Zhang, "Master Zhang, you keep cutting." "What? More cuts?" Everyone was shocked when they heard Zhang Hao's words. Now that there's green in both windows, it's the perfect time to take the plunge, and it's definitely doubled, which means at least $10 million at the bottom. But if you keep cutting, in case you don't get the green, then I'm afraid it won't be worth $10 million, right? Mr. Zhang stared. This kid knows how to gamble on stones? This is not fooling around. Chapter 21. $500 million. Grandpa, he doesn't know how to gamble on stones. How can you open a third window? In case it doesn't come out green, his stone won't be worth anything. Zheng Lao's granddaughter, Zheng Xuebing, at this time also felt that the kid was sick in the head, obviously could make a big profit, but now she still wants to take the risk to continue to open the knife. Is this person and money cannot get along? Master Zhang, stop. Just then, just as old Master Zhang was about to make the third cut, Song Qian rushed out to stop it. "Xiao Zhang, you can't cut anymore. Now take your shot. Listen to sister. Sister won't screw you over." She lowered her voice and said, "If you make an offer now, you can sell it for between $10 and $20 million. But if you can't cut the green in the third cut, you'll struggle to get even $5 million. So, hurry up and get out. No more cutting. Listen to your sister. She knows you're lucky, but you can't waste this luck, understand? Sister Tsang, I know in my heart, but I think my luck is still with me. So Master Zhang, keep cutting." Zhang Hao suddenly pulled out the last bundle of soft sister coins on his body and threw it to old Master Zhang. "That's all I have left. You and your disciples take it to buy cigarettes." "Zhang Hao, you." Song Lao was so infuriated that he felt like there was a piece of raw emerald stone blocking his chest. Zhang Hao is a madman. What's she doing alerting a crazy person? She's the one who's sick. She huffed and turned to the side. Really not caring this time. "Love it. Hey, thanks boss Xiao Jiang." Old Master Zhang also did not move the $10,000, but continued to cut the third knife. Everyone held their breath. The back of the people also gathered more and more, because open 2 windows have green case, but also to open the third window. That gambling young man really fucking bold. Wow. The third window was cut down, flushed with water, and continued to produce green. Wow. Grip the sky. Be so awesome. Green out of the third window too? What kind of luck is that? Mr. Zhang was all excited and stood up, because after the third cut, the green color was thicker and more transparent, and the waterhead was very good. However, at this time, Zhang Hao ignored the others and instead whispered something in old Master Zhang's ear and pointed at the raw stone. Old Master Zhang seemed to nod his head as if he understood in seconds. What does he mean? He still wants to cut? No way. Whose loser kid is this? It can't be cut anymore. Zip, 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 zip. Zhang Hao and old Master Zhang simply ignored the others and continued to cut. According to Zhang Hao's intention, Master Zhang cut down the edges and corners, and then began to polish them again. Half an hour later, the watermelon as big as a faceplate appeared in everyone's sight. Boss Zhu's mouth was half open, and at this moment, he wanted to slap himself twice. All green. This is an all-green stone. After all the polishing, and from the color of the seed water, it is at least an ice type. Also, he knew jade in particular, so he knew deep down that if even the peripheral seed water was ice seed, then the inside of this raw stone was probably glass seed. No, not maybe, but a 90% chance that it's a glass variety. He gulped and swallowed. At this moment, he wanted to snatch the stone back. This is his original stone, How can he sell more than $2 million? A big loss. Mr. Zhang and a few other big boss-level figures had also stood up by this time. That Mr. Zhang was even more breathless, and several other big bosses had green eyes. The whole body of the jadeite raw stone inside must contain glass seed. That is to say, there must be emperor green. That young man is not only developed, it is simply smoke. Boy, can I see it again? Mr. Sang pointed to the stone. Yes, they can all be red, and I don't intend to keep them. I'll just sell them here later. Young man, I don't need to see it. How about bidding $219 million and doubling it 100 times for you? At this time, a man in a stand-up Chinese mountain suit walked out, and behind him stood 2 bodyguards. Crap, 100 times over. It's really a case of one cut being poor and the other being rich. That's the best testimony. Jesus, what kind of luck is this kid? Jiang Hao's heart also jerked hard at this time. Over 200 million? He felt his head filling up with blood and his whole body getting a little dizzy. Elder brother Lin, more than $200 million, and you want to take advantage of such a big one. This is a bit wrong, right? At this time, a middle-aged woman wearing a cheongsam and leading a group of people walked out. The earrings the woman wore were of imperial green, and the bracelet in her hand was also of imperial green. When Jiang Hao took a look, he could tell that this was the kind of green inside his own raw stone. Young man, it's no surprise that there should be emperor green inside this stone, and emperor green is now extinct on the market. So even if there's an emperor green as big as a fist in there, it would be a sky-high price. But we're all betting on whether there's any emperor green in there or not. Who knows? So what? I'll take this stone. I'll offer $500 million. I believe this price is also a heavenly price, you said, Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang finished looking at the stone at this time, then nodded. Indeed, it's a heavenly price. I can't afford it, old man. That boss Lin's face was gloomy at this time, and after glancing at the female rich woman, he turned around and left. Jiang Hao took a deep breath at this time and tried to calm his excitement. He looked around at the crowd of onlookers, and after realizing that there were no bids to be made, he nodded. All right, then we'll go with the price you said. Okay. Boss Shu, is it okay for us to trade here? The rich woman asked with a smile. Look at what you said. It's an honor for you to come to my place, Song. Hurry up and take Xiao Jiang and Mrs. Pei inside. Rich woman called Pei too. Should be the husband's family name Pei, and the woman's aura is very great, behind a dozen people, including female assistants, female bodyguards, and male bodyguards, and so on. Anyway, there was a hoot and a holler, and the group surrounded the original stone. Meanwhile, Song Lao led Jiang Hao and Mrs. Pei as well as Mrs. Pei's finances into the room inside. But by this time, Always hands were shaking, and it was clear that she was completely overwhelmed by the shock. And the process of the transaction is very smooth. Jiang Hao provides the bank account number, while the finance informs their company to remit the money, so 3 minutes' time did not arrive. Jiang Hao's bank card text message came, 500 million integer to the account. And looking at the cell phone text message, Jiang Hao only felt like he was dreaming. That's $500 million? $500 million for that piece of shit? However, what he didn't know was that the domestic and foreign jadeite market hadn't been so hot for a long time, because the glassy emperor green had disappeared from the market. So, $500 million is astronomical to the common people, but to those big jewelers who speculate in jade, it's all small change. The Pei family, on the other hand, is the top international big jeweler. Chapter 22. The Bank Fontaine. Jiang Hao didn't dare to stay longer in Hall A. Once the money arrived, he greeted Song Qian and left through the back exit. He didn't want to be looked at as a monster, nor did he want to face Song Qian's look that wanted to swallow him. Song Qian is the kind of typical gold-worshipping woman. Otherwise, it would not be possible to give that Jew boss as a young wife. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao appeared at the counter of the Jiangkou Industrial and Commercial Bank, then handed his ID card bank card to the operator inside and said, "I'll withdraw 2.3 million in cash." The operator inside was not very old, just 23 or 24 years old, like a recent college graduate. And when she heard Jiang Hao open his mouth to withdraw $2.3 million, her whole body froze. Be aware that you need to make an appointment in advance to withdraw large amounts of cash from the bank. Mr. Jiang, do you have an appointment? Feng Di was curious. Jiang Hao also froze for a moment. Poor boy that he was. How did he know that he needed to make an appointment to withdraw money? I don't have an appointment. So what? Jiang Hao was embarrassed. If you don't have an appointment, you need to make an appointment beforehand. And where is your account bank for this card? Feng Di was curious. It's the ICBC over on Showers Road. Oh, then where does your family live? Feng Di asked again. Jiang Hao is confused, withdrawing money and asked me where I live? And Feng Di knew that he would be wrong and apologized repeatedly. I didn't mean anything else. What I meant was that you can make an appointment here with us, or you can go back to the industrial and commercial bank that lives close to your home to make an appointment, and if it's Shoshue Road, I'll give you a phone number. So if you call him, you can make an appointment directly, and you can pick it up tomorrow morning. Zhang Hao then understood what the other party meant. The other party was thinking of him. I'd better make an appointment at your place then. My house is the closest to yours. Okay then, you're withdrawing $2.3 million in cash, right? Feng Di began to operate and asked about it. Yes. Mr. Jiang, please enter your password. I also need to confirm your bank account. Feng Di is a recent college graduate who treats people with warmth and service with a smile. And she's not like those counter clerks who have been on the job for many years. Those counter clerks are basically headless, very formulaic, and don't speak euphemistically. It's like an operation like a capital verification. You want to make an appointment to withdraw a large amount of cash, then I have to first confirm that you have this money before. Don't get to the point where I book the money over and then you are teasing me. So, the old counter clerk would basically just tell the person, I need to make sure you have enough funds in your bank account for the reservation. But when it came to Feng Di, she just said to confirm your account and didn't say the second half of the sentence. Zhang Hao entered the password and Feng Di looked at the screen while operating it. However, when Zhang Hao's bank balance was displayed, Feng Di's hands shook. That's a lot of zeros. With just one glance, Feng Di knew that there was $500 million of cash lying inside this card. She was very shocked. Although Jiangkou was an international metropolis and the frontier of reform and opening up, there weren't many people as young as Zhang Hao and with $500 million of cash lying in his account. Her little heart thumped, and she also subconsciously glanced at Zhang Hao. Then when she realized that Zhang Hao was looking at her, she was also scared and dodged away. Mr. Jiang, I've already made an appointment for you. You can just come see me tomorrow morning between 9 and 10. Okay, thanks. Zhang Hao retrieved his bank card and ID card and was about to leave. However, Feng Di, on the other hand, suddenly said, Mr. Jiang, you wait a moment, I. Zhang Hao turned back and looked at her in disbelief. I am fine, just come see me tomorrow. Feng Di's face was red. In fact, she wanted to develop Zhang Hao into her client, but after all, she didn't know each other, so she was too embarrassed to say it directly. You know, they bank employees, they all have storage assignments, and they are tied to performance incentives. If she could pull Zhang Hao over to open an account in their bank and deposit the $500 million, then she would have accomplished all her tasks this year and next year, and even the year after that, and she would have a big performance paycheck at the end of the year, and there would be a lot of welfare bonuses. If she then fooled Zhang Hao into buying some financial products, her commission would be even higher. Naturally, she didn't want to fool Zhang Hao, didn't want to take a financial commission, and just wanted to complete the task. Watching Zhang Hao leave, she silently memorized Zhang Hao's reserved phone number on the screen. And Zhang Hao exited the bank and stood on the street with traffic, not knowing where to go for a while. When he had no money, he thought that when he had money, he would buy a house and a car for Zhao Yanran, and he would take her around the world like other people did, and he would eat and live in 5-star hotels, and so on and so forth. A thief of dreams when you're poor. But after suddenly having $500 million, Zhang Hao in turn didn't know what to do. It seemed that without Zhao Yanran, being rich felt meaningless. Wait, hold the grass. Papa. Zhang Hao suddenly raised his hand and gave himself 2 hard smacks. Isn't he a bitch? A fucking dog licker of the highest standard. The old man doesn't have a crooked tree anymore, but there's a big forest waiting. Zhang Hao knew that what he lacked was not Zhao Yanran. What he lacked was someone who could share his joy with him. Phew. Zhang Hao exhaled, then gritted his teeth. He decided that the change in his life started today. He's going to get a haircut and shop for a cell phone and buy a house and a car before calling a little princess at night. No, why call one princess? I'll call 2. Zhang Hao as if he had a hard-on. I am a rich man. I have no right to aggravate myself. When he thought of this, he pulled out his cell phone and was about to call his only good friend, Lu Jianyuan, and asked Lu Jianyuan to accompany him to get high. However, the phone suddenly rang just as he pulled it out, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Zhang Hao pressed the answer button. Hello. Mr. Jiang, is that you? Hello. I'm the operator you just had at the bank counter. My name is Feng Di. Hello there. What can I do for you? Can I get money today? No, it's like this. When do you have a moment? I'd like to talk to you. About some financial matters. Zhang Hao was first stunned, then he laughed. I have time now, and I'm still outside your bank. Then you? Wait for me. I'll be right out. Feng Di was overjoyed. It was a good sign that the other party could agree to meet with her. She took a leave of absence from the manager of the sales department, claimed to have a family emergency, and then rushed out. Naturally, She changed her work clothes and came out to catch a glimpse of Mr. Jiang sitting by the flower bed smoking. Mr. Jiang, I've kept you waiting. Feng Di's heart was thumping. After all, the one standing in front of her was a billionaire big shot. So not only was she polite when she spoke, but she wasn't even too loud. Well, first, walk me to a haircut. Zhang Hao see this little girl nervous look after feel funny. Obviously you come to find me. See me after the reverse nervous will not speak. So Zhang Hao could only follow his plan first. And it's just as easy to chat about finances while getting a haircut. Feng Di hurriedly followed. In fact, she wanted to invite Zhang Hao for coffee. But now Zhang Hao went to get a haircut, so she didn't dare to refuse and could only follow. Chapter 23. Looking down on people? Not far from the industrial and commercial bank there is a barber shop. Zhang Hao is getting a haircut, and Feng Di is sitting there like a little daughter-in-law waiting with bated breath. She was also afraid to speak up and talk about finances. After all, this barbershop was too crowded, and she knew she had to protect her clients' privacy for them, so she had to be careful with her company. On the contrary, it was Zhang Hao who guessed Feng Di's meaning from the moment he received Feng Di's call. Miss Feng, how old are you in your 20s? I'm 24. We're the same age, but our birthdays are younger than yours. She had seen Zhang Hao's ID card before, so she knew Zhang Hao's identity information. I'll call you Vaughn then. What do you mean by looking for me, little Feng? Just tell me what you have to say. I'm not one for guessing. Okay. The tip of Feng Di's nose was sweating. She also glanced apprehensively at the hairdresser before whispering, I want Mr. Jiang to open an account with our bank and deposit a fixed amount of money. I'll give Mr. Jiang the highest interest rate and preferential treatment and so on, including yearly gifts, travel services, housekeeping butlers, and so on. And I can also provide you, Mr. Jiang, with some basic common sense in financial management so that you don't have to buy some risky financial products without knowing it. Oh, is that all? Zhang Hao has no concept of financial management, and even just now he was thinking of losing money. Money is not spent to keep what? Feng Di lowered her head with a red face when she heard Zhang Hao's words. But she knew that these big rich clients were no good, and Wang, who was in the same class as her, slept with the guest room in order to pull in a storage business, or else the client wouldn't keep the money in their line. Of course, Sister Wang herself wasn't that kind of serious woman, so this kind of thing of sleeping with a man wasn't anything for her. On the contrary, it was a kind of enjoyment. But she couldn't do that. After all, she had to do right by her boyfriend. Zhang Hao didn't ask again, and Feng Di didn't speak again. After all, this wasn't the place to chat. Soon, Zhang Hao spent $80 on a haircut, not to mention, after spending $80, Zhang Hao's temperament immediately came up, and even Feng Di's eyes were bright. After the two of them exited the barber shop, Zhang Hao glanced at the time and said, You don't have anything to do at noon and in the afternoon, do you? No, it's fine. She didn't know if Zhang Hao could promise her, but she really didn't want to miss this opportunity. Zhang Hao nodded, then accompany me to buy clothes again, and you'll help me counsel. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The duo took a taxi to Vientiane City on Baoan Street in Luohu District. Vientiane City is full of high-end luxury goods, and many high-income groups come here to shop. Of course, more peoples would go to the island across the sea to buy, but Zhang Hao hadn't gotten an island gate pass yet, so he couldn't even go there if he wanted to. Feng Di is familiar with Vientiane. Girls love beauty and famous brands. Naturally, Feng Di is just purely fond of it, and occasionally she will be in the online salon and will look through some high-end apps for those luxury items. But the reality is in that she doesn't own a single expensive piece of clothing. She's had two boyfriends. One was a college friend who broke up when she graduated. And now the boyfriend is a colleague in the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Shoshui Road. Before to introduce Zhang Hao to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Shoshui Road is to let Zhang Hao find her boyfriend. And this boyfriend has been with him for 4 months, and the two of them are heating up their relationship. Vientiane City was big, and it was good that Feng Di had been here before. So she led Zhang Hao into a luxury brand store that was full of English letters, and Feng Di whispered to Zhang Hao that it was some kind of Hugo or something. There weren't many people inside the specialty store, and when Zhang Hao and Feng Di entered, there were clearly several idle attendants, but no one came over to greet them. Zhang Hao frowned. Is this the kind of service attitude they have? I'll go get them for a minute. Feng Di knew that these waitresses were all low-eyed and one looked down on people, but today it wasn't her who was buying, it was Mr. Jiang, so she had no choice but to put up with it. She walked over and smiled. Please, who has time to introduce us to some clothes? A couple of waitresses looked up at her. No time. See for yourself? Then a few people gathered around the bar chattering away, eyes darting this way and that with disdain. Feng Di's face was green with anger at this time. His body was trembling slightly. The The taste of being looked down upon was the worst. However, she quickly adjusted and took a deep breath as she turned around and said, "Mr. Jiang, why don't we switch to another house?" Feng Di proposed. "Of course I'll change it, but I'll have to complain about them before I do." Jiang Hao said loudly, "Who is in charge here?" His voice was so loud that a couple of the waiters and a couple of the guests cringed. "Excuse me, what do you want with our supervisor?" A waiter finally came over impatiently and said, "You're the supervisor?" Jiang Hao coldly looked at her and said, "I'm not in charge." The waitress replied. Jiang Hao was exasperated. "You're not in charge, what are you standing out for, looking so ugly? Who gave you the courage to stand in front of me?" "This gentleman, please watch what you say." Just then, a woman in a suit, in her mid-30s, with high heels, approached. The woman was very elegant and looked to be the manager of the place. "Are you the supervisor here?" Jiang Hao sized her up and said, "I'm the supervisor here, sir, and with what you just said, may I take it that you were verbally attacking our service staff?" Jiang Hao's face sank. "Is this how you treat customers here? We came in to choose our clothes, and not only did you guys ignore us, you even told us that you weren't available and let us see for ourselves. And you, the superintendent, come in and indiscriminately call me verbally offensive? Is the customer not God in your place, but instead an inferior being whom you mock and despise? This gentleman, we still need to be open for business here. If there's anything you find unpleasant, you can go and complain about us. The mall has a complaints office on the 4th floor on the right." The supervisor's attitude was hardened. What right did an unseen lowlife have to come to their place and cause trouble? What a nonsense. "Yes, I'll file a complaint." Jiang Hao took a deep breath. "Let's go." With that, he strides towards a luxury store across the street. This luxury store is right across the street from Hugo's. He was on this side of the room, and the opposite side of the room had a clear view of what was going on. However, when he walked into the specialty store with Feng Di, the service staff inside immediately bowed and said, "Welcome to the VIP. May I ask what you're looking at?" Jiang Hao nodded expressionlessly, then swept a glance at the goods display cabinet and said, "This one, this one, this one, and the belt, those shoes, and this one. Find the size that fits me." Jiang Hao said while pointing at Feng Di again. "And hers, find the size she fits. Clothes, skirts, shoes, jewelry. Change them all." The waitress was baffled, and Feng Di froze. Mr. Jiang is going to change it all for her? All she could feel was her little heart jutting out, as if it was about to burst out like a little rabbit. Chapter 24. No Honest Man. No one expected that Jiang Hao entered the sweeping mode. A large pile of English letters in the luxury boutique. Jiang Hao bought himself 4 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, and 3 belts in one breath. Then she bought Feng Di 2 more sets of clothes, 2 bags, and a few accessories. At first Feng Di refused, but when she saw that cold look Jiang Hao exuded when she refused him, she ghostly agreed. Then, Jiang Hao spent $3,750,000 on her, and Jiang Hao himself spent more than $5 million. Before and after less than an hour, Jiang Hao spent more than $9 million at luxury boutiques he didn't recognize. And across the room, Hugo had long since looked dumbfounded. More than 9 million, you know now luxury goods are not easy to sell, who does not know that money is hard to earn? And the performance here in Vientiane had been bad. After all, it was too close to the island. So the really rich people went to the island to shop, and the island was both genuine and cheaper than the mainland. Therefore, more than $9 million is equivalent to 3 to 7 days turnover for many luxury stores. And now, an hour flush. It wasn't until Jiang Hao and Feng Di left that a collective cheer went up from the Vic boutique. Hugo, on the other hand, was gutted, and the supervisor was even paler. She actually drove away a big client? Predictably, this large customer will continue to spend money in the future, and Viv's service attitude will turn large customers into repeat customers. Jiang Hao's sweep didn't stop there, as he bought 2 more watches, one on the business side and the other in the sports department, but the 2 watches added up to nearly $3 million. At 11 o'clock at noon, Jiang Hao and Feng Di opened a presidential suite at the 5-star Grand Hyatt Hotel with large bags. That's right, Jiang Hao was now bent on losing his fortune, and what he had thought about before, he now wanted to experience all of it. And when the hotel butler led Jiang Hao and Feng Di into the presidential suite, both of them were shocked by the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in front of them. Legend has it that you can see the Hong Kong River across the river from here. After the butler exited, Jiang Hao turned around and looked at Feng Di, who still how dared to meet Jiang Hao's eyes. It could be said that Jiang Hao's psychological defenses collapsed when he spent $3,750,000 on luxuries for her. Also so, when Jiang Hao suggested a room to put her things in, she followed without any comments. Naturally, this was her first time in the legendary presidential suite. I'm all sweaty right now, and I heard there are 2 bathrooms, so I'm going to take a shower, and you can take one too. The presidential suite has 2 bathrooms, as the presidential suite is divided into the ladies' room and the presidential room, which is not a room inside, but also has an audiovisual room, a gym, a bar, and so on and so forth. Zhang Hao just wanted to simply take a shower, because it was too hot and he was carrying a big bag, so his sweat had long been soaked through. He also didn't care what Feng Di thought, but went straight into the largest bathroom with an ice wave bathtub. Feng Di was shaking a little. She wanted to resist, wanted to yell at Zhang Hao and tell her that she wasn't that kind of person. However, after hearing Zhang Hao enter the bathroom, she ghosted into the other one as well. Zhang Hao's bathing speed was fast. He came out in about 10 minutes before and after, then leaned on the sofa with a white bath towel around him and smoked a cigarette. In the afternoon, he was going to go car shopping and then house shopping. As for the rental house, it's not due, but it's not going to be there. However, just then, Zhang Hao's phone rang. Zhang Hao picked it up and saw that it was Long Shala calling. He thought for a moment, then put the phone down, but didn't pick it up, instead letting it ring and ring. After a phone call with Long Shala this morning, he had already decided that he would no longer be a licking dog and would completely change his way of living, change his life. So who am I to answer the phone immediately? You promised to come back for me last night, but you still stood me up, and then you dismissed me by saying you were too busy? So, even if you're busy, you don't even have time to make a phone call to let us know? You know, I've killed a lot of people for you during the day. That's why Zhang Hao sat up the whole night last night, and this night, he figured out a lot. The phone stopped after a dozen rings, and Zhang Hao continued to smoke. Moments later, the phone rang again, still from Long Shaola. This time, Zhang Hao waited for 7 or 8 rings before picking up the phone. Sister Le? Hao, you're not at home? Sister has gone home, so grab your ass and come back, then go upstairs and find me, said. With that, Long Shaola hung up the phone. Although it wasn't an order, it was a habit that made it so that subconsciously, with one phone call from her, Zhang Hao would have to go back to her with his ass on the line. Because the impression Zhang Hao gave her was that of a very standard warm man. You can't say dog licking because dog licking is too ugly, so you can only call it warmongering. Moreover, when Zhang Hao was in contact with Long Shaola was amused by Zhang Hao's shy, coy, wanting to look but not daring to do so look. What kind of man doesn't crave her body? She also thought that Zhang Hao craved her body, so Zhang Hao would never reject her. However, what Long Shaola didn't know was that after Zhao Yanran's blow, and after last night's murderous fiasco and the incident of letting him off the hook for not keeping his word, Zhang Hao sealed his heart. He will not be swayed by any woman from now on. And just then, the door to the ladies' room in the suite opened, and Feng Di, who was bathing in the ladies' room, walked out with a white bath towel around her. Her hair was wet, the white bath towel was around her chest, a pair of long, thin, white legs were exposed, and the 10 toes of her little feet kept hooking and hooking. Seeing Zhang Hao leaning on the sofa, Feng Di hurriedly lowered her head. Zhang Hao felt a ball of evil fire in his small stomach, and also felt that his mouth was a bit dry. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao still maintained his sanity, and sanity overcame evil. He picked up the water on the table and took a sip. Actually, you don't have to. I volunteered to buy you something. I was just thinking about having someone around to share my joy. Why don't you go get dressed, take a break, and we'll go get something to eat, then come with me to get the car. Through chatting with Feng Di, he knew that Feng Di had a boyfriend. So if he had something going on with Feng Di, wouldn't Feng Di's boyfriend be just like him, being green and not even knowing it? So he really doesn't want to bully honest people. Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Jiang. As soon as she heard that Zhang Hao unexpectedly did not intend to sleep with her, Feng Di's heart was both happy, but also had an indescribable loss. Like something didn't catch on. But she had her own morals after all, so she was still a little happier that she'd run into a good person. 20 minutes later, the two appeared in the hotel restaurant. Zhang Hao ordered shark's fin and abalone and so on, a meal consumption of more than $6,000. At 1:20 p.m., Zhang Hao and Feng Di appeared at the BMW 4S store, and then Zhang Hao increased the price to buy a BMW 7 Series. After all the formalities were completed, it was already 4:30 p.m. Zhang Hao had planned to go and look at houses, but it was too late and he and Feng Di didn't know where to look at a time. But Feng Di promises that she'll go back to the strategy and then accompany Zhang Hao to buy a house tomorrow afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Hao sent Feng Di back to the rented neighborhood, while Feng Di ran all the way back to her rented room. And as soon as he went back, he immediately changed all the jewelry on his body as well as the high-class services and hid the newly purchased clothes. She didn't dare to let her boyfriend know about this. With his jealous temper, he would definitely have a big fight with her. So, keep it under wraps for now. However, what she didn't know was that Jiang Hao didn't leave the first time after sending her back, because Jiang Hao really didn't know where to go. 10 minutes later, a buddy riding a small electric bike passed by the BMW. Then with a look of envy, even asked, "Buddy, you have a new car, ah? How much money to mention?" Jiang Hao just looked at him and didn't answer him before raising the window and driving away. Grass, pretending, driving a BMW is a big deal, huh? The man was so angry that he gave the BMW the middle finger and drove the little electric car on home. Chapter 25. Men and Women Living Together. Shaa Shuai and Feng Di was introduced by the line colleagues, the two in the same bank, although not in a district, but the same occupation naturally have a lot of common language, and the two are freshly graduated college students, so quickly determined the romantic relationship. After 4 months of bonding, the two also basically understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. Feng Di is okay, she's quite pretty and has a good job, so even if she has some flaws, they're harmless. But Shaa Shuai is different. He has 3 more obvious shortcomings. One is to love bragging, the other is to love to curse and love to get handsy after drinking, and he even hit Feng Di once. But only later did Feng Di forgive him after he knelt down in front of him and incited his own slap and swore never to drink again. In fact, drunkenness speed up this kind of thing. Cannot be blamed on the wine. Wine is wronged. To blame can only be blamed on this kind of people. Character is not good. Have a little wine to show their true colors. But Shaa Shuai has been doing very well these past 2 months and has hardly had a drop of alcohol. And the third drawback is that Shaa Shuai likes to gamble. And this gambling is not the gambling of playing mahjong and poker, but rather, he likes to buy lottery tickets and has even participated in some internet gambling. He was later discovered by Feng Di, who righteously told him that if there was a next time, she would definitely break up with him. Well, Shaa Shuai seems to have really changed. Go home and not even on the computer, and do not buy lottery tickets, do not participate in internet gambling, back home with her to brush the phone and so on. So, overall, Feng Di was still satisfied with Shaa Shuai. Shaa Shuai parked the small electric car downstairs, then went upstairs while cursing. Upstairs, Feng Di was frying vegetables and couldn't see that she was any different. A lot of men can't tell if a woman is trying to fake it. I ran into a douche bag downstairs, and he fucking pissed me off. Shaa Shuai cursed as he changed his shoes. What's wrong? Feng Di walked to the kitchen door and said, "That's stupid than driving a new BMW 7 Series parked in front of our neighborhood not far away. I pass by when I think this car is good. I asked him how much this car, but this stupid then even did not put a fart on the car away. Damn, when I have money later." Feng Di's heart is in his throat. New car, BMW 7 Series, not far from the door of the neighborhood. Isn't this Mr. Jiang? Jiang? Surprisingly, he hasn't left yet? Why is he? Feng Di couldn't figure out why Jiang Hao didn't leave. Piper, Piper, Piper? At this time, Shaa Shuai called out 3 times in a row to Xiao Di. "Oh, what's wrong? What are you doing? Why are you still distracted when I'm talking to you? What's wrong?" Shaa Shuai walked over to touch her forehead. Feng Di, on the other hand, subconsciously dodged. Shaa Shuai froze. "You hide what, ah? Come over to me to hug." Saying that, he didn't care if Feng Di agreed or not. He directly hugged Feng Di. Feng Di forcefully broke away. "Stop it. I'm frying." "Uh-huh." Shaa Shuai nodded. He felt that Feng Di was not right today, but he could not tell exactly what was wrong. Solely, he didn't think about it. He had long ago figured out Feng Di's character, very weak and cowardly. So it should have been a unit colleague who gave her small shoes. But you can't avoid this kind of thing in the workplace, and you have to quickly adapt to the rules of survival in the workplace. Shaa Shuai hummed a little song. The two of them rented house is not big, only a bed and a kitchen, and there is no living room, a total of only 30-something square feet only. And just as he swiped his cell phone and waited for dinner to start, Feng Di's phone on his bed suddenly vibrated. The cell phone that was placed on the bed vibrating flashed nonstop, but Feng Di didn't even hear it. Shaa Shuai picked up a look. The caller ID on the phone was Sister Wang. He knew this Sister Wang, a very piggyback woman, and with a voluptuous figure, belonging to that young woman type. He drooled when he saw it. Naturally, Feng Di and her weren't the same type, but Feng Di was also extremely good. Shaa Shuai didn't call Feng Di. After all, when he thought of Sister Wang's front and back appearance, he was on fire inside. So he quietly picked up the phone, wanting to climb into a relationship with Sister Wang. "Little Feng, what happened at home? How is it? I just came to the unit in the afternoon. Did not see you. Inquire only to know, your family accident, your hometown or that small Sanda?" When the phone call was made, Sister Wang cracked up. And Sister Wang had a big impression of Shaa, because every time Shaa saw her, her eyes looked like they wanted to swallow her up. Sister Wang, I'm Xiao Feng is cooking. Oh, it's Xiao Feng family accident Sister Wang said, if there's anything, you let little Feng tell me, and I'll definitely help if I can. Okay Sister Wang you. Sha Shui wanted to get close to Sister Wang, but Sister Wang hung up the phone on the pretext that she had something to do. Oh, you little piker, I'm going to fuck you sooner or later. Sha Shui cursed in a low voice before opening Feng Di's call log. If there was something going on at Feng Di's house, the call logs would be there. However, he had rummaged through half a day, and today Feng Di only had one dial number with a call duration of 20 seconds or so, and without any markings. Did it use WeChat notification? Sha Shui opened Feng Di WeChat again, and there is no chat record inside WeChat. Something happened at home? Absent on vacation this morning? Sha Shui sat up straight with a jolt. There's no call logs at her house, no chat logs, so what the hell happened? So what did Feng Di do all day? He didn't rush to ask, but carefully opened the nightstand and then the closet to look through it. A few moments later, a large pile of luxury new clothes and all that new jewelry appeared in front of him. Damn, the piggyback bitch dares to cuckold me. Sha Shui's fire came up for a moment, then grabbed the pile of clothes and went into the kitchen. Feng Di, what's going on here? Once inside, he held up those clothes and jewelry in his hands and questioned them. Feng Di was shocked. How did Sha Shui rummage through the closet? I just bought this today, why? Feng Di was a little weak, but she knew that she must not tell the truth, because if she did, Sha Shui would definitely mess with her. Oh, you think I'm a sucker, don't you? This is Viv, an international luxury brand. You can't even afford half a sleeve on your salary, you tell me you bought this? Feng Di was shocked. This Sha Shui even knew about luxury goods? It's an imitation, watered down. Go see a doctor yourself if you have eye problems. Don't be paranoid all day. It's a parallel imported product. Isn't it also quite expensive? Sha Shui seemed to recognize that he had misunderstood Feng Di, so he became embarrassed. And Feng Di finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that expensive, all in over 600. Oh, scared me. I thought some guy bought it for you. But aren't you working today? How did you have time to go clothes shopping? I went to the neighborhood to get it on my lunch break, and I fried it and it's all mushy. Fire you then. Sha Shui suddenly jumped up at this time, raised his hand and gave Feng Di a big mouth, and viciously pinched Feng Di's neck and said, try lying again, say, who bought this for you? Who did you go out with today? Chapter 26, Long Xiaola's Mind. While Sha Shui and Feng Di were dry humping at home, Long Xiaola woke up leisurely. After coming back at noon and giving Zhang Hao a call, she fell asleep, really because she didn't get much rest last night. So it was almost dark when I woke up this time. But Long Xiaola also wondered why Zhang Hao didn't come to her. She glanced at her cell phone. There were no missed calls or WeChat texts. Did he come back and knock on the door and I didn't hear him? Long Xiaola slapped his forehead. If he really sleeps so dead, little Hao may be angry into what kind? Okay, angry big boy. Long Xiaola stretched, picked up the key and turned to go downstairs, knocking on Jiang Hao's room door a few moments later. However, she knocked for half a day, but surprisingly there was no movement inside. Did he go to work? Yeah, it's his night shift today. Long Xiaola slapped his forehead and rushed home to call Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao's phone is also in a state of no answer. Forget it. I'll meet you at the bar. Long Xiaola felt particularly amused when he remembered the way that little guy who had gone on a killing spree for his own sake blushed when he looked at himself. The older boy was shy, and she had long ago decided that she would use some little tricks and ambiguities to tie Jiang Hao to her side. With such an invincible big boy, what was she, Long Xiaola, afraid of? Even from yesterday until now, she has launched a counterattack against the Sun family. Before, she didn't dare to fight back, so she could only endure and suffer. But now, there's no need. The older boy has just fallen out of love, so by maintaining a lustful flirtation with him at this time, the older boy is afraid that he will come out of the pain of his breakup and thus enter into another beautiful sweetness. Long Xiaola was convinced that she had that charm, the one that could make her big boy's soul go into overdrive. She changed her clothes and headed to the top bar shortly after dark. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao is not at the bar. He is not really stupid. He has 500 million, but also as a chicken hair security. If he really go back to be a security guard, that is really sick. Heart sick. At this time, he had just finished talking to his good friend Lu Jianyuan on the phone, but unfortunately, Lu Jianyuan was on a business trip and was not in Jiangkou. Zhang Hao wanted to share his joy with Lu Jianyuan, but Lu Jianyuan's side seemed to be very loud and noisy, so he didn't get to say anything about his becoming a billionaire. And just as he had hung up, his phone rang again. Zhang Hao thought it was Long Xiaola's again. After all, he didn't answer when Long Xiaola called just now. However, the caller ID was the manager of the bar Ma. After seeing Manager Ma's incoming call, Zhang Hao understood what it meant, so he pressed the speakerphone. Zhang Hao, where have you been? Don't you know that it's time to go to work? Hurry up and come over. After saying that, Manager Ma was about to hang up the phone. I quit. Zhang Hao suddenly said. What? What the fuck did you say? Manager Ma asked loudly over the phone. Say that again. Are you deaf? I said the master won't serve you anymore. From now on you guys get as far away as you can. After saying that, Zhang Hao directly hung up the phone, then pulled Manager Ma into the blacklist again. Zhang Hao's chest was heaving violently at this time. Working as a security guard in a bar doesn't pay much a month, and on top of that, the other security guards bully him. When you go to work, other security guards can hang around, sit down when you're tired, and find a place to smoke a cigarette or something. But what about him? Who let him give everyone the impression that he was honest? These days, honest isn't a positive word, it's a derogatory one. But he doesn't want to be honest now. Meanwhile, top bar. Manager Ma was so angry that he slapped the table. Against, fucking Zhang Hao against. Manager Ma is one of the top boss Mr. Lu's stable boys, but also the bar supervisor, and Manager Ma used to be a member of the community, and legend has it that 30 years ago, Manager Ma swept away 20 people with a shovel. It was also the battle that made Manager Ma famous. Naturally, now that the horse manager has gone ashore, the bar has his share. What's the matter? That little green isn't coming back? At this moment, Yi Ershao, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, laughed and scolded. You can't do it either. Old Ma, a small security guard dares to talk back to you? Manager Ma cursed. The little son of a bitch just quit with me on the phone. Pissed off old me. Oh? Resigned? Yi Ershao promised Zhao Yanran to come to top to find a relationship to dismiss Zhang Hao. But I didn't expect that this is not even use resignation it. People themselves quit. Come on, just quit. After Yi Ershao heard that the other party had quit, he didn't intend to pursue the matter any further. You had slept with the other person's horse, and now the other person had taken the initiative to quit his job, so he really wasn't interested in continuing to target this kind of small person. Let's go, old Ma. I heard that the little girl who leads the dance here is really something. Today, I'd like to see what's good enough. Yi Ershao wrapped his arms around Manager Ma's neck, and the two of them laughed playfully as they walked out of the manager's room. Manager Ma also did not take Zhang Hao seriously. An honest man, a small man like a sesame seed so big point, and this kind of small man to compete with all the price. So the duo turned around and forgot about such little people. At the same moment, the Happy Lane neighborhood. Shaa Shuowei knelt in front of Feng Di, slapping himself one after another. I'm not a human being. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please forgive me. I just care about you so much. You're my life. You're all I have. I really can't live without you. Shaa Shuowei finished hitting people, and now he's apologizing. And the main reason he apologized was because Feng Di was silently packing his bags. She had been beaten so badly that one of her eyes was blood-filled and scarlet. Both of her eyes were black and blue, and one of her cheeks was swollen. And she had hurt her leg, too, and she was walking with a limp, and her two ribs hurt so much that she couldn't even take a deep breath. Just now, Shaa Shuowei's fists were like a raging storm. After 4 months together, she never expected Shaa Shuowei to be so violent. And he doesn't even listen to his own explanations. This was the second time she had been beaten. The last time Shaa Shuowei had gotten drunk and picked her up at the subway station just in time to see her waving goodbye to a male colleague from her unit. So, that time Shaa Shuowei hit her, swearing and cursing afterward, as he is doing now. And he did drink that time and slapped himself in the face afterwards. It hurt her to watch at the time. So, she chose to forgive. But today she would not forgive anymore. Shaa Shuowei carries the gene for violence in his bones, and the man is too sensitive. And loving someone is not like that. Of course, Feng Di also admitted that she was at fault, and that she shouldn't have accepted the gift from her client. But at that time, that kind of situation, she wanted to not even cannot that river thug hard to her And that's $3,750,000 she can't even afford to pay back to River Thug if she wanted to. So, Von D admits that she had an impulse to go to the hotel and had that bad thought, but luckily nothing happened, so she's thankful for that. However, this lover beside herself who had been with her for 4 months made her feel deeply afraid. and she didn't dare to imagine what kind of fate would be like to live with this kind of person for the rest of her life. So her heart cooled. Let's separate and calm down for a while. Don't follow me or I'll call the police. You should know very well that once I call the police, the injuries on my body will be appraised as minor injuries, and then you will really have no way back. So, don't follow me. Chapter 27. Women are terrible. Grand Hyatt Presidential Suite. Zhang Hao kept on washing his face with cool water. A strong young man in his 20s is the time in one's life when the yang energy is at its peak. Zhang Hao is no exception, and for some reason, after his own brain development, especially after he possessed ox power, he could no longer see half a shred of flab on his body, and his body's muscle lines were hard, and the kind of aura that symbolized testosterone was particularly strong. Naturally, the reason why Zhang Hao washed his face with cool water was because he wanted to cool himself down. Because he can't afford not to cool down, and with $2 stinking, he's especially looking for 2 princesses to come over and take it out on. It's as if he wants to get back at his past. He wants to indulge himself. He wants to let go. However, he was not willing to do so, because he was a yellow flower big boy. If he really gave his first time casually to the dusty woman, how unfortunate it would be. So all he could do was cool himself down. And just then, his phone rang again. Zhang Hao wasn't in a hurry to answer it, waiting to dry his face before picking up his cell phone. The caller ID was still Long Shaola, and as soon as he saw Long Shaola's words, the fire he had just lowered, tongue came back up. Because he remembered the situation when Long Shaola took a bath at home, and remembered Long Shaola's spring light when she was hung up by Sun Hongya. He gulped several times. To be honest, he knew nothing about women and really didn't understand them. However, Long Shaola, that woman's body. By who? Zhang Hao's heart thumped when he thought of the word. It was really too mouthwatering, and Zhang Hao had to admit that Long Shaola was definitely the best among women. Phew. After Zhang Hao took a deep breath, he finally connected Long Shaola's number. Zhang Hao, why didn't you come to the bar? Why didn't you come back for me this afternoon? Where did you go? Long Shaola was standing outside the door of the bar at this time. Sister Lu, you have something? Zhang Hao asked rhetorically. Long Shaola's heart thumped. She finally heard that something was wrong. Zhang Hao was cold when he called in the morning, while now it was not like the Zhang Hao before. The Zhang Hao from before would have been so excited that he wouldn't have been able to breathe if he had received a call from himself. But the current Zhang Hao was so programmed that he didn't carry any emotional color in his voice. Xiao Hao, are you angry with your sister? Long Shaola really doesn't understand why Zhang Hao is angry with her, but men have to be coaxed, and boys have to be coaxed even more. Sister Lu, you're not busy tonight? Zhang Hao suddenly relaxed his tone and said, You're still mad at your sister for not coming home last night, aren't you? Long Shaola was happy in his heart. This little guy was actually still angry. Yes. Zhang Hao simply admitted it directly this time. Then, sister, make it up to you, okay? Long Shaola coaxed Zhang Hao like a child. Oh, and how does Lu want to make it up to me? Zhang Hao laughed heartily. He knew very well that Long Shaola was a woman who was a social mixer, and that this woman, IQ or otherwise, absolutely crushed herself. So, if one does stay with this woman, then this woman will always be on top of him. And right now, Zhang Hao resented this feeling. So whisper to your sister how you want her to make it up to you? Long Shaola seemed to be blowing hot air on the phone as if he was on the phone, and with that one sentence, Zhang Hao's little brother raised his head violently. This woman, she's a leprechaun. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. I want to sleep with you. Long Shaola on the other side of the phone froze. In her impression, Zhang Hao is the shy big boy, the big boy who would blush when he spoke. And now, how did the big boy suddenly become shameless? But Long Shaola was Long Shaola after all. What hadn't she experienced? She wasn't called Black Widow for nothing. Xiao Hao, what do you take me Long Shaola for? Long Shaola seems to be angry on the other side of the phone, even the voice with trembling and aggrieved. I originally thought that you were a good man, but you are too disappointing to me. How can you also be like this, And they are the same as all think of bullying me. Pop. Long Shaola hung up the phone after saying that. And as soon as the phone hung up, she took a deep breath while the corners of her mouth turned up. At the same time, she glanced at her watch and started reading the seconds. Zhang Hao will surely call him back within a minute. You're too young to fight with her, you little brat. And sure enough, Zhang Hao in the presidential suite was baffled, because he didn't expect Long Shaola to react in this way, a very sad and disappointed reaction. He could imagine how heartbroken Long Shaola must be on the other side of the phone. He had craved his body just like any other man, so he had disappointed her. Zhang Hao was a little remorseful, Women are to be respected, not used as a tool for venting. When he thought of this, he immediately picked up the phone to call Long Shala back. However, just as he was about to dial, he stopped and froze in his tracks. Because this scene just now, this scene of herself nervously trying to call Long Shala back, it was like déjà vu, as if it had happened countless times in her previous life. Wait. Zhang Hao suddenly raised his hand to give himself a mouthful. He remembered. Wasn't that Zhao Yanran like this when she was with him in the past? Zhang Hao, you disappoint me too much. Zhang Hao, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What do you take me, Zhao Yanran, for? Zhang Hao. Previous scene by scene appeared in his mind. Zhang Hao angry teeth itchy. Long Shala hung up the phone in the tone, and Zhao Yanran is not much different almost a template, a kind of accent Subo. Women are horrible. Zhang Hao instantly felt unloved. These women were too horrible. How could they play with a man's feelings like this? And it's not like Long Shala and Zhao Yanran are any different They both play the trick of rejecting and welcoming. And the difference is that Long Shala isn't that materialistic and doesn't cheat easily. Shit, I almost fell for you again. Zhang Hao was so angry that he threw his cell phone away, then depressedly pulled out a cigarette and smoked it. Meanwhile, outside the door of the bar, Long Shala's face gradually became ugly as the pointer walked around. It had been a minute, but it didn't follow her routine, and Zhang Hao surprisingly didn't call her. Wait, this kid should be just about to hit it. I'll wait. However, after waiting for another minute, Zhang Hao still didn't call her either. 3 minutes later, there was still no movement on her cell phone. Long Shala was furious and at the same time a bit flustered. What's wrong with this big boy Zhang Hao? Did he grow wings and want to fly? Zhang Hao, on the other hand, received another call at this time. It was Wei Liang, the security guard of the Imperial Casino, who called him. Zhang Hao, are you okay? Wei Liang is still worried about Zhang Hao. The day before yesterday, Zhang Hao ran with a head of blood, called and did not answer, and then he had something to do and forgot about Zhang Hao. It was only after thinking about it now that he dialed Zhang Hao's number. Rio, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow at noon. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at noon. Wei Liang is in class too, so the meal is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. Chapter 28. Wei Liang and Pocky. Although the bed of the 5-star presidential suite was good, Zhang Hao did not sleep well at all this night, always tossing and turning. After all, he was just a poor boy at the bottom of the ladder, so suddenly with signs and money, his brain actually remained in a state of euphoria. And after encountering a series of life changes such as his girlfriend's cheating, flying dagger killing, widow teasing, and so on, Zhang Hao seems to have grown up overnight. Previously, life was ignorant and muddled. One could even say that I was blinded by a leaf. And now he seemed to have lifted the clouds that had obscured his vision and saw a different kind of light in the midst of his life. Early in the morning, Zhang Hao woke up like a full-blooded resurrection to wash his face and brush his teeth. And yesterday he bought 4 sets of clothes in one breath, and didn't wear those suits leather shoes and so on. Yesterday's purchase had an element of gambling in it, and although high-class clothing could show off one's temperament better, Zhang Hao just wanted to be more casual. So, he only put on a pair of high-grade sneakers as well as half-sleeves, while the big shorts were still the same. Naturally, he put on the sports watch he had purchased yesterday. The presidential suite wasn't retired, and after breakfast at the hotel, he drove to the ICBC near the convention center. He was the first to enter the ICBC as soon as it opened at 9 a.m. And just as soon as he went in, he caught a glimpse of Feng Di at the counter in his work clothes. But today Feng Di was wearing glasses and a mask, covering himself up tightly. Seeing Zhang Hao come in, Feng Di's gaze was a bit averted. Mr. Zhang, ID card and bank card. Feng Di's voice was a bit hoarse, and he kept his head down as he spoke. After coming out of the rented house last night, she didn't go to look for Zhang Hao, but found a small hotel to stay, and at the same time, she also asked her friends to help her contact the house. Zhang Hao frowned, and with his penetrating eyes, he saw Feng Di's swollen face and auburn eyes at a glance. However, he did not ask more questions, but handed in his ID and bank card and said, 2.3 million, and then, well, you need me to open an account over here, right? How much money to deposit? Feng Di's eyes reddened and tears snapped. Yesterday, when she accompanied Zhang Hao out, wasn't the purpose to fulfill the storage task? And yesterday Zhang Hao didn't give her a clear answer to that. But now, Zhang Hao took the initiative to bring it up, so she knew that the beating yesterday hadn't been in vain. $30 million is enough. She whispered. Oh. Zhang Hao nodded and also said thoughtfully, then what if I save more? If you store more, I will help you fight for a bigger interest rate as well as various favorable treatment. Feng Di's little heart tom-tomed wildly, If it exceeded $30 million of storage, that would be pulling in a big customer, and she would get a commendation at that time. What about you? What will the bank give you? Like, will you get a promotion and a raise? Zhang Hao asked bluntly. Vondi froze, and then her hand shook a little, because this she really did know. If she can pull in depositors over 100 million in deposits, she'll get a commission, double whatever performance, whatever year-end bonus, etc. If she could pull in customers with $300 million in deposits, she would be directly promoted a level and become an account manager, and then she wouldn't have to sit inside the counter every day. She'll be working upstairs. You. Feng Di didn't know how to answer Zhang Hao for a moment. Zhang Hao was speechless. This Feng Di lived like a little rabbit, careful in every way. Words did not dare to speak loudly. She's a lot like one of those rebellious little daughters-in-law of the old world. Go and ask your bank president what's in it for you, if I deposit the 400 million? Zhang Hao said directly. Okay. Mr. Zhang Yu. Wait for me a moment. Like his ass was on fire, Feng Di jumped up and went upstairs through the back door. It was only about 5 minutes when footsteps came from upstairs, followed by the supervisor of this branch, walking down with Feng Di, as well as another middle-aged woman. Without any surprise, after the two head and deputy bankers received Zhang Hao explained his intention and said that it was Feng Di's sincerity that impressed him to open an account with them. An hour later, Zhang Hao's account was successfully opened, and Feng Di was directly upgraded to Zhang Hao's exclusive account manager. And Zhang Hao also gave Feng Di a leave of absence in front of the bank president, claiming that he wanted to take Feng Di to see a doctor. Although Feng Di was wearing glasses and a mask, but the bankers are all human-like characters, how can they not see that Feng Di was beaten? So the governor waved his hand and told Feng Di to rest for a few days and come back to work after getting better. Jokes aside, Feng Di has pulled in nearly $500 million in deposits, which is a huge credit to their branch, so it's no problem to give her a week's vacation. Naturally, the governor and Zhang Hao also left each other's phone numbers, and even the governor claimed to invite Zhang Hao to dinner and so on. In short, the governor was very polite, calling Zhang's senior brother in every breath. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Hao sent Feng Di back to the Grand Hyatt Hotel and informed the hotel housekeeper to bring the meal to the room. Feng Di is definitely not allowed to go out to eat after being beaten up like this. And then there was the fact that Zhang Hao didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, just threw her into the presidential suite in a domineering manner and then left in a hurry. 12 o'clock noon, south of the river in the fishing village. Jiangnan Fishing Country is the name of an upscale restaurant, and I've heard that they have a lot of famous fish species here, but every meal is old and expensive. The reason why Zhang Hao chose this place was also because it was close to the Emperor Casino. Naturally, it's not far from Top Bar. After all, Emperor and Top are neighbors. Zhang Hao asked for a private room and ordered 2 dishes as well, then waited for Wei Liang to come over. Wei Liang is Zhang Hao's hometown. The two are not in a village, but since childhood to know, because the school are one, but also often play together. Later, Wei Liang went to the army and Zhang Hao came to work in Jiangkou. And Wei Liang was discharged from the army. There is no official job, so it contacted Zhang Hao and then pounced on Zhang Hao to Jiangkou. The two have always had a good relationship, friends since childhood, looking out for each other. Dum 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 dum. Zhang Hao waited for a while before the door to the box was knocked on, and then without waiting for him to speak, Wei Liang pushed the door open and stuck his head in. Shit, it's really here, isn't it? Looking at Zhang Hao sitting calmly inside, Wei Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Zhang Hao said that he would treat him to dinner here, he still didn't believe him, but Zhang Hao told him to come quickly and told the number of the box. Wei Liang would be skeptical, but when he thought that Zhang Hao normally wouldn't lie, so he went upstairs with apprehension. But I didn't think that this kid would actually be there. Wei Liang squeezed in, with one behind him. Seeing the guy following in behind him, Zhang Hao greeted, "Brother Pocky, I guess that you would be coming, so I didn't call you. Howsy, what's your situation? You don't have a life?" Brother Asako's last name was Asako. The reason why he was called Brother Asako couldn't be because the dude had a face full of small freckles and looked funny. But he is also Wei Liang's comrade in arms, and I heard Wei Liang say that this kid is still a standard bearer and has received a third-class merit. The three of them took their seats. Zhang Hao threw the menu to the two of them and said, "Each of you order 2 more dishes. Pick the expensive ones. I've already ordered the wine, 3 bottles of flying mitai." Wei Liang and Brother Pocky are completely numb. Zhang Hao is afraid that it will not be an excessive love injury, get mental illness, right? Chapter 29, Domestic Problems with Zhang Hao. Wei Liang and Brother Asako felt that something was wrong, greatly wrong. Zhang Hao must have been stimulated by the love injury and then went crazy. Because now he seems to have a light in his eyes. You know, those with mental illnesses have eyes that are glowing with thievery and are different from normal people's eyes. And now, Zhang Hao's eyes were the gaze of a mental patient, almost exactly the same. Hosey, let's talk outside. Wei Liang and Pocky looked at each other, then one on the left and one on the right were about to frame Zhang Hao away. Zhang Hao is obviously crazy. If he let him order a table of food here and then get 3 bottles of Mao Dai, that is to kiss life, they simply cannot afford to spend. However, just as the duo had just racked into Zhang Hao's arm, Zhang Hao flung his hand and the BMW keys snapped and threw themselves on the table. When Wei Liang and Asako saw the BMW label, the two of them froze again. What's going on here? How did Zhang Hao get the keys to a BMW? Zhang Hao stood up at this time and pushed the two of them back to their seats. Hurry up and order the food, let's eat and talk. While saying that, he took out a bundle of soft currency from the bottom of his feet as if he was doing a trick. It's a big bundle, the kind where 10 bundles are tied together. Wow. A large bundle of soft coins shook the table with a clatter of spoons and plates as they were thrown on the table. And once again, Wei Liang and Asako were numb. $100,000. You boys got rich? Wei Liang said incredulously. Asako also excitedly picked up the money and put it under his nose enjoyably. That's the smell. Zhang Hao and Wei Liang rolled their eyes at the same time. Asako had always been so perverted. Order up and grab your food. Zhang Hao laughed. I just ordered a big fathead fish from Qingdao Lake. 1 fish for 3 meals. Just don't order any other fish for you guys. Shit, who eats fish when they have money? Wei Liang picked up the menu and directly ordered 3 lobsters, then asked for a shark's fin. Buddha jumped over the wall, sturgeon caviar, and so on, ordering 7 or 8 in one breath. Naturally, brother Asako also ordered 2 courses on the side. Zhang Hao smiled and did not stop the 2, and so the waiter went out. Wei Liang and himp brother also cannot wait to ask about what happened. Zhang Hao has long thought of a good speech, took out his cell phone and opened the Dunyang to enter the lottery-winning information, and handed the relevant news to the 2 people in front of them and said, "The Peace District won 5 million is me." Just yesterday, a lottery station in the Peace District of Gankou had a jackpot of $5 million. No one knew who had won the $5 million anyway, which was why Zhang Hao told the 2 that he had won it himself. Crap, $5 million. Hiroko, you've posted. No, no, no. You'll have to treat yourself to another meal tonight and then go singing. Right. Wei Liang and Pocky are singing in unison. Anyway, this big family does not eat for nothing. No problem. Eat, drink, and sleep all at night. Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed. A few moments later, the waiter began to serve the food, lobster and shark fins and whatnot on a large table. Mao Dai also opened 3 bottles, but it was Wei Liang and himp a bottle and a half. Zhang Hao never drank. So Wei Liang and Asako simply snatched the 3rd bottle of wine by grabbing it to the duo. You know, this is Mao Dai. It's not easy to drink, how to drink enough, and Zhang Hao cannot drink, so give him as a waste. Naturally, Wei Liang or himp, these 2 guys are big wine back, 1 or 2 pounds of white wine no problem. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Zhang Hao asked while sipping his juice, Liangzi Linzi, what are your plans for the future? Intended? Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, both of them froze for a moment before they also simultaneously shook their heads and smiled to themselves. You can't be a security guard for the rest of your life, and you'll never save enough money to buy a house in Gankou. So if you want to say that the intention is to mix outside for a few years and then go back home to farm and marry a wife. In fact, the fate of the vast majority of security guards is such that they will return to their hometowns after reaching a certain age. They do not have any skill and they do not know how to do business, and they have wasted their youth in this unpromising industry. Naturally, they are not willing in their hearts, but what can they do if they are not willing? Plain little people are just that. Hosey, do you have some way to get rich? Asako suddenly asked at this time. Wei Liang's eyes lit up. He had long since stopped wanting to continue working as a security guard because he was too aggravated by working as a security guard at Emperor, so he looked at Zhang Hao expectantly. Zhang Hao pondered a little, then nodded. Ever heard of gambling on stones? Raw jadeite. The night before last, when driving to Tsangqian and Zhu Boss but told a lot of things about going to Burma to gamble on the matter, and also told him how the 2 cars of stones thrillingly transported to the mainland and so on. Listened to like a story, very exciting and thrilling, and at the same time, very profitable. At that time, Zhang Hao left a heart, but did not ask more questions. After all, at that time he did not have money. And now, he was making nearly $500 million in cash in his own hands, so he thought he could take a big gamble too. Because he had perspective eyes, it was a natural cheat, and if he used it to gamble on stones, he could do no harm. Gambling? Wei Liang and Asako blinked. What did Zhang Hao mean? Zhang Hao nodded. I've heard that the price of jadeite raw stones over there in Myanmar is very low, and many domestic tour groups will more or less buy a few pieces of raw stones back when they travel over there. So what you're saying is, take this money of yours and go to Burma to buy jadeite raw stones? Wei Liang cried and laughed at this time. He knew Zhang Hao well, so Zhang Hao would bet on a chicken stone. Zhang Hao shook his head. I know a boss who asked me to find helpers to escort the stones, but what I mean is that we don't just want to escort them, we also want to buy back some of the raw stones. Wei Liang and Himp nodded at this time. The two understood, or security chant, or to be called a dart master. But the duo is also a bit discouraged. After half a day of the whole thing, they still go as security guards. Hosey, did that boss say how much he pays for escorting rocks once? Asako asked at this time, while holding a wine glass and drinking. Wei Liang also nodded. Escorting rocks? It was a job he hadn't heard of. Zhang Hao replied, I think it's $500,000 a time for one person to escort, right? Wei Liang and Pocky spewed out their wine at the same time. Fuck it. Neither hesitated and said fuck it in unison. It's a fool's errand, even with his head in his pants. $500,000 a time. If you bet on this 10 or 20 times, you can buy a house in Gonko. It's going to be dangerous because northern Maine is a mess. Heh, how can he give us $500,000 if it's not dangerous? But do you think this boss is reliable? Don't let us do the work, and he won't pay us. That's not going to happen. There will be a half deposit up front on departure. Hiss. Wei Liang and Pocky sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It looks like this job is not a fake, and it is not a GA waste. You know, even if it's GA wastes, 2 wastes won't sell for $500,000, right? So if they give you half of it first, that means it's not GA waste. The specifics are still up in the air, but you two get ready and contact a few more trustworthy ones, preferably all in the military, and wait for me to inform you when the time comes. Okay. Wei Liang and Asako's eyes lit up once again, because if they contacted a few more, they would definitely call over their comrades who had passed away, and then they would form a small collective, and they would not be afraid of them even if they were wasted. After lunch, Zhang Hao called Song Lao while driving. The phone was picked up on the second ring, and Song Qian's voice carried excitement and thrill. What are the instructions for Big Boss Jiang? Elder Song is always at your service. Song Lao sure didn't even want her face. She was willing to die a death of death, and her heart was set on pulling Zhang Hao off the horse. Chapter 30. The Sensei Who Gets His Way. At 1:30 p.m., Zhang Hao and Aoji met at a small hotel outside the convention center. Aoji even wore a mask and large sunglasses when he arrived, as if he was about to cheat on Zhang Hao. And in fact, she did come out behind Boss Zhu's back. Boss Zhu wasn't at the booth in the afternoon, so Aoji had her staff keep an eye on it while she ran out for a rendezvous with Zhang Hao. See, the door to the room at the small hotel makes that creaking sound when you open it. As soon as Aoi came in, she immediately unlocked the door while beating her chest vigorously one by one. Meeting secretly with Zhang Hao, she finds it exciting, but is also afraid that Lao Zhu will know. Zhang Hao was sitting on the bed at the moment while smoking a cigarette and looking at her with a smile on his face. The corners of Chow Lao's mouth turned upwards. What's there to say in a while? Wait for me to take a shower first? It's practically hot inside the convention. It's no different from a steamer. Asaka kicked her heels up as she spoke. The zipper of her dress pulled and the dress fell right off. Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat the moment he saw her skirt slip, and he even subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to look at it again. Song Lao sure couldn't have been more pleased when he saw Zhang Hao blushing. Look at that. The little guy's still shy. She also ignored Zhang Hao, in front of Zhang Hao's face on the inside of a few points of brain pull-off thrown on the bed, and then really into the bathroom clamor wash up. In fact, on the way here Song Qian thought about it. Old Zhu is short, frustrated, fat, and ugly, and speaks with a mouth full of big yellow teeth. It can be said that Lao Zhu has no flash in his whole body, and he even has to take little blue tablets in advance when he does that. Of course, the only good thing about old Zhu is that he has money in his hand. So for the money, Aoi put up with him for 2 years. But yesterday, when she saw that Zhang Hao had made $500 million in half an hour, her heart came alive again. It could be said that Zhang Hao dumped old Zhu 180 streets. Zhang Hao was young, strong, and handsome, and she had craved Zhang Hao's body yesterday, and now Zhang Hao had turned into duogene, so if she could take Zhang Hao down, it made her blood boil just thinking about it. Of course, she also knew that even if she took Zhang Hao down, nothing would happen between them. After all, the age difference between the two was too big, and Zhang Hao knew exactly what she did for a living. But it would be the pinnacle of life to sleep with such a billionaire freshman, and she'd been disgusted enough to face the old Chu long ago. So, when she arrived at the small hotel, she deliberately undressed in front of Zhang Hao. She tore her shyness, her coverings all to pieces. Hearing the clattering sound coming from the bathroom, Zhang Hao's little brother once again demonstrated to him. Zhang Hao's forehead was sweating because Song Lao Shi had shown his sword and made a move against him. So how should he take this move next? He's really inexperienced, isn't he? So as time passed bit by bit after bit, the sweat on Zhang Hao's forehead increased. And at that moment, the sound of the clattering water stopped and Cthulhu, clad in a bath towel, came out of it while wiping her hair. Truth be told, although Aoi is also in her 30s, she doesn't have any half-fat belly, and her figure is quite good, and it's quite firm where it should be. Zhang Hao kept gulping, his brain buzzing, his whole head muddled, not knowing what he was thinking. She walked out graciously, and as Zhang Hao's gaze averted, she went to the window and closed the sun-shading curtains with a clatter. In an instant, the room became dim without the light. And just then, the pale master turned toward Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao swore left and right before, and also swore hard to find two princesses to play 1-2. But as soon as it came to the bayonet, the guy shriveled up, so scared that he got up from the bed in a hurry. Naturally, the little old man in his house continued to betray what was going on in his mind right now. What are you nervous about? What's wrong with your first time? I tell you, my body clean. Usually old Jew touch me have to wear a raincoat. As she said that, she actually squatted down. Zhang Hao hastily grabbed the waist of his shorts with both hands. Xiaojiang, you really can't be the first time, can you? Why are you still shaking? As Chao Lao found out, Zhang Hao was not only sweating all over his body, but his arms were shaking. That's obviously a first. Who the fuck said it was my first time? I wasn't. Zhang Hao suddenly let out a low roar at this time. At this point, his eyes turned fishy red, and he yanked him up and threw him on the bed before Cthulhu could react. Chao Lao deliberately made a loud noise to irritate Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao's next maneuver betrayed him once again as well. Cthulhu snorted and laughed. Well, if you say it's not, it's not. But if you're not, how come your little old man is always lost? An hour later, Zhang Hao stood at the window of the small hotel smoking a cigarette, while by this time Song Lao Shi, who had already walked downstairs, still didn't forget to turn around and wave to him. Zhang Hao was in a complicated mood at this time, originally thinking that calling Song Lao Shi over was to talk about things to talk about cooperation. But I didn't expect to do that for more than an hour. But the flavor is wonderful. He had thought about ending his virginity before and wanted to find two princesses to come, but then he felt that the princesses were not good enough for the little old man and his family. So it's on the keeper. But today he really couldn't help it. That Cthulhu was a demon. But leprechauns are also bone-crushing. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao's cell phone rang. He picked it up, and it turned out to be Aoi's. By this time, she was back at the convention center. Say, what's it to me? Aoi cackled. I forgot to ask just now, but my old lady picked up a great bargain, haha. Get out. Zhang Hao scolded. If you dare to mention this again, I'll make you suffer. I can eat it. The pale master evilly whispered. Did not just eat it, not yet full. I may have eaten it. Zhang Hao's whole body shivered. This piggyback woman? Okay. No more teasing, let's get down to business. I'll listen if you do. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, then thought for a moment and said, I also want to gamble on stones. Give me some advice. Opinions? Cthulhu sneered, even though I just got a cheap shot, and even though I'd like to tease a couple bucks out of you, what I can clearly tell you is that this line of work isn't for everyone. With your $500 million, throwing it into the gambling market doesn't even make a splash. So, those who don't know what they're doing, not to mention $500 million, $5 billion will be lost very quickly. So you change your business, gambling on stones won't work. Zhang Hao didn't expect Song Lao Shi to say something like this. It was obvious that she, who had just been moisturized, really didn't want Zhang Hao to fall into the pit, so she was advising him. Zhang Hao thought for a moment. If I tell you that I can bet 8 or 9 out of 10, do you still think I'll fall into the pit? Cthulhu straightened up at this point. What do you mean? Zhang Hao replied. It means that if I pick 10 stones, 8 or 9 of them can come out green. So 9 out of 10 bets, that's what it means. This can't be right. Chao Lao Shi stood up and loudly retorted. But what Zhang Hao didn't see was that her whole body was trembling as she retorted. If it's true, it's rich. Chapter 31. A little gift for you. How can you prove that you'll get 9 out of 10 bets? On the phone, Asuka tried to remain calm, and she needed confirmation to do so. Zhang Hao smiled and said, then I'll give you a small gift. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and said, did you sell one of the number 42 raw stones in your family's exhibition? Raw stone number 42? Cthulhu glanced at the raw stone placement area. Every piece of raw stone there was numbered, and although some raw stones had been sold in the past few days, she remembered very clearly that no one had asked for the 42nd raw stone because it was very irregular, in the shape of a long strip, and also wide at one end and narrow at the other, and it had cracks on it. The stone is listed at $400,000, which is the cheapest price for those who gamble on stones. And in fact, the entry price of this raw stone was only $40,000. 42 didn't sell. What happened? Alway asked rhetorically. So how much does 42 cost to enter? Zhang Hao asked directly. 40,000. Song Qian replied. You guys are really dark. That's a tenfold increase? Zhang Hao sighed that gambling on stones was really profitable. 10 times is not doubling. The piece you bought is what's called doubling, okay? Okay, you wait for me. Zhang Hao suddenly hung up the phone without waiting for Song Qian to speak. Song Qian didn't know what kind of medicine Zhang Hao was selling, but at this time, she picked up the flashlight and pranced over to the number 42 raw stone, and then shone the flashlight and shone it. Just then, his WeChat came the sound of collection. There are $40,000 to the account. She picked it up and saw that it was actually Zhang Hao who had forwarded it to her. At the same time, Zhang Hao's call came again. What do you mean? The stone came in at $40,000. It can't be sold for $40,000. Chao Lao knows how stingy old Zhu is, so if he sells it for $40,000, old Zhu will definitely be angry. Listen to me. Zhang Hao laughed. It's not me buying it, it's you buying it. If you buy it, $40,000 entry price will be fine, right? Then you find old Master Zhang to cut the stone, 6 centimeters down at the left broadhead. Well, it's kind of my gift to you. Zhang Hao didn't wait for the confused Pale Master to reply before hanging up the phone once again. And at that moment, Lao Zhu came back. He went out to have lunch with a client at noon, and he should have gone to take a shower even after eating, because he was red-faced. Sin, how was your afternoon? Old Zhu sat down in his boss chair and grabbed his glass of water and said, though Song Qian had gone out to steal from someone at noon, her heart had long been quiet by this time. At the same time, she was also recalling what Zhang Hao had just said. A gift from Zhang Hao? It was true that if Zhang Hao bought it, he couldn't sell it for $40,000, but if she bought it, Lao Zhu didn't want his money. However, if the green is opened, then with old Zhu's stinginess, he won't give her as much green as he opens. That's why Zhang Hao transferred money to her and let her buy it at the original price. In the midst of 100 revolutions of divine thought, Song Qian had a decision to make and even an expectation. Not a single customer this afternoon. I just fell asleep, but had a dream. Song Qian said excitedly, Old Zhu, guess what I just dreamed about? Dreaming of picking up money? Old Zhu sipped his water and said, no, I dreamed of picking up someone. Song Qian excitedly said, when I picked it up, I couldn't see the man's face in my dream, but then I suddenly realized that the man was actually the god of fortune. When I got a good look at the god of wealth, I woke up suddenly. Old Zhu, do you think this is a good dream? Well, dreaming about the god of wealth is certainly a good dream. Then I'll bet on it too. It must be the god of fortune sending me money. Song Qian excitedly and jumpingly ran to a large pile of raw stones. Hey, the god of wealth you're dreaming about is me, right? That stone is tens of thousands of dollars for the cheapest one. Stop it. Old Zhu was stingy. He didn't want Song Qian to open the stone. Song Qian then sank her face. I'll give you money still. Shall you come here? This 42nd is the cheapest, right? I'll sweep you $400,000. At the far end, there was a cashier named Li, who had a constipated look on his face when he heard that the boss's wife wanted to pay by scanning the code. At the same time, she also looked at old Zhu. This boss Zhu was stingy enough. Ah Qian, it's just a dream. Our stones are not easy to come by. Like this, didn't you fall in love with a bag? I'll transfer money to you. You go buy it. Is it a bag thing? Can't I buy a rock and drive it myself? Li, come here. I'll transfer the money. Song Qian's face was cold and stern, as if she was infuriated by old Zhu. Ah Qian, look at you again angry. This stone into the price of only 40,000 yuan. You turned 400,000 for what Can I still earn your money What old Zhu means by this is that you don't have to transfer $400,000. $40,000 is enough. I don't earn your money. Cashier Li feels sad for Song Qian. Song Qian did not have a real gas. because she had lived with Lao Zhu for 2 years, and she knew best what kind of person Lao Zhu was. And after 2 years with Lao Zhu, she's only gotten a total of 3 million or so from him. You know, old Chu is worth billions of dollars, so you can imagine how stingy this guy is. Song Qian's sullen face took the initiative to sweep the $40,000 and then called out to Lao Zhang. Master Zhang, just give me a cut down from the wide one here. I think the dream I just had was a good one. Manager Song, the chances of this stone coming out green are not great. Have you thought about it? Old Zhang also had experience, so he could tell at a glance that the stone had no chance of producing green. Geez, it's only $40,000 anyway, as an antidote to a dream. Song Qian said with a smile. Old Zhang looked at Boss Zhu again. Boss Zhu put his legs on the table and said while drinking water, Master Zhang, it has nothing to do with me. Boss Zhu also knows that the stone will not be green, but Song Qian must buy. So who can blame? Okay, one cut from here, right? Quickly. Master Zhang didn't even call his apprentice. He himself used the machine to inject water, and before 10 seconds were up, he cut off a corner of the long raw stone. And this corner went down. When the water washed, the old master Zhang froze. Song Qian's mouth was also half open at this time. Out of the red. It's not green. It's out of red, and the bright red color is especially dazzling. Ah, out of the red? At this point, the cashier, Li, exclaimed, looking extremely incredulous. At this time, some tourists passing by also realized that the place is out of green. No, it is out of red. Oh my god, ruby red. This is the most authentic ruby red. I can't believe it's a red jade. This is rare. That's for sure. Rubies are known to be extremely rare, and carnelians are second only to rubies. It still seems like a big piece. Let's see, let's see. Just then, old Zhu squeezed in, crouched down and jumped when he only took a look. Ah Qian, your hand is too strong, isn't it? Master Zhang, quickly put away the carnelian, and wait for us to go back and solve it slowly. Old Zhu looks very excited, because from the open face, this piece of carnelian is afraid to have 20 centimeters in size. The color is also pure. Solve this piece of carnelian can earn at least 2 or 3 million, and may even reach about 40 million. You know, gemstone red made out of earrings, a pair of hundreds of thousands of dollars, higher gemstone red made out of all up to millions. So how many stud earrings or rings can be made from a 20-centimeter piece of red jade? Wait. Just as old Zhu asked old Zhang to put away the red jade, Song Qian suddenly called a halt. Boss Zhu, you give a price for this piece of red jade? Chapter 32. I'll be surprised. Gambling stone has a knife life and death, a knife poor and rich said. And at this moment, in the jade line drive for several years of Song Qian to really understand the meaning of the words. She only shelled out $40,000, and then she became a multimillionaire. Although Song Qian was agitated in her heart, she maintained her restraint and calmness. As the saying goes, even blood brothers have to settle their scores, let alone between her and old Zhu. Nominally, she's just the manager of old Zhu's jade house. Ah Qian, stop it. We've opened our own house. What price is still open? Ah, everyone scattered. Old Zhu has portrayed the shamelessness of a businessman to the fullest. However, at this time Song Qian took out the payment note that he had just opened. Is Boss Zhu going to renege on his debt? Song Qian looked indifferent and said, if you don't make an offer, I'll sell it to someone else. Manager Song, I'll take 18 million. Sure enough, someone picked up on it. This stone can return more than $20 million with his eyes closed. If cut better, 30 million is absolutely no problem. Thanks, Boss Zhu. At the scene, there were many bosses of various business houses, so the stone was not a worry at all. Boss Zhu's face was ugly. He thinks he and Song Qian are family. What a family to talk about two families. However, he forgot that this stone was paid for by people Song Qian. Even if it was at cost price, they had spent money. Boss Zhu, what do you mean? Song Qian has decided at this moment that once the money arrives, she will directly dump old Zhu. She's been with the disgusting, ugly old Zhu for 2 years and has gotten her hands on less than $3 million. And today, she merely slept with the strong and handsome little virgin, and the little virgin gave her $20 million. So, she went to work for the little virgin from this day forward. Sin, can't we talk things over? Boss Zhu said with an ugly face. Song Qian gave him a cold look, then turned around and said, Boss Zhu, one price, $20 million. Deal, men. Move out. Boss Zhu couldn't wait to call his staff and move the stones without saying a word. Wait, can't move it, Ah Qian. This stone can't be sold for 2,000 ah, it's too cheap. Old Zhu neither wanted to pay the money, nor did he want Song Qian to sell the stone to someone else. Song Qian turned around and headed out, saying as she walked, "Boss Zhu, sorry. I resigned. Boss Zhu. You guys move the stone. Here's the ticket." "Oh, come on, let's move out, haha." Boss Chu knew that he had picked up a great bargain, and the staff was also excited that the two of them lifted the stone and ran. "Sin, how could you? Boss Zhu pointed at Song Qian and was too angry to speak. However, Song Qian had already followed Boss Chu next door to trade. 10 minutes later, Song Qian arrived at $20 million, and after that she quickly took a taxi home. Before Lao Zhu could react, she had already moved out of Lao Zhu's rental house with a suitcase. That's right, Old Zhu slept with her for 2 years and didn't even bother to buy him a house. The two of them still rent a house to live in. Song Qian left with tears streaming down his face. He wasn't sad. He just felt like he used to be blind. How come she slept with an old, ugly man for 2 years for that $2 to $3 million? She felt sad for herself. And now, with $20 million in hand, she felt the air was sweet and thought the world was a beautiful place. After leaving, she couldn't wait to call Jiang Hao. "Dad, thank you." Her voice was so pasty and tingly that Jiang Hao on the other side of the phone winced. "No calling Dad." Jiang Hao had smacked her hard with his palm several times before because when she called out to her father. But the more this goblin pumped, the more excited she became, which was really breathless. "That's called boss, and from now on, you're my boss." "How much money did you make?" Jiang Hao was suddenly curious. "Boss, you're a god. You even opened red. I was in a hurry to get out and only made $20 million. If I wasn't in a hurry, I guess I could sell it for about $25 to $28 million. That much?" Jiang Hao was taken aback. There was only about 20 centimeters of red inside that stone, but it was surprising that it could be sold for so much money. "Carnelian is rare." Song Qian whispered, "Boss, let's gamble on jade together. I'll do whatever you want. Let me do whatever you want." "Well, let's wait until tonight about this. I'm going to buy a house first, so I'll hang up now." "Wait a minute, I'm homeless too. I just packed my bags and moved out of Old Zhu's house." "Ah." Jiang Hao was confused for a moment. "What's the situation with you two? You don't have a house in Jiangkou?" "I would like to have Old Zhu that stingy not give me to buy. I ride 2 years of youth in him. I just saved more than $2 million. Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. So the old lady kicked him now, begged daddy to take him in for adoption, and I can do laundry and cook and clean the house and speak foreign languages and drive and eat fine. What's eating? Shocking. Grip, you? Jiang Hao was completely speechless by this bitch. But he didn't want to live with this bitch, so he laughed. "You've got $20 million. Find your own place to live, that's it." Jiang Hao hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to speak. Asuka wasn't really his cup of tea, so she could only be considered a temporary gas station. What Jiang Hao wanted was to work with her, not fool around with her. On the other end of the phone, Song Qian sighed softly. She was also very clear that she was not qualified to live with others. After all, it was about 10 years older, and if she really lived together, then she would not be able to cooperate in the future. "Yes, I'll look for a house to go to, but not yet. When I earn enough for $100 million, I'll buy a big flat, a big villa." Aoi is ambitious and not willing to settle for mediocrity. She wants to live the life of a man of luxury. Jiang Hao doesn't have the same ambition as Song Lao, but he likes the large flat floor type just the same. So, at this time, he was in the newly opened building for sale in Longying District. Since he drove his BMW 7 Series to the sales office and was himself wearing a high-grade sports watch, the sales lady greeted him warmly as soon as he entered the sales office. After listening to Jiang Hao's requirements for the house, the sales lady decisively brought her to this large flat. The building is 288 square feet for the whole house, with a 1 staircase, 1 family design, and there is no left or right neighbor, so you can choose to take the elevator from the underground parking lot when you go home, or you can choose to take the elevator from the door of your unit. Moreover, the 1 staircase, 1 family design is more secure because other people can't get off the elevator on this floor as long as they are not the owner, so the privacy is better. The neighborhood environment and property management are equally unmatched. This is the right building. An hour before and after, Jiang Hao full purchase Longying Royal Dragon Sky Mansion large flat, plus 2 parking spaces, the total price of more than 33 million. Until Jiang Hao left, the sales lady was still in a daze. This is the fastest single transaction since her practice. Chapter 33. Women are scary. At 8 in the evening, after dark, Jiang Hao drove back to the rented neighborhood. And as soon as he arrived at the neighborhood, he saw Long Xiaola's big white Jeep parked in front of the unit door. Zhang Hao parked the car and did not rush out of the car, but first smoked a cigarette in the car before stepping down from the car and took out the backpack with 2.2 million in cash from the trunk. The old hallway was so dim that the voice-activated lights weren't even on, so Zhang Hao carefully opened the door to his room and dodged inside. Snap! Once inside, Zhang Hao casually turned on the lights. However, when the lights were turned on, Zhang Hao was so scared that the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Because Long Xiaola was surprisingly sitting right on the sofa, also crossing his legs and looking at him. Sister Lu, you're scaring people to death. Zhang Hao patted his chest. This woman is sick, right? She doesn't even turn on the lights? How did she get in, though? She shouldn't have a key there. How did you get in, Sister Lu? Zhang Hao said oddly. Huh? What? Not welcome? Long Xiaola asked without answering. No, by the way, Sister Lu, wait a moment. Zhang Hao went to the bedroom with big strides, then under the bed, he pulled out the backpack that Long Xiaola had given him earlier and put the 2.2 million cash back inside again. Sister Lu, this is your bag, all the money inside. Not a penny less, count it. Zhang Hao handed it to her and said. Long Xiaola frowned. Xiao Hao, tell sister. Why are you angry? Just because sister didn't come back last night? Zhang Hao no longer had the feeling of constraint that he had felt when he met Long Xiaola before, and his heart had long since quieted down. So he sat down opposite Long Xiaola, took out another cigarette and lit it. Sister Lu, I was too impulsive during the day yesterday. Long Xiaola froze and instantly understood Zhang Hao's meaning. Zhang Hao is saying that he killed someone yesterday during the day to save her, and he now regrets it. Although he didn't explicitly say he regretted it, what does impulse mean? Isn't that regret? How? I'm sorry, it's... Long Xiaola was a little flustered, and she wished very much that Zhang Hao would keep rushing around for her. However, through today's phone call, and now Zhang Hao's calm behavior, Long Xiaola suddenly realized that the big boy from yesterday seemed to have changed overnight like a different person. It was a very obvious change in character. Sister Joy. Zhang Hao interrupted Long Xiaola. Let's pretend nothing happened yesterday. By the way, I'm not going to rent this house. I came back just to pack my clothes. Zhang Hao laughed. I want to completely say goodbye to the past. Coho. Long Xiaola was anxious in his heart. How did this kid's temperament become so fast? What should we do? How can I keep him around? How can I keep him rushing for me? How? Do you know why sis didn't come back last night? Long Xiaola said at this time with reddened eyes. Sister Lu, I'm really not mad that you didn't come back. I just figured something out. No, you don't understand. Long Xiaola suddenly burst into tears and shook his head vigorously. Didn't you see it yesterday? I did not. I am the white tiger, they said. As she said that, her face was so red that it looked like it was dripping blood, and a pair of tears were still flowing. Zhang Hao is embarrassed. You are a white tiger, this matter I have long known, have penetrated countless times it. And a guru used to tell my fortune 8 is the life of a kinsman. When I was 6 years old, my parents died in a car accident, and then after 6 years at my aunt's house, my aunt died in an accident while working in the workshop. And then later I found someone who loved me, but he had a heart attack the night we were married. People say I'm a kinsman, so I don't dare to get too close to you. Last night you think I don't want to come back? But I'm afraid. Again and again and again. I don't want to lose you because you're a good person. She was by this time wetting her lapels with tears. Naturally, she seemed to shed the truth, and I'm afraid it was true about her parents and her aunt. However, Zhang Hao was calm at this moment, and although he sympathized, he was not impressed. How to say it? He is a little afraid of women now. He is afraid that he will fall into the trap of these women if he is not careful. So he took a deep breath. Sister Lu, I sympathize with what you're going through, but I think that things like fortune-telling, if you believe in it, you'll get it. If you don't, you won't. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Zhang Hao's phone suddenly rang. Zhang Hao picked it up and saw that it was Phone D calling. He thought for a moment and then picked up the phone in front of Long Xiaola. Hey, little Phone. I'll go back right away. You haven't eaten yet? Then go out to eat together in a while. Line? Line, that's it. Zhang Hao collected the line, then looked at Long Xiaola and smiled. Sister Lu, I still have things to do, so let's stop here today. With that, he quickly went into the bedroom to pack up some necessities as well as a change of underwear. Long Xiaola, on the other hand, was completely baffled. What kind of attitude is this from Zhang Hao? I've explained myself so well. Why is he still not relenting? Her face was hard and her heart was angry. She couldn't understand what had caused this big boy to change so much overnight. But now, Zhang Hao clearly didn't want to talk to her anymore. And she could see that Jiang Hao didn't seem to crave her body anymore. Because just now when she said "By who," she stole a glance at Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao was very frank and his gaze didn't hide. Therefore, Long Xiaola was about to let Jiang Hao break down. And at that moment, Jiang Hao walked out of the bedroom with his bag on his back and smiled. "Sister Lu, I'm leaving first. Contact me by phone." He really didn't have any attachment to Long Xiaola anymore, because women like Long Xiaola were destined to be the type he couldn't handle. If he really had anything to do with Long Xiaola, I'm afraid that he himself would once again turn back into a dog-licking life. Long Xiaola's IQ was too high, and his emotional quotient was too high. Moreover, the reason why Long Xiaola wanted to maintain a close relationship with himself and revealed the performance of if it is all desire to refuse to welcome him, he definitely wanted to continue to make use of his own killing skills. He didn't want to become Long Xiaola's dog or fighter. Long Xiaola did not retain him. Sitting on the sofa, she looked bewildered and confused, and there was a hint of aggression and incomprehension hanging in her expression. At this moment, she was really pathetic and pitiable. The door to the room closed and Jiang Hao pranced toward the stairs. But, as he walked to the door of his unit, he also turned to look toward his home. And with this glance, Jiang Hao's eyebrows snapped up. In the room, Long Xiaola gritted his teeth. His palms kept squeezing and loosening and squeezing again, repeating several times. What's more, anger flowed between her brows. "Jiang Hao, I don't believe that you won't fall under my garnet skirt. We'll see. Even the kind of goods like Zhao Yanran you can kneel down and lick them. I'd like to see how long you can pretend with me and play the lustful trick with me. You're still a bit young." Chapter 34. Working with Ms. Aoi. The BMW 740 roared away from the old neighborhood while Jiang Hao's forehead was sweating. Women is horrible. One moment she's in your face with a pitiful, tearful complaint. The next moment you leave, she's instantly a different person. Women are such fickle creatures. Jiang Hao kept taking deep breaths. It looked like he had made the right decision. He couldn't easily fall for the woman's tricks again. Of course, this one refers to emotional giving. Like with Palia, it's not fooling around, it's temporary refueling. So the two are completely different in nature. A relationship between a man and a woman who are not emotionally invested does not make people sad and heartbroken, but rather you are happy and I am happy and everyone is happy. That's why Aoji is so good. When the BMW arrived downstairs at the hotel, Feng Di, wearing a duck-tongue cap and mask, got right into the car. But she sat in the back. "Why haven't you eaten until now?" As soon as Feng Di got into the car, Jiang Hao asked. I want to wait for you to come back and eat with me." Feng Di's voice was small, like a kitten's. This is a timid girl, or she doesn't have a lot of self-confidence, and her self-confidence has been bantered to death by her ex-boyfriend. And facing Jiang Hao, this kind of billionaire, she is even less confident. So she will look at Jiang Hao's face when she speaks, will consider Jiang Hao's mood, will guess after saying this sentence, Jiang Hao will be happy or angry and so on. Well, then go out to eat. You've been at the hotel all day during the day, huh? Jiang Hao had no words to say. No, I went out to call the police. Feng Di whispered. Call the police? What's going on? Jiang Hao was surprised. Feng Di replied, he called and threatened me. Then I went to the police and had my injuries tested. So what did the police say? Jiang Hao was curious. My injuries already constituted minor injuries, so he had to be placed under security detention. But if he was placed under security detention, he would have lost his job, so in the end we settled again. But he promised not to bother me again. Phew. Jiang Hao spat out a breath. This timid Feng Di cannot even know to take legal weapons to protect themselves. Cowardice may have been her downfall, but she was definitely not without her city heart. What did you major in college? Jiang Hao was curious. Finance, but now studying law on my own for grad school and preparing for the judicial exam. Pretty good. Jiang Hao gave a thumbs up. This girl is fine. In the pursuit of upward mobility. By the way, you don't have a place to stay yet, do you? Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Why don't you stay at my house first? No. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Feng Di waved her hand repeatedly and said, I have a classmate. The house she is renting right now still has an empty room. I'll go and share it with her. Okay, whatever. Jiang Hao nodded and invited Feng Di to his house casually. Of course, he has another purpose. That is, he is still missing a finance. He wants to do business, and he can't do it without a reliable finance around. But there was no hurry in this matter yet, because he still had to discuss with Cthulhu on exactly how to do it before he could do it. And just as soon as I thought of Cthulhu, Cthulhu's call came in. Jiang Hao pressed the speakerphone button while driving. Cthulhu, you found a house? Just finished cleaning up, but hungry. Accompany me to have a late-night snack. Ah, by the way, to discuss the matter of gambling stones? Sure, come to the Gillen Road Zyankali roast pork restaurant. I'll wait for you here. Okay, I'm on my way. Caleb didn't hesitate and hung up immediately. Jiang Hao is now her god of fortune, and she was really afraid that this god of fortune would dump her. So since the god of fortune had agreed to meet with her, she had to be the first to go over there. There were both grilled meat and kebabs at the Zyankali Yakiniku restaurant, and Jiang Hao let Feng Di order while he sat down to smoke. Can you drink? After the roast pork came up, Jiang Hao smiled and said, drinking beer and eating roast pork is a perfect match, so if you can drink it, drink it. Yes, I can drink a little bit. Feng Di whispered. Okay, drink as much as you can. Jiang Hao asked for a beer and personally helped her start it. Don't you want a drink? There's a valet. When she saw that Jiang Hao only started a bottle, Feng Di was surprised. How Jiang Hao only started a bottle? I don't drink. Jiang Hao waved his hand. He had no interest in alcohol. Feng Di didn't persuade him, but took a small sip. The girl seems to be able to drink. In fact, Jiang Hao does not know is that college students in school, a dormitory classmates will often go out to dinner. The girls naturally will drink. And Feng Di is one of those types who can have a little drink at home frying a potato chip. When Feng Di's bottle of wine was gone, Aoji came in on his heels. The woman was wearing a backless dress, a Gucci bag in her hand, a turquoise bracelet on her wrist, and two small green studs in her ears. Although she didn't get much money with old Zhu, she had a lot of jade jewelry. And as soon as she arrived, so many eyes lit up in the yakitori store. Asuka is tall, slim, and not too small where she should be big, and her temperament is not weak, and her looks are even less impressive. If she was ugly, she wouldn't have been bagged by old Chu. Asuka was surprised that Jiang Hao had other female companions. She only took one look at the girl though and realized that she appeared to have just been chipped. Her eyes were bruised. Big boss Jiang. Who is this girl? Chao Lao did not know the relationship between Jiang Hao and Feng Di, so he asked politely. My friend Feng Di. Feng Di, this is my partner Cang Qian. Just call her Cang Lao Shi. Begging for a fight. Cang Lao Shi raised his pink fist to try to fight, then also smilingly sat down next to Feng Di and said, Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He's not a good person. See a woman to drive. Oh. Feng Di also do not know what the relationship between the two people, but Chao Lao Shi, this terrier she knows. Small day country celebrity well. Huh? You haven't been drinking? At this time, Cang Lao realized that Jiang Hao only had juice in front of him without beer, so he was surprised. I don't know how to drink, so you and Feng Di can drink, and then I'll be responsible for sending you guys back. Heh, are you trying to get us drunk and then take advantage of the situation? Cthulhu smirked. Just eat your food. This Pale Master was very much in Jiang Hao's temper, as he found himself relaxing when he was with him. A relationship between a man and a woman that didn't give in to emotion wasn't tiring at all, and he loved it. Sister, let's drink and ignore him. Where does sister work? Cang Lao Shi was born to be a self-acquaintance, and soon hit it off with Feng Di. The two women whispered and muttered non-stop, a moment to laugh and a moment to drink a toast. A few moments later, after Cang Lao Shi also drank 2 bottles of beer, she took the initiative to ask, Big Boss Jiang, give us a charter. How are we going to do it in the future? I don't know about this one. Huh? Should I register a company or something? And then how to get out of the raw stones that you purchase back? How to go about buying it? How to get it midway? I don't understand any of this. I understand everything you're saying. Song Qian turned the wine glass. I have a program. I take the money to register a company. I accounted for 50% of the shares, and you to technology into the shares, the same 50% of the shares, earn money equally divided. Earn less than the loss is me. What do you think? Not good. Jiang Hao smiled playfully. This woman will really take advantage of technology shares only 50%? You know, without his technology, the company would have to lose money and not make any. So he's the key. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll fund the registration of the company and take up 95% of the shares, and you take up 5%. You don't have to take a penny either, but have a 5-point share. Of course, you'll be responsible for all the operations of the company's pre-formation, registration, sales, and so on. Chapter 35, Domestic Problem, Classes. Deal. Jiang Hao didn't expect Cang Lao to agree to his proposal so quickly. He had thought that Cang Lao would argue with reason or something like that, but Cang Lao just hesitated for that 3 to 5 seconds before nodding his head in agreement. Jiang Hao gave a thumbs up. You're definitely this one, Aoji. Huh. Cang Qian smiled. I also didn't expect you to give me 5 points of shares. Cang Qian wasn't stupid at all. She knew very well what 5 points of shares symbolized. 5 points might not seem like much, but don't forget that they were in the raw stone business. Take the 500 million that Jiang Hao had just earned, it would be 25 million if they offered 5 points. Therefore, Song Qian will do the math. It is clear that Jiang Hao is taking off with her. She also firmly believed that a year will be able to earn enough billions of dollars. Big boss Jiang, don't feel like you're at a disadvantage. I haven't been the one holding up old Zhu's place for the past few years. So work with me, you don't have to do anything, just be a big lord at home. Happy cooperation. Jiang Hao raised his cup and said, happy cooperation. The two clinked their glasses and then drank it all down. Feng Di did not ask what kind of business was being done, but silently accompanied a cup. The three of them continued to eat, during which Tsang Laoshi and Feng Di may have been drinking beer. The two of them went to the restroom. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, considered whether he should pull Feng Di over to join him now. Feng Di majored in finance and is now studying law, so it's just right to have her be the company's finance. I wonder if it will hold her back for grad school, though? Brother Fire, I'm sorry. Xiao Di, she really didn't mean it. You calm down. Just then, noisy sounds came from the side of the restroom. Jiang Hao was originally thinking about something, but vaguely, he heard it was the sound of Tsang Laoshi's talking, so he probed his thoughts over. And this time he found that Feng Di and Tsang Laoshi were actually surrounded by 4 men and cornered, while Tsang Laoshi was still apologizing non-stop to a bald guy. You're Tsang Qian? Zhu Daji's girl? That bald man raised his eyebrows. Get out of the way, Zhu Daji has to fucking kneel in front of Lao Zi. What kind of thing are you? The big bald man broke Tsang Laoshi's head and pushed her to the side, then looked condescendingly at Feng Di again and said, you are the first woman who dared to hit me in the mouth. What do you say to this matter we count? Feng Di looked ice cold at this time and said, you molested a woman in a public place. I'm calling the police. Report, you are. One of the ponies yanked Feng Di's hat off with one hand and swung his hand up to incite Feng Di again when he was about to dodge. However, right at this moment, a black light suddenly arrived instantaneously and nailed the horseman's palm that he had just raised with a poof sound. Ah! The horseman instantly screamed miserably as a chopstick that shot over unexpectedly ran through his palm. This scene startled Bald Fire and the others. Even Feng Di was scared to the point that his hair stood up in sweat. There were also some waiters who were ready to pull a fight who immediately turned around to look back. The chopsticks flew from the end of the corridor, so they should have been a guest dining in the hall, but that's too much of a shot, isn't it? And it's able to penetrate the palm of a person's hand? How much force does it have to be? Who? The Bald Fire brother angrily walked towards the dining hall at this time. But there were more than 20 people in the dining hall, and more than 20 people were sitting there eating, so for a moment he didn't know who had shot the chopsticks. And at this time, there happened to be police cars with police lights flashing by outside, and Brother Fire's face changed, and after glaring viciously at Feng Di and Tsang Qian, he turned around and headed out. These days, fights are very expensive, unlike a decade or two ago when there was very little surveillance and beatings, and such weren't caught on camera. But now, there are eyes in the sky everywhere, and there are so many surveillance probes inside this tiny hotel. So, as long as he breaks people, there's no running. And then there's the fact that it's a bit of an evil day. We should know that the washroom is at the innermost part of the corridor, which is 5 to 6 meters away from the hall, and at that time, there was no one else inside the corridor. But the chopsticks flew in from the outside and managed to penetrate through the palm of the horseman's hand. So, there are high people dining here, This kind of high people is he can't afford to mess with. He is a social mixer, and has seen some high-profile people before, and those high-profile people ringing steel bars with their bare hands, snapping their fingers to break bottles of wine, poker to open a Red Bull, etc., bullishly. So, he didn't want to clash with these people. Even if you suffer a loss today, you can just slowly get it back later. A few horsemen also grayly and quickly followed the Bald Fire brother, only they turned back while walking. Because they're really curious about who threw the chopsticks, it's just too awesome, right? A few moments later, Tsang Qian and Feng Di returned to the dining table. Only Feng Di's eyes were red. She had been netted a beating in the past 2 days. She was going crazy. Both her and Asuka's cell phones were on the dining room table, and when they went to the bathroom, they didn't take their phones. Otherwise, Feng Di would have called the police. What's wrong? Why was it so loud over there in the restroom just now? At this time, Jiang Hao asked while eating. Almost killed someone just now. Let's change places. Hurry up. I'll pay the bill. Tsang Qian said as she picked up her cell phone to pay the bill. Jiang Hao also stood up at this time and said, let's go. Oh. Feng Di got up and followed Jiang Hao outside. but she did look back at her cutlery on her way out. Her chopsticks, one is missing. At this moment, her little heart was beating wildly. Did Jiang Hao shoot the chopsticks? Did Jiang Hao save her? Soon, the three of them exited the restaurant while Aoji suggested going to karaoke, but Feng Di wanted to go home and rest. Let's go home then. Where does your family live? Big Boss Jiang, and I will give you a ride first. Song Laosher thought about talking to Jiang Hao alone again. It would be better to open a room to talk slowly and talk about him all night. No, I'll just take a cab myself. Feng Di waved back and forth before getting into the cab. It wasn't until the cab was far away that Jiang Hao and Song Qian got into the BMW. New little sister, huh? I can see that you don't know each other well. Song Qian snickered. Does it matter to you? Jiang Hao started the car and said, Where are you going? I'll send you back. I'll go wherever you go. Chao Laosher winked at Jiang Hao. Today's noontime is too tight. You must not have enjoyed yourself, right? I've got a lot of poses I haven't unlocked yet. This piggyback woman got on the bus and seduced Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao did have a bit of a taste for food, and after eating something wonderful once, he definitely wanted to eat it again. Moreover, he had just entered this path and was young and fiery. So Jiang Hao's breath thickened with this tease from Ms. Tong. The old master was more than pleased. The young man had just tasted the taste of bone-crushing pinch. How could he resist the temptation? I'd better take you back first? Jiang Hao suppressed the impulse within him. Song Laosher was not a good fucking thing. He couldn't get entangled with this woman. Chao Lao froze. She didn't expect Jiang Hao to hold back. But then, she seemed to think of something, so she giggled. You're afraid that I'll haunt you in the future, aren't you? Don't worry, we're not right for each other. I'm older than you, so let's just talk about sex, not love. And you made me $20 million this afternoon, so I want to repay you. Didn't you call me a pale teacher? Then let the teacher properly teach you, a freshly minted elementary student. Chapter 36, Charlie Z, the insane cousin. Jiang Hao enjoyed the pleasure Song Qian brought him. Naturally, this pleasure is not only physical, but also spiritual fulfillment. In front of Song Qian, he was an emperor and a master, and even more so, a person who sat there where Song Qian would take the initiative to kneel at his feet to curry favor and pander to him, treating him as a lord. Because of this, Song Qian greatly satisfied the men's desire to conquer. And this kind of feeling was something that he didn't have at Zhao Yanran's place, and Long Shaola didn't give him this kind of imperial enjoyment. So, although he knew about Aoji's past, and that she had something up her sleeve, Jiang Hao didn't mind. After a night of absurdity, Song Laosher dragged her tired body to leave the hotel, and before she left she also cursed Jiang Hao strong like a donkey. He seemed to know nothing about tiredness, as if he did not know. This night did not stop. Naturally, as of today, it is also time to start officially registering your company, among other things. Jiang Hao was the hands-off boss. He was only responsible for investing money and going to buy the raw stones, so everything else was run by Song Qian. I don't know how long after Aoji left, Jiang Hao was woken up by a ringing phone. After he picked the phone up in a daze, he heard the voice of his older cousin, Charlie Z, on the other side of the line. His first cousin's last name is Qi, and while Charlie Qi is a stage name, his real name on his ID is Qi Qingshan. The first cousin thought that the name Qi Qingshan was too earthy, so it was Qi Charlie, and he didn't know what this Qi Charlie meant, but everyone else called him that anyway. How, where are you? Why did you quit your job? Qi Charlie is very concerned about this little cousin. Jiang Hao came to Jiangko. It is he brought over. Jiang Hao didn't answer Charlie Qi's words, but thought for a moment. Brother, send me your bank card number. I owe you money, don't I? You don't owe me money. Why do you need my card number? Charlie Qi's daily spending was much more than Jiang Hao's, so he still needed Jiang Hao to pick up the slack occasionally. He owes Jiang Hao more than $2,000, and he hasn't paid it back. Just send it over. I'm not working at the bar anymore. I'm out doing business with someone else now. Shao Hao, I tell you, that brain of yours is not suitable for business. You don't want to be cheated by others. If you don't want to work as a security guard, then go to a technical school. I know a friend who is the vice principal of a technical school. If you go, tuition and fees and other things can be discounted. When you graduate from technical school, you'll be able to go to a factory and work on screws, and then even if you can't make a lot of money, you won't have to worry about food or drink. Jiang Hao nodded. Okay, I'll think about it. Send me the card number. Wait, I'm not done yet. Do you remember that little girl from last time? Charlie Z snapped. Which little girl? Jiang Hao said in confusion. The one where you did a good deed and used your own money to give that little girl a room. Oh, remember, why? Jiang Hao recalled that 7 or 8 days ago, an old customer had gotten drunk in a bar and was almost picked up. Of course, The regular customer is also a young girl who has been to the bar many times this month. He stopped the little girl when she was about to be picked up at that time, and then he helped her to go to the hotel across the street to get a room. He didn't think much of it at the time, and after dropping her off at the hotel room across the street, he went back to his work. And then I didn't see that little girl again for 7 or 8 days. She asked for your phone number and I gave it to her. You really didn't do anything to her that night, did you? Brother, you send the card number. Jiang Hao didn't want to talk to Cousin Charlie anymore. Cousin Charlie wanted to tease when he came across a pretty woman, and then he was also beaten up a lot. All because he was beaten up for teasing women. Not many minutes after hanging up the phone, Charlie Chi sent his bank account number, and Jiang Hao logged into his cell phone bank and directly transferred $10 million to Cousin Charlie. When he opened his account at the bank, he also applied for the large transfer function at the same time. Otherwise, he would have been restricted by the bank. Meanwhile, the family building of the faculty and staff of the Jiangkou Institute of Vocational Technology. Cousin Charlie, who had long hair, a small dragon tattooed on his chest, and other totems tattooed on his body, was lying on his bed smoking a cigarette. And a woman about 47 or 78 or so years old crouched over his chest. The woman was the virtuous woman that Cousin Charlie had just recently hooked up with, a little older but sitting on the ground sucking up dirt at a much more intoxicating age. And this good family has a serious career. She turned out to be the vice principal of the Jiangkou Technical School. So now it would be a matter of minutes if Cousin Charlie wanted to place his cousin in a technical school. The vice principal is all peachy pink and full of color. Cousin Charlie is quite the fighter, too. How old is your cousin? 2 years younger than me. I'm telling you, my cousin is strong. I can't beat him in a fight, and my cousin has been gifted since he was a kid. Cousin Charlie whispered in the vice principal's ear as he spoke. The vice principal's eyes immediately lit up. No way, really? Anyway, if we both take a shower together, I'm inferior. That boy is like an animal. He's not even human. LOL, he's not black. I don't believe it anyway. Unless you call him in and I'll see. I knew you were a piker. Let's see what I can do about you. Cousin Charlie said, about to teach the vice principal a lesson. But at this time there was also a text message beeping, and Cousin Charlie knew it was a text message from his bank card because he had just sent the card number to Jiang Hao Lama. So he was curious as to what Jiang Hao was up to. He jerked his cell phone over and tapped on the text message. However, as soon as the point opened, his body straightened. He sees a 1 and then 7 zeros after it. $10 million? Cousin Charlie exclaimed. Gripes, what's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong? The vice principal wondered. My bank account is an extra $10 million? This? Cousin Charlie shivered as he spoke and dialed Jiang Hao's number. The phone rang once and was picked up. Don't ask, just take it and spend it. I have things to do. I'll talk to you later. Jiang Hao knew that this cousin was a talker, so he didn't want to talk much to his first cousin, otherwise he could annoy you to death. Cousin Charlie's entire body was in a state of blindness as he listened to the blinding tone coming from the phone. And that's when the vice principal's breath caught. She's a deputy at the Jiangkou Technical School, but she doesn't have that much in savings. Charlie, there's a project going on at the school right now, and I think it's time for you to do something with your career. Haha. Cousin Charlie burst out laughing and yanked the vice principal with one hand and said, I'll make a career out of you now. You're bad. Big bad. Brother Charlie is big bad. The vice principal especially knows how to do it. So? Cousin Charlie turned into a donkey, too. At the same moment, Jiang Hao received a strange call from a girl. Jiang Hao, do you remember me? I'm that. That? I remember. Jiang Hao scratched his head. He naturally heard that it was the girl's voice. Is it okay if I buy you lunch at noon? Chapter 37. Sun Yusen. There is a Western restaurant near Xintiandi building in Luohu district. The restaurant is small and the decoration is not much luxurious. When Jiang Hao came in, Sun Yusen stood up and waved at him. The girl's name was Sun Yusen. She was about 1 meter 6'8" or so tall, with small jasper-like features, a well-proportioned body, and nice arched eyebrows. She was a one-eyed girl, and it was logical that any one-eyed girl would give the impression that she was sleepy, but she wasn't. There was a natural affinity for her single eyelid, and at first glance she seemed to contain a smile at all times. And she doesn't wear makeup, just pure natural beauty, and that beauty feels pleasant and just right. He had actually noticed her the first time she went to the bar, very nice and quiet and a girl I felt sorry for. Jiang Hao, thank you for coming. When Sun Yusen called, she was afraid that Jiang Hao would reject her, but Jiang Hao only hesitated for a little while and then readily agreed. He didn't have much to do today, and it was so close to the hotel he was staying at that he didn't even drive one stop, but walked. Jiang Hao, I ordered the Karoli steak as well as the sautéed salmon. Let's see what you want to eat. Sun Yusin handed Jiang Hao the menu. And surprisingly, there were 3 different scripts on the menu, in Chinese and English and French. Jiang Hao hadn't been to such a high-class Western restaurant either, so he put the menu down and said, I haven't eaten Western food, so you order for me. Sorry. Hearing Jiang Hao's candor, Sun Yusin hurriedly took the menu and said to the waiter, give this gentleman a double portion of Charlotte's lilies. Yes, add another pasta, and sturgeon roe sauce for a double portion as well, and this, all for a double portion. Another Merlot from Latour, please. After ordering, Sun Yusin surprisingly took out $100 bill from her wallet and handed it to the waiter. The waiter said thank you, and then informed the kitchen to prepare the food. At this time Sun Yusin then said, yesterday I went to the bar and found that you were not there. They said that you resigned that day? Thank you. Sun Yusin blushed as she said this. If Jiang Hao hadn't saved her that night, she didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened, and she felt scared even now when she thought about it. It's a good thing she ran into good people, so she had to buy this meal today. It's not much. Jiang Hao shook his head. He couldn't just ignore that situation at that time, because he could tell that this girl was different from the other girls who went to the bar to hang kaiju. This Sun Yusin is just going to wine and drink, not with any other purpose. So he doesn't want good girls to be spoiled. Phew. Sun Yusin exhaled. It may be a show of hands to you, but to me, it's a matter of my life's destiny and happiness, and when I think about it afterward, the hairs on the sweat of my body will stand up. You say that if you hadn't saved me, then would my life have become unglamorous? And my destiny would have changed? Jiang Hao nodded. This is for sure. How many girls have mental problems after being picked up, even suicidal, and the police, and then their own reputation stinks, etc., etc. So, it didn't happen. It's a good life. A place like a bar, don't go there again. It's a mess and it's dangerous for you as a little girl. Jiang Hao reminded her at this time. Well, never again. The reason I went the other day was because... Sun Yusin's complexion darkened and did not continue. Jiang Hao didn't pursue the matter, but nodded and said, if you want to drink in the future, you can buy wine to drink at home. Okay, at your service. Sun Yusin smiled playfully and even made a face at Jiang Hao. And at that moment, the waiter brought up the wine and poured a little bit for Jiang Hao and Sun Yusin respectively. This wine is one of the top 10 hotels in France, Chateau Latour, and I think this tastes good and has the best texture. Sun Yusin picked up her wine glass and clinked it with Jiang Hao. Student Jiang, thank you again. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel sorry for him. You don't have to be polite, Mr. Sunday. Hey. Sun Yusin hemmed and hawed. So what did you do after you quit your job? Did you find a new job? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Not for a while. I have a small business with a friend. Huh? Being your own boss. Huh? That's nice. Sun Yusin clinked her cup with Jiang Hao again. Then I wish you good luck in your career. What about you? You should still be a student, right? Jiang Hao suddenly said. It's my senior year, and I'm interning at a company. The steak from the Western restaurant was good, and the pan-fried salmon was soft and fresh. However, when Sun Yusin went to settle the bill, Jiang Hao realized that their table was more than $70,000. More than $70,000 for a lunch. Jiang Hao only felt that the world was too unreal. But what does Sun Yusin do? You didn't even blink when you swiped over $70,000? And she's obviously wearing a very ordinary there is no expensive watch jewelry or something like that. Wearing a very casual Moments later, the two walked out from the restaurant. Sun Yusin also said with a smile, usually I don't eat so expensive. This is not want to repay the life-saving benefactor. Then I'll invite you back tomorrow. Jiang Hao suddenly said. Sun Yusin was just stunned, and then looked at Jiang Hao smilingly. She really didn't mean anything else by inviting Jiang Hao to dinner today. That is, she was just expressing her gratitude to the person who saved her life. However, if Jiang Hao invited back again, the flavor would change. After Jiang Hao was given this look by her, he quickly waved his hand and said, I don't mean anything else, it's just. And just at this time, all of a sudden 2 Alpha business cars stopped on the side of the road, followed by 2 car doors opened at the same time. Inside hula down 6 or 7 men in black wearing suits. After these people got out of the car, a woman with short hair and in her mid-30s walked down. Yusin? What is it? Sun Yusin's face sank at this time and said, Yusin, who is this? The short-haired woman curiously sized up Jiang Hao. Sun Yusin suddenly sat Jiang Hao's arm. My boyfriend. What's wrong? Jiang Hao was caught off guard. What was the situation with Sun Yusin? Oh. The short-haired woman nodded. Not much. The chairman asked me to take you to. She looked at Jiang Hao, wanting to speak. Why isn't it over? Sun Yusin gasped. You see? I have a boyfriend. Can't I just not go see him? Yusin, the chairman of the board has already arranged it. If you don't go, the chairman sighed. Okay, okay. I'll go, but it's okay for me to take him, right? Zhang Hao, go, get in. Sun Yusin didn't wait for the short-haired woman to agree, and likewise didn't give Zhang Hao a chance to refuse, pulling Zhang Hao into the commercial car. The short-haired woman didn't say anything, but got in the passenger seat while the other black-clad men got in the other car. Humph. Sun Yusin grunted. The short-haired woman was one of her father's secretaries, and she could sense that her father and this secretary were not clear with each other. That's why she's never been half as nice to this secretary. Mr. Sun, what's going on here? Zhang Hao is still in a state of bewilderment at this time. How did he get pulled into a stronghold? Sun Yusin whispered. Pretend to be my boyfriend, count me as begging you. It's always okay if I promise to have dinner with you tomorrow, right? Zhang Hao speechless in the middle. How to agree to eat with me is to give me great face. But how did? Separate the front and rear cars? Zhang Hao realized at this time that the other alpha was heading in the other direction. While they took this one up to the elevated, seemingly going out of the city. Sun Yusin didn't notice anything wrong, but told Zhang Hao in a low voice, wait a while for you to go with me to meet that blind date, and then I'll directly show my cards to them. Zhang Hao nodded, then shook his head again. Are you sure you're going on a blind date? Yeah, how? Hey, how did you get out of the city? At this time, Sun Yusin also found out that something was wrong. The car had already driven out of the city and was driving around the city highway at a rapid speed. Chapter 38, Kidnapping. Sun Yusin finally realized something was wrong. How come she had to go out of town for a blind date? It was a good thing her father's female secretary was still in the passenger seat. So she said unhappily, Secretary Ho, where are we going? Secretary He, the short-haired woman smiled and said, you'll know when you get to the place. It's the countryside, where the scenery is nice. Sun Yusin did not suspect any fraud and stopped asking after a contemptuous hum. After Alpha got off the highway and drove another 7 or 8 kilometers, he arrived at a piece of industrial plant on the outskirts of Jiangkou City, which used to be supposed to be a factory, but now this factory was closed down because the weeds inside had grown 3 feet high, and the whole factory area was gray and not half popular. Secretary He, what's going on? Even if Sun Yusin was stupid, she felt something was wrong at this time. Yusin, it's here. As Secretary Ho let out a laugh, the Alpha drove into the middle of the factory's old workshop. It was dim inside this workshop, and the machinery and equipment in the workshop were long gone, and it looked empty inside. No sooner had Alpha come to a stop than a couple of guys with pole machetes rushed over. No good. Zhang Hao's face changed. Which the hell is a blind date? This is kidnapping. Sun Yusin was also shocked. What did Secretary He want? Don't move. Just then, Secretary Ho suddenly turned around and pulled out a compact pistol from her handbag. What do you want, He? Sun Yusin voice her trembling, after all, is still a student. Grew up so big, also have not experienced this kind of thing. Wow. At this time, the doors on both sides of the car opened, and Secretary He said in a cold voice, get out of the car. Zhang Hao didn't act rashly because the short-haired woman was holding the real thing and had the safety on. So, he was worried about angering this female secretary, but obediently got out of the car. And as soon as he went down, a black hood went right over his head, and then he was punched in the stomach, and as he bent at the waist, the man slammed him hard in the back again. Tom-tom. He went straight to the ground. Why? Surprisingly, there were handcuffs holding his hands behind his back. On the other side, Sun Yusin was similarly blindfolded, handcuffed, had her cell phone taken away, and was racked and thrown into an iron cage in the workshop. Zhang Hao was similarly taken away from his cell phone and thrown into the iron cage, which was then closed and locked. Secretary He's voice came at this time and said, keep a close eye on them. Don't get any wrong ideas. The boss will come over later. Got it, Sister He. Sister He, this time you're the head honcho. I'll go first. Secretary Ho left in a hurry. As soon as Secretary He left, the 6 bandits sat down again, and they made a simple wooden table with all sorts of cooked food and beer on it. And not far from the square table were 2 keys thrown on an iron cabinet. The 2 keys, one for the cage and one for the handcuffs, were less than 15 meters away from the cage. Although Zhang Hao was blindfolded, he could see everything outside. In fact, he had long ago realized that he was not a penetrating eye, but a power of the soul, the so-called soul power. Because even if his back was turned to the 6 bandits, he could still see what the bandits were doing. So it wasn't a credit to perspective, but rather to his soul's perception. Now that his soul power was at level 1 of the spirit realm, he was able to detect everything within 30 meters with his soul power, and at the same time, his soul power was also able to drive a weight of 1 or 2 pounds. For example, he was now able to easily harness a chopper and drive it to chop people into pieces. Naturally, Zhang Hao didn't act rashly at this time. For one thing, those 6 bandits were all in high spirits right now, and although it was dim here, it was daytime after all, and it was still permeated with light. Therefore, after carefully surveying the terrain, Zhang Hao leaned toward Sun Yusin and lowered his voice. "Don't be afraid, it's fine." Sun Yusin was obviously terrified, and her body kept shaking. And after hearing Zhang Hao's words, she leaned towards him and rested her head in his arms a moment later. Zhang Hao's body was very hot, and the hormonal scent of the man's body was very strong, coupled with Zhang Hao's powerful heartbeat. Sun Yusin surprisingly quieted down very quickly, and her nervousness gradually calmed down. She felt this chest was wide and broad, and it was comfortable to rest her head against it, and it wasn't so scary. "Mr. Jiang, thank you." She suddenly whispered her thanks. Zhang Hao let out a bitter laugh. "This can't be your father's tactic, right? The purpose is to force you into a blind date?" "I don't think so, although I don't know him either, but he shouldn't be that bored." "You don't know him?" Zhang Hao was puzzled. Sun Yusin said with a hint of indifference in her voice, "Since I was a child, the number of times I've seen him has been limited. I'm the daughter born to his young wife, and I've been living outside alone with my mom." Zhang Hao was speechless for a while. Such family relationships were complicated. Sun Yusin continued at this time. "In fact, I often went to the bar a while ago, also because my mom and I started to live in a big house, and my mom also joined one of his branches as a vice president, but I was not happy, and then it really proved my guess that the reason why he was so good to us was because he wanted me to marry a big family. I hate that my mom doesn't talk to me now either. She's always scolding me." As she spoke, she shed silent tears while they wet Zhang Hao's front. Zhang Hao's hands were handcuffed, so there was nothing she could do to comfort her even if she wanted to. "So do you have any plans for the future?" Zhang Hao asked. "I'm going to leave Iku after graduation and stay away from them." Leaving was the right thing to do. You'll be at their mercy all the time you're in Iku. Sun Yusin's mind became calmer after talking for a while. And then, all of a sudden the iron cage was banged on. The young couple is chatting quite a bit, treating this place as a couple's room. Sun Yusin made a big red face, even though she was blindfolded. Her face was still red and at the same time her little heart was thumping. You know, just now she had been resting on Zhang Hao's chest, and this was the first time she had been so close to a boy since she grew up. So now that she was suddenly poked and prodded, she had a feeling like she was caught in the act of adultery and was so shy that she hurriedly left Zhang Hao's chest. Ha ha ha. At this time, the other kidnappers laughed out loud, and one of them even said, "Brothers don't say. This illegitimate daughter of the old Sun family is really pretty. Yeah, this girl looks so good without makeup, it would be nice to." "Hold it, we'll talk about it when the boss gets here. Now is not the time to talk about it." One of the kidnappers stopped the crowd from talking. Anyone could tell that Sun Yusin was the best of the best women, so it would be worth dying if you could spend a night with this kind of woman. However, they weren't sure what the boss was going to do with this Sun Yusin now, so they could only wait until the boss came over. "Zhang Hao, I'm a little scared." At this time, Sun Yusin leaned her head against Zhang Hao's chest again and rubbed it hard. "No need to be afraid." Zhang Hao attached himself to her ear and whispered, "When it gets dark, I have a way to take you out of here, so don't be in a hurry, wait for dark." Chapter 39. Is she the boss? The wait for darkness became very long. Zhang Hao never felt that time would become so slow, because waiting left and right for the sky just wouldn't get dark. There was also the fact that Sun Yusin began to squirm uneasily, and would even subconsciously curl up her legs, the whole person appearing to be in pain. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Hao asked in a low voice. "I can't hold it in. I want to go to the bathroom." Sun Yusin had been holding it in for a long time, only that she was able to hold it in before, so she didn't say anything. But as the minutes ticked by, she suddenly realized that the more she held back, the more she wanted to release. "Bigger and smaller?" Zhang Hao said anxiously. "Small." Sun Yusin was very shy. Saying this in front of a boy was simply not too embarrassing. "You hold back a little longer." Zhang Hao took a deep breath, then suddenly shouted, Someone, I need to go to the restroom." The 6 bandits had been drinking all afternoon, and they didn't know what nagged these drinkers. But in any case, the drink just kept on coming, and even a few of them had obviously gotten high. "Subbo, what are you screaming for? Scream again and I'll kill you." One of the kidnappers suddenly threw over a bottle of wine and smashed it against the iron cage, and the bottle shattered in response. "Big brother, I really can't hold it in. Besides, if I pull here, can you guys still drink it? Grip it. Don't you dare. Two of the kidnappers stood up with their steel pipes. My girlfriend needs to go to the bathroom too. So you guys watch out. Besides, are you afraid we'll run away with so many of you? Heh, agitation? There was one talker among those 6 kidnappers, and this talker had the least to drink and stayed sober the whole time. At this time, after he playfully turned around and glanced at Zhang Hao and Sun Yusin, he said, "Six Sun, take the key and untie them on the spot." Huh? It's really here? Huh? Then we? The one called Six Sun has a grim look on his face. They're sitting here drinking. How dare you son of a bitch trumpet here? Get them a bucket. The man of words waved his hand. That Six Sun was obviously reluctant, but couldn't disobey. So he picked up the key and carried the bucket to open the cage. At this time, the talker took out an old pistol and gently placed it on the table and laughed. "If you dare to play tricks, my gun will not be long-eyed." "Shit, get up." Rocco entered the iron cage at this time, then viciously kicked Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao rolled over with a stifled grunt. Six Sun took the handcuff key and opened the handcuffs, then opened Sun Yusin's handcuffs as well. "You can't take off the hood. We'll tear the ticket if you do, so you're on your own." Rocco even pulled out a handful in Sun Yusin's arms as he spoke. Sun Yusin was shocked and her entire body screamed. "Rocco." That talker's face sank violently at this time. Six Sun smiled cheekily and burped, "Shui, I'm just touching it, just a little." As he did so, he exited the cage and locked it. "Grab it and take it on the spot. Damn the bad luck. How else is this going to be eaten?" Rocco cursed and sat back down. "Remove everything. The big boss will be here soon. It's not good to see us drinking here." The crowd was not in the mood to drink it down at this time, because whoever else would not be able to drink it down. At this time, Sun Yusin's aggrieved shoulders shrugged, just now being touched by that rascal. She was simply scared to death. "Damn, can't you hold it in? Hurry up, if you can't pull it out, I'll beat the shirt out of you. Do you believe me?" Rocco said viciously. Zhang Hao ignored Six Sun at this point, instead considering whether or not he should make a move to finish these people off now. I can't hold it in." Just then, Sun Yusin's legs shivered as she leaned into Zhang Hao's arms. Neither of her legs had the strength to stand, and she was afraid that she would pee her pants. "I'll block you. You stand behind me." Zhang Hao at this time suddenly took off his sweatshirt, and then directly tore it into a large piece when he tore it with force, and at the same time, he also blocked in front of Sun Yusin. Sun Yusin's eyes were tearing up. It was so humiliating. She was practically dying of shame. But who made her really unable to hold it in? Haha, so it's the little pussy who can't hold it in, huh? At this point, several of the kidnappers whistled, looking on in amusement. "Well, turn around, all of you, and stop looking." The talker had a bit of a conscience, and he was the first to turn his body when he finished. "Subbo." A few of the other kidnappers continued to curse and turn their bodies around as well. Sun Yusin grabbed Zhang Hao's arms with both hands at this time, and did not care about anything else, blocked with Zhang Hao's body and the torn sweatshirt, and then started. Wow, wow, wow. The empty workshop was quiet. Only... Ha ha ha. The kidnappers laughed again at this time. "It is really funny. Besides, the little girl this urine is a little long. This must be held for how long. Although Sun Yusin was letting go, her nails had already pinched deeply into Zhang Hao's wrist. "I'm afraid this is the most humiliating scene she's ever had. But eating, drinking, and being human, she really can't control it." By this time, it was getting dark and the sun was setting, making the already dim workshop even darker. After Sun Yusin finished draining the water, she buried her head into Zhang Hao's arms and stopped moving. Somehow, Zhang Hao's chest had become her harbor from the wind, a place where she could feel safe. Rocco didn't go back into the cage, the bucket didn't go to be emptied, and the duo weren't handcuffed a second time. When it was completely dark, there was only the light of stars and fireworks in the workshop, and even the sound of talking was gone. And at that moment, Zhang Hao gazed through the black headgear to a toolbox 24 meters away. That toolbox has screwdrivers, a vise, wrenches, all kinds of screws, nails, and such. Apparently, it was a toolbox left over from a previous workshop to repair the machine. Zhang Hao was ready to make his move. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to get these 6 people killed. However, just as the screwdriver in that toolbox levitated soundlessly, a light suddenly shot up from outside. A car entered the yard, and there was more than one. "The boss is here." At that moment, all 6 kidnappers stood up. The screwdriver in the toolbox also fell back in noiselessly. Sun Yusin grabbed Zhang Hao's arm. 4 cars, one after the other, drove into the workshop. One car in the front was a white Mercedes-Benz Big G, while the one behind it was a Land Cruiser, and then 2 Alphas further back. The headlights illuminated the workshop brightly. The first person to jump off the Big G was a man and a woman. Boss. When they saw the woman get out of the car, everyone called out to the boss. And at that moment, Jiang Hao's entire body was tightened, and underneath his mask, he had a shocked look on his face. Chapter 40. Everyone killed. Jiang Hao never expected Long Xiaola to be the boss behind these kidnappers. At this moment, the workshop was brightly lit, and the 6 kidnappers nodded and greeted Long Xiaola. Long Xiaola also brought a dozen or so people, and these dozen or so people look like they're all practicing. Each one of them looks like a dragon and tiger. Good job, Shui. Long Xiaola patted the shoulder of the talker among the 6 kidnappers at this time. The talker was agitated, but he also forced the agitation down and nodded. What's the boss's business is my business. Long Xiaola didn't say anything else, but looked at the iron cage. At this moment, Sun Yusin was already so scared that she hid behind Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao's complexion at this time. What would Long Xiaola do if she saw him? Would she finish herself off, or would she let Sun Yusin go? Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Hao remembered something as if Sun Yusin was also surnamed Sun. The Sun Hongya he killed before was also named Sun. Could they be family? Long Xiaola didn't approach the iron cage, just looked at it from afar for a few moments. Even she wasn't interested in paying attention to what Sun Yusin looked like, wasn't interested in knowing who the man with his head covered was. Of course, perhaps she had already heard the report from her subordinates, so she didn't want to know who the man who had been marooned was. There was also the fact that Long Xiaola didn't recognize Jiang Hao. After all, the iron cage was leaning against the wall, and the headlights didn't shine on the iron cage. Besides, there wasn't that much intimacy between Long Xiaola and Jiang Hao. So she stood in the center aisle and sulked a little before waving her hand and saying, "Let's go." Wow. One by one, everyone got into the car, while the rear car turned into the front car and started to drive away. Long Xiaola's car was the last to go, but when she pulled up to the entrance of the workshop, her car stopped again. Shui. Coming. The talker, Water, immediately ran over. Long Xiaola didn't get off the car, and when Shui was close, Long Xiaola whispered, "The male sinks into the river. The female? Rewarded to you. But finally do it cleaner." Understood. As Shui hemmed and hawed, Long Xiaola drove off in a dusty manner. And at that moment, Jiang Hao's hands trembled. Though she and Shui spoke quietly enough for no third person to hear, he heard them clearly. Is Long Xiaola so cruel? Is Long Xiaola so inhuman? Had he done wrong before? He shouldn't have saved this vicious, inhuman woman. She doesn't ask anything and just takes out herself, a stranger who was innocently dragged into this. Nor did anyone sexualize the kidnappers to rape and kill a tender woman. She's horrible. For the first time, Jiang Hao felt incomparable regret. He regrets why he was so impulsive that day, regretting why he couldn't find the north after being teased by Long Xiaola for a few sentences, blowing a few mouthfuls of hot air, and then he sold out for her. How could you be so stupid? And to go and kill so many people for her? I'm afraid that in Long Xiaola's mind, he's a big shabby himself. Boss, what did the boss order? At that moment, Shui walked back and kept smoking a cigarette. Water sucked the last of the cigarette farts out hard, then suddenly drew the old pistol from his back waist and said, "Get the man out? Come on." Apparently, the 6 of them were professional kidnappers and hadn't done this kind of thing often, because Jiang Hao could tell that all 6 of them were very excited. Not excited to kill someone, but excited because they're going to do some animalistic behavior next. Lao Lu went to get the key, and it's time for them to pull out their cigarettes and light them, and some even want to get improvised bunks. However, none of them noticed that the Phillips screwdriver in the toolbox suddenly flew out of thin air, and then with a swift momentum, when all of them were thinking about it, it suddenly stabbed into Shui's temple with a pft sound. Although this Shui had been somewhat humane before, Jiang Hao knew deep down that this bandit leader was the most crucial figure. Jiang Hao didn't want to distinguish whether Shui was a good guy or a bad guy, because at this moment, none of these 6 people were good. So, he had to take out Shui, who had a gun in his hand, first. Boom. Shui fell to the ground at the sound, and it took a few others to react, and then all of them instantly crouched or got down or looked for cover in fear. Old 5, turn off the lights and the flashlights, quick, there's someone in the workshop. Pa. Inside the workshop there were solar-powered rechargeable lights and a bright flashlight closest to the old 5, so that old 5 casually turned off both the lights and the flashlight. For a moment, the workshop was plunged into darkness. Jiang Hao shook his head at this time, What an ignoramus. He was worried that these people would leave the lights on, and now that they were off, it hit him right in the lower cup. The screwdriver slowly withdrew itself from Shuei's temple, and a drop of blood dripped from midair. And then, when the screwdriver direction changed, puff. Old Five, who had just turned off the lights, was pierced in the temple by a screwdriver, which came out the other side of his temple. All anyone heard was a muffled grunt, but they didn't even hear who the voice came from, and they didn't know what happened again. Old Five, turn on the lights first. He's in the dark and we're in the light. Turn on the lights. At this time, the people who just called to turn off the lights reacted. They don't know where the murderer is. Turn off the lights will be even more difficult to find. That's why it's better to turn on the lights first. Otherwise, it's like being blind. How can we fight this fight? However, Old Five did not answer his words. The man's heart thumped. At the same time, an unsettling premonition struck his heart, and even more warning signs were born, and then violently rolled on the ground. However, he had just finished rolling and crouched down again when the gong silk knife poofed above his right eye. The man screamed in agony and tried to grab the gong silk knife. However, he was still half a beat too late, as the screwdriver had already stabbed inside his head, and he fell straight down. Second brother, fifth brother. Lao Lu was terrified at this time, but still broke out and cursed, "Son of a bitch, have the balls to single with me." Before Old Six could finish his words, the screwdriver had already been rooted into the center of his chest. Old Six stumbled forward 2 steps, then fell headfirst to the ground. "Big brother, spare your life. Big brother, spare your life. We did not do anything, We do not know anything, At this point, the other 2 were scared silly, and the 2 were together with their backs to each other, their whole bodies trembling. It was really weird. So far they hadn't seen anyone, but 4 of their brothers were dead. Naturally, Zhang Hao at this moment did not intend to let any of them go. So, the screwdriver once again stabbed into a person's temple. The other man, when he realized that the brother beside him had fallen down, was so frightened that he ran outside the workshop, shouting for help as he ran. But he didn't think about it. There wasn't even a ghost in this factory, so who could he turn to for help? After he ran a dozen meters, he was stabbed in the back of the heart with a life-threatening screwdriver. Since then, all 6 bandits have been killed. Of course, at this time, Sun Yusin had long been about to pee in fear. Although she hadn't seen anything, the sound of the 6 kidnappers falling to the ground and being killed was crystal clear. She didn't know who did it, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of urination. And if Zhang Hao wasn't right next to her, she was afraid she would have been paralyzed with fear. Chapter 41. Staying awake. Just as Sun Yusin was too scared to stand and her 2 legs were about to fall to the ground, Zhang Hao suddenly patted her arm and said, "It's okay." She screamed out in terror, then violently covered her mouth again. Zhang Hao grabbed her hand. "Follow me." While saying that, he led Sun Yusin to the iron lock, then naturally took the key and opened the lock. How did you get the key?" Sun Yusin said in a bewildered manner. Zhang Hao smiled. "This dead man dropped the key under the iron cage before he died." Sun Yusin said incredulously. "How did you see that? It's so dark here." "I saw it when the lights were still on. Let's go." Zhang Hao took her hand and seemed to walk to a table, which she didn't see anyway because it was too dark inside. It was Zhang Hao, on the contrary, who had accurately found their cell phones. "Go." Zhang Hao turned on his cell phone while walking outside with Sun Yusin. But, Sun Yusin wanted to say, who was the murderer inside? Why did he kill the 6 of them? And how come they didn't show up? But she didn't dare to ask. Zhang Hao dragged her away. She couldn't wait to grow wings and fly out as if she didn't dare to look back at all, and she didn't dare to speak again. Soon, the duo exited the factory, and after walking a bit more they reached the highway. What do we do now? She didn't have a single idea left, and if she didn't have Zhang Hao today, she would have collapsed long ago. "You call your dad." Zhang Hao returned her cell phone to her and said. "But..." Sun Yusin looked complicated. She didn't want to contact her father. Zhang Hao didn't say anything at this time, but lit a cigarette and squatted on the side of the road to smoke. He needs to stay awake. He had just killed Sun Hongya of the Sun family a few days ago, and now he had gotten involved with the Sun family's illegitimate daughter. And obviously, Sun Yusin should be Sun Hongya's half-sister. So what would Sun Yusin think if she knew that he had killed his brother? Although Zhang Hao had rescued Sun Yusin, he didn't want to have any super friendship with her. Because people will die. If Sun Yusin knew that she had killed her brother, a thorn would definitely be planted in her heart. So it was best to stop here between him and Sun Yusin. No super friendships can happen. no feelings involved, and no sex. Although he wanted to be a scumbag and scumbag Sun Yusin once, this thought was extinguished when he guessed that Sun Yusin was Sun Hongye's sister. He is now young and golden. If he wants to slag, there are countless women who will let him slag, so there is no need to slag this Sun Yusin. Also, he didn't want to have anything to do with Sun Yusin in the future. Seeing Sun Yusin entangled, Zhang Hao then advised, "Your father and mother must be very anxious. The other party kidnapped you in order to make your parents pay a big price. So at this time you have to notify them at the first time. You're very good. You got rid of the kidnappers to save yourself. At that point, perhaps your father won't have to be threatened by the other side." "Okay, I'll fight." Sun Yusin knew that the other party must have threatened her father by kidnapping her, so Zhang Hao was right at this time. The phone was quickly put through and picked up when it rang twice. "Xinu, is that you?" A neutral voice rang out. "It's me. I ran out. Don't worry about me." "What? You ran out? Where are you? Tell me quickly. I'll come and get you." Sun Yusin glanced at Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao nodded at this time. "I don't know exactly where this is, but I can see a mountain in the distance from here, and there's a tower of telecommunication on the mountain, by the way. I'll send you the location." Sun Yu hung up the phone after saying that, and then immediately sent her father the location using the social software. Zhang Hao said after seeing her posting the location, "Don't mention me after you see your father. Just say that it was too dark, you didn't see anything. You only heard the sound of the fight outside, and then finally opened the lock for you. And you didn't see anyone since the beginning? Then why can't I talk about you?" Sun Yusin said in confusion. "Because I don't want to get involved in your vendetta. If your father knows of my existence, I'm sure I'll be in a lot of trouble, and the people behind the kidnappers will be there to investigate me. So I don't want to be a thorn in the side of both forces." I know. I won't talk about you. Don't worry." Sun Yusin realized at this point that it was good that her father didn't know about Zhang Hao's existence. Zhang Hao sat down on the side of the road at this time and continued to smoke. He thinks he's going to speed up the formation of his own company and then rush off to Burma, away from this place of wrongdoing, and it's best to go out and hide for a while. "Zhang Hao, can I add you as a WeChat friend? This will make it easier to get in touch in the future." Suddenly, Sun Yusin asked with a red face. Zhang Hao froze for a moment. He wanted to say that he couldn't, but it wasn't too good to refuse directly, and after seeing Sun Yusin's thirsty face and even a hint of pleading gaze, his heart softened for no reason. "Then, add?" Zhang Hao could only take out his cell phone and ask Sun Yusin to add WeChat. Sun Yusin was overjoyed. Today's experience with Zhang Hao was dangerous, but also very exciting. Even she felt that she and Zhang Hao had a difficult relationship. And the relationship goes beyond normal friends. It's much closer than normal friends. "Zhang Hao, thank you for today." Sun Yusin once again lowered her head with a red face. Having herself rested on his chest for so long, in the immediate aftermath of shushing her, she was simply humiliated at that moment. But now that she thought about it, she felt incomparably marvelous. Zhang Hao brought her a great sense of security. Even that sense of security made her obsessed. About half an hour later, Zhang Hao saw a few cars coming from the distance. "Go, hide behind a tree. If it's your father and the others, come out. If it's the enemy, they won't see us if we hide." Sun Yusin was so scared that she grabbed Zhang Hao's hand again and hid behind a tree with him. Several cars quickly approached and slowed down, while Sun Yusin's cell phone suddenly rang. When the cell phone rang, Sun Yusin was so scared that she almost jumped up. "It's your father, go out. Don't mention me. I'm leaving." Zhang Hao had already seen a man and a woman pair of middle-aged people sitting in the middle of a car on the phone at this time. Obviously, that was Sun Yusin's parents. But Sun Yusin was a bit reluctant to part with Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao shook his head, then quickly backed up and turned around without any delay, and was gone in a flash. Sun Yusin also walked out from behind the tree at this time. A group of people quickly jumped down from the 3 cars, then escorted Sun Yusin onto the car in the center. Soon, the convoy drove off while Zhang Hao drifted like the wind through the mountains and forests. He borrowed the power of the wind and stepped on the forest grass and trees and rode the wind. Chapter 42. At 10 o'clock at night, Zhang Hao walked into the hotel where he had checked in while replying to Tsang Laosher's WeChat. Chao told him that the company had been registered and that she had also rented a commercial room today, with 2 floors, the bottom of which could be used to display jade jewelry and the top could be used as an office. What's more, she claimed that Spring City and Dianan will also hold a gem and jade show next month, so they have to speed up to stock up, because during the gem and jade show, dealers from all over the country will go to the show to buy some raw stones and open-windowed raw stones, also known as stocking up. They go to Burma to get the first-hand goods, and this goods need to be carefully selected on the Burmese side, and then return to the domestic raw stone are all belong to the fine material. The price will be on the basis of the original stone a few times. If you can open a small window and have green, then the price will be higher. Therefore, to do jade business, as long as you seize the opportunity, open once can eat for 3 years. Some people even open once and eat for the rest of their lives. It's just that I'm distracted right now. Always complained in WeChat. The stores over here need to be redecorated after they are rented, so I don't have time to keep an eye on them here. And it's not safe over there in Burma. We still need to hire security companies. So there's too much going on. Your phone hasn't been on all day. You can't be such a shirker. Always complained in a flurry of messages on WeChat. Zhang Hao just looked at his phone, so he listened down one by one, but all but missed the person who had just entered the elevator in front of him. When he reached the elevator entrance, the elevator door had just closed as well, and Zhang Hao hurriedly pressed the door open button. But the moment the elevator door opened, Zhang Hao froze. Immediately after, the woman's roar came from the elevator. Zhang Hao, you're so shameless to follow me. Huma Zhao. There was surprisingly Zhao Yanran in the elevator, and there was another woman, heavily made up, with a particularly short skirt. Naturally, that Yishao was also there, and the two women were embraced by him left and right. Yo yo yo, if it isn't green? That Yishao said with a bad smile on his face. Little green, you're still not dead in the water? Zhang Hao silently put his cell phone into his pocket at this time and laughed. Just picking up my secondhand goods? You really think you've picked up a treasure? I've had enough fun a long time ago. Zhang Hao, you son of a bitch. Zhao Yanran was instantly enraged. When did Zhang Hao play her? He was making false accusations. And sure enough, Yishao sank his face all of a sudden, his gaze fierce as he looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao shrugged his shoulders. In our old village, usually picked up the rest of other people's things. We call this kind of people for dog leftovers. Huh, you a big shabby picked up the rest of my play and still have the face to show off with me here? I'll fucking kill you. Yishao was instantly annoyed. Fucking himself into a dog leftover? This grandson's speech was too unpleasant. He had to get this little security guard killed today. However, as soon as he rushed over, Zhang Hao slapped Yishao back inside the elevator with a big biker pocket. And that's when he took a step backward and the elevator doors closed. Son of a bitch, Green, you're dead, you're dead. In the elevator, Yishao was so angry that he cursed furiously, while Zhao Yanran followed suit. Zhang Hao, I will definitely find someone to clean you up. You wait for me? Yishao, you calm down. Fuck you. Yishao slapped a small amount of water on Zhao Yanran's face, inciting Zhao Yanran to spin around in place before sitting on the ground with a thud. You bitch, piggyback, stay away from me from now on. While cursing, Yishao was still not relieved, then rode on Zhao Yanran and went left and right. He was stimulated by Zhang Hao, but he's really a dog leftover. A little security guard played. Fucking pickup can be what good goods? And Zhao Yanran wasn't a fledgling in the first place. So the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, because he didn't want to be a dog leftover. When the elevator door opened, Yishao was so angry that he stood up and pointed at her and cursed, Get lost. Stay away from me or I'll kill you. Yishao. Yishao. You don't listen to his nonsense, He didn't even touch me, really. Yishao, you forgive me. Yishao. Zhao Yanran shamelessly pounced over and hugged Yishao's thigh. At this time, her face was also swollen, and her nose seemed to have been incited crooked by Yishao. But she still refused to let go of Yishao's thighs, because Yishao's thighs are really thick. Just these few days, Yishao bought him 3 bags, all hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Yishao's family also has a jade business, so they gave her a jade pendant, saying it was worth something like $800,000. So, she's made a fortune in the last few days, huh? And she was also planning to get pregnant with Yishao's seed. As long as she was pregnant with his seed, then it was highly likely that she would be on the throne. Yishao, I'm really wrong. He was just angry at you just now. We should clean him up together. Yishao, why don't you just forget about it? Yanran has been saying good things about you every day for the past few days. The other girl helped Zhao Yanran speak. Get the fuck in here. After Yishao beat up Zhao Yanran, his anger went down quite a bit, so he chose to forgive her for the time being. After all, he still had to fight 1 against 2 at night. However, he wasn't going to let Zhang Hao off the hook, so the first thing he did after entering the room was to pull out his cell phone and make a call to Chengzi. How much does it cost to break a person's 2 legs? $400,000, plus $100,000 for the comminuted fracture, for a total of $500,000. Just comminuted fractures. I'll make him wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. You get here to Grand Hyatt right away. Call me when you get here, and remember, bring someone with a dick. Okay, Yishao, I'll be there in half an hour. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao went up from another elevator. However, when he went up the stairs, his soul power was fully open, and as the elevator kept going up, he kept searching for Zhao Yanran and Yi Xiao's location. See. Just as he was about to reach his floor, he saw that Doggy and Zhao Yanran were on his next floor. Soon, he returned to his room, and his soul power also continued to observe the dog leftovers downstairs. After a moment, Zhang Hao shook his head. He couldn't make a move here. One had just clashed with the dog leftovers, and if the dog leftovers had an accident, then he was the most suspicious. Secondly, it wasn't worth it for him to break the law because of a woman like Zhao Yanran, and the two had become a thing of the past. It could even be said that Yi Xiao wasn't even considered a hat for him. After all, he hadn't even touched Zhao Yanran. But a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. Zhang Hao wanted to take out a bad breath, one that would make Yi Xiao and Zhao Yanran regret it for the rest of their lives. And fighting and killing is the lowest form of getting out of anger. One day, I want you both to kneel at my feet and repent. Zhang Hao turned around and exited the presidential suite after a cold snort. Because he really did not want to see any more. The dog left over that room is filthy. Zhao Yanran was beaten into that, then even bared his teeth to the dog left over the smilet. How could he have been so blind to find a girlfriend like that? It's so fucking lame. He's ashamed of himself now. Chapter 43. Recruitment of two beautiful women with high salaries. After Zhang Hao retired from the presidential suite, the first thing he did was call Feng Di. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The phone was picked up after 2 rings, and Feng Di also remained very respectful and cautious. In fact, Zhang Hao had planned to investigate for a few more days or familiarize himself for a while longer before bringing up the matter of recruiting her with Feng Di. But now the companies are all registered, so there's a real shortage of staff. Do you have time now? Zhang Hao asked. Feng Di was baffled. It's now 10:30 p.m. Mr. Jiang, it's too late today, isn't it? She was careful when she rejected people and didn't dare to do so explicitly, only reminding Zhang Hao that it was too late. It's not too late if you haven't slept. I'm looking for you to talk about something at work. Where are you? I'll come over and pick you up and have a late-night snack on the way. Well, I'll send you the location. Feng Di hung up the phone after saying that, and then immediately sent the location. At this time, her best friend beside her said oddly, "Why are you still going out so late? That Mr. Jiang definitely doesn't have good intentions. Don't go." He said to talk about work matters. It's not good to not go, right? Feng Di grimaced bitterly. In fact, Zhang Hao is young and golden, 10,000 times stronger than Shaa Shuowei, and Zhang Hao overbearingly deposited all the deposits with her, gave her performance, and allowed her to raise her position. So she was grateful to Zhang Hao. However, she didn't want Zhang Hao to mistake her for an immodest girl. Although, as much as she wanted something to happen with Zhang Hao, she really didn't want to get hurt emotionally again. That's right too. It's not good that you don't go to see the old man after he's deposited several $100 million with you. My best friend's last name is Lu Meng, and she also works in Jiangkou, working as a translator in a translation agency. What by old man, Mr. Jiang is only a year older than me. What? It's not, is it? Only a year older than you? Holy shit. Rich kid? Lu Meng was shocked. Why didn't you tell me before? I thought Mr. Jiang's was a suffered old man. You nymphomaniac. Feng Di stomped her with his foot. This nymphomaniac is bent on finding a local account in Jiangkou, but so far he has not come across it. How about I go with you and help you get your courage up and advise you? Lu Meng asked tentatively. Okay. Feng Di was also worried that Zhang Hao wasn't about work, but simply wanted to sleep with her, so having someone by her side would bolster her courage. I'll go clean up then. Lu Meng hurriedly ran into the restroom to put on Jane's makeup, while her little heart was thumping with excitement. She hadn't met a billionaire yet, and now there was a 24-year-old billionaire, so she was excited, even had a twinge of longing. As for Feng Di, her heart was in turmoil. She wanted to let Lu Meng accompany her to have courage, but she was also worried about what to do if Lu Meng and Zhang Hao were eye to eye. You know, Lu Meng's body is better than hers, not a trace of fat on her belly, and although she wears glasses, they also enhance that cultural temperament of hers. And Lu Meng is especially talented. She knows 4 foreign languages. Lu Meng also takes a high salary in Jiangkou, the average monthly income of about 30,000. Sometimes when there is a lot of business, 40,000 to 50,000 per month is not a problem. So, Lu Meng has an enviable income, a strong cultural background, and a beautiful face and body. Then, if Lu Meng were to steal a man from her, she would definitely be unable to do so. But Lu Meng is her best BFF, and now she's living in the apartment Lu Meng rented. so she was very torn in her mind. After 10 minutes or so, the two women came downstairs, then stood on the curb and waited. Half an hour later, the BMW 740 drove up. Wow, a BMW 7 Series, yeah. Lu Meng's eyes went green, and she became more nervous. The window came down and Jiang Hao smiled sideways. Little Feng, is this your friend? Well, she. Feng Di didn't know how to explain, and she was nervous. On the contrary, Lu Meng laughed. Handsome pot, I haven't had a late-night snack either. Then get in the car, no problem. Jiang Hao hadn't wanted to do anything to Feng Di. If he wanted to slag Feng Di, he would have done so long ago. So today he really wants to talk about work. The two women happily got into the car and sat in the back together. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, asked while driving, what do you want to eat? What you eat, what we eat, handsome pot. So you are so handsome, ah. Shao Di said there is a billionaire. I thought it was by the old man. Jiang Hao laughed. Being bad by the old man? LOL. The two women were amused, as Jiang Hao was talking about online terriers. Soon, the three of them found an open-air stall. Gongkou is a typical southern city, and because of the high temperature, sometimes there are more people at night than during the day. So the streets are very busy. The three of them ordered food separately, but didn't order alcohol because Jiang Hao didn't drink. Lu dreamed of a drink, but was worried that she was being too unreserved, so she ordered a Coke as well. Little Feng, I called you out this late because there's something I want to ask you. Well, you say. That's right. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and said, I and Song Lao. Song Qian have partnered to set up a company. This matter you know, and today the company has been registered, and the stores have been rented. But the company is really short of people, especially in finance, and I don't have anyone I know and trust. So I thought of you. Feng Di has not yet participated in the work of a yearit, and the work of the bank is also considered an iron rice bowl, drought and flood. Welfare benefits are good, so the people who work in the bank easily will not resign. She didn't think about quitting either. Feng Di had a difficult look on his face, not knowing how to answer. And at this time, Lu Meng then suddenly asked, May I ask Mr. Jiang, what is the main business of your registered company? It's precious jade. We go abroad to get the raw stones back in stock, and then we go to exhibitions all over the country, or sell the jade in stores. Jade business? Lu Meng's eyes lit up. This was big business. Right. So, what exactly is the situation in terms of pay and benefits if D goes over there? Jiang Hao also do not know how much the average salary of Jiangko responsible for finance is now, but he thinks that since he wants to dig people's iron rice bowls to dig over, and let her become your trusted person, it must be given a high salary to be able to do. How about $200,000 a month and $2.4 million a year, not counting bonuses? The two girls all sprayed. Lu Meng almost sprayed the Coke on Jiang Hao's face, but fortunately she turned her head when she sprayed. Otherwise she would have sprayed Jiang Hao's face. Von D was confused after he sprayed it. $2.4 million a year? Her current salary was $8,000, which was only $96,000 a year. So if she wanted to save up $2.4 million, she would need to work for more than 20 years to be able to do so, and that was without spending a single penny of her salary. But now, Jiang Hao is paying her $2.4 million a year? And that's not counting bonuses? Her whole body swooned. Big boss Jiang, is your company still short of people? I graduated from university with a bachelor's degree and know 4 foreign languages, and I remember that the main origin of jade is Burma, and I happen to know Burmese as well, so are you still short of people? And you know Burmese? Jiang Hao's eyes snapped open. Lu Meng nodded repeatedly, yes, and professionally. I work in translation and printing. That's great. Jiang Hao slapped the table. As long as you come over, the annual salary also starts at 2.4 million, with bonuses on top of that. Jiang, boss, get me beer. Lu Meng's eyes were green with excitement. She had to drink. She had to honor her boss. Chapter 44. Social Survival as a Learning Process. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Hao, Song Qian, Feng Di, Lu Meng, as well as Wei Liang and Brother Pocky met at the Hao Ran Jewelry House. Hao Ran Jewelry House location is very remote, not in the city center, and not next to any shopping malls, but the distance from the Baoan district's new and used goods market is very close, is considered to be in the side of the new and used goods market position. Naturally, Hao Ran Jewelers hasn't been listed yet, and the place was a beauty salon before, so it still needs to be redecorated. But the good thing is that the area is large enough that the second floor can be completely segregated into a number of office areas, and the first floor can be used for booths. This is also a storefront that Song Qian rented on her own private initiative. There were a few old tables and chairs on the second floor, and once everyone was seated, Zhang Hao introduced everyone. When the introduction was finished, Zhang Hao said, "Let's find a decoration company over here. Let them design the drawings, and when we pass, we'll give them the whole package. And as soon as this side of the renovation company is in, we'll be on our way." Zhang Hao looked at Song Yu and Lu Ming and said, "You guys will have a strategy for the itinerary, accommodation, and airfare, etc. This is the first time we've been in the market, so all the processes need to be figured out by ourselves. I'll transfer the money to the company account later, and Feng Di is in charge of financial management. Wei Liang and Pocky, you two will be the logistics for now. Your other 6 brothers are all businessmen. All of them will have to register their names later, and then you, Song Lao, will be in charge of building a group and pulling everyone in." Song Qian glared at Zhang Hao. This son of a bitch also called Smooth Talk It. This meeting it also called Song Lao Sure. Zhang Hao smiled awkwardly, really calling it smooth. "By the way, Ryozi, your other 6 brothers are also $500,000 per business attendance, but you and Asako are a little higher, $1 million per trip. How do you say you are also leaders, right?" Gulp. Wei Liang and Pocky gulped at the same time. This place was just crowded. If there was no one else, the two of them would have definitely run to Zhang Hao's side to nibble on him. This is too much, isn't it? $1 million for a business trip? Later on, the finance will have to count the staff salary and attendance, including my salary and Song Qian's salary to have a fixed number. Zhang Hao, who had left Zhao Yanran, seemed to be really enlightened. His mind was quick and clear, no longer looking like the clueless person he used to be. Of course, this also had something to do with the development of his brain domain. He was afraid that his brain domain had been developed by 5% before, and now it was up to 10%, so it would be strange if it could be the same as before. Does anyone have any more questions? Zhang Hao looked at the others again at this time. "I'll take care of the logistics side." At this time, Song Qian suddenly said. Wei Liang and Pocky just froze. Didn't they say they were in charge? How come this woman still wants to take away their power? Don't get me wrong, you two. Hear me out. Song Qian smiled and said, "The company has just been set up, a specific matter you two certainly do not understand, but I used to work in other companies as a logistics supervisor, so I want to make the company as quickly as possible on the right track. Things like staff uniforms, accommodation issues, travel issues, etc., and little bits and pieces that you grown men just don't think about. That's why I'm suggesting that one of you two and the other 6 should be divested of the company." Wei Liang and Brother Pocky's faces sank. What did this little bitch mean? The duo looked towards Zhang Hao, as they were both introduced just now. Zhang Hao was the major shareholder and the little bitch was the minor shareholder. But the minority shareholders have spoken too, so what's the point? Hear me out. Song Qian's heart is tired. Wei Liang and him, the 2 guys, look like a good person, but also 2 tampers, purely the kind of big blockhead, but the brain is not quite enough. What I mean is that the company pays for it and registers another company, let's call it Hao Ran Security Company, and then let the 2 of them be the supervisors, responsible for the security company on a day-to-day basis, but the financial management of the security company will still be handled by Hao Ran Jewelry Company. After all, I'm afraid we may not get 1 shipment a year, or even 2 or 3 years, so we can't have them all idle after 1 shipment, right? Besides, 1 on the jewelry store side is usually enough. So, with a separate security company, they can still take on other escorts, security protection assignments, etc. during the week as well. Zhang Hao and Wei Liang and Pocky's eyes all lit up. Just do what Song Qian said, and I'll leave the registration to you as well. Also, Feng Di Lu Meng cooperates with Song Qian. When Zhang Hao said this, he suddenly said again, "Why don't you just say, in the future, Song Qian will be the general manager of Hao Ran Jewelry House and Hao Ran Security Company." Song Qian didn't refuse. Instead, her eyes flashed, from Song Lao Sure to Song General Manager. This is also a kind of status enhancement. The crowd had no more objections, and then they all got busy. Song Qian has to go find a decoration company, to register a security company, to order clothes, to rent a house for the next security personnel, etc., etc., etc. She is responsible for too much. Lu Ming, on the other hand, began to do the strategy, booking tickets and airfare, contacting hotels, contacting logistics and so on, but also to dock with the Myanmar side. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, took Feng Di to the industrial and commercial bank and made a payment to the company's account. Feng Di hasn't resigned yet, so it's just as well that he went over there today to do so. And when Feng Di went upstairs to hand in his resignation, Zhang Hao received another call from Song Qian. "You have to go on a trip after you deposit the money. I'm really busy, so it's okay for you to go." "On a business trip? Where?" Zhang Hao was confused. "Chunqing ah, go find the exhibition organizer to exhibit ah. I almost forgot about this, but I contacted a friend in the circle. So if you don't know anything, ask him. He will pick you up when you arrive. Also, Be careful of Old Zhu. Old Zhu is the landlord of Spring City and will also be exhibiting in Spring City this time, so be careful of him undermining you at that time. I don't think he knows about us, right? Zhang Hao said oddly. Not really, but you made him $500 million for a little over 2 million, and he'll strangle you to death, so be careful. Okay, you push me the phone number and WeChat of the person I'm connecting with. If Feng Di has nothing to do, go with you, I'll advance whatever I spend on my side, and just take the ticket to her for reimbursement at that time. What's the point of bringing her? Zhang Hao wondered. Idiot, it's best to have a man and a woman on business trips. Don't you know that the same sex is repulsive? If the exhibition leader is a man, you may not be given a good position even if you go and pay a high price. But if Feng Di goes, I'm afraid he'll pay a low price for a good spot. I tell you, little virgin, doing business is a university of knowledge. Just like we play poker, you play once or twice, certainly not skillful. When you play 100 times, 1,000 times, you can know the fragrance of women with your eyes closed. Fuck off, you silver girl. Cluck, 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 cluck. Song Qian laughed triumphantly over the phone. But what Song Lao sure said was quite reasonable. Zhang Hao had gone to the government hall before to replace his ID card, and the staff responsible for replacing the card was a man in his 20s. At that time, when he inquired, the man was so in love with him that he didn't even raise his head. But when a pretty woman in line behind him asked in a soft voice, the man not only raised his head, but also stood up to explain in detail the process and so on. So, social survival is a big subject, and so is doing business, and he has a lot more to learn. Chapter 45, A Higher Power. The capital of Yunnan Province, Spring City. Zhang Hao not only brought Feng Di on this business trip, but also brought Ma Zi and a veteran named Wang Xiaohu over together. This is because if this side determines the location of the booth, it is also necessary to leave people behind to carry out simple decoration and setup, so it can't be without people. Wang Xiaohu retired from the army with his father in his hometown to do a period of carpentry work to come, so this time it is just right to bring him over. A group of 4 people stayed at the Spring City Hotel, which was an old 5-star hotel in Spring City. After arriving at the hotel in the afternoon and checking in, Zhang Hao was the first to call Song Lao's friend. After all, he hadn't been to Spring City, so he couldn't do anything at all if he didn't have an acquaintance. I'm in Oddfellows, call me when you get to Oddfellows. It was a man who answered the phone, and it was impossible to determine his age from the sound of his voice, but it was clear that the other party was busy and noisy over there, and he hung up the phone directly after telling Zhang Hao his location. Oddball City? Zhang Hao opened the map and searched for the location of Qishir City and found that the straight line distance from himself was just over 1,000 meters, and he would arrive after walking through 3 intersections. After thinking about it, he didn't call Pocky and Feng Di, but instead went downstairs alone towards Stone City. Stone City is located in the north side of the second ring road in Spring City, is currently the largest domestic gemstone wholesale market. Here is not only jadeite, there are also Hutian jade, Huanglong jade, mineral crystals, disc play beeswax, and so on and so forth. Traders from many provinces and cities come here to buy goods. In about half an hour, Zhang Hao arrived at the strange Stone City north of the second ring road. Odd Stone City is very large. Street-side stores on both sides are piled up all kinds of stone waste, and there are also many processing small workshops here, and many stores selling precious stones and jade and so on. There were many people throughout the city of curiosities, and the owners were all out-of-town merchants. Zhang Hao didn't know the man's exact location, so he could only call again. You've arrived at the City of Strange Stones? Then go inside, there's a store on the right side of the road called Bao Long Yushir Hong. I'm here. Great. Zhang Hao hung up the phone and curiously looked left and right while walking inside. However, after walking 30 meters or so, he stopped and crouched down to pull out a piece of scrap stone from a pile of waste material outside the door of a small processing workshop. Boss, what's the price for this piece of material? 8,000 does not speak. Inside out is not the boss, but the boss's wife. The boss's wife is also black enough. A piece of durian so big waste. All sides of the window is open, also not half a bit of green waste. Even want to price 8,000. Zhang Hao shook his head, then point, 800 for sale? Give me a raise, 800 is too cheap, it should be $1,000. Gotta. Encountered do not know how to do, also not willing to bargain. The other side will make a lot of money. Encountered a will bargaining, will be able to directly kill 10 times the price. In fact, I'm afraid no one even wants this scrap pile here. They can come over at night and steal it, and they won't be reported to the police for stealing it. However, Zhang Hao still let the other party open a formal invoice procedure, $1,000 type package. However, Zhang Hao separately spent another $88 to buy a green backpack, and the stone was put in the backpack. Jiang Hao continued to walk forward, and a few moments later picked out another 4 square scrap in a pile of scraps and bought it for $200. In this way, he walked around until he reached the outside of the Baolongyu stone house and bought a total of 4 pieces of scrap, spending a total of about $3,000. A few people were eating watermelon outside the Baolongyu stone house, and there were no customers in the merchant's house. After seeing Jiang Hao walking over with a heavy backpack, one of the guys in flip-flops laughed and said, "Little brother, buying stones?" Jiang Hao smiled. "May I ask who is big brother Sudahai?" "Ah, your boss Jiang." A man in the melon-eating team stood up and wiped his hands before taking the initiative to shake Jiang Hao's hand. His hands were obviously not wiped clean though. There was still watermelon juice on them. On the contrary, Jiang Hao didn't count on it, but smiled. "Brother Su, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you this time." While saying this, he took out a box of Chinese and pulled out a few cigarettes to light them up for a few of the eaters respectively. Su Dahai also did not polite, inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "It's all right, and I'd Song Qian know for many years, this favor is nothing. Older brother, eat melon and eat melon, it's too hot. What are you carrying?" Su Dahai picked up a slice of watermelon and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao is still really thirsty to know. 4 pieces of waste raw stone how to say also have 30 pounds. These stones look not big, but back really heavy. "It's a couple of scraps I just bought." Jiang Hao put the bag on the ground and said, "What's the scrap buying him for? I've got more scrap in my backyard. None of it worth anything. Just look good, just buy it." Jiang Hao also did not do more explanation. 4 pieces of waste is either green or yellow, and even the beginning of that piece of waste inside the fist so big a piece of ice seed. Therefore, he knew very well that these 4 stones were definitely worth a lot when they were opened. After Su Dahai saw that Jiang Hao didn't have any intention of taking the scrap out, he didn't ask too many questions and instead opened up for dinner. Jiang Hao naturally had no problem with it. No matter where Su Dahai went to eat tonight, he had to pay the bill. A few moments later, the group of 5 got into Su Hai's Mercedes and finally stopped at a very remote garden path. And deeper down the trail, there is a private dining room. At this moment, outside this private dining room has stopped a lot of luxury cars, what Maybach, Audi A8, A6 and so on parked more than 10. "Elder brother Jiang, this is one of our Spring City's recent especially hot private dishes. Usually can't get a reservation. I know you're coming, and I found a friend in advance to make an appointment for the location. Anyone who eats in there is either rich or famous." Brother Su is too polite. Jiang Hao knew that he was going to hemorrhage money on this meal today. The front of the private dining room is very well decorated, and when you enter, it is even more luxurious, and the space inside is very large, and it is in a garden style, with a lot of greenery inside. The waitresses are all long legs and cheongsams. Huh. The first moment he entered, Jiang Hao let out a soft eep as a ripple unexpectedly came from his soul power. What's this about? He quickly looked inward into the depths of his mind. Soul power is still, spirit realm 1. Physique is also still bull power 1. And brain development is still 10% and hasn't changed in any way. However, he had a feeling that if he stayed here for a long time, his soul power would definitely grow. He didn't know why, but this feeling would never be wrong. A group of people into the box, while Su Dahai said mysteriously, "Jiang old brother, this private dining hall is a high man. I heard that in the dining hall laid a feng shui array. The boss in the renovation of the time, but also in our jade market crazy sweep to come, bought a lot of jade. I heard that they are planted in the ground as a churning of feng shui things. So as soon as he opens this place, it's always full. And the main thing is that the food is well done and soothing, and I feel refreshed every time I come over and go back after eating. Yeah, I'm the same way. My breathing feels smoother here. I also heard that a guy with asthma was cured of it here, and I don't know if that's true or not." A few people cautiously murmured that the private dining room was amazing. Yes? Jiang Hao finally couldn't help but release his soul power. Phew. As soon as his soul power came out, he immediately sensed that there was a clear stream inside this private dining hall, which was invisible to the naked eye, but could be seen clearly with his soul power, and the clear streams were all converging towards the 3rd floor in the private dining hall. There was a wooden house on that 3rd floor, and in the wooden house there was a futon on which a middle-aged man in a half-sleeved tang suit was sitting cross-legged breathing and exhaling. However, when Jiang Hao's soul power swept over him, he also jerked his eyes open. There are tall people. This middle-aged man's entire body shook. Chapter 46, Celestial Being? There are tall people. The middle-aged man in the wooden house on the 3rd floor's entire body shook violently before he stood up. Just now, he felt a very subtle fluctuation of yin power, And this kind of yin power he had once felt in a Wutai mountain Buddhist master who had already passed away. That master had told him that this kind of chanting induction was a kind of celestial induction, a release of one's God. And this God is the spiritual power that comes with the passage of thoughts. And those who possessed this kind of God often also represented that the person was in the legendary celestial realm. There's even a celestial realm Highlander here. The middle-aged man got up and hurried downstairs. And at that moment, Jiang Hao hastily withdrew his soul power. At the same time, he was shocked that the other party could sense his soul force probing. Elder brother Jiang, you're the guest. You order the food. In the box, Su Dahai handed over the menu at this time, and at the same time interrupted Jiang Hao's exploration. Jiang Hao excused himself. I'll be my guest, but I'm treating tonight. No one can steal from me. How can that be? You came to our spring city, you were the guest. How can you let the guest treat you? There's no such reason. Su Dahai waved his hand back and forth, and it also made it impossible for Jiang Hao to see if it was true or not. However, Jiang Hao is counting on Su Dahai to give him something, so he continued, I'm on a public trip. How much to eat back can be reimbursed? And then again, I'm the youngest. I do not invite who invited? Ha, 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 ha. Su Dahai and others all laughed out loud, while Su Dahai also patted Jiang Hao's shoulder with relief. Little brother will come to things. Su Dahai and the others nonchalantly ordered dishes and also asked for Maodai wine. Downstairs, the middle-aged man in a tang suit with a white face, holding a string of incense rosary beads in his hands, wearing a jasper trigger finger on his right index finger, and the pendant on his neck is that kind of emerald green, long strip of jade, and at a glance this jade is worth a lot of money. All the attendants bowed and curtsied to him as he descended the stairs, and he went straight to the first floor. He knew that someone high up had come today, and that the high up was on the first floor. The reason why he was sure that the tall man was on the first floor was because the second floor was full of familiar guests that he basically knew. That's why that tall man can only be on the first floor. Were there any new arrivals just now? Tang Suit Man, surname Song, called Song Ming Dust, is a famous entrepreneur in Spring City and has a civil political evil members, vice president of the Feng Shui Association, and many other titles. The legend of its wealth ranked in the entire Dianan top 10. This person operates real estate, restaurants, and travel agencies, as well as public transportation and urban construction. There are contacts with political officials as well as some social figures. This private dining room has also just opened about 2 months ago. He is now semi-retired state. Usually do not go to the company, so eat and live in this garden inside the cultivation. The bar cashier heard the boss ask and then immediately replied, a table just came. It's boss Su Dahai Su and the others from Bao Long Yu Shixing. They seem to have invited a young man for dinner. Well, is there more? There's also Wang Ku from the Federation of Industry and Commerce and the general manager of the Wanai Mall. Got it. Song Mingduan nodded his head. He knew Su Dahai of that Bao Long Yu Shixing and the general manager of Wantai Mall, not too familiar, but also a nodding acquaintance. So it's not really easy to determine exactly who this tall man is. But Song Ming Dust scratched his chin. Want to determine that the high man is not difficult, just need him to walk up from house to house once. With his ability to look at people, will be able to basically confirm that the high man is exactly who. However, he was the boss, and it was obviously wrong to go and disturb the guests, in case he upset the higher power again. So Song Mingdan could only sit in the garden hall on the first floor and wait in silence. And after waiting for nearly 2 hours or so, 5 people came out of a box on the first floor, 4 of them middle-aged and 1 young lad. The young lad stood politely in the doorway, waiting for the 4 middle-aged men to move forward before he followed them out the door. Naturally, by this time, Song Mingduan had already seen that the one walking at the front was Su Dahai of the Baolong Yushir firm. Song Mingdan, however, didn't move because Su Hai wasn't qualified to make him get up yet. His eyes skimmed over them one by one, and when he finally saw the young man also happened to look up at him. But the young man froze for just that moment when he saw him, and then withdrew his gaze immediately afterward. Song Mingduan's heart moved. This young man is 24 or 25 years old. His eyes are divine. His heavenly court is full. His earthly pavilion is square and round. This is a face that is either rich or noble. There was also the fact that he could sense a kind of rhyme in this young man, or it could also be called out of the dust. Anyway, it was a feeling that could not be described. However, he was unable to confirm if this youngster was the celestial realm master from earlier. By the bill. Jiang Hao walked to the bar at this time. Sir, you spent a total of 36,871. 800 wipes out the zero. You can just give 36,000. The cashier offered a discount. Jiang Hao pulled out his bank card and smiled. Swipe it. He knew that today's meal was not cheap. Matai drank 3 bottles, and again wild matsutake mushrooms, and where to transport birds' nest shark fins and so on. So it must be expensive to death. But it's still within the realm of acceptance. However, just as the cashier was about to swipe his card, Song Mingduan suddenly stood up and said, "Wait a minute." The cashier looked up at her boss in a hurry. Jiang Hao also turned around and looked Song Mingduan up and down. Su Dahai and his party, who were standing outside the door smoking, didn't notice Song Mingduan, who took the initiative to speak to Jiang Hao. "Little brother, you don't sound like you're from Dianan, do you?" "I'm from Hunan province. What's the matter with the boss?" Jiang Hao asked rhetorically. Song Mingduan laughed. "You know I'm the boss? Recognize me?" Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly. He knew that he had lost his words after drinking. The two of them didn't know each other at all. So how did they open their mouths and call each other bosses? He turned and looked at the cashier and continued, "Swipe your card first." "Exempt." Song Mingduan smiled. "My name is Song Mingduan. I'm the owner of this tavern. First time meeting. Take care." Song Mingduan took the initiative to extend his hand. Jiang Hao wouldn't be able to. "What is this? $36,000 and you just waived it? Plus the duo also?" He was about to refuse, but then suddenly remembered something. "Does this Song Mingdan know that I spied on him just now? How did he know it was me?" Jiang Hao was shocked in his heart. This was too unbelievable. What does Boss Song mean by this? Jiang Hao was a bit unsure of what the other party wanted. Just making friends. Song Mingdan's hand didn't retract and still wanted to shake hands with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao subconsciously shook his hand, and Song Mingdan's other hand also shook it vigorously before releasing it, and took out his business card and said, "This is my business card. If there's anything you need to help me with in Dianan, you can give me a call." "That? I don't have a business card. My name is Jiang Hao. Let me write you a phone number. When I send Boss Su and the others back, I will call Boss Song." Jiang Hao wrote his phone number on a notepad at the bar at this time, and then once he put away his bank card, he hurriedly went after Su Dahai and his party. Since the other party gave a waiver, but now was not the time to push back with the other party. So he could only send Su Dahai and the others away first, and then come back to talk to this Song Mingduan. Moreover, he was also interested in this private dining hall. After all, entering it could grow his soul power. So if he wasn't wrong, this Boss Song should also be a person with magical abilities. Song Mingduan was smilingly leaning on the bar and looking out at this time, while the cashier was puzzled. "Boss, why did you give him a free bill?" Song Mingduan shook his head and smiled, not explaining anything, but resuming his seat back on the sofa. Chapter 47. Song Ming Dust. Jiang Hao made an exception for this drinking game tonight, but after drinking he felt warm instead, his body sweating slightly, a very comfortable feeling. Su Dahai and others left, called the chauffeur. Before leaving, Su Dahai let Jiang Hao go to him tomorrow. He took Jiang Hao to go through the various formalities of the exhibition. In fact, Jiang Hao is also clear that today's meal was slaughtered by Su Dahai, which have dinner to eat more than 30,000. But now he is considered to be the type of stupid money. As long as Su Dahai to do things for him, he does not care about these too small money. Not to mention anything else, just the 4 pieces of scrap he bought this afternoon. He's afraid he's going to make more than $10 million. So 36,000 really isn't that much. Jiang Hao didn't rush back to the private restaurant, but stood on the side of the road and smoked a cigarette before returning with his heavy travel bag. The owner of the restaurant could obviously sense his psionic energy, so he wanted to ask the owner what was going on as well. In the hotel, Song Mingduan, who was paying attention to the movements outside, got up quickly when he saw Jiang Hao walking over with his bag on his back, and personally helped Jiang Hao push the door open. "Brother Jiang, quickly inside please." Boss Song is polite. Jiang Hao arched his hand repeatedly. Song Mingduan was so polite, he was still strangely embarrassed. Song Mingduan, on the other hand, smilingly led Jiang Hao to say, "Brother Jiang, let's go up to the 3rd floor to talk. The 3rd floor has a better environment." "Okay." Jiang Hao nodded and followed Song Mingduan upstairs. Song Mingduan, on the other hand, said to the waiter at this time, "Xiao Jin, go upstairs and help me make tea for the guests." "Yes." A tall waitress followed suit. On the 3rd floor, the room that possessed the futon, Jiang Hao and Song Mingdan sat face to face while Xiao Jin demonstrated her expert tea ceremony, and before long the room was filled with fragrance. After pouring tea for Jiang Hao and Song Mingdan, Xiao Jin also retreated in a sensible manner. But before exiting, she once again peeked curiously at Jiang Hao twice. How to say it? "Boss, this room is not for anyone to come in. She is here for 2 months. The boss has only entertained guests here once. And that's not the kind of attitude the boss had the last time he entertained a guest. Anyway, Today it seemed to her that her boss had lowered his stance. The house became briefly quiet even after Kogain went out. But after all, Song Mingduan was a man of the field, so he wasn't cold. Brother Jiang, as soon as I saw you downstairs just now, I felt affectionate. You have a very good face in our fortune-telling. You are called a rich face. Song Mingduan held Jiang Hao as he spoke. Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. This Song Mingduan was a bit interesting. Naturally, the title of vice president of the Feng Shui Association was also printed on Song Mingdust's business card. And with the Feng Shui arrangement here, it was obvious that this person had Taoist skills. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Boss Song, you're older than me, so I'll call you Big Brother Song. Just call me Jiang Hao. Haha. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Song Mingduan laughed. This is too good. Older brother. Let's take tea instead of wine. Let's go. Song Mingduan and Jiang Hao touched the road. Jiang Hao drank all his tea, and Song Mingdan personally refilled it for him. And at this time, Jiang Hao was pondering and tried to say, in fact, today I took the liberty. As soon as I entered this tavern of yours, I felt that all the energies here converged toward the third floor, so I couldn't help but be curious to take a look at it, and I didn't think that I would have surprised my big brother. Song Mingdan's entire body shook and immediately stood up. He knew that Jiang Hao was that heavenly human realm, and although his level of cultivation was half-baked, he could never be wrong about people. Mr. Jiang, it is Ming Dust who has taken the liberty. It is Ming Dust's honor to have the privilege of meeting a person of such high standing as Mr. Jiang. What are you doing, Brother Song? Jiang Hao at this time also hastily stood up. This Song Mingduan hold too formal, and his posture is also put too low, right? He even called him Mr. Jiang? Song Mingduan took a deep breath. Mr. Jiang can look up to me and call me a big brother, but Mingduan can't be ignorant. Mingduan didn't know about Mr. Dao, then, now already Mr. Dao. How can I dare to call myself a big brother? Jiang Hao a burst of confusion. How this is still one Jiaowit. Ahem, Brother Song. If you're going to be like this, let's not talk. Jiang Hao pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Well, then listen to Jiang's old brother. I am not polite, not polite. Seeing that Jiang Hao was about to leave, Song Mingduan hurriedly snorted, and at the same time, his heart was grateful. Being able to become a big brother of a celestial realm, this would definitely lend a great deal of light in the future. That's okay. Sit down, big brother. The two of them sat down again, and Jiang Hao was also curious. How did you know I was looking at you, Big Brother Song? Song Mingdan shook his head. I wasn't sure it was you looking at me. That's why I went downstairs and waited. But when I saw you come out, I had a feeling it should be you. Jiang Hao waved his hand. That's not what I mean. I mean, how can you sense me looking at you? Hey, you're really a tall man, old brother. You asked the key point. Song Mingduan smiled smugly. I'm actually a disciple of the Triad sect, and I've been psychic since I was a child. So I discovered you when you looked at me with your god. A psychic can spot me? What's psychic? Jiang Hao wondered. Is that I can communicate with spirit-type things. Well, it's that I can communicate with some ghosts and sense them. No way. Jiang Hao was surprised. So bullish. Hey, stop it, old brother. You're the one who calls it a cow. This is just a small path for me. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning, and every time after a psychic session I get very sick. So that's what it is, the triads? Yes, the Three Harmonies School, one of the schools of Feng Shui in the Jianghu. Understood. Jiang Hao nodded. The other party could be psychic. That's why they could sense themselves, while those who weren't psychic, such as Su Dehai and the others, couldn't sense their soul power. Older brother, you're in the celestial realm, right? Song Mingduan suddenly asked at this time. Celestial realm? Jiang Hao shook his head, knowing that Song Mingduan might have misunderstood something about himself. However, it was impossible for him to tell the truth to Song Mingdan, so he shook his head before nodding, not admitting or denying it. Song Mingduan didn't know what Jiang Hao meant because he was both shaking his head and nodding his head, and he was also equal to not saying anything. However, the celestial realm was very distinguishable. For one thing, regardless of whether it was in terms of internal or external strength, the celestial realm was the topmost existence of cultivators. Another was that celestial realm people could look for qi. Hadn't Jiang Hao said earlier that he saw the flow of qi converging towards the third floor? This was the so-called qi gazing technique. Of course, there is another skill that has been rumored to be divine. The legend says that anyone who reaches the celestial realm can become a doctor. It seems to be unmedicated or something. Back then, the master on Wutai Mountain was not a healer, but legend has it that he also cured a certain leader. Then it was disproved by the master, and then the master passed away, so the true and the false are so far indistinguishable to anyone. Song Mingduan's eyes rolled as if he had thought of something, but he didn't rush to speak. Older brother, have some tea. Is there something you came to Dianan for this time? Tell me, is there anything I need old brother's help with? Chapter 48. Celestial Realm. At 10 o'clock at night, Song Mingduan personally drove Jiang Hao back to the Spring City Hotel. Between him and Song Mingduan, today was just a mutual test, so he didn't ask Song Mingduan for any favors, and besides, Su Dehai had already promised to do it for him, so there was no need for him to find another person. Of course, overall he had a good chat with Song Mingduan and added each other as WeChat friends. And he also touched the so-called cultivator in whatever celestial realm. And all of this, he hadn't known anything about before. But now, it seemed that his world was opening up to an unknown door, and that door was waiting for him to go in and explore it. Older brother, let's do it this way. Tomorrow morning I'll send a driver over to give you a car. You can't do without a car while you're in Spring City. The driver you want to stay. If you don't want to stay, let him go back on his own. In these 2 days, you first do your business, and when you're done, my brother will be the host, and we'll have a good drink as brothers. Okay, big brother, then I won't be polite with you. This really can't be done without a car. It's too inconvenient. Hey, you're out of line to be polite to me, and I won't be polite to you when I go to Gonko in the future. Okay. The two shook hands in front of the hotel door before Song Mingdan drove off. Jiang Hao then returned to the guest room. They had 3 rooms in total, one for himself, one for Feng Di, and one for Pocky and Wang Xiaohu. The 3 of them ate a snack in the neighborhood in the evening and have just returned. After Jiang Hao returned to his room and took a hot shower, Asako came knocking on the door, claiming that he wanted to go out for a stroll and asked if Jiang Hao was going. I just got back. You guys go ahead, but be safe. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Hemp, this guy has a long face of hemp, but a belly of flowers did not open. And he also knew that Pocky liked to find ladies, so it would be strange for him to stop when he came to Spring City. But they're all young people, and he doesn't have a date. So it's normal to go out and have fun, just be safe. Come on, Accountant Feng didn't go out. Pocky stood in the doorway and scowled at Jiang Hao, telling him that Accountant Feng was in his room. Jiang Hao then glared at Asako, get lost. Pocky shrank his neck in fear and hurriedly ran away with Wang Xiaohu. And Hemp found Jiang Hao since the money seems to have changed like a person. Before, the kind of honest image is no longer coy, replaced by the emergence of the majesty of the superior. Anyway, now he is a little afraid of Jiang Hao. As soon as Pocky and Wang Xiaohu left, Jiang Hao shook his head. There was no way he was going to slag Feng Di. If he hadn't recruited Feng Di to the company, he could possibly slag her off, but now that she's become his employee, then he has to keep a certain distance. Otherwise, what's it become? The company had enough with one Asaka. There was no way he was going to get entangled with anyone else. And just then, his phone rang, and it was from Cthulhu. Jiang Hao picked up and laughed. I just thought of you. And you called me? You're a Chow Chow guy? You're thinking about me? Song Qian giggled. I thought you were in Feng Di's room? You didn't go to her room? The little girl just broke up. She definitely needs comfort now. Fuck off. What do you all think I am? Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. How come all these people treated him as a scum? Bah, men become bad when they have money. I don't believe you don't want to. Song Laosher laughed and scolded. Come on, 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 come on. Are you okay? No, I'm hanging up. Jiang Hao said impatiently. Something's up. I just called Su Dehai and he didn't answer. How did you guys talk today? He's drunk and asleep, isn't he? He promised to go with me tomorrow to handle the show. That's fine. Come back as soon as you're done there. We still have to get visas. It's a pain in the ass. Okay, if it goes well, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Jiang Hao nodded and then hung up. And as soon as the call hung up, the call marked Sun Yusin also called in. When he saw the 3 words Sun Yusin, Jiang Hao didn't answer it, but tucked the phone under his pillow. He didn't want to have 2 intensive interactions with Sun Yusin. After all, Sun Hongya was the one he killed off, so there was a barrier in his heart. The phone stopped continuing after a dozen rings, and Jiang Hao also picked up his cell phone and glanced at WeChat. On WeChat, Sun Yusin had left him a message long ago, asking him what he was doing, if he had time, and so on. But Jiang Hao didn't reply to her either. At the same time, he also believed that if he didn't reply or answer the phone a few times, Sun Yusin should not continue to look for him. Meanwhile, Gonko, Phoenix. Sun Yusin's eyes were red, and tears were welling up in her eyes. It's been 2 days, and Jiang Hao hasn't even called her, hasn't given her WeChat. To know, she and Jiang Hao experienced so much together, Jiang Hao had to call over send WeChat care about her right. After all, it was life and death between the 2 of them at the time. and Jiang Hao's chest was unforgettable to her. However, after 2 days, Jiang Hao didn't even make a single move. So she finally couldn't help but send WeChat to Jiang Hao in the evening, but Jiang Hao didn't reply in any way. She called Jiang Hao again just now, but Jiang Hao surprisingly didn't answer. She didn't know what was going on, but why didn't she answer her calls or return her tweets? It was as if Jiang Hao was intentionally avoiding her, and she didn't even understand why. And then there's the fact that tomorrow her mother is going to force her to meet that blind date again. She didn't want to go, but her mother was dying and crying, so she couldn't even go. Jiang Hao, why don't you answer my calls? Sun Yusin lay on her bed in tears. In fact, Jiang Hao's cell phone WeChat has a lot of people's messages that he has not returned, such as Long Xiaola's, his first cousin Chi Charlie's, and his good friend Lu Jinyuan's. Long Xiaola left a lot of messages, but in a nutshell, one sentence is, "Sister misses you, you forgive sister." The message from his first cousin, Charlie Chi, was to meet with Jiang Hao and asked where Jiang Hao was and to hurry up and reply to him. His good friend Lu Jinyuan told him he wouldn't be back to Jiangkou until next week. Lu Jinyuan. Jiang Hao stopped at Lu Jinyuan's WeChat message dialog box. In fact, he knew that Lu Jinyuan was by no means an ordinary person, but a very mysterious guy, and also like Song Mingduan, godly. Would he know about the celestial realm? Jiang Hao thought for a moment, then quickly typed, "Brother Lu, do you know about the celestial realm?" After the message was sent, Lu Jinyuan didn't reply the first time, and Jiang Hao knew that at this time, Lu Jinyuan could be in which bar performing magic tricks. However, just as he was about to put down his cell phone, Lu Jinyuan unexpectedly replied to him, "How do you know about the celestial realm? Who did you hear that from?" Jiang Hao's eyes lit up at once. It looked like Lu Jinyuan knew. "I'll ask you first if you know." "Of course I know that," Lu replied. "Then tell me what the celestial realm is?" Jiang Hao continued to pursue. The celestial realm is a cultivation realm, very powerful, the top realm, just like the unity of heaven and man in martial arts movies. Those who have reached the celestial realm, heaven and man are one, and will have incredible abilities. There are not many of this kind of people in all of China. Chapter 49. Doves Jiang Hao. The celestial realm was a cultivation realm, while Jiang Hao is not a cultivator. Of course, he also knew that he wasn't in the celestial realm, and Song Mingduan was merely misunderstanding him. Jiang Hao tried to figure out what was going on with the cultivators, but Lu Jinyuan didn't give him any more replies. At 7:30 the next morning, Jiang Hao took Pocky, Wang Xiaohu, and Feng Di to the second ring road Oddstone City. However, the group's current means of transportation was an Audi A6, driven by Asako, with Wang Xiaohu sitting in the co-pilot, and Jiang Hao and Feng Di sitting in the back. It was the first time for Asako to drive such a good car, so the whole person was excited and nervous, but he was also curious about how Jiang Hao knew his friends when he just came to Dianan. And a friend lent him such a nice car? Soon, a group of 4 people arrived at Baolongyu Shixing. Pocky and Wang Xiaohu stood outside smoking, while Jiang Hao and Feng Di went inside the merchant house. "Excuse me, is Boss Su here?" It was just 8 o'clock, and although the Baolongyu stone house was open, the attendants were cleaning up. "Our boss hasn't arrived yet." "Okay, then we'll wait outside for him for a while." Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry. In fact, many stores opened at 9, and it had to be 9 on the exhibition side. So they're early. But it's never too late to ask for a favor. Pocky attentively lit cigarettes for Jiang Hao. Now he counted to see that Jiang Hao already had the faction of a big boss. He couldn't be as cheeky with Jiang Hao as he used to be. "Boss, the streets are full of stones. We're going to stock up on these stones too, right?" Pocky thinks this business is too risky, because who doesn't have perspective eyes? So who can know if there is jade inside the stone? In case it doesn't, won't it cost you money? Jiang Hao laughed. "You and Tiger go shopping. Just be back by 9. "No, we don't have much to do, so we'd better wait here with you." Asako also knew that he had to do business today, so he had to be around Jiang Hao to make a move or something. Don't look at this guy's pockmarked face, but he's got a high IQ and can come to terms with things. Jiang Hao did not say much, but in front of the door of the Baolongyu stone house picking, not a moment to pick up 7 or 8 pieces of size of the scrap. Of course, among these 7 or 8 pieces of scrap, a few of them, even if they had green in them, were just a strip, not regular. "Sir, we have some scraps in the backyard as well, so if you like to pick, you can go to the backyard and pick some." "Fine, there's nothing going on right now anyway." Jiang Hao signaled Pocky and Wang Xiaohu to take the scraps he had picked out, and then the group went back around the merchant's house to the backyard. There are mountains of scrap in the backyard, and the whole yard is packed to the rafters. And Jiang Hao came in and continued to pick and choose. In fact, The reason why scrap is called scrap is because it has been picked up and selected several times long ago. And it can even be said that each piece of scrap has been passed over by many people. So there's not a lot of finish inside the scrap. However, Jiang Hao had a pair of fiery eyes, and as long as he looked as far as his eyes could see, all the waste would be seen through in an instant. This, 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 and this. He picked out scraps as fast as he could buy cabbages, and in no time at all he had bought 24 or so. Finally, Jiang Hao asked Pocky and Wang Xiaohu to remove another pile of waste rocks, then pulled out a watermelon-sized piece of scrap from the bottom. Seeing this piece of scrap, Jiang Hao's eyes were glowing. Because when you add in the 4 pieces from yesterday and the 20 or so from today, it all adds up to less than this one. It was especially beautiful because the inside of this piece was surprisingly purple, like a blooming violet. How do you sell all these scraps? Jiang Hao asked the female manager who was supervising in the backyard at this time. The manageress smiled. Our family scrap is sold by the piece. The bigger one is 30,000 apiece, but the ones you picked are not big, and you are the boss's friend. So do you think 10,000 apiece will do? What? Before Jiang Hao could say anything, Pocky and Wang Xiaohu stared up, and even Feng Di opened his mouth slightly. The 20 or so pieces Jiang Hao picked were as big as watermelons, and the smaller ones were like fists. 27 pieces in all. Mind you, it's abandoned broken rock. $27 is 270,000. This manageress is too dark, isn't she? How dare you ask for $270,000 for such a piece of crap? Jiang Hao at this time also a burst of speechless, because 270,000 is indeed expensive. It is clear that the female manager does not care whether he and Su Dahai recognize the time to rip off the customer. The female manager is not soft at all. Tell you what, let's wait until Boss Su arrives. I'll wait for him. Jiang Hao is in no hurry to pay, although he knew that even if he paid now, he would still make a big profit. However, Su Dahai helped him to do things. He also thought that he could not take advantage of Su Dahai so big a cheap. When Su Dahai came back, he planned to partner with Su Dahai to cut up that violet scrap, and then how much he could sell, the two of them would split it in half. The female manager's face was slate at this time. Boss Su came at this price too. Jiang Hao shook his head. Obviously, the female manager misunderstood him. But Jiang Hao didn't want to explain, much less be able to. 27 stones were placed in a pile, and when Jiang Hao glanced at his watch, he realized that it was already 9 o'clock, so he retraced his steps back to the entrance of the merchant's house. However, Su Haihai was still missing. At 9:30, Jiang Hao finally couldn't help but call Su Dahai. Elder brother Jiang, wait a moment, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Okay, I'll wait. Jiang Hao smiled and didn't show any displeasure. However, after another half hour had passed, Su Dahai hadn't even arrived yet. Jiang Hao pinched the time. He couldn't always rush, could he? So the 4 of them continued to stand in front of the mercantile. At 10:30, Jiang Hao couldn't help but call Su Dahai again. But Su Dahai didn't answer. After a dozen rings, the phone hung up automatically. At the same time, Jiang Hao's face became super ugly. What did Su Dahai mean? Feng Di was sweating in the sun, and Pocky and Wang Xiaohu had their tongues sticking out, sunburned like dogs. But Su Dahai still won't answer the phone? And just as Jiang Hao was about to continue to call Su Dahai's phone called back. Jiang old brother can't go back this is a temporary emergency. A friend's child has something happened. You first find a place to eat lunch. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll go back to find you. 2 points. Jiang Hao frowned. Brother Su, do you think this is okay? You tell me what to do about the formalities. I'll go and do it. And you can say hello to the exhibition side, right? Look, what's your hurry? You don't trust your brother Su, do you? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, let's not see each other. Before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I guarantee to do it properly for you. Okay, I'll see you at 2 then. Jiang Hao collected the line, then waved his hand and said, Go, come back at 2. Jiang Hao didn't even take the 27 pieces of scrap and took Feng Di and the 3 of them to leave Baolongyu Shixing. Chapter 50, An Appetizer. Lunch was eaten at a small restaurant nearby. The good thing is that the air conditioning inside the small restaurant was cool. Wang Xiaohu and Asako drank another beer to pass the time. However, Pocky and Wang Xiaohu and Feng Di could also tell that Jiang Hao was in a bad mood, so the 3 of them ate carefully. In fact, anyone could see that this boss Su seemed to be deliberately dragging his feet. But Jiang Hao thought he hadn't offended Su Dahai. Last night spent more than 30,000 yuan to invite them to dinner, so Su Dahai had no reason to target himself. At 1:50 p.m., Feng Di settled the bill, and the group of 4 once again came outside of the Baolongyu stone firm. Zhang Hao used his soul power to glance into the backyard, and all 27 stones were there. Scrap doesn't sell well, or it wouldn't be piled up all over the yard. At 2 o'clock sharp, Zhang Hao looked to his left and right, and Su Hai still hadn't come. Zhang Hao held back from calling Su Hai and kept holding back for half an hour before he took a deep breath and then dialed the phone. Older brother, really sorry, you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning to my store. Tomorrow to ensure that you do it properly. This afternoon our association to meet temporary open. You see this thing to make a mess. All right, I know, Su Hai. I don't know where I've offended you, but you've really offended me now. Zhang Hao finished speaking and hung up the phone with a snap. Hempy tiger. In. The two of them straightened up at once. Doggone it. How dare you fool them? You guys go to the backyard and bring out the 27 stones. Little phone, you go in and pay the bill. No need to haggle, 271,000 not less. And you have to get an invoice, the regular kind? Okay. The three of them immediately moved, while Zhang Hao took out his cell phone to call Song Mingduan after thinking about it. In fact, Song Ming dust yesterday to help Zhang Hao to do things. But Zhang Hao, adhering to the idea of one thing not to entrust two masters, did not want to trouble Song Ming dust. But now, that Su Dahai ate and drank from him, and now he's starting to trick him. So Zhang Hao's lungs exploded with anger. But now he was still sensible, because he knew that he would first take care of the matter, and after that he would take care of Su Hai. Older brother, I'm Song Mingduan. Song Mingduan answered the phone formally and also remained low profile. Brother Song, it's like this. Didn't I tell you yesterday that I was going to participate in a jade exhibition in Spring City? Today there was a bit of an accident. The person who is going to lead me to do the job temporarily has something to do, and I can't find people who don't know what doorway. So big brother, can you help? Small thing. You give me the name of your company and wait for my call. Okay. My company's name is Haoran Jewelry House. It's called Atmosphere. I'll hang up, wait for my call. Okay. Zhang Hao sighed in relief. Song Mingdan was obviously much more reliable than Su Dahai, and Song Mingdan's social status was much more bullish than Su Dahai's. And at this time, inside the merchant bank, Feng Di paid the money and got the ticket, and the duo of Pocky and Wang Xiaohu moved the 27 pieces of scrap to the front. Little Feng, go to the processing factory diagonally across the street and hire a couple of stone cutters. Hire them at a high price, and bring stone cutting tools as well. Oh, okay. Feng Di does not know what Zhang Hao to do, but the small boss obviously angry, so let her do what she did. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, glanced at the female manager inside the Baolong Yute stone house and said, It's okay for me to decode the stone in front of your merchant house, right? You're going to unlock the stone now? The manageress was confused for a moment. What did this man mean? Yeah, some son of a bitch stood me up today, so I'll give him an appetizer first. The female manager's face changed. Zhang Hao and the others were waiting outside. Of course she knew what was going on. She even acted as Su Dahai's eyes. And now, it seems that this young man is going to decode the stone here? An appetizer? What does he mean? Whatever. The manageress didn't dare to meet Zhang Hao's eyes and looked away with an evasive gaze. And just then, Zhang Hao's phone suddenly rang. It's Song Ming Dus. Zhang Hao froze. It's only been less than 3 minutes, right? Is there any news? He picked it up in a hurry. Buddy, it's done. Song Mingduan said, Convention Center, a hall 1 to 2 exhibition hall. This is the 2 exhibition halls. I also do not know how big you want. So I asked you for 2 of the best position. This is the best and biggest position in the entrance of the entire A hall. What about you? When you have time, you can make a trip to the convention center and just sign the contract directly then. Huh. Zhang Hao was confused. Not only was Song Mingduan fast, but he also asked for 2 showrooms, 2 of the best locations, ready to sign the contract directly? What about the money? Zhang Hao reacted and asked in a hurry. Older brother, come to Dianan to do this little thing, still use you to spend money? You're not hitting the old brother's face? You just hurry up to the showroom to set up, then brother I bring friends to give you support? Gotta go. Zhang Hao was touched. Look at people, Lao Song, this is called enough. Okay, just call if you need anything. Song Mingduan hung up the phone after saying that. And at this time, Feng Di from the processing plant diagonally across the street also found 2 masters of stone decomposition. I do not know how much money she spent to hire. Anyway, both carried the tools over. The 2 people smiled with a smile on their brow. Boss, the people are here. Feng Di also handed Zhang Hao a bottle of black tea and a wet towel while talking. This girl is so careful. She went to the supermarket to wet the towel she bought on purpose. Zhang Hao was not polite and said to the 2 stone-solving masters, There is a piece of stone. I will use a marking pin to draw out the seal. You only cut this piece of stone on the line. there is a reward after cutting. Thanks, boss. The two stone solver workers fist-pumped in excitement. And at this time, there were many people gathered around. Really here actually want to solve the stone on the spot. Zhang Hao took the marker, then squatted down and drew 3 strokes at the piece of watermelon waste. Okay, cut it. Cut out the green and there will be a reward. Xiaofeng, you go to the nearby bank to change some cash for $200,000. Wang Xiaohu followed. Yes. Wang Xiaohu and Feng Di ran like a trot toward the bank not far away. Meanwhile, the female manager of the Baolongyu stone firm, secretly called Sudahai, boss, that group of people wants to unravel the stone in front of our door. Decode what stone? Sudahai was curious. It's the scraps that were picked in our yard. He said he'd serve you an appetizer. I don't know what that means. Haha, this idiot wouldn't think that there's still jade inside the scrap, would he? This is a two-bit fool. The 4 of us ate a bully meal from him yesterday and spent over $30,000. The manager has said, anyway, I think this kid is permeated with evil, so be careful. Okay, I know, let him solve. Can solve out the green is a good thing. Our family's waste will not worry about selling. Yes, that's what I thought. That's why I let him unlock the stone in front of our house. Well, keep me posted. I'm over here talking to old Zhu. That kid has pitted old Zhu. Old Zhu asked me to do him. I know. The manageress hung up. And at that moment, the master deconstructor started his tools. The other man poured water, and the sound of electric dramas niggled. The stone-solving master cut down the stone exactly as Zhang Hao wanted, pressing the seal. Zip, 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 zip. The first cut opens the face, and a large piece of stone is sliced off. And the other one watered immediately. Looks like it's out of the green. No, not green. It's purple. Oh my god, is that purple jade? It's so pretty, isn't it? That big piece of purple in there? It can't be, can it? What kind of jade is this? The people watching were all neighborhood merchants or jade players, so when the purple jade came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 51. The Royal Purple. Purple in the traditional Chinese culture not only has a mysterious color, but also purple also means noble atmosphere, like describing the emperor's qi, purple qi east to come. And royal purple, this color in violet jade, just like the emergence of imperial green in green. Not only the color is deep and brilliant, but also bright luster, saturation is very high, give a person elegant atmosphere, mysterious and luxurious feeling, is the purest and highest value of violet color. Baolongyu stone line outside the royal purple one out, directly shocked the eyeballs of the spectators, and even this moment to solve the stone master shivered. He has processed jadeite for a lifetime and cut stones for a lifetime, but he has never cut high-grade goods like royal purple. Little boss, can I take a picture with this stone? I'm going to take a picture too and show it to our boss. I heard that a piece of royal purple was opened in Riley 7 years ago, and it fetched a fortune then. And even though this stone only has one cut, there's a lot of purple in it, so I'm afraid it's going to be sky-high as well. Everyone was taking out their cell phones at this point to take pictures, and some were even going to take pictures with the rocks. Although Pocky doesn't know much about jade, he knows at this moment that his boss seems to be getting rich. Can't you see those people's eyes are green? So he immediately shielded the stone to death. And the manageress of the Baolongyu Stone Company had long been baffled. A violet bloom on a piece of scrap in the backyard? Royal purple? And it's half the size of a soccer ball, right? How many bracelets does this make? How much jewelry can you make? Shivering, she took out her cell phone and turned on the photo function, then immediately sent it to Sudahai after pulling the stone closer and taking a picture. In the same entry, she also dialed Sudahai's number again. What's wrong? Sudahai laughed over the phone. The little fool has begun to decipher the stone, hasn't he? Boss, out of the green. Not right, is out of the purple, royal purple. A good big piece. Is our backyard waste material sun inside out? What the hell? Sudahai's voice rose all of a sudden. What did you say? Say it again. Out of the purple. The female manager said with a sobbing voice. There is a piece of alabaster as big as half a soccer ball. The color is pure. It's royal purple. Such a big piece. Grip, wait for me. I'll be right back. I can't let them go. Sudahai hurriedly hung up the phone. And at this time, the female manager ran to Zhang Hao. Mr. Zhang, it's too hot outside. Would you come inside and rest for a while? There is chilled watermelon in the house. Zhang Hao indifferently swept a glance at the female manager before looking at Feng Di and Wang Xiaohu, who ran back. Wang Xiaohu and Feng Di didn't know what was happening, But the two felt as if these people were going to riot. They were all pushing forward, and so many of their eyes were glowing. Tiger, come over here and guard this stone with me. Don't let anyone get close. Brother Pocky's head was full of sweat. This was too scary, wasn't it? These people are going to eat people. Wang Xiaohu joined in and blocked in front of Pocky, while Pocky took the stone into his arms. Little Feng, give the money to the two masters. The two masters, you can go back. Thank you, ah. This is the reward money for you. Wow, $100,000 a person for a single cut. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Hee. The most enjoyable thing is this little boss. Ah, cut out the royal purple. I don't know how much it can be sold. Feng Di at this time handed the two bundles of soft money to the two workers, while the two workers rubbed their hands together in excitement. The two of them feel that they have not done anything. Ah, this has made $100,000? This money is too good, right? And at that moment, Zhang Hao laughed. Everyone listen to me. As soon as he spoke, the noisy crowd grew quiet. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, continued loudly. I'm the manager of Jiangkou Haoran Jewelry House, and we, Haoran Jewelry House, have always been committed to displaying the most beautiful jadeite jewels to the general public since our establishment. This time our Haoran Jewelry House in the Convention and Exhibition Center to participate in the Spring City Gems and Jade Show. Our exhibition hall in Hall A1-2. Enter the door is our Haoran Jewelry House. At that time our Haoran Jewelry House not only have exquisite jade presented, but also there will be a lot of raw stone or scrap for sale at that time. Our Haoran Jewelry House will be of high quality to return to our customers. Haoran from Hall A, right? I'm definitely going. Haha, I'll go too, to dip into the little boss's luck. Yes. The little boss opened the royal purple from the waste material. This luck is unbelievable. So we must go and buy a stone. Little boss, do you have a phone number? My boss would like to leave you a call. How can I contact you, young man? Are you selling this stone? Young man, add a WeChat friend. At this time, the stewards of the nearby merchant houses as well as some merchants came over to ask for Zhang Hao's contact information. Zhang Hao didn't hide it, but opened the QR code on his cell phone, add me as a friend, and talk on WeChat before anything else. Those people immediately scanned the code to add people. A few moments later, Zhang Hao added a dozen or so people before adding, thank you all, everyone disperse, we're leaving too. Zhang Hao does not intend to say anything to the female manager. He is deliberately open violets here, and then let Su Dehai know. When Su Dehai learns that from his family's waste materials opened a royal purple, that will not be angry spit blood? Naturally, this is just an appetizer. Zhang Hao, this person's heart is not big. He has to continue to take revenge on Su Dehai. Otherwise, he can't get out of the heart of that bad gas. Boss Jiang, wait, our boss will be right back. When the manageress saw that Zhang Hao and his party were going to leave, she immediately became anxious and blocked in front of Jiang how to prevent him from leaving. Tiger, you go get a car and haul all the remaining rocks back to the hotel. Great. There's a worker pulling a job right around the corner. Wang Xiaohu spread his legs and ran. And only then did Zhang Hao look at the manageress and said, does it matter to me if Su Hai comes back or not? Our boss Su asked you to wait for him. Zhang Hao sneered, no time. The manageress had nothing to say. After all, this little Zhang boss had been waiting here for her boss for a day. So their boss pissed off the young man. Aya, elder brother Zhang, everyone make way. Make way, speak me back, this is my merchant bank. Just then, Su Dehai unexpectedly returned. Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows. Su Dehai came back so quickly, that meant he had been nearby. However, when the crowd dispersed, Zhang Hao also froze for a moment as he unexpectedly saw another person. Zhangkou's Lao Zhu, Aoji's top one big brother. The moment he saw old Zhu, Zhang Hao understood it all. He was fooled by old Zhu and Su Dehai, and it was old Zhu who was behind all this. Aya, isn't this Big Boss Jiang? Big Boss Jiang has come to Spring City to make a fortune. The round-bellied old Zhu smiled and extended his hand from a distance. Zhang Hao had bought a stone from him and turned a profit of $500 million, so he had long been guilty of red-eye. On top of that, his woman also made $20 million with him and then turned around and kicked his ass. Then, the surnamed Song even opened the treasure jade and stone business firm, and the partner is Zhang Hao. Therefore, Zhang Hao came to Spring City exhibitors. He did not secretly make some bad, that also cannot swallow the breath in the heart. However, what old Zhu did not expect is that this surnamed Zhang fucking heaven, right? This how to open the violet royal purple again. Chapter 52. Zhu Daji's Evil Doings. Zhu Daji extended his hand to Zhang Hao from afar, and no color could be seen on his face. As a businessman who traverses the mall, Zhu Daji is naturally an eight-faced character. so you can't even see that he hates you very much. However, Zhang Hao is not a businessman or an old man who had lived for many years. He was just a very exuberant young man. Therefore, when Zhu Daji put his hand out, he simply ignored it, and he even said with a sullen face, "Do I know you?" Zhu Daji froze all of a sudden, and as the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. He was so enthusiastic to reach out his hand from afar to get close to Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao pretended not to recognize him. Zhu Daji's face instantly turned green, and that Su Dahai laughed and said, "Older brother, you're a nobleman. This is old Zhu. And who are you? Do we know each other?" Zhang Hao looked at Su Dahai again and said. Su Dahai was instantly stuck. Zhang Hao was letting them down in public. The two were hot and cold. Zhang Hao sneered, "Surname Su, it's not over between us." After saying that, Zhang Hao turned around and left. "Stop right there." Su Dahai's face suddenly changed, then gritted his teeth and said, "You can go, but the jade stays. This material was sold by them privately without my consent, and now I'm not selling it." Zhang Hao turned around and narrowed his eyes. And at this time, Feng Di stood out and said in a cold voice, "This material has a formal invoice from your merchant house, and the invoice also has a financial seal on it, and each stone is marked, and it was personally inspected by your manager. Now, your Baolong Joy Stone Company has gone back on its word, and we suspect that you, Baolong Joy Stone Company, are suspected of fraud and blackmail." "Who the fuck are you?" Su Dahai exasperatedly said. "I'm Mr. Zhang's financial assistant and legal advisor. You can talk to me directly if you have any questions, but right now I don't want to waste words with you. If you block us from leaving, we have the right to suspect that you're illegally restricting our personal freedom." Su Dahai's head is big. Feng Di blah 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 said a whole lot. What the law? What personal freedom and so on? Put him all said blindfolded. And Zhang Hao also froze at this time. Usually Feng Di was like a scared little rabbit. In front of himself, he didn't even dare to breathe a little, and didn't dare to look at himself squarely. "How come you're so valiant now? The legalese is out. Who said I want to restrict your personal freedom? I just this stone we do not sell. The money back to you still cannot?" "Huh." Feng Di sneered. "Are you, Baolong Yu Shixing, trying to buy and sell by force? According to the rules of our criminal law, the crime of forced trade is punishable by 3 to 5 years in prison." "Okay." Zhang Hao interrupted Feng Di at this time. "Boss Su, if you really want this stone, take the money." After saying that, Zhang Hao turned around and left in large strides. Pocky and Wang Xiaohu and the two laborers who were pulling the job then rushed to move the other stones away. Su Dahai didn't dare to stop again, and that Zhu Daji also narrowed an eye, seemingly thinking of some bad idea. A few moments later, Zhang Hao and his party returned to the hotel, while all the stones were moved inside the hotel room. At the same time, Zhang Hao called Song Lao. "What are the big boss's instructions?" Cthulhu was obviously busy and gasping for breath as he spoke. "I tweeted you a couple videos and pictures. Call me back when you're done." "What the hell? Talk on the phone. I'm busy here upstairs and downstairs." "Read it." Zhang Hao hung up the phone. Song Qian at this time is handling immigration business, is running upstairs and downstairs. Zhang Hao told her to look at WeChat, and she could only click on it as she walked. However, just a little open her eyes as a light. A good big piece of violet, this kind of purity, afraid to reach the royal purple. Royal purple is the most noble purple jade. Its price and the emperor green is no different. But what did Zhang Hao mean by showing her this? She clicked on the 2 recorded videos again, and then she saw Brother Asako holding Violet, and that Wang Xiaohu was blocking Brother Asako's side. Zhang Hao then said, "Help me see how much this stone is worth." The video ends here, while Asaka shivers and even has a little trouble holding her cell phone. She rushed to a corner, then looked at the pictures and video again. Royal purple? No way. Cthulhu's hands continued to shake while she was going to try to find a teacher in the gemstone industry to ask about it. However, just then, a message popped up in his WeChat gemstone exchange group. Royal purple emerald appeared in Spring City. A Janko merchant's in the waist of a firm in Spring City to spend 10,000 yuan to buy a basketball-sized piece of waste and on the spot after the decanting of violets, the purity of which reached the royal purple level. Now the jade merchants in Spring City are looking for this Janko businessman. Cthulhu's head was buzzing. Zhang Hao can buy a piece of scrap and get violets? She gurgled and gulped a few times, then immediately called a vice president of the Gemstone Association she knew and a jewelry expert in the gambling circles. "Mr. Zhang, I'm Xiao Tsang Song Qian from the former Nurturing Heart Pavilion. We even met at the exhibition a few days ago." "Oh, it's Kale. I remember you. What can I do for you?" On the phone, Mr. Zhang was very polite. After all, they are all in the same circle. Here's the thing, a royal purple the size of half a soccer ball. About how much could it be valued at, if you valued it? Huh. Teacher Zhang froze for a moment. You're not talking about the piece of royal purple that just opened up in Yunnan Spring City, are you? Yeah, that's the piece. That rock has something to do with you? Mr. Sang was surprised. It's from my boss. Judah Chi drove out? Mr. Sang also knows that her boss is Zhu Daji. Not old Zhu. I'm now partnering with someone else to open a new jewelry house. By the way, you know, it's the young man who opened the Emperor Green last time. He's blooming violets again? Mr. Zhang's voice tone was raised an octave. Did that kid hit the goddess of fortune? Or is he the god of fortune? Otherwise, how could he get 2 pieces of extremely high-grade jadeite out in such a short period of time in a row? He's the one who opened it, but I'm not quite sure what the price of this purple jade is. Phew. Teacher Zhang took a deep breath at this time. Song, can you give me your boss's phone number? I'm going to eat this piece of violet, of course. It might not be my family. After all, my family can't eat it. So I'll contact other people to eat them together, and the price will definitely not be lower than the market price. Ah, you want to buy this violet, Mr. Sang? Good. You give me your little boss's number. I'll call him, and I'm going to Spring City right now. Okay, I'll give you his number. Chao Lao is very excited. Zheng Lao is not only the vice president of Jiangkou Gems and Jade Association, but also the director of the General Association of Chinese Gems and Jade. And the Zhang family is also a big player in the jewelry circle, definitely the kind with power and status. So, I'm afraid this wave of Jianghao will earn hemp again. Chapter 53, Su Dahai and Zhu Daji's Plan. Odd Stone City, Baolongyu Stone Company, Tea Room. At this time, the tea room is like a heaven on earth. The manageress was almost choked to death by the smoke inside when she went in just now. The truth is that Su Haihai and Zhu Daji, the 2 big aggressor species, are too suffocated, and then they keep smoking, plus the space of the tea room is small, and the 2 of them did not ventilate. So the inside is not just like a fairyland? Old Chu, you can't just let it go. That's a violet, a royal purple. When he thought of royal violet, Su Haikai was about to cry. How much is his store worth? His life savings are not worth as much as that stone. This would have turned him over in a heartbeat if he'd given him that rock. But it was favorably that stone was obtained by Jiang Hao. And when he thought that the valuable gemstone was in the pile of rotten rocks in his backyard, Su Dahai wanted to punch himself. Of course you can't leave it like that. Judah Chi pressed his cigarette fart into the ashtray and said, but there's no need to simply get out of breath. So what else can we do if we don't get out of anger? People have our family's bills, and that kid is too damn cocky, so we can't even back out if we want to. Call the police. Zhu Daji suddenly gritted his teeth at this time. Call the police for what? Su Dahai said in confusion. Zhu Daji said in a deep voice, Jiang Hao colluded with Gu Jing, the manager of Baolongyu Stone Company, and privately sold the townstone of Baolongyu Stone Company at a low price. The 2 of them committed fraud. Old Chu, stop it. Su Dahai shook his head. Gu Jing is my cousin's niece. We can't do this. You discuss it with her, and after it's done, give her $30 million, see if she'll agree? This? Su Dahai's eyes rolled as he considered the feasibility of this matter. And Zhu Daji at this time continued, even if Jiang Hao knows that we are pit him, but Gu Jing himself came forward to say and Jiang Hao collusion, this matter Shilong 100 long mouth also cannot say. There is also the fact that once the matter has gone through the officials, then the subject matter will be seized. Because the stone won't be allowed to be sold by Jiang Hao until the lawsuit is over, and then he'll be the one in a hurry instead of us. In the end, let's work it out privately, and let's not forget who owns this place. So who do you think this stone will end up going to? Even if it doesn't belong to us, can we ask for half the money? It's even highly likely that the stone will end up being ours. This is doable. Su Dahai slapped his thigh. Once this is official, the stone will have to be held, and he and Zhu Daji are both locals. One of his relatives is in the legal department, and Zhu Daji is even more well-connected. So when the time comes, he can play Jiang Hao, the outsider, to death. I'll go talk to Gu Jing. It's a bit risky. She might even go to jail if she gets it wrong. Oh, sit in jail or not, you have the final say. As long as the original owner does not pursue the other party's words and obtains the forgiveness of the Baolongyu Stone Line, Gu Jing cannot be jailed. Haha, old Zhu, you are truly my great savior. I want 10% when it's done. Zhu Daji held up a finger and said, no problem, as it should be. Su Dahai did not hesitate, only 10%, and still need to make old Zhu hard. Meanwhile, inside the hotel room, Jiang Hao had also just hung up the phone call from Jiangkou. That old man Zhang from the Precious Stone Circle even claimed that he was coming to Spring City and was interested in purchasing this violet. And he hoped that Zhang Hao wouldn't be in a hurry to bid on this stone and would wait until he arrived in the evening. And after hanging up Zhang Lao's phone, Song Qian's phone call came back in. Ancestor, I've privately inquired. Your stone is valued at $500 million, the lowest valuation. Well done. Go back to your ancestors for a reward. Zhang Hao laughed loudly. The lowest price is still 500 million. Then it is far more than 500 million. So, this wave really earns the himp. I only like to eat little people. Cthulhu said underhandedly over the phone. Pervert. Zhang Hao cursed and then hurriedly hung up the phone. This Song Qian is also a siren. Too damn will hook people. To understand the heart of men. But Zhu Daji and Su Dahai may not be willing to stop. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes at this time. The current Zhu Daji and Su Dahai must be thinking of ways to screw themselves. After all, how could they be willing to do so with so much money and treasure? And if they make a move? Zhang Hao's brain worked quickly, then he also stood up violently. If the other party plays dirty, then he will be very passive in this side of the world where he is not familiar. Even with Song Mingdan around, but you can't always trouble people. Favor is something that is used once and then less. And just as he thought of Song Mingduan unexpectedly called. After Zhang Hao looked at the caller ID, he hurriedly picked it up. Brother Song. Haha, old buddy, are you free tonight? Yes. Zhang Hao replied painfully. Well then, I'll send a car to pick you up tonight. Song Mingduan was about to hang up after saying that. However, at this time, Zhang Hao hurriedly said, Brother Song, there's something else I have to trouble you with. What's numb or not? If there's something you want to do, just say it. Song Mingduan said painfully. Zhang Hao mused, what about this afternoon? I bought a piece of jadeite scrap from the Bao Long Yu stone house in Qishir City. I know, that strange stone city is full of scrap children. Song Mingduan laughed. It's not like you're driving a green, is it? Did not open the green, but open the purple. They said it is called the royal purple of violets. The value is afraid to be more than a few hundred million. Song Mingduan was instantly baffled. You buy a piece of scrap and it opens violets? And it's worth more than a few $100 million? This luck? This is not against the grain? And then, I felt that holding a few $100 million of stones in my hand. My heart wasn't solid, so I thought of finding a safe place to store the stones. Another thing is, Su Dahai of the Baolong Yu Stone Company and I have some issues, and I'm also worried that he's making bad moves. So do you see if you have a safe place to put the stones? Yes. Song Mingduan didn't hesitate, but said painfully, I'll go to your place now. What Su Hai don't need to give a damn about him. If he dares to touch you, I'll waste him. Wait for me, go over right away. After saying that, Song Mingduan hung up the phone first. Zhang Hao sighed in relief. Song Mingduan was quite a nice person. He just didn't know how to return this favor in the future. And just then, Zhang Hao's phone rang again, but the caller ID was an unfamiliar number from Spring City. Hello? Zhang Hao pressed the answer button. Are you Zhang Hao? I'm a staff member of the Spring City 2nd Avenue. May I ask if you're at the Spring City Hotel? What's wrong? Zhang Hao's face sank. Erdeo staff, Su Dahai called the police. I'll be at the Spring City Hotel right now. What floor and room are you on? Also, there is a case that needs your cooperation in the investigation. Please don't leave the hotel. Room 1608, you guys. Zhang Hao hung up the phone after saying that. And as soon as he hung up the phone, Zhang Hao immediately went to room 1607. Pocky Tiger, take the stone and my cell phone to the underground parking lot. There will be a caller called Song Mingduan called. You guys take the stone and go with him, but you can't leave the stone for 24 hours, and now immediately go downstairs. Chapter 54. Song Ming Dust's Energy. Zhang Hao, we've received a report that you're suspected of being involved in a fraud case. Please cooperate with us and go back to investigate. Room 1608. Zhang Hao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed while several case officers showed their work permits. Comrades, I think it is necessary for me to inform you of my present status. Zhang Hao knew that the people from Erdeo Institute could come over so quickly, and it must be Su Dahai and Zhu Daji who secretly did the trick. And I'm afraid that among these few staff members, there is someone who knows Zhu Daji or Su Dahai. I'm the chairman of the Haoran Jewelry Company as well as the Haoran Security Company in Jiangkou City. I came to Spring City this time to participate in the upcoming Treasure and Jade Stone Expo in Spring City. So you guys better get it right first. I'm a fraud when people say I'm a fraud? I've got a couple $100 million lying around in my bank account. Do I need to come to your Spring City and scam? So I hope you'll behave yourselves. Zhang Hao stood up and straightened his clothes. He was now wearing designer labels and watches that were in the millions, plus he bluffed his way to the top. So when he stood up, a few of the clerks were surprisingly a little nervous. It's not up to you to say whether or not you're involved in fraud. It's up to us. The lead guy's face was pitted with scars left over from the aftermath of acne, and this one had those typical triangular eyes. If he wasn't in formal attire, he'd look like a criminal. And at that moment, he took out his handcuffs and was about to cuff Jiang Hao. Joe Finger, no need for handcuffs, right? Seeing him take out the handcuffs, the other two men's faces just changed. This Jiang Hao has just reported his identity, or some kind of chairman of the board of directors, a billionaire with several $100 million. And people come to Spring City to do business. If finally found out that it is not fraud, this will have damage to the reputation of people. People will then pursue. It will be very troublesome. What no need for cuffs. What if he gets away? The guy named Zhao handcuffed Jiang Hao without a second thought. Take away. He gave Jiang Hao's shoulder a hard push. Then after scanning the room again, he suddenly said, "By the way, where are the stones involved?" "You're asking me?" Jiang Hao pointed to his nose and said, "Nonsense. Where's the stone? I'm telling you, the stone is now dirty and must be taken away. The stone was thrown by me." "Ah, how is the stone still dirty?" "What? Throwing it away?" "Jiang Hao, you're trying to be defiant, trying to confront our sick-sect organ, aren't you? You can throw away a stone worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and said, "Comrade, how do you know that my stone is worth several $100 million? Who told you that?" "Nonsense," the reporting person said. "His hundreds of millions of dollars of stones by you and..." Zhao Finger almost let his mouth slip as he glared at Jiang Hao. "I'll give you one more chance. Where's the stone?" "Really threw it away, ah. That thing is not valuable. I hold and heavy. Through the moat, ah. Okay, dead duck, right?" Zhao Finger said angrily. "Take it away, and when we get back, I don't believe you won't hand it over." A group of 3 people escorted Jiang Hao and headed out. However, just as several people got off the elevator and were about to walk out of the hotel, a fleet of 4 Maybachs suddenly came outside the hotel door. When Jiang Hao was escorted out, the Maybach convoy also happened to stop. Elder brother Jiang, Song Mingduan, suddenly rushed down from a Maybach, his face somewhat grim and angry, because he didn't expect Jiang Hao to be handcuffed to be taken away. "What office are you from?" Song Mingduan stopped Zhao Finger and a few others and drank. And at that moment, many people in the Maybach convoy got out of the car. All men in suits wearing black clothes and sunglasses, and even a woman in a cheongsam walked over quickly. "Which one are you?" Zhao Finger was a bit weak at this time, because Song Mingduan looked like the type of person who had a high social status. So he was also a little panicked in his heart. If this was a wrong case, then he would definitely not be able to eat it. "My name is Song Mingduan. This is my brother. May I ask what law my brother has broken?" Song Ming Dust? When he heard those 3 words, Zhao Finger's right eyelid jumped. Song Mingduan was a big name in Spring City, a socialite who had interactions with both the upper and lower classes. And Song Ming Dust is also an entrepreneur, involved in the Good and Evil Conference, etc., etc. Even several landmark buildings in Spring City were built by Song Mingduan. So there are not many people in Spring City who don't know Song Mingduan. And now, Jiang Hao is Song Mingduan's brother? So it's Mr. Song. We are from the Second Road Institute. This Jiang? Someone reported that Mr. Jiang has collaborated with someone to defraud a jadeite raw stone worth hundreds of millions. That's why we asked him to come back and assist in the investigation. "Brother Song, I'm fine, but help me find a lawyer. Someone has falsely accused me, and I don't intend to settle this matter privately." "Okay, I know. You go over with him first. I'll pick you up in a while. No delay for the evening meal. I'll go underground first." Apparently, he had already called Jiang Hao on his way here, and the one who answered the phone was also Asako. Jiang Hao nodded. Zhao Finger and the 3 of them smiled awkwardly, and with Jiang Hao in tow, they hurriedly got into the official car, which then quickly drove away. Song Mingduan, on the other hand, immediately entered the underground parking lot and met Pocky and Wang Xiaohu. "You guys tell me the details of what happened." Song Mingduan didn't know exactly what was going on, so he had to analyze it. Pocky can talk, and immediately told Jiang Hao last night invited Su Dahai to eat 36,000, and then waited for another day today. And finally Jiang Hao spent 270,000 to buy 27 stones, and one of the stones was opened out to be the violet royal purple. When Su Dahai came back, he seemed to want the stone back, but at that time, Jiang Hao let the manageress open a formal receipt. So Su Dahai had nothing to say at that time. Who knows that now he is still backtracking? "There's a receipt?" Song Mingduan raised his eyebrows and said, "My boss is worried that the other side will not recognize the account. When you buy the stone, you must invoice, The invoice is in our finance. The finance is now in room 1609. Got it. Don't need her. Song Mingduan let out a cold laugh at this time. He understood what was going on after hearing it only once. Yesterday, Jiang Hao really invited Su Dahai to dinner. Who knows that this Su Dahai not only does not help, but deliberately sunned Jiang Hao. And now, after Su Dahai knew that the waste material had opened a precious jade stone worth several $100 million, he immediately reported to the false police. Just looking for death. Song Mingduan cursed, then had someone take Pocky and Wang Xiaohu to leave first. Instead, he got out of the car and made 3 phone calls. One call was made to the higher unit in charge of the Erdeo Institute, another to a social big brother in the Erdeo district, and a third to a pivotal figure in Yunnan. Leader, the celestial realm I told you about this morning is in a bit of trouble right now, and is now being set up to get into the Second Road Institute, so that one will have to be a few days at night. Song Mingduan, are you kidding? On the phone, a dignified voice said, Yes, but... Song Mingdan wanted to say something else, but the other party coldly said, Tonight as promised. If there's any trouble, you contact Secretary Lin to deal with it. Yes? Before he could answer, the other person hung up the phone. Chapter 55. The child is lost. As the sky darkened, the bustling city of Qishir gradually returned to tranquility after a day of activity. Zhu Daji and Su Dahai are still at Baolong Yushixing. Naturally, the two of them went to the 2nd Avenue in the afternoon, because they had to report the case. Just report it, and come back and wait for news. Let's work it out between the two of us. There's no loopholes, right? Su Dahai was worried. Zhu Daji thought for a moment. The only loophole is your cousin's niece, Gu Jing. As long as she bites the bullet, there's no problem. Well, she's already agreed to it, and she'd have to eat pot chow if she flipped, so there's no way she'd flip. Well, is Zhao Finger all right there? Su Dahai asked. Zhu Daji smiled. It's not a big problem. We're all old relations. That's good. Su Dahai was relieved. Jiang Hao is a foreigner, should not be able to turn any waves. And finally, I'm afraid that will also be entrusted to Tsang Qian over to reconcile with him. That is, private. And what he was waiting for was a private settlement. As long as Jiang Hao said private settlement, then everything would be fine. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Su Dahai's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and it was an incoming call from his mother-in-law. So he pressed the speakerphone and said, What's up? Not going back for dinner tonight? Did you pick up the kids? What are you two going to eat tonight? What kid did I pick up? Su Dahai said in confusion. I didn't go to pick up the child. I was at the merchant bank all afternoon. That's not right. When I went to pick up the kids, the teacher said you picked them up. Subbo, the old man didn't answer. Su Dahai stood up in a flash. What? And? Who picked up the baby? His daughter-in-law was instantly baffled. Su Dahai also panicked. Quickly. Ask nicely who actually picked it up. Okay, I'll ask. The phone hung up, and Su Dahai's head was sweating. He is 43 years old and had a failed marriage before he was 35, and since he never had children, he divorced his original partner when he was 35. The same is 35 years old, married a small daughter-in-law, and then the small daughter-in-law stomach to fight, the end of the year to give birth to a big fat boy. That's why this child is literally Su Dahai's lifeblood. However, now that my son, who is in 1st grade, has been picked up, who picked it up? Su Dahai anxious round and round, and Zhu Daji frowned. The child cannot be lost. Now, unlike in the past, there is always lost children. Now the eye of the sky everywhere. Who dares to steal the child? You think carefully. Is not his uncle or something to pick up? The old man is an only child, and the child has no uncle. Su Dahai's voice is trembling. If the child is gone, he will not fucking live. And just then, his daughter-in-law's call came back. Hey, how's it going? Who answered? The teacher said it was picked up by a man in the same car as you drove, and the man who was picking the kid up and walking away was an old man in his 50s who said he was your father-in-law while you waited in the car. Su Dahai, has our child been kidnapped? Hurry up and find the child for me. If I can't find the child, I'll fight with you. I'll look right away. Su Dahai shivered and picked up his handbag to leave. However, just then, someone downstairs suddenly shouted, Is Boss Su here? Who? Su Dahai quickly stepped downstairs, then saw a person standing outside the roll-up door. This person he knows. It is this area of the two gangsters, anything to do. Monkey Saner? What is it? The roll-up door was half closed, so no one from outside could get in, and the door could only be opened a small crack. Hey, Boss Su, I picked up a school bag that looks like it belongs to your little ancestor. See if it is? Monkey Saner said as he held up the book bag in his hand. Sudahai saw his son's school bag. His eyes immediately read, "Fucking monkey 3 children, I'll kill you." Wow. The roll-up door rose upward, and Sudahai was about to rush out to fight for Monkey Saner's life. And the moment the roll-up door was fully raised, 4 men suddenly rushed out from the dark corners on either side of the door and quickly squeezed inside the mercantile. Monkey Saner also followed with his school bag. Sudahai and Zhudaji were numb with fear at this time. The 4 people who came in, they all recognize, especially the front of the surprisingly Brother Shang. The 2nd Avenue District Brother Shang. The man thief raw sex, 6 relatives do not recognize the kind. The bureau is also 4 and 4 out. And he was not only famous in the 2nd Avenue District, but even the entire Spring City was numbered. Who doesn't know about Shang in Erdeo District? Oh, Boss Su is rich, Boss Shu is rich. Sang came in and arched his hand. Brother Shang, what brings you here? Sudahai hurriedly took out his huazi and handed it to Shang. However, Shang slapped the huazi away from Sudahai's hand and then drew a box of Hongdashan from his own pocket. $5 for a red tapioca. Sudahai looked embarrassed, but didn't dare to say anything. Zhudaji also bowed and smiled with him. And at that moment, Brother Shing sat on the high chair at the counter and exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Boss Zhu, I remember that your eldest daughter went to college and your youngest son is in middle school or high school?" Zhudaji's face changed, and he even nodded his head irritably and said, high school. I hear your girl is coming out quite well." Sang continued to smoke. This Shang, who was also 40 years old, had 2 scars on his forehead and had tattoos all over his neck and arms. He was wearing half sleeves and what should have been tattoos, but they were blocked from view by his shirt. Sweat was coming down on Zhudaji's forehead at this point. What the hell does Shang mean? He said his daughter is beautiful? Shang brother at this time sneered, no longer take care of Zhudaji, but looked at Sudahai said, "Just now Monkey Saner picked up a school bag on the road. Said it was your son's. You see if it is, we'll go. We're doing good things." Even if Sudahai is stupid, he also knows that his son he was kidnapped by Shang brother but he hasn't offended Brother Shang. "Brother Shang, please let my son go. I'll give you whatever you want. I only have one son. Brother Shang, we don't have a relationship. Please raise your hand." "Don't." Brother Shang quickly waved his hand and said, "Speak as if I have kidnapped your son. We just picked up a school bag. Don't blackmail us." Yes, you didn't kidnap. Then Brother Shang, you see? "Oh, it's fine, we're leaving. No need to see us off." Sang didn't continue to talk about the kids. It seemed like he just came over to drop off his book bag. What's kidnapping or not kidnapping, it really has nothing to do with him. Brother Shang. Seeing that Shang was about to leave, Sudahai was anxious and rushed to pull Shang. However, when Shang passed by with a look, Sudahai immediately stopped his body. Think about what you've done today." Brother Shing patted Sudahai's shoulder and said, "Boss Su, you say how do you do some things that offend people. Today this matter you go as soon as possible to solve the problem. Late I cannot guarantee that I will pick up again what parts on your son." After saying that, Shang turned around and left. When Sudahai still wanted to go and stop him, Monkey-san and Air's other few people blocked him off. Get lost. Sudahai could only stop and watch with tears in his eyes as Shang and the others left. "Lao Su, what else did you do today?" Zhudaji was annoyed. "How did you offend this ferocious god?" "I have nothing to do but rip off the last name of Jiang. Nothing to do but give the last name of Jiang." And so on. The last name of Jiang? He and Zhudaji looked at each other in horror. Chapter 56. I don't know how to see a doctor. Sudahai wimped out and almost fought with Zhudaji as well, because all day today, he had done nothing else but fight with Jiang Hao. He drank tea in the morning near Oddfellows, and in the afternoon, and in the evening, so he didn't say a few words to anyone all day. So, today, he only offended Jiang Hao. And when he thought that Jiang Hao was actually acquainted with Chuncheng Shang, Sudahai simply regretted it. That Shang brother raw and cold, legend has it that there are people's lives in his hands, so the last thing a serious businessman like him would want to get involved with is the kind of people that Shang brother is. And now, Zhudaji can screw him over. Zhudaji was also afraid that if Jiang Hao and Shang were in cahoots, then would Shang secretly deal with him? So the duo traveled to the 2nd Avenue office overnight to drop the case. There's no case, they're just jealous of other people's money, okay? However, when they arrive at the Erdeo Institute, they are told that Jiang Hao has been bailed out. At the same time, Zhao Finger was removed from office to investigate, listening to the other people in the second road said, "This case through the sky. Just now a hospital big secretary to personally pick up the person. What Spring City 6 departments, precincts, and so on have competent leaders accompanied by the arrival. So Jiang Hao was picked up. After Su Dahai and Zhu Daji heard this, the two of them were almost paralyzed with fear. However, the two are also equal to self-inflicted, directly detained in the Two-Way Institute. Reporting false cases is not a joke, so the two have to cooperate with the investigation. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was sitting in an Audi A6, and sitting with him was Song Mingduan. And driving the car was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a gray jacket. Jiang Hao heard Song Mingduan call the man Secretary Lin. A secretary in her 40s, that's obviously a secretary of great status. Jiang Hao didn't ask much, and Secretary Lin didn't talk to him. Even after the three of them got into the car, there was no sound from the car for a time, and Song Mingdan glared at him and shook his head. At 8:45 p.m., the A6 delivered Jiang Hao and Song Mingduan to the streets of Zhangyuan in the city. And there are surprisingly traffic stops on this Zhangyuan street with not a single car in it, so it's obviously a pedestrian street. Spring City is the capital city of the province, and there are obviously many important people living here on this Zhangyuan street. Old Song, I can only send you here. The leader's side is still waiting for me. Go in yourselves. That Lin's secretary turned around at this time and glanced at Jiang Hao after he finished, saying, if the matter is accomplished, everything is fine. If it is not accomplished, don't blame me if the leader scolds him. I know. Thanks, Secretary Lin. Thanks a lot. Song Mingduan pulled Jiang Hao out of the car while the Audi swerved and then quickly drove away. Song, what's going on here? I'll be honest with you, old buddy. Song Mingduan said bitterly. When I called you during the day to invite you to dinner, I was actually preparing to take you to meet someone at night. And this evening is a unified meeting, and we are but one of the guests. But something happened to you, so I had to use the power of this master I was going to meet to quickly fish you out. Wait. Jiang Hao's head was a bit big because Song Mingduan didn't make sense, and he was confused by what he heard. Older brother, can you say it bluntly? And don't you be afraid to make a taboo. It's not like I can go and talk to someone else. Just say it bluntly. Phew. Song Mingduan exhaled. Okay. I'm going to take you to Elder Song's house at night. And Elder Song is an old revolutionary. His son is now the number 2 in Dianan, and the Secretary Lin just now is Boss Song's secretary. What are you taking me to Elder Song's house for? Jiang Hao, on the other hand, heard it at this point, but he still didn't understand it. Brother, aren't you in the celestial realm? And I've heard that the celestial realm is united with the heavenly beings and possesses unbelievable abilities. And besides, I used to know a celestial realm, and that celestial realm was able to look at illnesses, especially strange illnesses. That's why I was thinking of having you go to Boss Song's little niece, Elder Song's little granddaughter. Jiang Hao jaws. Big brother, you play it? I will see a chicken hair disease. Just hear me out. Song Mingduan interrupted Jiang Hao. This little granddaughter's parents are gone, so she's been growing up beside Elder Song, and the entire Song family favors this little granddaughter. But this little granddaughter got a strange disease 2 years ago. Suddenly she lost her voice, couldn't speak, had nightmares at night, and was wasting away. Then she went to many hospitals, the capital city, Zhonghai and other places, but didn't check out any problems. Then Master Song started looking for folk doctors and feng shui practitioners like us and so on, but nothing could be done. And today, old Mr. Song has invited 2 more high-ranking individuals from Maoshan and the legendary Heavenly Master sect. Then on impulse, I said I'd invited a higher power over as well. Elder Song is in a hurry now. As soon as he heard that I had invited a high-ranking person, he let me bring you over together at night. There are many people to see together. That's what happened. Song Mingduan spread his hands and said, your last name is Song too? You and the Song family? Gross relationship or not, but so many years I and Song boss often walk around, the old man, and believe in some feng shui gossip and so on. But also often in and out of Song house. And you didn't ask me? I don't know how to see a doctor either. Jiang Hao laughed bitterly. Brother, your god can be externalized. This is the greatest characteristic of the celestial realm, so you can try it with your god. Jiang Hao then froze for a moment. His soul power could indeed observe people's bloodline bodies. He hadn't thought about it in that direction. But when you think about it, it seems like a good way to look at a disease. Well, all I can say is that it depends, and I wouldn't dare talk nonsense. Yes. If the other 2 tall men take care of the child's illness, we won't say a word. Okay, let's go then. Jiang Hao also knew that he couldn't even think of not going, that Secretary Lin personally picked him out. If he didn't go himself, Song Mingduan would definitely eat pots and pans. The duo entered Yongwon Street on foot. There were small children playing on Zhangyuan Street, and the streetlights on both sides were bright, and you could even see flashing police lights in the distance, among other things. There are townhouses and some family buildings. To put it bluntly, This is Diane's compound. Elder Song's home was in a very deep alley inside, and from the outside, everything here looked old, but this oldness also carried a hint of majesty. There was a mailroom at the entrance to the alley, and someone from the mailroom stepped out when Sung Ming Dust arrived. Boss Song is here? Apparently, Song Mingduan frequented the place so often that he got acquainted with the people in the mailroom. Well, hurry in. Go on then. The mailroom releases them, and Sung Ming Dust jogs as if into the second house in the alley. The inside of the yard was clean, with lots of flowers planted and a sycamore tree. This is an old 2-story small house, not a high-grade villa. I'm afraid the small house must be 40 or 50 years old. In the courtyard, someone received Song Mingdan and Jiang Hao before quickly leading the two into the hall of the small building. The lobby of the small building was brightly lit, and there was an older woman wearing presbyopia glasses who was entertaining 2 oddly dressed men with fruit. There was also a small nanny with 2 rolling eyes standing in the living room. Didn't see the old man. Didn't see the little girl. Little Song is here. Sit, sit. The old lady was very warm and greeted Song Mingduan as she sat on the sofa. Auntie, this Mr. Xiao Jiang is the one I was talking about. Song Mingduan's old face was a bit red. It was really because Jiang Hao was too young. The old lady froze, then gave Jiang Hao an odd look before nodding her head with a smile and saying, Fine, sit together, sit together. She was already disgruntled, but didn't show it. Song Mingduan, on the other hand, regretted it at this time. How could he have been impulsive before? Now it's good. If he can't cure the little girl when the time comes, he will surely be pulled into the blacklist of the Song family who don't know what's important and can't be trusted. Chapter 57. Jiang Hao's Cure. On the couch, there were 2 oddly dressed fae, one of them in his 50s, not very tall, with slightly dark skin and small eyes. The other was about 40 years old, very tall and thin, with 2 eyes like bull's eyes, and had 2 8-sided beards. Both were dressed quite differently, the shorter man in a very old Chinese mountain suit, the kind with 2 pockets on the chest, one of which could still hold a fountain pen. The other tall, skinny guy was wearing a similar apricot-colored gossip robe like the ones in the movie. Not to mention, with this outfit, he really did look quite similar to Lin Zhengying in the movie, with at least a 3-part resemblance. Naturally, the short man and the tall and thin man were also sizing up Song Mingyuan. They automatically filtered Jiang Hao out, just a small hairy kid. On the contrary, the eyes of the duo looking at Song Mingyuan were somewhat scornful. Song Mingyuan, who was also a cultivator, was very proficient in feng shui techniques, even though he was a half-assed cultivator. May I ask who your honor is? The tall, thin man arched his hand at this time. Triad faction, Song Mingyuan. So it's the Triad, no wonder. The tall, thin man sighed in relief, as if he knew about the Triad. I wonder who you two are? Maoshan, Shueli. Tianshi sect, Zhang Mingshi. The 3 stopped talking when they were introduced to each other. And just then, footsteps came from upstairs, followed by an old man in an old uniform leading a girl downstairs. The girl's hair was long, and she also deliberately covered her face with it. On the contrary, the girl was tall and thin, and looked as if she were malnourished. Plus, her long hair was blocking her face, so it looked especially creepy. The living room crowd all stood up. Elder Song waved his hand. None of you need to be polite. Please trouble the masters. Master Song was also forced to do nothing, because the young granddaughter's disease regular medicine cannot explain, regular hospitals cannot see. Some say it's an external disease. Therefore, shamans from the northeast, meow doctors from the southwest, and even high-level people from Fragrant Island were all invited. But it still doesn't work, it just doesn't heal. You can't find the cause. So, let's get started? At this point, Maoshan Shueli went straight to the point and said, May I ask what year, month, and day the exact onset of the disease was? It was the 16th of July, 2 years ago, the 16th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. What about the symptoms? Can you say that again? Xerxes continued to ask. Can't speak, bad night sweats, nightmares when you close your eyes, doesn't think about food and drink, used to be a very cheerful kid, was a student council officer all through college, but Master Song choked up when he said here, the young granddaughter is in her youth. How did she get this strange disease? May I ask Elder Song if your granddaughter could have traveled somewhere or met someone before she became ill? These are all important. Xerxes is now in charge, so he's the one asking all the questions. We asked her about it, and she had been at school before the onset, and when she woke up from her nap, she realized that she had lost her voice and couldn't speak, and then she went to the hospital, and then it's been like that ever since, and she had to take a leave of absence from school as well. Can I take her pulse? Xerxes asked for instructions. Could be. Xiaohua, let this master take his pulse. Elder Song signaled. The girl named Xiaohua is not stupid or crazy. That is, she can't speak, has nightmares and night sweats all night or something like that. So she can understand others and can even communicate with others sign language-wise. It's just that she's getting more and more introverted, and now I'm afraid she's already seriously depressed. After all, not being able to speak for 2 years and having nightmares all night long is too much for a person to bear, not to mention a college student in the prime of her life. Shueli felt the girl's pulse, while the room fell into silence. Can you lift your hair back and I'll look at your tongue? The girl didn't make a sound and didn't seem too reluctant. But at this time, the old lady gently patted the girl's back and said, Xiaohua, everything will be fine once we cure the disease. So if there's a disease, let's cure it. Don't worry about anything. Grandma's encouragement worked, and the girl pulled back her long hair with her other hand, revealing a tired face that was so thin that her cheeks had collapsed and she was pale and bloodless. Her eyes were clear, but within that clarity also flowed despair. Okay. Shueli nodded after taking a look at it, while putting away his hand and falling into deep thought. The crowd waited for his diagnosis, and the girl put her hair back in her face, but also held her grandmother's hand nervously. In this case, there is a spirit possessing her. I can give her a talisman, and as to whether or not this talisman will work, we can witness it tonight. If it works and there are no more nightmares, then it will gradually get better. But it's not an instant cure. You have to take your time with this disease. You have to nourish your spirit. Saying that, Shueli took out the exorcism talisman that he had prepared long ago and placed it on the coffee table. However, at this time, Elder Song and Mrs. Song clearly revealed a look of disappointment. It couldn't be cured immediately, and there was no guarantee that it would work, and they had all been through situations like this so many times that even Xiaohua was afraid of these straw masters. But there was no telling if the talisman would work, so it wasn't like they could say anything more. Master Zhang, what do you think? At this time, Elder Song looked at Tianshi sect's Zhang Mingshi again. Zhang Mingshi nodded. I have finished reading it, but I have to go back to prepare and bring a few senior brothers and sisters over to do the practice for 7 days. There should not be much of a problem after the 7 days of practice, and there is a high probability of immediate improvement. It needs to be done, and for 7 consecutive days, and he can't do it alone. This is not like a liar, because a liar would just blabber and blabber, but Zhang Mingshi was cautious and careful instead, and he had to call in more people. Can we know the exact cause of the disease? Elder Song asked. Mr. Shue's diagnosis is unmistakable. The devil entered the heart and invoked something unclean. And this unclean thing's Tao is still very deep. Phew. Almost all the gurus who look at external diseases have pretty much the same diagnosis. But those masters didn't cure the little granddaughter before, and they didn't exorcise the demon successfully. But let's beat a dead horse. We have to try whether it works or not. Thank you then, masters. Elder Song was ready to send off the guests, and naturally, there would be people who would give them red envelopes. However, at this time, the two masters looked at Song Mingduan, and Shueli even laughed. I've heard that the Triad sect has expertise in the celestial chance technique, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and the yin-yang and feng shui. So I wonder what Mr. Song has to say about it. Song Ming doesn't at this time want to scold people. I incite your sister Song Old would have to put him and Jiang how to overthink. He is also in the heart of the music. Overthinking is better, because it does not offend people But Shueli and Zhang Mingshi had targeted him, so it was impossible to even think about touching the fish at this point. He waved his hand back and forth. I don't know how to see a doctor. It's this brother of mine who is seeing a doctor today. Song Mingduan's neck was already red, and he was worried that Elder Song would hit himself with an ashtray. And sure enough, Song Lao's face changed at this time. Song Ming had taken the wrong fucking medicine? You've got a kid to fool him? What does he want? And when he saw Elder Song's fierce eyes, Song Mingdan was so scared that he hurriedly pulled Jiang Hao and said, Uncle, don't look at Xiao Zhang's young age, but people with real skills don't discriminate between big and small. Xiao Zhang, say something. Song Mingduan said sharply at this time. Jiang Hao nodded. Let me take her pulse. When Jiang Hao said this, he suddenly looked up at the woman and said, Is little sister unable to get out in there? Give me your hand and I'll see if I can bring you out. Is that okay? Chapter 58. Song Qianhua. Is little sister in there and can't get out? Give me your hand and I'll see if I can bring you out, okay? Jiang Hao's words made people in 2 feet, unknown. What can't come out? What bring her out? However, right at that moment, the girl's entire body shook, and then her entire body shook slightly. Mr. and Mrs. Song were shocked. What was this? How is it that the little granddaughter's body shakes with one word from this kid? However, what surprised them even more was that the little granddaughter actually handed her hand to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao wouldn't be able to cut the pulse either, and she wanted to grab the girl's hand, mainly because she wanted to be more direct and single-handed in using her soul power to enter her soul. Yes, he had actually seen what a state the girl was in now. The girl was indeed sick, and it was indeed strange, for a white foggy area had actually appeared inside the girl's brain. It was weird, like a brain hernia, a foggy cloud deep inside her head, and the girl's soul was inside that cloud. He saw a shadow in the middle of that cloud, and that shadow was exactly what the girl looked like. So the shadow was her soul. Her soul couldn't get out in that cloud. The cloud was like a cage. She couldn't get out if she wanted to, so she'd have nightmares all night long. And it was highly likely that she couldn't even dominate her body at times. Her consciousness couldn't reach her limbs, so even her hunger was gone. She only eats a little when her family tells her to. Also, what it boils down to is that her soul can't get out of the cloud, and the cloud is similar to a prison, so it's just a matter of pulling her out. The entire living room fell silent once again when they saw the young lad take his young granddaughter's hand and feel for her pulse again. No one dared to speak. No one dared to breathe heavily for fear of scaring the little girl, as it were. That Maoshan Shueli and Tianshi sects Zhang Mingshi were not happy in their hearts, but they did not dare to show it. They were terrified of Elder Song, so they didn't dare fool around. Naturally, not saying anything now doesn't mean that they won't say anything in a while. As long as this kid can't cure the little girl's disease, then they will definitely squeeze this kid. At the same time, Zhang Hao, who was holding the girl's wrist, realized that the other's arm was cold and the temperature was extremely low, and that the girl had not known how much pain and repression she had endured in the past 2 years. Zhang Hao closed his eyes and his soul power gently entered the girl's mind before rushing towards that cloud. And the moment his soul power touched that cloud, the originally formless and unquality soul power actually rippled, and then gradually formed into Zhang Hao's appearance. Transparent shapes, of course. Zhang Hao was also shocked. What was that cloud? How come the soul power would gather and take shape after touching it? Is that you? Can you hear me? Just then, the girl in the cloud couldn't wait to shout. That's right, she was shouting, as if she was afraid that Zhang Hao wouldn't hear her. I hear you. I hear you. Your voice is so loud and beautiful. Zhang Hao at this time also completely see the appearance of the girl polymorphic, very clean a girl, one quietly. As soon as she heard Zhang Hao's reply, the girl let out a loud cry. 2 years of being locked in here by herself, unable to get out, able to hear people outside, but no matter how much she yelled or screamed, she couldn't make a sound. And now, finally, someone could talk to her, could hear her. Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Zhang Hao tried reaching out a hand to probe the cloud. Be careful. What if you can't get out too? Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. You have to be ready. The girl advised Zhang Hao instead at this time. This was because she thought that if Zhang Hao is also imprisoned inside, then there would really be no one who could save them. On the contrary, if Zhang Hao took his time and found out the breaks in the cloud mass little by little, there might still be a chance of being saved. It's fine. I have a lot of soul power, but it's you. You've been locked up here for more than 2 years. Who did this to you? I don't know. I woke up from a nap like this. You be careful. I'm coming in. Phew. Buzz. Zhang Hao didn't find any resistance after stretching in an arm, and then his entire body burrowed in as well. Once inside, the girl was about to pounce. However, he stopped halfway through the pounce and bowed in a hurry. Thank you. My name is Song Qianhua. Whether you can save me from getting out or not, you are my benefactor. But if you can't get me out of here, could you come visit me more often? I'm so sad here. I can't hold on much longer. Don't worry, I'll get you out. I'll try if I can. Zhang Hao said as he walked outside. Phew. Easily he walked right out of the cloud mass. The girl covered her mouth in surprise. She couldn't get through no matter how much she rushed or rammed. And this boy was surprisingly comfortable coming and going. You just can't get out, can you? Zhang Hao re-entered at this time and said, It looks like someone has harmed you and imprisoned your soul. Song Qianhua didn't know who was trying to harm her, but she looked at Zhang Hao hopefully again, because she wanted this boy to take her out so badly. You haven't told me what your name is yet? My name is Zhang Hao. So how old are you? You just called me little sister, but I don't think you're as old as me. I'm 24, what about you? Zhang Hao asked. Huh? You're 24? I'm 22, and I can't believe I'm 2 years younger than you. That's why I called you little sister, haha. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Song Qianhua exhaled. She had long since stopped asking for anything. As long as she could be allowed to talk and interact with people, she was happy. Well, you're holding my hand. Zhang Hao held out his hand at this time and said, I'll lead you to try walking out. Good. Song Qianhua took the initiative to hand him his hand. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, pulled her outside. However, when he stepped out to take Song Qianhua's turn, Song Qianhua's arm could not come out of the cloud. Zhang Hao was afraid of hurting her, so he let go of his hand in a hurry. What about this? Zhang Hao was in a hurry. Song Qianhua being alone in this cloud mass was too heartbreaking, so he had to save her anyhow. Why don't you come in and talk with me for a while? I've been locked up for 2 years anyway. I can't get out now, so just wait until you get out in a little while and then you can figure it out. No, I have to get you out of here today no matter what. Let's see. Don't worry. After we get out of here, we can talk about him for 3 days and 3 nights, and I'll reluctantly accept if you invite me to dinner or something. LOL, you're pretty cheeky, but I'll definitely buy you dinner when I get out. Song Qianhua was inside, while Zhang Hao stood outside and circled around the cloud. It was a foggy cloud, not too big, but Song Qianhua just couldn't get out. Well, can I suck up this fog? After the fog is gone, Song Qianhua will come out, right? Try it. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and nourished the mist in the cloud. Not to mention, as he sucked, the cloud unexpectedly vibrated continuously, and with every suck he made, his own body would get bigger. No, it wasn't his body that was a round bigger, but this transparent soul body of his was a round bigger. By the time he had inhaled a dozen or so mouthfuls, this soul body of Zhang Hao's had grown as large as 3 meters tall, and the whole thing looked like a big giant. Song Qianhua, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. Is Zhang Hao a heavenly god who came down to save her? Haha, it's almost gone. I can actually get bigger. Zhang Hao laughed out loud at this time. The soul became bigger. This was his own soul power growing. Zhang Hao even felt the soul power growing rapidly. So, not only is it harmless, but it is beneficial. Take another big bite and watch me wail. The 3 or 4 meter tall Zhang Hao opened his bloody mouth, and when he sucked violently, zip 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 zip. A cloud of mist boomed and all of it was sucked into his mouth, and his soul body became over 6 meters tall, a true giant. And that's when Song Qianhua was free. Ah, brother Zhang Hao, how did you become so big? The moment she spoke, she suddenly realized that as her soul spoke, her body outside, her outside self, spoke as well. So, her sudden speech startled everyone in the room. Chapter 59. Mistakes and Misadventures. How did you get so big, brother Zhang Hao? When Song Qianhua's soul spoke, the body outside also spoke in unison. For a split second, everyone in the room was startled by the sudden sound of speech. Even Song Qianhua himself covered his mouth in fear. But in the next instant, she knew she was better. She could finally talk. Grandpa, Grandma. In an instant, Song Qianhua jumped into her grandmother's arms, and the old lady kept patting Song Qianhua's back in excitement. Elder Song even rubbed his hands together and kept squeezing his fists in excitement. More than 2 years. Their little granddaughter couldn't speak for over 2 years. And now, surprisingly, it's okay? Surprisingly able to talk? Elder Song looked hopefully toward Zhang Hao, who seemed to still have his eyes closed. And at that moment, the old lady and Song Qianhua also reacted and looked over in unison. But immediately afterward, Song Qianhua shushed with his finger, meaning that no one should speak. Song Lao and the old lady looked at each other in surprise. The young granddaughter seemed to have been communicating with that young man before. Then how did they communicate? And at that moment, when Zhang Hao looked at himself internally, he suddenly realized that his soul power had indeed increased. Previous soul power was Spirit Realm 1, and now it becomes Soul Power, Spirit Realm 3. 2 levels in a row. In other words, the cloud in Song Qianhua's soul was a kind of spiritual energy, and he swallowed that spiritual energy, so not only did he grow his own soul power, but he also rescued Song Qianhua's soul in a different way. Phew. Zhang Hao opened his eyes after taking an internal look, and as soon as he opened his eyes he realized that everyone was looking at him. Song Mingdan was even more delighted and his mouth was crooked with joy. Elder Song and the old lady, on the other hand, took their granddaughter's hand and sat quietly. That Maoshan Shueli and Tianshi Zhang Mingshi had constipated faces. Originally thought to see this kid joke it, also waiting for this kid cannot be cured and then taunted a bit, but which thought this kid even on the spot to cure the disease. Old Mr. Song, although your granddaughter can speak, I think the spell should be done once more. After all, the matter of the nightmare must be resolved as well. That's good. And the talisman should be worn every day. Zhang Mingshi and Shueli had the cheek to still fulfill their previous agreement. Song Lao was pondering, but Song Qianhua suddenly stood up and said, "There's no need. I'm already fine. Brother Jiang Hao has completely cured me." "Brother Jiang Hao, thank you." Song Qianhua bowed to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao waved his hand. "You're welcome. I'm happy to cure you." In fact, he didn't even think that he could heal, and then even cured Song Qianhua. Haha. Elder Song laughed out loud at this time. In this case, the two teachers will go back to the hotel to rest first, and tomorrow I'll have Jia Jia invite you two to a banquet at the Cloud Crane Tower. Jia Jia was the daughter of Song Lao, and the two were invited here by his daughter. Thank you, Elder Song. Thank you, Elder Song. Shueli and Zhang Mingshi also knew that Elder Song was sending off his guests, so the two of them didn't dare to say anything else, and after getting up and saluting, they quickly stepped out of the living room. Jiang Hao and Song Mingduan also stood up, as the disease was well looked after, then they should also take their leave. But at this time, Elder Song laughed and said, "Ming Dust Ah, I heard that your Cloud Crane house is full of mountain treasures and delicacies. See if it's all right for me to take my little granddaughter for a meal? Uncle Song, if you, the great Buddha, go over there, then my little store will be a canopy wall. Cut the crap, it's just the four of us." "Yes, yes, go out and eat. My poor oldest granddaughter, how hungry she is." The old lady also kept patting Song Qianhua's hand. And at this time, Elder Song looked at Jiang Hao again and said, "Little teacher." "Grandpa Song, don't call me that. I'm not a teacher of any kind." Jiang Hao's entire body was covered in sweat. Elder Song went so far as to call him little teacher. "Grandpa, his name is Jiang Hao. Brother Jiang Hao, wait for me. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes." "Okay." Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. Elder Song couldn't help but smile at this time. This kid had actually gained the favor of his precious granddaughter. But this kid is also quite a Taoist. He invited so many domestic and foreign masters. Money has not been spent, and favors have not been sent, but none of them have cured the little granddaughter. And now, this kid has cured his little granddaughter with the effort of cutting a pulse. Look at the excitement of her granddaughter. I'm afraid she's even recovered from her heart condition. Since Chihua called you Brother Jiang Hao, then I won't be polite with you. Elder Song smiled at this time and said, "Can you tell us about Qianhua's illness? We've been treating her for more than 2 years, but there are those who say anything, and now that you've cured her, then you'll be the most authoritative when you speak." "Yes, young man, thank you, La. You are a great benefactor to my Song family. You're too kind, Grandma Song. I'm just raising my hand." Jiang Hao does not dare to accept this big favor. The disease is cured, but not much of a benefactor. So, he has to watch his step. "Grandpa Song, Grandma Song, I suspect that Qianhua's illness is man-made." That's when he suddenly frowned and said, "Artificial?" Song Lao's face instantly became gloomy, and the old lady was so angry that her eyebrows rose. "Nice man-made." Jiang Hao nodded and said, "Someone has made a kind of confinement in Qianhua's soul, and this confinement is a cage for Qianhua. Her soul can't come out in that confinement. No matter how much she shouts, outsiders can't hear her, and she can't speak out herself. It's also because of this cage that makes it like a shackle on her and gives her nightmares every night. After all, it's strange not to have nightmares when your soul is imprisoned." Shit. Old Mrs. Song was so angry that she slammed the table. And Elder Song's face darkened into a potbelly. "Then how did you cure Chihuahua? How did you free her?" Elder Song was curious. Jiang Hao scratched his head and replied, "I used a special method to get rid of his cage, so she's completely free now." "So you really won't have nightmares at night?" Old Mrs. Song was worried. "I don't think so." Jiang Hao didn't dare to make sure, in case he had another nightmare that would be bad. Elder Song and the old lady glanced at each other, but neither of them said anything at this time. Song Mingduan then picked up, "Don't worry, you two. This little brother of mine has a very deep Tao. Otherwise, why would I have brought him here?" This guy began to take credit at this time. Without him, Song Qianhua may not be able to cure it. Elder Song and the old lady gave Song Mingdan a very satisfied and appreciative look. Then the old lady nodded her head and said, "Mingdan, I really didn't misjudge you. Grandma and Grandpa, I'm good." Just then, Song Qianhua walked down from upstairs. Her long hair that blocked her face was tied into a ponytail while she changed into a long floral dress and wore white clover sneakers. The whole person looks youthful, refreshing. But she was so skinny that she could be described as bone-thin. Jiang Hao looked up and Song Qianhua also happened to look at him before Song Qianhua hastily averted his gaze. Okay, let's go eat." Elder Song and the old lady got up at the same time. and the two old men pretended not to see the kind of affection that their young granddaughter was showing. Obviously, that kid surnamed Jiang had not only cured Song Qianhua's illness, but had also most likely captured her heart. But as long as her granddaughter is happy, then she'll do whatever she wants. Chapter 60. Family Situation. Cloud Crane Tower. This was Jiang Hao's second visit to Yunhe Lu, but this time he entered one of Yunhe Lu's most distinctive private rooms. In the corner of the second floor of the Yunhe building there is a passage like a street bridge. The passage is 15 or 16 meters long, and the end of the passage is a huge box, which is full of all kinds of greenery. The inside is not luxurious, but it is better than the quiet and natural. Song Mingduan is the boss here, and when the boss invites you to dinner, naturally everything is the best. Although Song Lao said that only a few small dishes will be fine, but Song Mingduan still served a large table full of dishes. There must be 17 or 18. Luckily, Song Qianhua ate very well and would occasionally help Jiang Hao with his food so that brother Jiang Hao could eat. Xiao Jiang, how old are you? At this time, old Mrs. Song began to ask about Jiang Hao's personal and family situation, whether intentionally or not. I'm 24 years old. So have you graduated from college, or are you in the workforce? I didn't go to college, and now I'm in a partnership with a friend. Hey, and you cannot underestimate Jiang Hao's company. Today during the day Jiang Hao with the price of collecting scrap received a piece of jadeite scrap sun. Who knows cut? Scrap sun directly into appreciation. I'm afraid that the value of a few $100 million it. Huh? A couple $100 million? Old Mrs. Song was surprised, and even old man Song couldn't help but look at Jiang Hao in surprise. Jiang Hao scratched his head. I'm probably lucky. It should be worth a few $100 million. So how much did you pay for the scraps? The old lady wondered. $10,000. Hiss. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, even Song Lao sucked in a breath of cold air. That's more than just luck. That's just against the odds. Brother Jiang Hao is so powerful. Song Qianhua's eyes were filled with admiration. So where are you from back home? Spring City too? No, Grandma Song. My hometown is Xiangnan. I work in Jiangkou. So you're from Hunan? So your parents at home are pretty good, right? The old lady asked, seemingly casually. Jiang Hao shook his head. Grandma Song, my parents are gone. Not anymore? This time, even Elder Song was stunned. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, nodded. 8 years ago. My parents were lost in a car accident. I was left alone at home, and then I went to work in Jiangkou with my cousin. You were 16 8 years ago. Song Qianhua gave Jiang Hao a heartbroken look. The old lady also patted Jiang Hao's arm. It's Grandma who talked too much. Don't be sad, child. Come to play at home often in the future. Treat my home as your home. Not bad. Xiao Jiang will come to the house to play when he's free in the future, and you'll also walk around more with Qianhua. You young people have a common language. Jiang Hao and Song Qianhua glanced at each other before quickly averting their eyes again. Okay, Grandpa Song. An hour later, Song Lao left with the old lady and Song Qianhua. However, Song Qianhua was clearly a little bit attached, and although she hid it extremely well, Song Lao and the old lady still saw it. But you can't bring Jiang Hao home too, right? It's a good thing that they left each other's contact information, including Jiang Hao's phone number and social account, etc., and Song Qianhua added friends. And after seeing the three of them off, Jiang Hao and Song Mingduan re-entered the third floor of the Cloud Crane Tower. This time, Song Mingduan personally made tea for Jiang Hao. Old man, you're this. Song Mingduan gave a thumbs up at this time, because Jiang Hao had cured Song Qianhua, so he was considered the second credit. Jiang Hao laughed. It was just a mistake. Chihuahua is a good kid. I see she's quite attached to you. Song Mingduan was curious. How did you and her communicate during the pulse taking? That's amazing, isn't it? Jiang Hao didn't answer him, but thought for a moment. Older brother. My case? What case? Where's the case? Song Mingduan laughed loudly and said, I received a call just now when I went to rush the food. Su Dahai withdrew the case before nightfall, and then is now being detained, including Zhu Daji. So here's the situation. How do you want to get it? In this realm of Spring City, your old brother I have not yet been unable to do anything. Two scoundrels also want to make things difficult for you? Simply ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Jiang Hao sipped his tea in the afternoon. He did get very angry, and also thought about fixing Su Dahai and Zhu Daji. But now the gasp subsided. Su Hai and Zhu Daji, these two guys, can only be considered a small man and see money eye to eye just, and is not a great evil. You'll see to it with the two guys. Light discipline will do. Song Mingduan nodded. All right, then detain them for a few days so they can learn a lesson. Tomorrow you have nothing to do, right? I'll accompany you to see the booth then, by the way. You have a company in Jiangkou. Have you ever thought of opening a store in Spring City as well? After all, This side of Spring City is the #1 distribution center for Burmese jadeite, and it's also a bit more convenient to engage in wholesale jade here. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Song Mingduan was right. Here in Spring City was a tourist city. People who came to visit would buy some jade jewelry to go back, so there was a bigger market over here. It's also easy to stock up and stock out, and there are a lot of processing plants, so it's a good idea to open a branch over here. I'll go back and discuss it with my friends. If I really open a branch over here, you'll have to help me worry more about organizing it then. Zhang Hao is not polite, because the more polite he was, the more outgoing he was, so the less polite he was meant to be, the better the relationship between the two. That's not a matter. I'll help you find a storefront, I'll help you get a license, I'll take care of all the business taxes, and you don't even need to look for someone else for the decoration. I have my own decoration company. Then I'll take tea instead of wine. Zhang Hao laughed out loud. You. Song Mingduan pointed at Zhang Hao. If he wasn't worried about Zhang Hao thinking too much, he even wanted to give Zhang Hao a storefront. However, the two of you have only met for the second day today, so you have to take your time with everything. Would you be interested in a massage tonight? I'll arrange it for you. The old boy was talking about going to drive. Zhang Hao almost spewed out a mouthful of tea, then also got up in a hurry and said, "Go by yourself, old brother. I'm not interested." Haha, look how scared you are. Take you to a regular massage. Song Mingduan laughed out loud. Formal doesn't go either. I'm going back to bed. Zhang Hao waved his hand. The old colorful batch lied to the ghost to go. Massage that thing, touching, and touching is not formal. So stay away from this old colorful lot. Right? Don't go back to the hotel at night. Check out of the room over there. And you go to Xinzhuang as well. Those two friends of yours and the finance are at Xinzhuang. Xinzhuang? Zhang Hao was uncertain. The state guest house. I've booked a detached villa with a guarded guest house outside, and I've arranged for a couple of people to be there, so it's safe as can be. Older brother has a heart. Zhang Hao arched his hand. Then let's go to Xinzhuang. It just so happens that I may be meeting a few guests from Jiangkou this night or tomorrow morning. Buying rocks? Song Mingduan was curious. Well, the other guy couldn't wait and is on a plane right now, so he'll be there in the middle of the night. Hey, can you let me spectate then? I'm very curious how much you'll get for that rock. Chapter 61. You're the light that shines in my life. When Zhang Hao rolled back to the Xinzhuang hotel, it was already nearly midnight, and both Asako and Wang Xiaohu in the villa were awake. Even Feng Di, who heard the commotion, came out from her room. Boss. Seeing Zhang Hao's safe return, Pocky and Wang Xiaohu were thrilled. Feng Di's eyes reddened and turned away to wipe her tears. They came to the Spring City together, but which thought the boss are taken away, so she has long been panicked, but also constantly in Jiangkou's side of the girlfriend Lu Ming on the phone. And Jiangkou's side of Lu Ming and Song Qian also panicked, and even Song Qian is ready to bring a lawyer over tomorrow. Good thing Zhang Hao is back now. Boss, the stone is still there. Pocky patted his chest, and the promise he made to Zhang Hao was that the stone would be there when the man was there. Okay, hurry up and give me the phone. Zhang Hao patted brother Pocky's shoulder and said, yes, a lot of phone calls came in the afternoon, and Mr. Tsang knows about it. And what's her name saying, pay, and so on. Anyway, a lot of people. Pocky handed Zhang Hao's phone to him and said, I know, go to bed and we'll talk about anything tomorrow. He took the phone to the downstairs hall while talking, while Feng Di followed and ran down to boil water for Zhang Hao to make tea. Zhang Hao signaled Feng Di to go upstairs to rest, and at that moment, Song Qian's phone call came through. Hello? On the phone, Aoi's voice was muffled. Old Pale, why is your voice still muffled? Huh. Inside the phone, as soon as she heard Zhang Hao's voice, Song Qian first froze, and then screamed. Zhang Hao, you son of a bitch, you don't bring to scare people like this. My mother wants to split up the family. My mother won't be partnering with you to open a company. Woo woo woo. Asaka cried out in pain as she spoke. For some reason, after learning that Zhang Hao had been taken away, she instantly got on a sharp fire and her voice went hoarse. Truth be told, she was so energized these days that her whole being was rejuvenated and passionate. After dumping the old, fat, and ugly Zhu Daji, it was Zhang Hao who gave her $20 million in disguise, Zhang Hao who took her off instantly, and Zhang Hao who made her realize the joy of being a woman. Although busy, she is happy because she knows her future will be infinitely better. However, the news that Zhang Hao was taken away was like a bolt from the blue. The whole afternoon, all her fighting spirit, all the passion, all faded, replaced by uncertainty and helplessness. It seems that without realizing it, Zhang Hao has become a part of her life. Without Zhang Hao, she doesn't know how to live the rest of her life. She admitted that she had fallen in love with this little boy who was much younger than herself, and she also admitted that she didn't deserve to talk about her feelings with Zhang Hao. However, she could be Zhang Hao's underground lover for the rest of her life as long as Zhang Hao is willing. Old Pale, I'm sorry for making you worry. Zhang Hao apologized on the phone. I didn't think Suda Hai and Zhu Daji would play such a hand for me, and it has to be that you meet someone who is not ladylike, right? Well, I'm the one who's blind. Song Qian wiped away her tears and said in a hoarse voice, Then why did you come out? What next? What to do? Zhang Hao smiled. It's what they do, right? Now Su Hai and Zhu Daji have been detained. False accusations and fraud. Huh. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Song Qian was shocked, but she was clear about Zhu Daji's energy in Spring City. That was also a very popular guy. But now, Zhang Hao is fine, but Zhu Daji and Su Dahai are not? Well, this can't be said in a sentence or two. Just know that I'm okay. Few then hurry back when you're done over there. Your family's Cthulhu has developed a few new poses. Zhang Hao a burst of speechless. Pale Master, you really are very pale, Master. Talking about driving. When I get back, hang up for now. I've got a couple calls to make. Zhang Hao smiled and hung up the phone. Instead, after hanging up, he opened WeChat and added new friends. The best friend's name is just Song Qianhua, and there's no screen name. And Song Qianhua updated her new circle of friends an hour ago. It feels good to be reborn. She accompanied it with a picture, and in that picture there was a hand that was holding food with chopsticks. That hand was no other than Zhang Hao's. Zhang Hao thought for a moment, then gave her a like and left a message. If there's anything wrong, feel free to contact me. Brother Zhang Hao, you fetched your cell phone? The first time. Song Qianhua surprisingly replied to him. Zhang Hao glanced at the time. It was 12:30 in the morning. Why are you still up? I'm afraid of nightmares, and I'm afraid to sleep every day. Zhang Hao sighed in his place. I'm afraid that he would be afraid to sleep, after all. For the past 2 years, when he closed his eyes, he had nightmares, so who could stand it? But he still encouraged her. What does your friend's circle say? You've been reborn. A new Song Qianhua has come to life. So you have to be brave and face everything. You have to gradually step into a normal life and study, so that life has meaning. Brother Zhang Hao, I'll listen to you. I'll go to sleep now. But if I wake up from a nightmare, can I call you first? Yes, I'll be there first thing. Well then, good night, Brother Zhang Hao. Thank you, Brother Zhang Hao. You are the beam of light that lit up my life. I'm really so happy and joyful today. Sleep. Zhang Hao checked the messages other people had sent him after posting. First, cousin Charlie Chi leaves a message that he has contracted an engineering project and wants Zhang Hao to go and do him a favor. Lu Jinyuan message. Business trip ended early. Tomorrow daytime arrived in Jiangkou. The evening to find Zhang Hao out to eat a good meal. Message from Sun Yusin. Zhang Hao, why are you avoiding me? I went on a blind date today, but I don't feel anything. Zhang Hao, can you talk to me? Message from Long Xiaola. Zhang Hao, I'm selling my business in Jiangkou. I'm ready to settle abroad. When do you have time? Let's meet. You see where this is? I'm spending the night here tonight. This sentence was accompanied by a picture below. While the picture had a pair of delicate little feet, in the background panel behind the little feet was the bed of Zhang Hao's house. Sometimes it's lonely at night alone. In fact, we are all lonely, aren't we? We're the same type of person, Zhang Hao. The reason why my sister missed her appointment that night was also because she was afraid that I, the white tiger spirit, would really do harm. Afraid that if I gave myself to you, you would have bad luck. And you, being the second most important man in my life in this life, I just want you to be good. Long Xiaola seemed to leave a long string of text as if he was having an internal monologue, and ended it with a nail-polished hand that was holding a red wine glass. After Zhang Hao thought about it, he finally gave Long Xiaola a sentence back. When are you leaving? After replying, he waited for 2 minutes, but Long Xiaola, on the other hand, didn't reply to him first. After Zhang Hao didn't wait for a reply, he threw his cell phone on the coffee table and then looked within himself. He now knew that soul power could be upgraded with the help of external forces, and that meant that the physique could also be upgraded with the help of external forces, and the brain domain could continue to be upgraded and developed. So how do you upgrade your physique and upgrade your brain area? Chapter 62. How can soul power be used like this? Zhang Hao's current physique was Ox Strength 1. And this bull power is the power of a bull. Soul power, on the other hand, Spirit Realm 3. Before, the soul power was 1, but now it reached level 3. Wait, my soul power should have expanded as well. Zhang Hao immediately released his soul power, and then was pleasantly surprised to find that his soul power could cover a distance of 50 meters. Within 50 meters, everything that blows in the wind is clearly visible. On the second floor, Brother Asako was dozing off with his travel bag in his arms, while Wang Xiaohu was lying on the bed with the quilt between his legs, giggling. Nope, The stupid kid was reading a web novel, even more so in the middle of the night. In the other guest room, Feng Di had just taken a shower, and then also tiptoed to the door to listen to the movements downstairs with his side ear. The girl was acting like a thief, but it was obvious that she was following Jiang Hao's every move. Outside the villa, parked at the main entrance, was a dolly with 3 people huffing and puffing. There was a car parked at the back door as well, but the 3 people in this car were playing king. These 6 people would be the security personnel sent by Song Mingduan, with guards at the front and back doors. Jiang Hao thought about it at this time. Then all of a sudden a brick outside the door jumped out of thin air and jumped into the night sky in an instant. That's right, the 5-pound brick deftly arced through the air before being thrown 50 meters away. 5 pounds is so easy, then try a heavier one. Jiang Hao swept his gaze over a large vase in the villa's hall. This large vase was 1 person high, a celadone kind of decoration, and was feared to weigh more than 20 pounds, or even 30 pounds. And after he took a deep breath, his soul power transformed into a thought that moved the vase with a buzz. That's right, the large vase of about 30 pounds slowly rose into the air. But Jiang Hao's forehead was also bruised. Obviously 30 pounds was a bit of a strain, but it could be moved. Phew. A few moments later, the vase hit the ground while he wiped the sweat off his face. Well, the power of the soul shouldn't simply be about controlling objects or carrying things, right? Jiang Hao scratched his head. This spirit realm soul power was obviously not just something that could have divine mind probing and controlling items. There should be other functions, only he hadn't developed them yet. Wait, spirit realm? Just then, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, and then a possibility occurred to him. Can he get his thoughts into someone else's soul? It's like treating Song Qianhua before. When he thought of this, he immediately concentrated, and then his thoughts slowly, gently, and silently entered the head of one of the security personnel outside the villa. Buzz. The moment he entered the other party's mind, Jiang Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, was shaken all over. At the next second, the security officer in the car outside snapped his eyes open. However, what came out of his eyes was horror. Jiang Hao of the house was even more incredulous with his mouth half open. For in that instant, in the moment of entering the depths of the other's mind, he actually possessed the other's body. This thought of his became the master of this body. Naturally, the original owner seemed to still be in a dream world that he couldn't pull himself out of. Even Jiang Hao could see the other person's dream was catching fish in a soon-to-be dry river ditch, happily catching fish, completely unaware that his body had already been taken over by someone else. Jiang Hao felt horrible that he could indirectly control someone else's body. He tried not to move, and after yawning, he pushed the door and got out of the car, even taking a leak, and leaned against the door to smoke a cigarette as well. When he smoked, Jiang Hao in the room could feel the smell of the smoke, cutting through it. Ghosted? Jiang Hao was surprised, but he wasn't a ghost himself. Wait, can I get on the other guy if he's not asleep? At this time, Jiang Hao maneuvered the other party back to the car. His head lolled, and he instantly lost consciousness. The original owner is still touching the fish, and I'm afraid he's going to be rich the next day, because fish represents wealth. And at that moment, Jiang Hao's thoughts enveloped Wang Xiaohu upstairs. The guy is reading a web novel, and he's getting a kick out of it. Jiang Hao still drilled into the depths of his mind without a sound. However, this time it failed to directly occupy Wang Xiaohu's body. It should be because Wang Xiaohu's spirit was now in a high level of exuberance, so he was unable to take over his body. Jiang Hao's thoughts quietly retreated and returned to themselves. At the same time, Jiang Hao also summarized the spirit realm soul power. That is to be able to chant, can explore 50 meters, can manipulate objects under 30 pounds, and control objects to hurt people. The last is the ability to control someone's body while they are in deep sleep. Jiang Hao was very happy. This was a new discovery. That meant that in the future, if he looked at anyone unpleasantly, he could take control of the other person's body while that person was asleep, and then violently beat up his own parents, or run naked on the street, beat up comrades from Department 6, go to the subway to harass the women, and so on and so forth. Anyway, it's just a matter of getting into the pants of whoever you don't like, and then all sorts of death-defying things. This operation will be simply awesome. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Jiang Hao's video call suddenly rang. Jiang Hao was startled by the ringtone. After all, it was the middle of the night after all. So he picked it up in a hurry. Sister Lu, what kind of video chat? Chat are you sending in the middle of the night? Jiang Hao realized halfway through his speech that the widow was dressed immodestly, wearing only a silk nightgown. Xiao Hao, you're not mad at your sister? Long Xiaola said excitedly. I wasn't mad at you in the first place. Jiang Hao shook his head. How? I'm really going to emigrate. Long Xiaola took a deep breath. then looked at Jiang Hao with a hopeful gaze and said, "Are you interested in immigrating with me?" "Not interested." Jiang Hao directly refused without any hesitation. He's just taking off now, and a great life is waiting for him. So what's the point of moving? Long Xiaola looked disappointed and said with a dark expression, "Actually, I don't want to immigrate either, but the Sun family has got a big shot on their side, and now they want to investigate me, so I can't even leave if I don't." Jiang Hao knew that Long Xiaola must have a lot of dark information, and it was the best choice for her to immigrate and settle abroad. "Sister Lu, you should have earned enough money a long time ago as well, so it's good to enjoy life." "Yes, these days when you ignored me, I suddenly figured out that nonstop fighting and killing, and desperately trying to make money. In the end, what did I get in exchange? I feel like nothing. So it's better to give up everything and live again. But I still have regrets." Long Xiaola suddenly bit her lower lip and said, "When can you go home? I want to have a formal talk with you." Jiang Hao thought for a moment. "I'm out of town." He didn't say when he would go back, because the way Long Xiaola was biting her lower lip right now was very much like she was in heat, so he knew what having a formal talk meant. However, Jiang Hao was also once again on guard. This big sister of the road who has the name of Black Widow is not a good match. If she falls into her gentle land, it will not end well. That's why it's best to avoid meeting her as much as possible. And sure enough, when she heard Jiang Hao say that he was out of town, Long Xiaola's eyes reddened and her voice was hoarse as she said, "Then will you call me when you come back? I want to explain something to you before I leave." "Okay, I'll see you sometime when I get back." Chapter 63. The Stubborn Master Yang Exine. The circle of gambling on stones is not too big, but it is definitely not too small. That's why the news of the appearance of royal violets in Spring City has long been spread all over the country. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that just because of this piece of violet he had opened, many heavyweights in the Jade Circle had come to Spring City or were on their way to Spring City. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Hao unexpectedly received a call from Mrs. Pei. The two had a previous cooperation. Jiang Hao's 500 million or Pei Tai gave it. So Pei retained Jiang Hao's contact information. And in fact, all yesterday afternoon, Mrs. Pei was trying to get in direct contact with Jiang Hao. And now, Jiang Hao finally answered the phone. "Mrs. Pei, I'm sorry, something came up yesterday, so the phone hasn't been around." "Mr. Jiang, are you still in Spring City?" Mrs. Pei opened the door. Yeah, I'm still in Spring City." Phew. When she heard that Jiang Hao was still in Spring City, Mrs. Pei seemed relieved. "Mr. Jiang, Violet is still in your hands, right?" "Yes, but..." Jiang Hao mused. "At 9 o'clock in the morning this year, I've arranged to meet with Old Man Zhang and the others from the Jiangkou Treasure and Jade Association at the conference room on the main floor of the Zhenzhuang State Guest House." "Mr. Jiang, can we, Peis, go and participate?" "Mr. Jiang, we've worked together once, so we should be considered as Mr. Jiang's high-quality clients, right?" "Mrs. Pei, 9 a.m., conference room in the main building of Zhenzhuang. I'll be waiting for you." "Okay, Mr. Jiang. I hope to work with Mr. Jiang again." Mrs. Pei hung up the phone with satisfaction. She knew that many people wanted this violet, but she wanted it more because Pei had to maintain the leading position in the precious stone market. So, today she was bound and determined for violet. And after Jiang Hao hung up on Mrs. Pei, an unfamiliar call came in. Jiang Hao politely picked up. "Hello, this is Jiang Hao." "Mr. Jiang, I'll take your violet. I'm Yang Exine." It was a middle-aged man's voice, and it had a punchy, commanding tone. You have the wrong number." Jiang Hao directly hung up the phone. At the same time, he shook his head speechlessly. There really are all kinds of people. Is Yang Exine very famous? Why hadn't he heard of it? However, not long after he hung up, Yang Exine's call came in again. Jiang Hao did not want to pick up, but the other party persevered. It seems that if he does not pick up, he will keep playing. Jiang Hao had no choice but to pick up the phone and said, "Mr. Yang, the stone was thrown into the stinking gutter by me. I know you have a meeting at 9 in the morning, but like I said, I'll take this rock. Of course, you probably don't know who I am, but you can ask around and I'll wait for your call when you're done." "No need to wait. I'm not interested in knowing who you are." "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you don't want to know who I am?" Jiang Hao smiled. "I remember that I don't have any illegitimate children out there, so there's absolutely no way you could be my son. Do you want to die?" Do. Young Xian on the other side never expected the other party to curse, but when he was about to continue talking, Jiang Hao had already hung up the phone, while directly pulling him black. Jiang Hao was also furious. The son of a bitch playing with him in the social set? To be honest, right now he wasn't even afraid of the King of Heaven. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Yang Xian, who was sitting on the private jet, was about to continue calling Jiang Hao when he realized that the other party's phone was no longer in the service area. Hey, grandson, you really don't know what's going on. Yang Xian sneered, then immediately dialed the phone of a friend in Spring City. By Erchiang, it's me, Da Xian. Young Master Yang, what are your orders? The person on the other side of the phone seemed to be nodding and calling Yang Shao. 9 o'clock this morning, the conference room in the main building of the Zhenzhuang Hotel. Someone is going to sell a stone there. You go to the scene and stir them up. In a word, no one can buy that stone. Understood. By Erchiang hung up the phone directly. And Yang Xian rubbed his head. In fact, he could be in Spring City at 8 a.m., but he didn't want to go to the scene because he couldn't forcefully buy and sell in the open, could he? So, only by using tactics will the other party come over and lick him like a pug. There was nothing he, Yang Shao, wanted that he couldn't get. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the four of them, Jiang Hao, Feng Di, Paki, and Wang Xiaohu, with 6 security personnel, walked to the main building of Zhenzhuang. Since Song Mingduan had explained about security, all 6 security personnel were now under Jiang Hao's command. There is also the fact that Zhenzhuang also sends security personnel and attendants to set up the venue and check the security and defense inside and outside the venue. Not long after Jiang Hao and the others arrived at the venue, Song Mingduan arrived, and with him came the boss of the Jade playing in Spring City. They know Jade and know the price of violets, so it was Song Mingduan who pulled over to help Jiang Hao to gatekeep, worrying that Jiang Hao would be at a disadvantage. However, Jiang Hao was also standing at the window on the phone when Song Mingduan arrived. Slept through the night? No nightmares? That's pretty good, pretty good. What am I doing? I have a meeting soon. There shouldn't be anything left to do after the meeting. Go to Ridge Park? Okay. I'll call you after the meeting. Okay. Then it's okay if I go straight over to pick you up. Okay. Okay. That's it. Jiang Hao hung up the phone. Song Qianhua treated him as a ray of light in his life. He could understand Song Qianhua's feelings. In her most desperate, helpless, and uncomfortable moments, a man enters the depths of her soul, which is also her most vulnerable being. So when she came out of the cage in her soul, Jiang Hao in turn became the one closest to her who was most worthy of her trust. Meanwhile, after hanging up Jiang Hao's phone call, Song Qianhua began to dress up. Although she was very thin, her bone structure was there. Tall, not to mention her face, plus the confidence she's gained since walking out of her cage has given her a renewed youthful vigor. Naturally, she'd look better if she put on a little weight. Right now she's too skinny, so skinny that she's collapsing her cheeks, so it's seriously affecting her face. Chihuahua, what did OE say? Old Mrs. Song and Old Man Song were both happy now, because the granddaughter slept in from last night until 7:30 in the morning. It was a night without nightmares, without night sweats, without crying in her sleep. It was also the best sleep I've had in over 2 years. He said I should get more sun, so I made a date to walk around Ridge Park. Yeah. Hang out. The old couple nodded their heads. Yes. What was the color of their granddaughter's skin before? What color is she now? So the sun is right. Chihua, yesterday Xiao Zhang and I didn't ask. When you woke up yesterday, were you talking to him? How did you communicate? Song Qianhua thought for a moment. He went inside my soul, and inside my soul, he was able to speak to me directly, and he could hear what I said, and in the end, he brought me out. It's amazing. The old lady marveled. Elder Song also nodded. In the future, walk around with Xiao Zhang more. That child has spirituality. Elder Song was worried that there would still be people targeting his young granddaughter, so it was very necessary to contact Jiang Hao more and more. Yes, bring Xiao Zhang back for dinner tonight. Surprisingly, the old couple didn't object to their granddaughter dating Jiang Hao. Naturally, this was something the two old men had long since looked away from, and as long as their little granddaughter was happy and blissful, then she could do whatever she wanted. And just then, the phone sitting on the table rang, and the old lady rushed to answer it. Oh, Yang Xian is here, huh? Then let him come in. The old lady hung up the phone, then grunted. It's that ne'er-do-well kid from the Yang family. Chapter 64, by Qiang of the Qiangxin Group. Yang Xian, 37 or 88 years old. The fact that he was able to directly visit the Song family meant that the background was extremely deep. And the fact that he can be honored by others as Yang shows that he is a very big and stubborn man. Song Qianhua didn't like Yang Xian either, so she went back to her room before Yang Xian could come in. A few moments later, Yang Xian came to the door carrying gifts, while the old lady greeted him with a smile. Although this Yang Xian was not doing his job, the Song and Yang families had been friends for generations. Annie Song, you look great. Uncle Song is fine. As soon as Yang Xian came in, his mouth was covered in honey, and he chose the best things to say. You're not in the capital. Why are you here in Dianan again? Elder Song leaned back on the sofa and held up the newspaper. He didn't make a point of greeting young Xian, nor did he completely leave him out in the cold. I've come over here for 3 things. Young Xian immediately sat up straight and said, the first thing, our company's 100 Cities and Miles campaign has officially opened. This side of Dianan is the first station. I came over to personally grasp this project. Oh. Hearing young Xian's words, Elder Song's eyes lit up fiercely and said, it's that campaign to build 100 schools in the villages under the jurisdiction of 100 cities? Yes, Uncle Song. Now I suddenly feel that doing good is really comforting to the heart. Just because of this, my dad personally called me home and poured me a glass of wine. Haha, that's wine he should pour. Elder Song laughed out loud and said, Dashina, you've finally grown up. Well, you are all the older generation of the revolution. How can our generation keep up with you? That's a good point. Song Lao nodded. No matter what purpose this young Xian donated the school, but as long as he took out real money to donate, this is merit, it is a good thing, it should be praised. And the second thing, I'm here to see you too, and by the way, I'm going to see Xiaohua. I've bought her a couple of books, so that she can read more, and maybe it'll help her as well. Young Xian didn't know that Song Qianhua had gotten better. Elder Song and the old lady exchanged glances, then Elder Song nodded and said, have a heart. He also didn't say that Song Qianhua was better, and they weren't going to make a big deal out of this, because up until now, they hadn't found out who had moved against Song Qianhua. Young Xian continued at this time, the third thing is that I don't have a jewelry company, this time to buy some goods. Song Lao did not comment on the fact that young Xian had many companies and was extremely involved. Dashin, why don't you stay here for lunch? I'll go buy some groceries and you accompany your Uncle Song for a chat. Old Mrs. Song got up at this time to go grocery shopping. And young Xian didn't want to stay here to eat, so he quickly got up and said, Auntie Song, I still have to go on an errand, and I have an appointment at noon, so I really can't eat today. Song Lao waved his hand at this time. Go on then. Go back and bring a good one to your parents. Conference room in the main building of Zhenzhuang. Jiangko came over a very large lineup, led by the vice president of the Jiangko Gems and Jade Association, Zhang Guoji, and with him came the Jiangko Jin family, the Yi family, and the Lu family. The Kim family is primarily engaged in gold jewelry, but also sells jadeite, and is the largest retail gold house in Gangko. The Yi family is involved in a wider range of real estate, hotels, manufacturing, and so on, a year ago and entered the jewelry industry. So this time the Yi family sent a female vice president surnamed Yi in charge of jewelry. And the Lu family is in the financial investment business. Anyway, his family is mega rich and invested in many industries. Zheng Lao pulled these 3 families together. That is to be imperative to the royal violet. And Zheng Laoline and Jiang Hao and others shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Pei's group also arrived. In Pei's group came a large group of people, led by Mrs. Pei wearing butterfly glasses, a group of people with great popularity. Seeing Mrs. Pei's arrival, Zheng Lao's face just changed. The truth is that the Pei family is really rich and powerful. He can't compare with the Pei family. But the good thing is that today he pulled in 3 other investors. So today he is not afraid of the Pei family. Mrs. Bei, hello again. Jiang Hao politely shook hands with Mrs. Pei and greeted her. While Mrs. Pei smiled, Mr. Jiang is young and promising. I think we can establish a long-lasting cooperation mechanism. Good. The specific cooperation matters will be discussed later. Now that everyone is here, let's open. Sir, you can't go in there. I'm sorry, sir. This is a private meeting. You're not invited. You're not allowed in. Get out of here. And if you try to stop me again, the dog's paws will stomp you down. There was a hostile shout from outside the door, and then there were noisy voices. Jiang Hao's face changed at this time, while Song Mingduan stood up with a sullen face. Jiang Hao also laughed. Just a moment, everyone. There might be someone who came here in admiration. With that, he walked out with Song Mingduan. Outside the conference room, there were surprisingly 20 to 30 people, led by a gray-haired middle-aged man. That's right, the guy at the head of the group was only in his 40s, but his hair had turned all gray, and that gray was not dyed. He was followed by 16 or 17 well-dressed young men. By Erqiang? Song Mingdust's face changed as soon as he came out, because he recognized the person coming. It was by Chang from Spring City. This by Erqiang is not simple. If the Sheng brother he found before was a bully in Erdao district, then this by Erqiang is a bully in the whole Spring City. By Erqiang had an older brother, Bai Wenyu, and that Bai Wenyu was the richest man in Dianan. His Song Mingduan's financial power could be ranked in the top 10 in Dianan, but other people's Bai Wenyu was ranked first. And Bai Wenyu black and white, and now even more in the capital to develop real estate projects. So Dianan's industry is basically by professional managers to take care of. However, some of the unseen industries are taken care of by Bai Erqiang. This Bai Erqiang is also a vicious person and evil. I heard that this person is extremely horny, every day looking for college students. Hey, isn't this Mr. Song? Why are you here too? Bai Erqiang saw Song Mingdan walking out, so his eyes lit up violently. Song Mingduan took a deep breath. So it's Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, you're here for? I heard there was a stone for sale, ah. I also wanted to buy, ah. So I came over, but these shabby dog eyes, ah. Who are you cursing? What the hell? I'm just going to scold you. Enough. Just then, Jiang Hao drank with a sullen face. Mr. Bai, right? Since you're also here to buy stones, come in. But only 2 people can come in. There's no room inside. No problem. Bai Erqiang snapped his fingers, and after smilingly looking Jiang Hao up and down, he hung back and walked into the conference room. At this time, Song Mingduan whispered in Jiang Hao's ear, the Bai general manager of Dianan's Strong Shang Group, the richest man in Dianan, Bai Wenyu, is his own brother, and this man started out as a gangster. It's okay. Jiang Hao patted Song Mingduan's arm, then smiled as he walked back to the conference room. Brother Pocky, bring out the stone. I won't give much introduction about the stone. You all brought experts here, so you will appraise it first. Then whoever bids the highest price, the stone will go to him. Asako pulled the open side of the violet out of her travel bag and gently laid it on the conference room. Wow. Although only saw one side of the open face, but that kind of noble royal purple also instantly let them know jade people become short of breath. Royal purple. In ancient times, only the royal family is worthy of the purple color, And now, the royal purple is back. Chapter 65, Threats from Bai Erqiang. It was quiet in the conference room, and the buyers had brought their own experts in stone appraisal. So these experts were scrutinizing with magnifying glasses or flashlights. And the whole time, no sound came out. It seemed as if everyone was worried about desecrating the royal violets by speaking up. It was only after all the experts had finished watching and returned to their respective seats that there was a very small murmur in the room. The experts told their conclusions to their employers, who sat motionless after listening to the experts' reports. Each of these business bigwigs was more refined than a monkey and would never reveal too much without reaching a critical moment, in case they let the other side find out. Well, everyone should be appraised and have their minds made up. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly said, so let's get right to the point. The reserve price for this royal purple is $500 million. This is the quote Song Qian gave him after consulting many people. $500 million is the reserve price. As for how much it will be sold in the end, it depends on whether these people will raise the price. Shit, $500 million? That Bai Erqiang this time was shocked. So a watermelon-sized broken stone can be worth $500 million? His eyes couldn't stop rolling. No wonder Young Yang wanted to let himself make a mess. This is big business. Jiang Hao smiled at Bai Erqiang. After all, Bai Erqiang also claimed to be here to buy the stone, so the visitor was a guest. Bai Erqiang also nodded back smilingly. Jiang Hao then continued, each increase shall not be less than $10 million. Of course, if the auction is aborted today, I will split this stone into 4 small pieces for resale. It would be a waste to split it. We, Pei's Jewelry, offer $510 million. Pei 2 today is imperative. With the Emperor Green, plus the Royal Purple, they pays enough to set the global treasure jade and stone of the world. By then their Pei's share price will also follow the soaring. So don't look to buy 2 stones at a very high price, but their intrinsic value is immeasurable. If the stock can soar, it's an overnight appreciation of the family's wealth by tens of billions of dollars. So, buying a stone is nothing more than an investment signal to the outside world. After seeing Mrs. Pei's offer, Zhang Lao thought for a moment and said, Mr. Jiang, this piece of royal purple lastly created jewelry, even if all of it is offered for sale, according to the current market conditions, it can be sold for up to $600 million, and it may not even be able to reach $600 million. Hearing his words, many experts nodded in agreement. It's just a stone the size of a watermelon. How many bangles and pendants can you hit? Therefore, $600 million is also already the highest price, and even $600 million will not be sold if the industry is in a cold situation. But, after all, royal purple is scarce and rare, but also has a collector's value, so I bid $600 million, which is also our final price. He looked at Mrs. Bei when he finished. Mrs. Pei smiled lightly, seemingly not caring about the amount of money at all. She only cared about getting the stone. So she pounded the table, $610 million. Phew. Hearing her offer, Old Man Zhang and the others all shook their heads. Because it exceeded the maximum price for all four of them. After all, a stone had to be divided among the four families in the end. So in the end, the profit spread to each family was minimal, and then there was no point in throwing heavy money at this stone. Zhang Hao nodded, then looked at Bai Erqiang and said, "What about Mr. Bai? Want to make a bid?" Bai Erqiang hemmed and hawed and said, "Of course I want it. The last thing I need from the strong group over the years is money. Let's put it this way. I'll give out $1 billion. Wow. Hearing his bid, Mrs. Pei sat up straight in a flash. Old Man Zhang and the others looked at Bai Erqiang like he was a monster. It was Song Mingduan who frowned and said, "Mr. Bai, this private auction today is not a joke. It's about paying with one hand and delivering with the other for real money." Bai Erqiang sneered. "What? Old Song, you think I, Bai Erqiang, am poor in money?" Song Mingduan shook his head. "That's not true." "Heh, shut up if you're not." Bai Erqiang droned. Song Mingduan took a deep breath. Although he also had a certain social status in Dianan, he really couldn't compare to the Bai family. Zhang Hao then laughed at this time. "Accountant Feng, why don't you make a deal with Mr. Bai? Will Mr. Bai choose to swipe a card or a check?" "The check. I'll tell someone to go back and get it." Bai Erqiang laughed. "Okay, then we'll wait here." Zhang Hao nodded. He was a bit unable to see through what was going on with this Bai Erqiang, but as long as the other party took money, then everything was fine. "Mr. Jiang, we'll go back to Jiangkou first. Let's contact each other by phone when we get back." "Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry for making you come all the way here for nothing, but don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I still have emeralds of top quality in my hands, so I'll contact you when I get back." "Good." For his part, Elder Zhang turned around and left with a few investors from the Jin, Yi, and Lu families. Mrs. Pei also regretfully got up at this time and said, "Mr. Jiang, I hope we have many more chances to work together, but if you have any good materials, Mr. Jiang, you must be the first to notify me, oh?" "Definitely, definitely." Zhang Hao shook hands with Mrs. Pei. Then Mrs. Pei also led people away. Once the two groups of people left, only Bai Erqiang was left in the conference room, and at this time, all of Bai Erqiang's other henchmen also walked in, and then smoked cigarettes and farted, and the conference room was in a pandemonium for a while. Zhang Hao was patient and always had a smile on his face. However, Song Mingduan was bored because he knew exactly what kind of virtue Bai Erqiang had. The White brothers have been used to buying and selling by force for a long time, so how could they buy a rock with $1 billion? And sure enough, half an hour later, Bai Erqiang received a phone call, and then he cursed, "Tell the finance not to go to work tomorrow. It's all crap." After saying that, he hung up the phone with an exasperated voice, and then immediately changed a smiling face and said, "Oops, this Mr. Jiang. I'm really sorry. Our company's finance is unexpectedly not at home, and will only come back tomorrow. Do you see how this thing is making a mess?" "Understood." Zhang Hao nodded his head and said he understood while taking out his phone and dialed Mrs. Pei. "Mrs. Pei, gone yet?" "On the way to the airport. $600 million, and the stone is yours." "Okay, wait for me right back." Mrs. Bei hung up excitedly. And at that moment, in the conference room, Bai Erqiang said with a sullen face, "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean?" Zhang Hao laughed. "Mr. Bai, I hope we'll have a chance to work together next time." Bang. Bai Erqiang slammed the table. "I fucking ask you what you mean. I said not to give you money? Didn't I tell you that the treasurer was not at home and would not pay until tomorrow? How? 10 billion you do not sell. Must be 6 billion sold to others. You are bent and my white too strong over the bad?" "Yes, I became intentional." Zhang Hao continued to laugh. "So, why don't you let your horse come over?" Wow. Everyone behind Bai Erqiang stood up. Several of these men were outlaws, and all of the ones with human cases had at least 3 or more. So now all that was needed was an order from Bai Erqiang, and they would go up and whack this Jiang to death. "Very good. You kid has guts, ha ha ha." Bai Erqiang stood up, then suddenly spat on the table and said, "If you can get out of Dianan alive, I'll take your surname." After saying that, he turned around and left with a sneer. Chapter 66. It's time to give Bai Erqiang a show. Although Bai Erqiang left the conference room, he didn't leave the main building, and at the same time, he left a few people outside the conference room. After arriving downstairs, he immediately called young Xian. Yang, there's a situation that I have to talk to you about first." Young Xian returned, "Well, go ahead." "It's like this. That surname Jiang doesn't know the sky and is actually a lord who dares to fight me to the death, so I'm very angry right now. I don't care if you're angry, I just want the stone, and the whole purpose of letting you go over there is to make a mess, and not to let anyone else shoot the stone away. This you can rest assured. Today, no one can take the stone, but I do not guarantee that people secretly trade so now I can block here, to the dark what to do? You just have to make sure you don't let him sell the stones during the day. No problem. Bai Erqiang yanked another English sentence. Yang Xian took a deep breath. That's it for now. I'll make some arrangements. The phone hung up. Yang Xian then immediately called a few friends in Jiangkou. There is a company called Hao Ran Jewelry House. You guys go now to focus on care. Okay, right away. The person on the phone was very respectful. After all, Yang was a figure who had passed through the heavens, so no one dared to offend him. And after hanging up the phone call from Jiangkou's side, he immediately called a friend from Department 6 in Spring City. What have you been up to lately, Yuan? Why is young Master Yang so free to call me? Yuan on the phone asked with a smile. I've got a favor to ask of you. Yang Xian smiled and said, I got a jade line over in the capital, but recently lost a stone, and it was a very expensive stone, and now there are clues. The stone was made to Yunnan, in the hands of a person in Spring City. That's why I'm hoping that Yuan will help out and arrest someone. Yuan said oddly on the phone, how come there are so many stone cases lately? But Yang Xiao, I think you'd better get an official concurrence document over, so that we can make a name for ourselves and won't fall into the wrong hands later on. The point is that the stone is going to be transported, so I'm not in a hurry. Official documents, tomorrow should be no problem. I'm a phone call away. Okay, then I'll do this for you, but you have to tell me the specific details. Don't make a mess at that time. Nowadays the self-media is too developed. The citizens can record and video record at any time. When the time comes to pass it to the internet, the trouble is too big, so I have to understand all. It's not much, it's just a stone. It's a royal violet, worth a few $100 million I think. It was stolen this side of Spring City, and then the other side had to sell the stone to an island merchant. Royal violets again? Are there so many royal violets now? Yuan exclaimed. Yuan, what do you mean? You have a case about royal violet? I just did it yesterday, and it was freaking me out. Yuan whispered. A businessman from Jiangkou bought a piece of scrap in the Qishir city in Erdeo district and opened a royal violet as big as a watermelon. Then the boss who sold the scrap felt that he had suffered a loss, so he asked the service staff to falsely accuse the businessman from Jiangkou. But who knows that this businessman's hands and eyes through the sky? The province's Lin secretary personally came to pick up the people, and the boss of the waste material also automatically withdrew the case, and now still detained, suspected of fraud. Wait, you said Secretary Lin picked up the person? Is the other party's surname Jiang? Yeah, how did you know? It's not the same royal violet, is it? Yuan reacted at this time, then said urgently, Yang, I'm telling you, if it's still the same stone as yesterday, I can't help you with this. Yuan also knows what kind of person Yang Xiao is. Surely he is interested in other people's stones and wants to ask for his help, which is against the law. Besides, he can't afford to be offended by the Lin secretaries behind him. Phew, that's enough for now. I'll call Ringo and ask. Yang Xiao was also shocked at this time. What is this situation? How come the other party still knows Secretary Lin? Secretary Lin, the secretary of Song's old man. The big secretary. And he and Lin's secret really have dealings. He came to Dianan, naturally want to climb the relationship, want to pull together some acquaintances, and Lin's secret is his acquaintance. Of course, it hadn't been pulled together by him yet, and the two were limited to a relationship where they had eaten together. The phone was picked up after 3 rings. What are Yang Dong's orders? The Lin secretary on the phone is not called Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao is the name of the Jianghu, and he, Lin's secretary, is a person in the official circle, so it is not suitable for this title. Don't be ridiculous, brother Lin. How dare I order you around? Yang Xian used honorifics. Lin's secret smiled and said, the boss is going home soon, so if you have something to say it quickly. It's like this. I heard that you went to bail out a businessman from Jiangkou yesterday. That boss's orders. I'm not sure exactly. Phew, I see. Yang Xian no longer asked more questions, but hung up the phone hurriedly while he was in deep thought. How did the merchants from Jiangkou get involved with Boss Song? So what do you do now? Well, no matter what we do, we can't let anyone else buy the stone. Besides, no one knows that I'm behind Bai Erqiang. As long as I don't show my face, then just let Bai Erqiang operate everything. Even if Boss Song knows about it afterward, he can't do anything about it, and he really wants to buy the stone. But it's true that he doesn't have enough money, so he hasn't broken any laws. So who can do anything about him? Have to admit, Yang Xian is still a scoundrel. He has long been used to empty gloves, so it is impossible to spend money to buy a stone. Meanwhile, at the main building of Zhanzhuang, when Pei's convoy stopped outside the main building, Bai Erqiang led his men to surround it. He'd figured out a way to make the other side's deal impossible. And when Pei's family saw the man surrounding their car, a bodyguard immediately got out of the car above to keep watch. At the same time, an old man in a tuxedo got out of the car and said, "My friend, what can I do for you?" Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm the general manager of Diane and Shangshan Group. I'm a legitimate businessman. I just want to have a few words with the lady in the car. Just a few words. In the car, Mrs. Pei dropped the window with a sullen face. And Bai Erqiang smiled and said, "The stone it. I spent $1 billion to buy. Now only my family finances not. So cannot complete the transaction. And if you are now trading with each other, then this is up a legal dispute. I will apply for the stone preservation. You will not be able to take away the stone. And the Spring City is my territory. So you cannot win a lawsuit. So this lady, think long and hard about going against me on my turf? Drive to the airport." Mrs. Pei was very decisive in her actions, knowing that after the stone created a dispute, then she would rather give up than get involved. She knew very well that once there was a dispute, it would be very troublesome, and the groundlings in the mainland were very difficult to deal with, so there was no need to create unnecessary entanglements with them. "Haha, thanks ma'am." Bai Erqiang laughed out loud, very proud. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhang Hao receives a call from Mrs. Pei, who apologizes and claims that she can go ahead with the purchase of the stone, but only if Zhang Hao personally delivers it to the Fragrant Isle. Otherwise, she won't make the deal on the mainland. Zhang Hao rubbed his temples. In fact, he knew everything that happened outside the building. Bai Erqiang. Zhang Hao's cold light flashed. He felt that he should give Bai Erqiang a little program to help him out. Chapter 67. Dating? Zhang Hao, what next? In the conference room, Song Mingduan was even more nervous than Zhang Hao because he knew very well that Bai Erqiang was a forceful person. Therefore, I'm afraid that no one will buy the stone that Bai Erqiang has his eye on, and Bai Erqiang will never allow the stone to leave Dianan. You guys go back to the third building first. There's no rush. Song, you do what you need to do. Zhang Hao smiled and said. Song Mingdan opened his mouth, but he instantly remembered that Zhang Hao is a mysterious figure of the celestial realm, so Zhang Hao should have a way to deal with this kind of thing, right? Yes, let's see how he handles it first, and if it really doesn't work at a later stage, then we'll go back to Boss Song. The relationship between Song Mingduan and Boss Song belonged to official business, so he didn't dare to use Boss Song easily. Also he's going to wait and see first too. What about you? Where are you going? Song Mingduan was curious. I've got a date with Chihuahua. Ah. Well, go on then. Song Mingduan was overjoyed. If Zhang Hao became the granddaughter-in-law of the Song family, then what by Erqiang and Sanqiang? All of them would step aside. I'll leave you then, brother Asako, little tiger. Keep the stones safe. Song, come downstairs with me. I have a little something else I need your help with. Let's go then. The duo descended the walkway together. You get someone to keep an eye on by Erqiang for me. I want to know where he is at all times. Zhang Hao said as he walked. Older brother, you mustn't be impulsive. Bai Erqiang is deeply rooted, and I heard that there are people in the capital. Song Mingduan reminded him. Don't worry, I'm a good law-abiding citizen. Okay, then I'll arrange for someone. Song Mingduan nodded heavily. The fewer people who knew about this matter must be the better. A few moments later, the two of them went downstairs, while Bai Erqiang was sitting in his car smoking a cigarette, and when he saw Song Mingduan and Zhang Hao going downstairs, he didn't come over to greet them, but instead sneered and spat thick spit. Actually, Bai Erqiang was also considering how to get the stone. But no matter what, you have to wait for it to get dark. It's better when it's dark. Zhang Hao didn't pay any attention to Bai Erqiang and his party, but drove away alone in his Audi, and Song Mingduan also left with his subordinates in another car. Brother Chong, what if that Zhang leaves Spring City with the stone? We can't rob it openly, can we? He wouldn't dare. Bai Erqiang sneered. Why? The subordinates did not understand. Because his deal with me isn't done yet. He sells the stone and I buy it, but I can't give him my money until tomorrow. So if he takes the stone away today, it's a violation of the contract, and I'll be able to get the stone without money by then. But we didn't sign it either. The subordinate reminded him. By Erqiang a big than the pocket incited over, verbal agreements are also valid in law. Shabi, do not understand, don't compare. Yes. Then if we don't pay him tomorrow, they can take the stone away, right? The subordinate still doesn't understand. The point is, can they survive tonight? Bai Erqiang hemmed and hawed and grinned badly as he had figured out how to get the stone. An hour later, Zhang Hao received Song Qianhua. Song Qianhua was wearing jean sneakers, a very loose t-shirt on top, and a gray duck-tongued cap. Probably because she was too thin and sick all the time. She looked bad, like a sickly child. But she was sunny again, and was especially nice when she smiled at Zhang Hao. Brother Jiang Hao. As soon as she got into the car, she sweetly called out Brother Jiang Hao. The reason why it's called brother and not brother is that there's a very indifference. If you simply just call a brother, this is limited to just an honorific or greeting. Yet, calling her brother also represented a kind of admiration and even a kind of obedience to Jiang Hao from the bottom of her bones, just like how a stick girl would call her favorite man Oba. Because Jiang Hao is also her Oba, and even more so her light. The hero who gives her light, she won't change her title. Eat this first. Jiang Hao casually threw over the burgers, chicken legs, fries, and Coke he bought on the way. Huh? Burgers? Huh? I don't like them, and there are so many? Song Qianhua's face is green. Her stomach in these 2 years are starving small. Eat rice can only eat a small half bowl only. An apple have to be divided into several meals to eat. And now, Jiang Hao had bought her such a huge pile of stuff. How was this going to make her eat? Jiang Hao said while driving, "You're too skinny, you don't have any meat on your body, and you're too skinny to resist." Oh. Song Chunghua lowered her head. Her appa disliked her for being too skinny, but didn't say it outright, just told her there was no resistance. She took a deep breath, then pulled her burger out and her fries out and took a big bite. Since Oba doesn't like it, he has to get fat himself. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, continued, "The most important thing for you now is to temper your body, and at the same time, you can't let yourself get too fat, and you can just eat junk food like this once in a while. It doesn't usually take much to try to get yourself to 100 pounds in a month. Oh, it's going to be a dozen pounds of flesh. It's painful." Song Chunghua made a pained expression while eating his burger. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, laughed. "I'm sure you'll look better than you do now when you put on weight. Say it like you saw what I used to look like. No matter what it looks like, you've got the bone structure here. It's going to look good." Jiang Hao said bluntly. A flash of bright red flashed across Song Qianhua's face. "Do you want to see it then? You have before pictures? There's plenty in the cell phone album. Bring it to me. I'll help you find it." Song Qianhua opened her phone's photo album and then flipped to the various selfies she used to take during her college days. Jiang Hao kept flipping up and down as he drove. Song Qianhua was definitely a top school flower kind of level during her college days. At that time, she wasn't as thin and lifeless as she is now. On the contrary, at that time she was tall, with light in her eyes and youthful vigor and sunshine on her face. She was a natural beauty. It was just a shame that she had fallen ill and it had made her so sick that she didn't have any self-confidence to speak of. "It's beautiful. Brother Jiang Hao, where can you praise someone like this?" Song Qianhua was dainty, and it was too embarrassing for Jiang Hao to say she was beautiful in front of her. "But I'm telling the truth, you start today. Go back and make a weight gain program to make up for all the lost meat on your body. Look how good looking you were before." "Oh, well then." Song Qianhua took a deep breath. Jiang Hao Oba was right. She was now envious when she looked at her old photos, so she wanted to get her lost youth back. "By the way, where did you go to college before?" "In the capital, the Chinese National People's Congress." "Ah, that's pretty far. So you'll be able to go back to college?" "Yes, I can. And when school starts in September, I'll go back for my junior year straight away." "That's kinda good. When I'm free sometime, I'll go to the capital to play with you." "Really? Will you really go to the capital to play with me?" Song Qianhua looked at Jiang Hao expectantly. Chapter 68. The Hooliganism of by Erqiang. Ridge Park is located on the outskirts of Spring City, on the east bank of Dianqi Pond, about 10 kilometers away from the city center. The so-called ridge refers to a long embankment deep into the Dianqi Pond. Seabirds are especially abundant in Ridge Park, and there are many people who come here just to see the seagulls. Song Qianhua might have been secluded for more than 2 years, and what she yearned for most now was freedom. So the duo bought a lot of food to feed the seagulls, which also attracted flocks of seagulls flying above the duo's heads. Song Qianhua was happy as a child, even occasionally waving his 2 skinny arms in the manner of a seagull. Flying is the dream of human beings. Song Qianhua's dream is that one day she can be allowed to grow a pair of angel wings and fly freely in the air. Jiang Hao then laughed at her. "Wouldn't that make you a birdman?" Song Qianhua pretended to be angry and chased him with a pounding pink fist. The two of them had been playing until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they drove back to the city to go to the Tengda shopping plaza in Spring City. While there were a lot of food here, Jiang Hao didn't care whether Song Qianhua could eat or not, and he even went to the very fat and greasy Peking roasted duck restaurant. "It's not authentic here, is it?" Song Qianhua was a bit reluctant. 1. She really wasn't hungry, and 2. It was too greasy. Who cares if it's authentic? It's mostly fat, and you need to gain weight now. Jiang Hao took her hand and walked in. This was the first time that Jiang Hao had taken the initiative to pull her hand. So after being suddenly pulled by Jiang Hao, her mind went blank for a while, and she simply didn't know what she should do. However, Jiang Hao's palm was so porous and powerful that it even gave her the feeling that she couldn't escape him as well. It wasn't until Jiang Hao let go of her that she woke up like a dream, but her face had already reddened to the roots of her ears. Growing up, good tutelage and traditional concepts, even if there were a lot of classmates pursuing her during college, she did not say yes to any of them, but has always been single. But now, all of a sudden, she wanted so badly to be in a passionate, fiery relationship. She knew that the moment Jiang Hao entered her soul, Jiang Hao was already her true destiny, a true destiny that would never change in this lifetime. Brother Jiang Hao, do you have a girlfriend? Look at this beautiful dish. I think it must be very delicious. This fried lamb chops will also be very delicious, and this old duck soup I think is very tonic, by the way. I also want a bottle of fatty happy water. Song Qianhua lowered her head and spoke particularly fast. Of course, at this moment, her heartbeat was also very fast, and I'm afraid that her blood pressure had risen to 180. Because she asked the one question she shouldn't be asking right now, and after she did, she hastened to cover it up with other words. Of course, her hands were shaking slightly with nervousness at this moment. I had a girlfriend before that broke up not too long ago. Jiang Hao suddenly replied. Huh? Then how come it's still broken up? Song Qianhua raised his head in disbelief. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. She thought I couldn't afford to buy her a $200,000 bag, so she cheated on me, and I caught her at the scene, and then she broke up. Huh? Why is she like that, really? Song Qianhua was so anxious. So good Oba you can afford to split up? Then how angry and disappointed Brother Jiang Hao must have been at that time. Don't feel bad, Brother Jiang Hao. You broke up with her? It's her loss, not yours, and it shows that her vision is terrible. It does kinda suck. Jiang Hao laughed out loud, because after breaking up with Zhao Yanran, his good luck came one after another. What about you? Got a boyfriend? I didn't know. I really didn't. Song Qianhua was startled and quickly waved his hand saying no. Well, the dishes are here. At this time, the waiter brought up the dishes, and Jiang Hao also personally rolled a duck cake for her. Eat more. Only by eating more can you quickly change back to the original beautiful you. Got it. She wasn't hungry, but she was desperate to change back to her old self. At 3:50 p.m., Jiang Hao brought Song Qianhua back to the main building of the Xinzhuang Hotel. However, the duo parked their car but did not get out. Brother Jiang Hao, you live here, ah? I used to come here to eat often, and my eldest uncle came here almost every day as well. Your eldest is here too? Jiang Hao was surprised. Yeah, this is the state guest house. Usually when the province entertains guests, it's also here, and the restaurant here cooks delicious food, so uncle often runs here. Yes? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. If this place was frequented by big provincial officials, then… Jiang Hao took a deep breath. Xiaohua, can you drive? Yes, I learned to drive a long time ago, and I also occasionally go out in the family's grocery cart, but I haven't driven it in 2 years. Song Qianhua replied. Just know how to drive. I'm sitting in the passenger side now. You drive the coming car. In a while, there will be a man running out naked. You drive and follow him. Don't go more than 50 meters. Huh. Song Qianhua was baffled, not understanding what Jiang Hao meant. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, got out of the car at this time and tucked her into the main driver's seat while he sat in the passenger seat. At the same time, Jiang Hao closed his eyes. Song Mingduan had previously helped him arrange someone to monitor Bai Erqiang, and the real-time intelligence that the monitor had passed on to him was that Bai Erqiang had returned to the main building of Zhenzhuang at noon and opened a room, and then ate here at noon as well. As for what Bai Erqiang was doing at this time, it was unclear because Bai Erqiang never came out when he was in his room. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, used his soul power to find Bai Erqiang at this moment. In a business suite on the 4th floor of the main building, the most important thing was that Bai Erqiang was actually asleep. Jiang Hao was excited, because what he wanted was Bai Erqiang to sleep. And now, God help me. He released his soul power in the midst of Song Qianhua's bewilderment and quickly penetrated through the walls to enter Bai Erqiang's room. Then, phew, Bai Erqiang snapped his eyes open and sat up from the bed. Shit, it's no fun to wear it, it's not my style, Bai Erqiang said as he stripped himself naked, then opened the door of his room with a big strut and headed out. There were guests checking in the hallway earlier, and then the duo were so scared they wouldn't move when they saw a naked guy walk out. What the hell is this? Egu, big beautiful girl, have a shot with brother? Bai Erqiang said while still making dirty gestures. The woman finally screamed. It's a hooligan. And the man who was rooming with the woman swung his fist up in anger and hit him. Bai Erqiang pressed on without dodging. You hit harder. Bang. A jab lands, therefore, by Erqiang. However, the real by Erqiang still hadn't woken up either, and it was Jiang Hao's soul power that was manipulating by Erqiang's body at this moment. Haha, limp noodle, that's all you've got? It's no fun. Bai Erqiang didn't fight the man either, but rushed inside the elevator. Then again, Bai Erqiang appeared in the reception hall. You know, it's not the rich and famous who can live here, and there are always some kind of delegations, some kind of study tours, some kind of academic tours, and so on. And now, several teams are in the lobby talking while blowing cold air. When accompanied by a ding, Bai Erqiang just strutted and twisted his waist. And then there was a demonstrative jerking of the back at everyone. Everyone is stupid. Where did this stinking hooligan come from? Look hard. I'll gouge your eyes out later. Do you know who I am? I am Bai Erqiang of Dingsheng Group. Do you know our Bai family? We started out as a gangster. My brother is the richest man in Yunnan, and I'm the second richest. I tell you, no one who sees me today will escape. Eyes gouged out for you. Ego, little beauty is so watery. Do you see how big your brother Erqiang is? Ah, the little cashier girl and many of the women in the lobby couldn't help but exclaim, this stinking hooligan. Chapter 69, Brother Jiang Hao's Magic Skills. Bai Erqiang's death-defying behavior finally attracted the security guards, and several of them pounced on Bai Erqiang. But how could Jiang Hao let Bai Erqiang off easily? Therefore, relying on the powerful perception of his soul power, he kept dodging a few security guards and even deftly put a few of them down. Then, Bai Erqiang ran behind the cash register and hugged and kissed the little cashier girl. Crazy. Pull him away, outrageous. Broad daylight, clear sky, Dian provinces by family so lawless? I'll get this in the papers for sure. 2 provincial newspaper reporters were among the crowd and happened to see such a ridiculous scene. Who's going to put me in the papers? I'll kill you. Bai Erqiang wasn't really Bai Erqiang, so Jiang Hao had his eyes and ears open. He pounced on the 2 reporters as they whispered, then easily put them down before kicking each of them in the face. After kicking, Bai Erqiang yelled, I'm Bai Erqiang, the general manager of Dingsheng. My family is the richest in Dianan. Who dares to control me? Whoosh. The guy yells and runs out the door as more security guards arrive. So the barefoot Bai Erqiang was not afraid of the stones choking his feet, and he rushed out desperately. Song Qianhua, who was confused in the car, suddenly saw a figure running out of the main building's lobby and towards the car she and Jiang Hao were in. The most important thing is that the person is actually not wearing clothes. That's disgusting. She closed her eyes in fear. But in this instant, she then suddenly remembered what Jiang Hao had just said. Jiang Hao told her someone ran out naked, and now someone actually came out naked. Oba, this is too godly, isn't it? Don't just stand there. Follow him. At this time, Jiang Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, suddenly said, Ah, good. Although she had a stomach full of questions, she did whatever Brother Jiang Hao told her to do. So, she followed in her car. Soon, Bai Erqiang ran out of the hotel compound and onto the street. Haha, I'm Dingsheng Bai Erqiang. Are you guys envious? I'm just so awesome. I'm that big. Vomit. You call this big? Isn't that a silkworm chrysalis? This can also blow? It seems like he's really Mr. Bai from Dingsheng. I've seen him on TV before. I know him too. They built my house. I know. Entrepreneur Bai Wenyu is his brother. Grip it. This guy is out of his mind. People just get too crazy, maybe get high, you know? Well, hallucinating. It must be. That's not inviting trouble for his brother. Hey, who can control him when high is big? Bai Erqiang is still running wild on the motorway. By this time, the security guards of the hotel had stopped chasing him because running out of the hotel's boundaries was out of the security guards' hands. Bai Erqiang ran to a traffic light, and then learned traffic police began to bear directing traffic. This scene not only did not comb the traffic, but also caused traffic jams. And now the self-media is particularly developed, so a certain sound a certain hand now there is a white too strong naked run the image. Bai Erqiang directed traffic for a while, then scattered when he noticed the sirens blaring. Song Qianhua continued to follow. At the same time, she looked at Brother Jiang Hao from time to time. Jiang Hao's brother was closing his eyes at a glance, and she thought of a possibility, but Brother Jiang Hao trusted her, so as long as Brother Jiang Hao didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. Moments later, Bai Erqiang copied a brick and smashed a car, then a police car, and finally kicked down a civilian who tried to come to arrest him. Then again, Bai Erqiang runs to a gas station and then has to light it up. But just as he grabbed the lighter to order the gas station, suddenly his whole body shivered, and in the next second he was pounced on by the police and held him down to the ground. Geez, who are you guys and what gives you the right to hold me down? Do you know who I am? What the fuck are you guys doing? Let go of me. I'm Bai Erqiang. I know you're Bai Erqiang, be honest. Several young and strong Department 6 staff handcuffed Bai Erqiang to death. And that's when Bai Erqiang looked down, and his entire body was baffled. Aren't you sleeping in Zhenzhuang? Why are you here? And you're not even dressed? What's going on here? Let's go. At the same time, Zhang Hao opened his eyes with a somewhat pale face. Controlling Bai Erqiang's body, which required a high degree of concentration, and controlling it for a long period of time, the soul power must be depleted. Well, this time, Bai Erqiang made a lot of accidents, beating people, smashing cars, running around naked, molesting, resisting arrest, intending to commit a terrorist attack, etc., etc., etc. So it's enough for Bai Erqiang to drink a pot of water. In a short period of time, Bai Erqiang shouldn't have time to care about him anymore either. Of course, this was only a warning to Bai Erqiang. If Bai Erqiang dared to continue targeting him after his release, then he didn't mind letting Bai Erqiang go jump off a building. Phew. At this time Zhang Hao exhaled. Soul power level 3 could control the body of a sleeping person. So if the soul power continued to rise, was it possible that the other party could be controlled even if they were not sleeping? If that's the case, that's bull. Brother Zhang, how are you all right? At this time, Song Qianhua's eyes were red because Zhang Hao's entire body was sweating, his face was pale, and his body was even trembling slightly, much like her previous state. I'm fine, don't you worry. Zhang Hao looked at her and said, just pull over, there's something I want to tell you. Song Qianhua found a parking space and parked his car. And Zhang Hao said, in fact, when I was in the hotel, I got into Bai Erqiang's body, the body of the person who ran around naked just now. So the man didn't know what he was doing, and I did everything. Song Qianhua covered her mouth. It was exactly the same as she guessed, because she had seen Brother Zhang Hao's magical skills, so she guessed correctly. Brother Zhang Hao, you must have your reasons for doing this. Song Qianhua looked at Zhang Hao encouragingly. I believe in you. Zhang Hao suddenly rubbed her head. This Song Qianhua was 22 years old, but still acted like a little girl who hadn't grown up, and he could feel the affection of Song Qianhua's strange admiration for himself. When Zhang Hao rubbed his head, Song Qianhua's face turned red. At the same time, Zhang Hao explained at this time, the reason why I did this is because Bai Erqiang stirred up my business of more than $600 million this morning, and he wants to rob me of a piece of emeraldite raw stone worth $600 million, and it is highly probable that he will do it this evening. Originally, without him, I would have sold this stone, but he intervened in the middle and threatened the buyers. So the buyers, fearing his threat, left Yunnan in droves. I had no choice but to do this, and controlling his body is hurting me a lot. Now all I ask is that he be too wrapped up to pay any attention to me, and then I'll leave Spring City after 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Song Qianhua didn't hear how Bai Erqiang was doing. She only heard Brother Zhang Hao say that controlling Bai Erqiang's body would do a lot of damage to himself. So she grabbed Zhang Hao's arm in a hurry, and her tears flowed down at once. Brother Zhang Hao, please don't scare me. Did you hurt your soul? Why don't you go inside my soul again and suck a little bit of my soul? I don't want you to get hurt. Chapter 70. Yunnan's Richest Man, by Wenyu. The Bai Erqiang incident spread very quickly. 2 short video platforms, some B stations, and so on spread rapidly. Many of the videos of Bai Erqiang's demonic behavior have even been adapted into magical dance music. Of course, I heard that the province also has instructions that this case is strictly handled. Legend has it that one of the 2 beaten journalists is the son of a big provincial official who's interning over here. So this case can't be covered up. And by the time when you received the news, it was already dark. So when he tried to fish for people and tried to find connections to take down those short videos, people's staff were off duty. Of course, when you still returned to Spring City overnight. At 11:30 at night, when you arrived at a certain Department 6 branch office in Spring City and met the director of the branch office. By Dong, I really can't do anything about this case, and there are reporters squatting outside. When you 47 or 88 years old, well-mannered, dressed not like a businessman, but like a leader who came down to inspect. You show, I'm not going to make it difficult for you. I know it's a big deal, so I'm sentencing him to a few years so he'll learn a lesson, but can I see him? Okay, a meeting is fine. No way. Wenyu's network of relations in Spring City is too deep. But the case was so big that no one dared to take the liberty of releasing the man privately. Even Wenyu knew the importance of the situation. So he knew that if he released the person during this period, he was afraid that he would really harm this brother of his. Soon, Bai Wenyu and his lawyer met Bai Erqiang in handcuffs. But Bai Erqiang wasn't wearing a numbered suit. The guy refused to wear one. Brother, why are you back? I'm telling you, don't get involved in this. It's a big deal. You have to let me stay inside for a few days. This Bai Erqiang is not yet a straw man and knows the difference. Now you know you're scared? Bai Wenyu gasped. I'm not scared. Bai Erqiang shook his head and said, I did not kill, two did not set fire to, at most, is to disrupt public order plus hit people smashing cars and so on. This does not commit a capital crime. To the large, can I be sentenced to a few years? So I'm really not afraid. I'm just afraid of getting you involved. Bai Wenyu then let out a sigh before staring. I'm just worried that someone will use this opportunity to mess with you and me. Bai Erqiang's pupil shrank, knowing that his brother was not an alarmist. Brother, what do you need me to do? Don't do anything. Just say hi big and nothing else. Got it, but brother, I'm really not high. They gave me a urine test and it didn't even come up. So someone definitely fucked me this time. I have absolutely no recollection or memory of it myself. Someone screwed you? Bai Wenyu raised his eyebrows. Have you seen your own embarrassing appearance? The whole internet is spreading it. See. Bai Erqiang frowned. That's not me, brother. I think I'm possessed by a ghost. So you were right when you said that someone is trying to mess with you and me. There must be someone high up trying to mess with us. You need to find a master in this area. Are you sure you haven't taken anything hallucinogenic? Bai Wenyu is very superstitious and believes in feng shui, guangong, and ghosts and gods. No, really. I was supposed to be doing business for the past 2 days, and I was sleeping coming in the afternoon, and I didn't even fuck a woman, so someone definitely fucked me. I know, you stay inside at ease, and it's just the right time to get well. Hey, that's what I thought. My kidneys are empty, so I just happen to be here to nurse them, Bai Erqiang said with a smug look on his face. Bai Wenyu waved his hand, then walked out with his lawyer. However, just as Bai Wenyu walked out of door 6, just as he got into his car, his phone suddenly rang. And after he picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, he hurriedly picked it up. Yang, something wrong this late? Is Erqiang okay? What's wrong with him? Is he high? Yang Xian was disgruntled on the phone. Too strong is fine. Bai Wenyu said faintly. Secondo, he's fine. But what about my old man's business? Yang Xian said anxiously. What's yours? Bai Wenyu's voice tone changed because he knew deep down that Yang Xian was a son of a bitch, and the last thing he wanted was for his brother to be used by Yang Xian. And now, Yang Xian seems to be really taking advantage of his brother. A stone. I've had my eye on a stone and asked your brother to get it for me, and now the stone hasn't arrived yet. Yang Xian's words mean that your brother didn't do it, so you go and do it for me. However, Bai Wenyu is a powerful man of the party, not something that his straw brother can compare to. Then let's wait until Too Strong comes out. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. He, Bai Wenyu, also has a temper and is not your Yang family's dog, so it is even less likely that he will go and do something for you just because you say so. And the Yang family was only one of his Bai Wenyu's backstage, not all of them. Son of a bitch, how dare you hang up on me? On the other side of the phone, Yang Xian was furious. This Bai Wenyu now has hardened his wings. When he used to see himself, he had a mouthful of Yang Shao, and he was lowly. But now, Bai Wenyu even dared to hang up on him. Just wait and see if I don't get you. Yang Xian huffed and puffed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Bai Erqiang's follower Jinghua got into Bai Wenyu's car. Jinghua is a ruthless and fierce man. There are people's lives in his hands. He followed Bai Wenyu in the early years, and then after Bai Wenyu gradually went to the sunshine, he followed Bai Erqiang and became Bai Erqiang's driver. And Jinghua's greatest fear was Bai Wenyu by boss, because Bai Wenyu is tougher than him and has more brains than him. So after sitting next to Bai Wenyu, Jinghua was too constrained to take a deep breath. What did Yang Xian have Erqiang do? Say all. Yes, boss. Jinghua quickly said. Yang called Brother Chong to intercept a private auction, which is in the small conference room in the main building of Zhanzhuang. What young Master Yang means is to stir the pot and not let anyone else shoot the stone away. And Yang's ultimate intention is to get the stone empty-handed. What rock? Speak clearly. By when you drank. It's that Jianko came a jeweler, open waist in Spring City, opened a piece of violet royal purple, and then pays jewelry in Shangdao want to buy the stone at a price of $611 million. Yang Shao let Chong go to stir up the situation, can't be sold, and then also have to get the stone this evening. Bai Wenyu was different from Bai Erqiang. This person's mind was extremely meticulous, so as soon as he heard that it was a bid of more than $600 million, his temples all jutted out. $600 million. $600 million could hire an army to come over and finish him off by Erqiang. If someone messed up his $600 million, he would hire a team of mercenaries from abroad to come and exterminate that person's entire family. So, by Erqiang's idiot brother is out of his mind? So young Xian does whatever he's told? What's going on with the merchants in the estuary? What exactly are they called, and what's the difference? By when you ask the key point again. It's a young man in his mid-20s, surnamed Jiang, something like Jiang Hao, but he and Song Mingdan have an unusual relationship, and Song Mingdan is always around him. Song Mingduan? By when you raised his eyebrows violently. Song Mingduan was also nicknamed Song Half-Immortal amongst the business circles in Dianan. So, is it possible that this incident with my brother is the hand of Half-60 Song? Chapter 71. By Wenyu's decision. By Wenyu is a very traditional person. I am also very superstitious. His construction site opening, he will look for high people to choose the day. The feng shui of the office will also look for high people to arrange, and even go to the capital when the development of the temple shook a fortune. Regarding Song Mingduan Song Half-Immortal, he knew exactly what Song Mingduan was capable of. And by Wenyu himself has seen the world, and even really seen the gods and ghosts of things with their own eyes. Therefore, he was in awe of ghosts and gods. Then, this incident of my brother being possessed should be related to Song Mingduan and the merchants in Jiangkou. More than $600 million. They were already merciful if they didn't kill Bai Erqiang. In the car, Bai Wenyu's eyes were closed and his brain was running fast, while the driver and Jingua didn't even dare to breathe. After a few more moments, Bai Wenyu suddenly said, "Say again all that happened from the time young Xian finished the call. All the details, you know." Yes. Jingo recalled as he spoke, including who all had been gathered, what kind of guys they had taken, what time they had arrived at the Zhenzhuang, and what time they had gone up the stairs. Then by Erqiang and Jiangkou businessmen how to negotiate, how much money to negotiate, etc., and finally talked about the afternoon by Erqiang in the Zhenzhuang room to sleep. You're telling me that Erqiang offered $1 billion and then excused himself for not being home with his finances? Bai Wenyu's lips were shivering with anger. By Erqiang, this idiot, can't stir up the situation like this. Yeah, but strong means not a dime. Himph. And then he got out of his mind and ran around the streets, but naked, didn't he? Jingo froze. What did Big Boss mean? All right, go ahead and go back. Transfer back to the company starting tomorrow and help out at the transportation company. Yes, boss. Jingo left, and Bai Wenyu didn't immediately call Song Mingduan. After all, it was too late now, and this was not the right time to ask for a meeting. However, Bai Erqiang even opened his mouth to give the other party $1 billion. I'm afraid that this matter is not good. Of course, he is not going to offer this $1 billion. The reason why he looked for Song Mingduan, but also want to reconcile with the other party is willing to sell the stone to whomever they want. They will not intervene again. This troublemaker. After Bai Wenyu cursed again, he ordered the driver to go back to the hotel to rest. At 6:30 the next morning, Song Mingduan, who was about to go out, received a call from Bai Wenyu himself. The same as a big man in the Yunnan business circle. The two naturally have contact information, but usually do not walk around. Hello Bai Dong. I'm Song Mingduan. Haha, Big Brother Ming Dust is disturbing. Bai Wenyu first confessed and then said directly, Mingduan yesterday, this son of a bitch Erqiang listened to someone's instigation and did the wrong thing. I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf. Bai Dong, this matter has nothing to do with me I am Jiang. Jiangkou's businessmen are just friends. Song Mingduan first took himself off. Bai Erqiang yesterday got out of his mind and naked and hit people smashing car molestation what? He looked at the short video of the cell phone watched half a night, but also happy half a night. But there are only 3 possibilities for this to happen to Bai Erqiang. One is getting high. The other one is really crazy. The last thing that happened was that someone got the upper hand on Bai Erqiang. As a disciple of the Qi sect, he naturally knew that there were such means. And Jiang Hao, who was at the celestial realm, was afraid that he would be able to do just that. But he wouldn't talk about such things, much less ask. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was a great god, and he was, at best, just a little kid, no comparison to Jiang Hao. And just then, Bai Wenyu laughed bitterly. I also want to find the rightful owner to apologize, but the rightful owner knows who I am? So Mr. Song will pull some strings? This? Song Mingduan replied after a little contemplation. Okay, I'll give him a call and ask, but there's no guarantee that it'll work out? Okay. If it works out, I'll be the host at noon. How about the location is at that new cloud crane house you opened? I'll ask first. Thanks. I'll wait for your call. After both parties hung up, Song Mingduan then called Jiang Hao while driving. and he actually went to look for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had also just put down the phone at this time, because he was just talking to Song Qianhua on the phone, and Song Qianhua knew that he was going to leave, so he was still going to find him to play today. Hey Song, so early? The call was answered, and Jiang Hao was surprised at how Song Mingduan called so early in the morning. Song Mingduan laughed bitterly. I was just about to go look for you. Did you know that Bai Erqiang has gone crazy? The internet was full of news about him yesterday. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Brush it off. Phew. Song Mingdan exhaled and didn't dare to pursue the matter further, but said, By when you called me just now, wanting me to draw a line between you two, and he's going to apologize to you at noon on behalf of his brother. Oh, what does he mean? Jiang Hao was surprised. It may be that he really wants to negotiate peace. Bai Wenyu is a man who, although he used to be a gangster, cared a lot about his reputation when he came ashore. Of course, that's just my personal guess. He could also be a honcho or probing you, either way. Well, I know, but I'm not available today. Jiang Hao laughed. Xiaohua asked me to go to the stone forest today. I'm about to leave here yet, and it'll take me the night to come back. Ah. And what if I can make it back in the evening? Song Mingduan pursued. Meet me tonight if you can make it back. I'll call you then. Okay. Song Mingduan immediately hung up the phone. However, he didn't immediately reply to Bai Wenyu, but instead lit up a cigarette and smoked it. He kept finishing a cigarette before dialing Bai Wenyu's number. Mr. Song, how's it going? Bai Dong, I'm really sorry. Song Mingduan sighed. Mr. Jiang had to accompany a friend today, so he didn't have time. Phew. Bai Wenyu then took a deep breath. The other party didn't give him face. But don't be in a hurry. Mr. Jiang might come back in the evening, and then we'll have to wait for his notice. Bai Wenyu almost slammed his cell phone in anger when he heard this. He might come back at night? It means it's not a sure thing, right? What's the point of pretending to be 13? What kind of big shot are you? Do you really think that he, Bai Wenyu, is afraid of you? He just doesn't want to attract more right and wrong. Heh, it looks like this Mr. Jiang is very busy, Bai Wenyu said with a leathery smile. Song Mingduan smiled. Yes, Mr. Jiang is dealing with a friend. That is, the compound Song boss's little niece, the oldest Song's youngest little granddaughter. This is not the little granddaughter was cured, so it is pestering Mr. Jiang, so that Mr. Jiang to take her to play in the stone forest. So, the two of them may not be back until the evening. We have to wait for their notice if we want to invite them for dinner. Bai Wenyu's breathing became ragged at this time. What the hell? Boss Song's little niece? Master Song's little granddaughter? The friend Mr. Jiang accompanied was her? Should be. We have this matter that is not a matter So, I do not do anything today. Just wait for Mr. Jiang back. Mr. Jiang back. You can be the first time to notify me, and your Yunha house private dishes cannot give me save. Pick up the good on. Okay. I'll call you tonight when he gets back. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Song. Let's talk about cooperation in the evening. Bai Wenyu's attitude underwent a 180-degree change. And after he hung up the phone, he also narrowed his eyes and said, Notify the finance and prepare a check for $1 billion. Chapter 72. You're mine alone. For Song Qianhua and Jiang Hao's date, the Song family held a laissez-faire attitude. Jiang Hao picked up Song Qianhua for 2 days in a row, and none of the Song family adults ever came out. Obviously, the Song family didn't object to the kind of friends Song Qianhua made, which was a disguised indication that the Song family wasn't that kind of snob. Shilin was more than 70 kilometers away from Spring City, and along the way Jiang Hao bought a double breakfast and some water and fruits, then stuffed Song Qianhua into the back seat again. Song Qianhua knew that today was going to be another day of gorging. In fact, instead of two people coming out to play, it is more like a process for two people to improve their understanding of each other. Maybe it was because she hadn't spoken for more than 2 years. Song Qianhua talked nonstop along the way, talking about the funny things she did when she was a child, and the funny things she did when she was in high school and college. The duo went to the Swordfin Pool, to Moon Lake, and also to the Polar Pavilion. Xiaohua, it's really you. Much to his surprise, while standing in line outside the Polar Pavilion, someone ran over and greeted Song Qianhua. It was a man and a woman, the same age as Song Qianhua. The man was very tall and handsome, and was covered in designer labels and had a great aura. The other girls were also dressed up, their little mouths smeared red. Oh, hello Li Min, Wang Zhenxuan. Song Qianhua didn't seem to have any intention of being surprised and just nodded. Xiaohua, I heard you were sick, but I didn't dare to visit you. Are you better now? Why are you so thin? Wang Zhenxuan had a concerned look on his face, and the tone of his voice revealed bashfulness. Heh, I heard that what got depressed? It can't be, can it? Depression is mental. Mental? Then when Li Min said this, Wang Zhenchuan suddenly glared at her, then she shut up in a hurry. Sorry, we're going to have to move up the row. A cold aura surprisingly rose within Song Qianhua's gaze, and her face sank before she sat on Jiang Hao's arm and walked forward. Xiaohua, wait, Xiaohua, who is this? Wang Zhenchuan looked a bit anxious and looked at Jiang Hao a bit wrong. It's none of your business who he is. You guys play your games and leave us alone. Song Qianhua changed from her previous appearance of a cute girl and instead became uninviting. I'm her boyfriend. What's your problem? Jiang Hao suddenly wrapped his arm around Song Qianhua's shoulders at this time, letting Song Qianhua lean into his arms. Song Qianhua never expected Jiang Hao to do this, but then she didn't resist in any way. Instead, she exuded a small smile and leaned her head a little tighter. That Wang Zhenchuan frowned. Xiaohua, you have a boyfriend. Does Grandpa Song know about it? Let me tell you, Xiaohua, there are many people who approach you with impure intentions. Wang Zhenchuan. Song Qianhua stared. Please stay away from me. And Li Min, keep an eye on your boyfriend. Wang Zhenchuan, are you sick? At this time, Li Min was also angry. This Wang Zhenchuan was like a dog's skin plaster. As soon as he saw Song Qianhua, there was only Song Qianhua and no one else in his eyes. You know, he is now Wang Zhenchuan's girlfriend. So Wang Zhenchuan is too not to take her seriously, right? Phew. Wang Zhenchuan took a deep breath at this time, but he didn't look at Li Min at all. Instead, he looked at Song Qianhua and said, Xiaohua, I'll be paying a visit to Grandpa Song at night. As he said that, he also looked at Jiang Hao, meaning that I will tell Grandpa Song about this matter of you having a boyfriend. However, Song Qianhua just rolled her eyes before continuing forward with Jiang Hao on her side. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, looked at Li Min at this time and pointed at Wang Zhenchuan. Your boyfriend is indeed sick, and it's not light. So hurry up and take him to the hospital. You're fucking looking for death, aren't you? Wang Zhenchuan cursed in anger. That Li Min also glared at Jiang Hao. None of your business, little white boy, let's interrupt. You know who he is, you dare to talk nonsense. Jiang Hao shook his head and glanced at Wang Zhenchuan again. Man, you're really sick. Go to the hospital. If you don't go, it'll be too late. I'm fucking. Wang Zhenchuan seemed like he was about to do a fight, but when Song Qianhua coldly turned back to him, Wang Zhenchuan was so scared that he stopped in a hurry. Brother Jiang Hao, we won't watch it anymore. It's infuriating. Song Qianhua huffed and pulled Jiang Hao around to walk in the other direction. Wang Zhenchuan thought about it, but did not continue to follow. That Li Min sneered at this time. Oh, once you see Song Qianhua, you turn into a boiling goat. Wang Zhenchuan, you a little bit of interest, okay? Who are you calling a boiling goat? You fucking called me a licking dog? Wang Zhenchuan glared in anger. Isn't it? If you just looked in the mirror, you and the dog are just about as close as you can get without your tongue coming out. A group of people behind them laughed out loud, while Wang Zhenchuan slapped Li Min with a single slap. However, Li Min raised her hand and grabbed Wang Zhenchuan's arm. Surnamed Wang, my lady is now officially breaking up with you. If you dare to touch my lady again, my lady's third leg will be broken for you. Get lost. I've had enough of you for a long time. Wang Zhenchuan scolded. Heh, I've played with you enough too. Don't you know that? I've put more than one hat on you, haha. Li Min turned away with a loud laugh. Wang Zhenchuan, on the other hand, spat. Between him and Li Min, it is nonsense to get together, talk about who is loyal to whom. So it doesn't matter if he wears a cuckold or not, and he is not going to marry Li Min. Just their Wang family and the Song family is to be married. He and Song Qianhua and his childhood home adults are interested in set up two people grow up to become a family, and even some time ago his second aunt to go to the Song bosses to mention the marriage. And now, Song Qianhua had even found a boyfriend first. This is not good. He must tell Grandpa Song about this. Xiaohua should never find a boyfriend indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Song Qianhua explained her relationship with Wang Zhenchuan and Li Min. Wang Zhenchuan's father was a handful in Chunqing and ranked 4th in the province, while her eldest uncle ranked 2nd, but should be 1st by the end of the year or early next year. And it's possible that Wang Zhenchuan's father could take it a step further. The two families used to live in the same compound and then in the same neighborhood, and anyway, over the years, the two families always kept their heads down. And that Li Min's father is ranked 6th, a provincial vice-governor, though Li Min moved here 4 years ago. Brother Jiang Hao, Wang Zhenchuan and I really don't have anything. Song Qianhua is worried that Jiang Hao will misunderstand, so he explains in a resigned manner that there is nothing between the two of them. Fool, of course I can see it, but he? Jiang Hao shook his head. Wang Zhenchuan was really sick. When he probed with his soul power, he realized that the kid had a tumor growing inside his brain. And normal people don't have tumors inside their brains. So Wang Zhenchuan is sick, very sick. Is he really sick? Song Qianhua was smart, and she also knew that brother Jiang Hao wouldn't talk nonsense. Well, The brain grows things. Zhang Hao pointed to his head and said, Phew. Song Qianhua exhaled and stared. I should tell Uncle Wang then. But Brother Zhang Hao, you're too good, aren't you? You can tell even this? I adore you too much. But you can't tell anyone I said that. That's for sure. You're my amazing brother Zhang Hao, only mine. She crossed Zhang Hao's arm with force and said, Chapter 73, 400 million for a word. At 7:30 at night, after another KFC meal, Zhang Hao sent Song Qianhua back. However, Song Qianhua was clearly not willing to get off the car and dawdled for half an hour before getting off the car. She really couldn't let go. Zhang Hao was her light. She felt that if she didn't have this light in her life would have no meaning to speak of. So, even before they were apart, she was already missing it. In the end, when Zhang Hao promised several times that he would definitely visit her in the capital, she got off the car and left. But she didn't dare to look back because she didn't want brother Zhang Hao to see her tearful face. Zhang Hao left. He understood why Song Qianhua stuck to himself, because the meeting in the soul was also a deepest level of soul mingling. Although the two had done nothing, the closeness of the two souls was far more unforgettable than the closeness of their bodies. Plus, he had started her redemption. So now she only had Zhang Hao in her soul and in her life. Maybe it will get better after a while, and that meeting of souls will fade as you live and learn. Zhang Hao couldn't say what kind of feeling he had for Song Qianhua. If I had to say, it would be that she was so skinny and bony all over that she couldn't even be touched. No further special feelings emerged, not even the sentiment of wanting to pursue her and see her all the time. Zhang Hao was so scared of being hurt by Zhao Yanran that he didn't dare to give his feelings easily anymore. At 8:20 in the night, Zhang Hao arrived at Cloud Crane Tower. Song Mingduan is here waiting for him, along with Bai Wenyu, the richest man in Dianan and the man who calls the shots in black and white. To Zhang Hao's surprise, Bai Wenyu was alone and didn't even have a driver. Seeing Zhang Hao enter, Song Mingduan and Bai Wenyu both stood up. And as soon as Zhang Hao entered the room, he frowned for a moment, then smiled and shook Bai Wenyu's hand. I've kept Dong by waiting. Bai Wenyu's heart fluttered at this time. Although he was a reigning socialite, the moment Zhang Hao came in and frowned, he actually had his heartbeat accelerate and had a feeling of extreme nervousness. This young man was something, but what did it mean that he frowned when he looked at himself? Bai Wenyu was puzzled, but didn't dare to ask, so he waved his hand repeatedly and said, No, we've just sat down as well, Mr. Zhang. Please take a seat. Bai Wenyu gave up the main seat. Zhang Hao guffawed and smiled, and then also joked about Song Mingduan, older brother. Can you not call me so early in the future? Disturbing people's dreams is a great sin. Haha, I'll call you in the middle of the night then. Okay? Song Mingduan laughed out loud. Zhang Hao was speechless for a while. The three were seated, and the waiter began to walk away with the food. The dish size wasn't big, but it was incredibly exquisite, and Zhang Hao had just finished eating KFC with Song Qianhua, so he really couldn't eat anything else. But he also still takes small bites of the occasional shrimp or sip of shark fin soup or something like that. Earlier, I heard Mr. Song say that it's Mr. Zhang's first time to come to Dianan, then Mr. Zhang should have a good time. We have good air and better scenery in Dianan. Well, it sure was nice to go to the stone forest today. Zhang Hao grinned as he talked east to west with Bai Wenyu. He didn't know what purpose Bai Wenyu was holding, but he wasn't afraid of him. I can make your brother run around naked, and I can still make your brother jump off a building, and I can even make you Bai Wenyu jump off a building. However, he didn't have any deep hatred with the Bai family, and today, when Bai Wenyu hosted a banquet, he should have inquired about his proximity to the Song family, so it was considered to be an apology for his brother. And he wasn't going to pursue the matter any further, as long as Bai Erqiang didn't come back to trouble him again and let him take the stone away without any problems, then it would be too clear. Song Mingduan was only a companion, so he only interjected occasionally, but did not talk about Bai Erqiang or business, only the scenery. It had been about half an hour when Bai Wenyu suddenly said, Mr. Zhang, before I was in the capital, I didn't know about the unpleasantness that happened between my brother and you. He was spoiled by me. It's a good thing that he has his due punishment now. I solemnly apologize to you on his behalf. There's no point in talking too much. I'll drink my glass of wine to make amends. Bai Dong is overstated. Today you can set this table. Between us and the future is a friend. Yes, Mr. Zhang is painful. I'll do it. Bai Wenyu raised his cup and drank it. Zhang Hao also drank up the 1 or 2 white wine in his glass. Last time, I drank in this Cloud Crane house, and I still felt good after drinking it. So this time I gave Bai Wenyu another face and drank some more. Mr. Zhang, this is a check for $1 billion, a cashier's check from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. It can be exchanged at any industrial and commercial bank within a month. And this is the deal that Air Chong and you haven't finished yet, and now we're officially drawing a line under it. Zhang Hao froze at once. Originally, he thought that he was just setting up a banquet to apologize, but now Bai Wenyu was actually going to continue to complete the previous purchase contract for his brother? Mr. Jiang, although my brother is not here, our strong group's reputation has always been well known. So today, I will continue to complete the previously unfinished transaction on behalf of Air Chong. Of course, I'd also like to ask Mr. Jiang to hand over that violet rough stone to me, and both of us will have to sign a formal sale and purchase agreement. Nothing more, of course, just a safeguard for both of us. A little too much. Zhang Hao picked up the check and bounced it, then laughed again. But I'll take it. Bai Wenyu smiled. He can bring $1 billion, there is no heartache. So you do not receive him, still do not feel at ease. However, Zhang Hao said next, but this part of the overcharge, I'll give Bai Dong a word. Mr. Jiang, please. Bai Wenyu was curious. The stone was worth $600 million. By Erqiang, that stupid bastard opened the price of $1 billion. So now he, the wrong brother, is equal to take out an additional $400 million. And now, Zhang Hao meant that his next sentence was worth $400 million? What does this Jiang mean? Song Mingduan's ears perked up at this time. Zhang Hao is in the celestial realm, so what would he be giving away a sentence worth $400 million? Bai Dong. Zhang Hao mused. How long has it been since you've had a medical checkup? Well, a little over 6 months, and I get a physical once a year. Bai Wenyu, as a billionaire, naturally pays close attention to his health and never falls behind in his regular checkups. What about the gastroenteroscopy? Was it done half a year ago? Zhang Hao was curious. This? Bai Wenyu shook his head and said, gastroenteroscopy is too painful, and I'm a person who doesn't like to do general anesthesia, and I don't like to be fiddled with and opened up the chrysanthemums like a pig, so the gastroenteroscopy wasn't done. Zhang Hao was speechless for a while. Enteroscopy? That would have been sour and refreshing if it wasn't for general anesthesia. Then I suggest that you have time to go for a colonoscopy tomorrow, Bai Dong. Zhang Hao suddenly said. Bai Wenyu froze. What did Zhang Hao mean? Song Mingduan was also stunned. What do you mean, old brother? Zhang Hao shook his head. We'll know when we're done. Mr. Jiang can still see patients? Bai Wenyu was surprised. Zhang Hao raised his glass. Drink, drink. He nodded, not wanting to say more, let alone explain anything. Listen to him and you'll get early treatment. Don't listen to him and it's only going to get worse. Song Ming Dust at this time took a deep breath. White Dong. Or now go to Dukan. I accompany you Hao. Chapter 74. Zhang Hao is a god. As the richest man in Chunqing, Diane and Big Brother Bai Wenyu entered the medical room of the gastroenterology department of the Chunqing People's Hospital at 10:40 at night for examination. The attending physician was an associate dean plus the big chief of gastroenterology, who also had 2 young nurses as assistants. And accompanying Bai Wenyu to the hospital were Song Mingduan and his driver and an assistant. It is reasonable to say that this kind of colonoscopy should be done a day in advance to defecate and eat liquid food, and also to take the relevant medication. But Bai Wenyu, one, has the ability to pay money, and 2, his connections are so big that the vice dean has to flatter him. So, in about 40 minutes or so, the colonoscopy was over. Of course, Bai Wenyu still did not choose general anesthesia, but was stabbed while awake. So when he gets out of bed, he walks like a duck and the feeling is really indescribable. But by this time, Bai Wenyu was no longer afraid of the pain, because he saw gravity on the faces of the vice president, as well as the head of the department. Lao Zhao, Director Li, the reason I came to see you for a colonoscopy in the middle of the night was because I was mentally prepared. So I said what I had to say so that I could organize the rest of my work. Phew. Hearing Bai Wenyu's words, Vice President Zhao spat out a breath. Bai Dong, right now there is no sampling and laboratory tests, so there is still a more detailed examination to be done. Bowel cancer? Bai Wenyu frowned at this time. Vice President Zhao nodded. Based on my experience, this kind of rectal multiple cystic nodules are mostly rectal cancer, but you found this one early, and the chances of cure are greater, and this disease does not equate to death, 5, 10, 20, or even 30 years of survival rate abound. I know. Bai Wenyu nodded. Thank you, old Zhao. Thank you, Director Li. He acted extremely calm, and there was no change of emotion on his face. After shaking hands, he pushed his way out, and his assistant hurriedly took out 4 red envelopes from his bag and handed them to the 4 people. For red packets, 2 big ones and 2 small ones. The big ones were $30,000 each, and the small ones were $10,000 as well. Vice President Zhao and Director Li didn't dare to accept it, but the assistant threw the red packet on the table and then hurriedly went after Bai Wenyu. In the elevator, Bai Wenyu faintly said, Old song. I owe you a favor, but I have an unkind request. You're too polite, Director Bai. If you need anything, just ask. Can you probe Mr. Jiang for me? This illness of mine, can he cure it? You have this disease. Song Mingduan frowned and mused. I'm not too sure, but Mr. Jiang can cure external diseases, but I'll have to ask him about this one of yours. Good. Bai Wenyu nodded inside. There really is such a strange person in the world. Bai Wenyu, did not spend this billion unjustly. Song Mingduan was also overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Hao is really a god, but he was able to see that Bai Wenyu had rectal cancer with the naked eye. But I just wonder if Jiang Hao has the ability to cure rectal cancer? It's only bull if you have the ability to cure it, right? After descending the stairs, Bai Wenyu and Song Mingduan separated, with Song Mingduan heading to Xinzhuang while Bai Wenyu went to the company. Now that he knows he's sick, he has to prepare for the worst. So instead of rushing to hospitalization, he has to arrange everything in the shortest possible time. At 10 minutes past 12 in the night, Song Mingduan arrived at Xinzhuang Building 3. And as soon as he arrived, Zhang Haoyu walked out with Feng Di, Brother Pocky, and Wang Xiaohu. He had a flight after 2 o'clock at night, and the reason he didn't leave early was because he was also waiting for Song Mingduan. Diagnosed, rectal cancer. Song Mingduan gave Jiang Hao a straight thumbs up, meaning you're bull. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, didn't continue to discuss the topic, but said while walking, the decoration of the booth will trouble you, and you'll have to be in charge of choosing the location of Haoran Jewelry House as well as licenses and such. No problem, I'll take care of all this. Just come straight over and open the business when the time comes. Song Mingduan couldn't wait to do more work. As long as he could be tied to Jiang Hao, he could do whatever he was told to do. I'll be back in a while. Jiang Hao has already negotiated a partnership with Song Mingduan to open a jewelry and jade house in Spring City, as well as to get a small processing plant. And all of these were taken care of by Song Mingdan. Even the various expenses in the early stages were also taken care of by Song Mingdan, and in the end, Jiang Hao only provided the raw stones. However, it looked like Song Mingdan had suffered a great loss, but in reality, Song Mingdan himself knew that he had taken a huge advantage. By the way, old brother, Bai Wenyu asked me to ask you if you can cure him? Brother, do you take me for a god? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and said, I don't care about the treatment, besides I can't treat it. Oh, I see then. I'll give him a call later to let him know. Jiang Hao nodded his head. Cure this matter of their own really cannot do. Can cure Song Qianhua is a mistake, and Song Qianhua this belongs to the virtual disease. Bai Wenyu is a real disease. He cannot cure this physical ailments. Maybe it can be cured later with higher brain development, but it definitely can't be cured now. The plane took off at 2:40 sharp. Jiang Hao and Feng Di sat in first class while Brother Pocky and Wang Xiaohu sat in economy class. It's not that they won't be given first class, because there's no room in first class. Turn around and transfer the money from the check to my account, then withdraw 20 million to the company's account and 50 million to Tsangqian's account. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Feng Di nodded his head to indicate that he had taken note of it. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, added, then you transfer $3 million over to yourself, $2 million each for Pocky and Xiaohu, and $1 million each for the company except for Tsangqian, right? Huh. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Feng Di froze for a moment, but then he became ecstatic. A trip, a big meal, a 5-star state guest house, and then a $3 million bonus. That's too good to be true, isn't it? You know, she's hardly done anything at all. Of course, she had known that she would get a bonus as early as when Jiang Hao received the billion-dollar check, but she hadn't expected it to be this much. And then there's Wang Xiaohu and Pocky. These two simpletons are straight-up millionaires. But one has $1 million more than they do. He stole a glance at Jiang Hao and realized that Jiang Hao had already closed his eyes and slept. But at this moment, she also still had her heart beating wildly. Why did the boss give himself an extra $1 million? What does he mean? Or is it a hint? She was freaking out a little inside because there was no way to guess what her boss was thinking. However, she also knew that Jiang Hao didn't seem to be very interested in her. Otherwise, she hadn't run away on the day the two of them met and simply couldn't wait until now. Oh yeah, and Tsangqian. She's got $50 million hitting her in the head while she sits at home. $50 million. It's incredible to think about. But the most bullish is still the boss. With $10,000 to make $1 billion, the god of the stock Warren Buffett cannot do so bull, right? Therefore, right now, when Feng Di looked at Jiang Hao, there was nothing but worship in his eyes. Chapter 75. Company Bonus. The plane was picked up by Aoji with Wei Liang and others in 2 cars. And Aoi is also driving a brand new Porsche 718, which looks small and sophisticated in white. After Jiang Hao and his party got off the plane, he was picked up by Tsang Lao Shi. while Feng Di and brother Asako and Wang Xiaohu were picked up by Wei Liang. In the car, always driving skills are top-notch, and of course, the other way of driving is top-notch as well. The little white sports car brought up a breeze, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Instead, she bit her lower lip and suddenly called out, "Daddy!" Zhang Hao then cursed a goblin. Although this goblin is over 30 years old, but among the maturity there is also a youth that does not fade away. This goblin also deliberately wore a black silk short skirt today to come over, and even drove while lifting up the short skirt. Zhang Hao's eyes almost fell off. This woman actually didn't wear any inside. She was definitely deliberately teasing and seducing Zhang Hao. But Zhang Hao liked the tone. Nope, it's any man who likes the tone. Song Qian took Zhang Hao to her new home, not a villa, not a large flat, but a very ordinary one with a north-south perspective and more than 110 square feet of high-rise housing. And as soon as she came home, she knelt down to change Zhang Hao's shoes, helped Zhang Hao take off his clothes, and pulled Zhang Hao to the bathtub to help him scrub, and most of all, she would occasionally come with a word of daddy, and also a word of master or something. Anyway, when Zhang Hao arrived here, he was the king, the god, the emperor, the master. Then, Aoji sold his performance, presenting his most wintry side to Zhang Hao. Today Feng Di will transfer $50 million to you. You bought this house early with $50 million, you buy a large flat or villa, how nice. Afterwards, Zhang Hao was lying on his back on the bed, and Song Lao sure helped Zhang Hao in loosening his bones. His forehead was slightly beaded with sweat. You're very kind, master. Song Laosher lay on Zhang Hao's back and gently slid around. I didn't do anything, and you gave me $50 million. How do you want me to repay you? Stop it. You goblin want to suck me dry, don't you? Get up. I have things to do today. Zhang Hao a little bit can't eat the energy. Pale teacher service is too in place, and she is a big silver wolf, 30 like a wolf well. Song Laosher then giggled. In fact, she has long been unable to eat the energy. Zhang Hao is gifted. In her heart, Zhang Hao is the same as a livestock. However, she had to go out of her way to please Zhang Hao today, and she also knew that Zhang Hao was incapable of fighting again, so she deliberately teased him. She went to the closet and brought new clothes and shoes and such. Apparently, she had long ago meticulously furnished this home with more than half of the things men use, and everything, including pajamas, was new. Zhang Hao would only have to come here in the future. Then she would serve her well and would become her master. She said while dressing Zhang Hao, when you come back from Burma this time, you'll take a vacation. I'll take care of the company. You'll go play every day to pick up chicks and find a big pony. You'll enjoy your life and I'll work for you. That's what you said. Zhang Hao knew that what Song Qian said was true. That was what she thought. Of course, I just want you to live and be happy, and me to help you run the company and relieve you of your worries. That's more like it. Zhang Hao grabbed her and said, Where are you going today? Song Qian was dressed as well, and it was 10:30 a.m. The duo had been fooling around since the latter part of the night. Take me home. I'll drive out. Okay. Song Lao sure carried Zhang Hao back to the Royal Dragon Sky Mansion, and after throwing him outside the cell door, Song Lao sure also left alone to go back to catch up on his sleep. And Zhang Hao went home to get his car. At the same time, Haoran Jewelry Company, Wei Liang incredulously looked at his phone text message. Because just moments ago, a text message on my cell phone indicated that 100 Ws had arrived. On the other hand, Brother Pocky and Wang Xiaohu had 200 Ws to their account, as well as Feng Di's best friend Lu Ming, who also had 100 Ws. Also, the other 4 entry-level veterans over at Haoran Security likewise have 100 Ws. All in all, the original team that started the company, with the exception of a couple of new hires at the front desk and service staff, received the company's first bonuses. Lu Ming immediately called Feng Di after getting the $1 million bonus. Xiao Di, you won't embezzle public funds, right? What is this situation? The boss wants to bag you. Let me transfer $1 million to you first. Feng Di joked. Pull back, you and I will tell you why quickly, or I'll go back and cackle at you tonight. Well, I'll say, the boss made a small fortune on this trip to Spring City, so what the original patriarchs of the company all get $1 million bonus. Wow. Ha 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 ha. The old lady got $1 million for doing nothing? Ha 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 ha. Lu Ming laughed maniacally over the phone. The money is too good to be true, isn't it? She had made the right wise decision earlier. How much money could she make at the translation agency? And now the first million in life is born. Wait, how much did you get? At this time, Lu Ming suddenly asked. 3 million. I don't live anymore. I want to travel with my boss too. I want my boss to adopt me. I want to climb into his bed. I didn't climb into his bed. The boss isn't that kind of guy. Then you? Forget about it. Let's talk about it when we get home tonight. By the way, let's go eat the most expensive one of the cuisine tonight. Your treat? No problem. Get together after work. I'm at the bank going back. The two hung up the phone while Lu Ming patted her chest. That's $1 million. And there's a business trip overseas in a few days, right? Then I'm afraid the bonus for traveling in a few days is even bigger, isn't it? She feels she's close to realizing her dream of buying a home in Riverhead. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao drove back to the downstairs of his previous rental house. The house here hasn't expired yet, so it's been empty. However, just as he took his key upstairs and unlocked the door to his room, he froze. Long Shaola was surprisingly in his house, and the curtains in his house were drawn. The whole house was very dark, and there were many white wine and beer bottles on the floor of the house. She's also asleep in bed, and it's level 1 sleep. Her back was full of tattoos, and her whole body was as if she was draped in a big green coat. The red and blue patterns were beautiful, and coupled with her blood-splattering figure, Zhang Hao's heart was beating wildly after he swept a glance at her. To be honest, Long Shaola was much prettier than Song Laoshi. However, he preferred Cthulhu because he would be more relaxed with Cthulhu, more like a Teukai, like a lord. And what about Lung Shulak? He couldn't guess Long Shaola's mind until now. This woman who mixed rivers and lakes was unpredictable, and he was also really afraid that Long Shaola would sell him out. Therefore, after having that uneasiness in the depths of his heart, his feeling towards this extremely beautiful thing, Long Shaola, faded. Then again, he really didn't want to be a lickspittle anymore. Didn't want to become humble in front of any woman. At this moment, Zhang Hao froze in the doorway, as it was neither a good idea to enter nor retreat. He came back here and was really looking for Long Shaola, because he had promised Long Shaola on the phone earlier that he would come back to see her again. She's also afraid she's waiting to see the last of herself. So he came back here. It was just that he didn't expect that Long Shaola was still at his house, and she also seemed to be drinking away her sorrows. Snap. He turned the light on and closed the door of the room gently behind him, and after some thought, he began to arrange the sofa and coffee table. Chapter 76. Long Shaola knows he's wrong. Long Shaola's head hurt because she drank mulled wine all night last night. So when Yo-Yo wakes up, she's thirsty as hell and walks out of her bedroom in a daze looking for water. However, just as soon as she opened the door to her bedroom, the light in the living room made her subconsciously frown as well. But then, she met Zhang Hao on all fours. Zhang Hao sat on the sofa. The wretched living room had been cleaned up, and several large garbage bags were placed at the door. Zhang Hao didn't hide anything as he looked at Long Shaola, who walked out. Long Shaola's brain reaction was still a bit slow. The moment she saw Zhang Hao, her face was a happy one, but then she thought of something, so she looked down at herself. That look startled her. Then she rushed back to her bedroom and closed the door. You bad guy, why don't you call me when you're here? In the door, she covered her chest. Zhang Hao was speechless. He had seen Long Shaola's body 180 times. But honestly, after watching one I wanted to watch the next. Zhang Hao knew that there was no one who had seen Long Shaola who didn't crave her body. I'm afraid. Sisterly, you get dressed first. Zhang Hao said with a smile. What to wear? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Although Long Shaola's mouth muttered, he still quickly looked for clothes to put on. A moment later, she returned to the living room, then looked Zhang Hao up and down. When Zhang Hao came out from Song Laoshi, he wore what Anima Song Laoshi bought for him, and his watch was the Vacheron Constantine that Song Laoshi spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy for him. So it can be said that Zhang Hao at this moment and the previous security guard Zhang Hao were two completely different people. How? Why have you become handsome again? Long Shaola could see that Zhang Hao was wearing a famous brand, but she didn't ask anything. Instead, she took a cup of water and drank it all in one go before picking up a thin cigarette and lighting it, and sitting opposite Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao laughed and shook his head. I used to be this handsome too, okay? Well, you used to be handsome too. After saying that, the room suddenly fell into a short silence, and for a while neither of them knew what to say. It was only after about half a minute or so that Zhang Hao broke the silence. Ready to go where? Canada or Australia? Did you do the immigration? Not yet. Wanted to wait for you to come back and help me with my counseling. Long Shaola lowered his head, and his voice carried a hint of choking, as tears suddenly flowed down his face. Somehow, she didn't like that it was this state between her and Zhang Hao, because it made her feel strange. And I'm afraid that her only thought in this world is Zhang Hao, the big boy who once made her heart flutter. However, Zhang Hao changed so fast that he didn't recognize her. Zhang Hao also took out a cigarette and took a drag at this time, then took a deep breath. Do you have to go? Then where can I go if I don't leave? So many people in Jiangkou want to get me killed. The Sun family is too powerful. If I don't leave, I can only have two paths. One is to go in, and one is to die in the streets. Zhang Hao nodded. He had also helped Long Xiaola kill Sun Hongya, so this was a no-die situation. Is it safe to go out? Zhang Hao asked again. Where's the safety in that? It's just a way to buy peace of mind, and even abroad, you have to be on your toes all day. But it doesn't even matter, you're back just in time. Long Xiaola said as he returned to the bedroom, then pulled out a large suitcase from under the bed and carried it out and placed it on the coffee table. The suitcase opened and contained many papers and file folders. I still have a few formal enterprises here. The Sun family does not know. Later you sign a word. When you have time you go to receive it on the line. It is not a big company, but tens of millions of profits per year is still there. With that, he placed several documents in front of Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao didn't answer it, but frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Long Xiaola sighed and silently put the suitcase away, then suddenly spread a smile and said, Are you okay tonight? Let's go out for a drink, and then you still have to help me strategize where to immigrate to. The gang under your hands scattered? Zhang Hao suddenly asked. It fell apart. Suddenly there wasn't much point in it, so I gave them a severance package and let them go. Okay. It's hard to see you. Let's not talk about that. Wait for me. I'll do some makeup and then we'll go out for a drink together. There's no rush to drink. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and stood up to look condescendingly at Long Xiaola. Long Xiaola was a bit unnatural being looked at by him, as Zhang Hao's gaze was cold with a sense of dominance. She was well aware that Zhang Hao killed people like crazy. This kid looked like a simpleton on the surface, but in reality, he was cold-blooded. I wasn't going to care about you. Zhang Hao suddenly roared lowly. Long Xiaola then froze, then lowered her head as well, tears welling up in her eyes again. But couldn't bear the thought of you being alone and far away. Long Xiaola whispered stubbornly, You're ignoring me. What do I have left to stay? Do you know why I'm ignoring you? Zhang Hao said loudly. Long Xiaola was startled by Zhang Hao, and also aggrieved that he didn't seem to dare to retort. That morning, the morning I left my job, you called me with a tone like, Who do you know? You had the exact same tone as Zhao Yanran and said something about being so disappointed in me. I didn't think you'd be like that. I've been with Yanran Zhao for 4 years, and that's what I've heard the most. That phrase makes me feel sick to my stomach and fearful. Long Xiaola's heart thumped nonstop at this time. This is a kind of lustful trick that women play on men. However, Zhang Hao had been hurt too deeply by Zhao Yanran, so I'm afraid that what he hated the most was also the desire to escape. I know it's wrong. Long Xiaola continued to shed tears. She really knew that she was wrong. When Zhang Hao kept ignoring her, she felt that she lost the meaning of her struggle. She felt that there was no goal in life. There was no more fun to be had. That's why he suddenly let go of everything and was ready to leave the city. At this time, Zhang Hao gasped for air. Since that day, he swore that he would never be a licking dog again. Don't be mad. I'm wrong, okay? I'll never do that again. When Long Xiaola saw Zhang Hao gasping for air, he stood up and pinched the corner of his coat like a small child who had done something wrong. Zhang Hao sat back down again. In the future, there shall be no involvement with Jiangkou Jianghu. I'm already going to immigrate, so of course I'm not involved. Move what people? What's the point of going when you don't know anyone? Zhang Haoqi said, I'll go to Burma in a few days, you'll go to Burma with me, then I'll look for a relationship to let you get a Burmese identity and then come back. But you can't go back to Jiangkou, you'll go to Chunqing. I'm going to set up a store over there, and it just so happens that there's no store owner yet. And no more revealing clothes and no tattoos showing on your body. Can you do that? Whoa. Suddenly, Long Xiaola jumped into Zhang Hao's arms and cried, hitting Zhang Hao as she cried. It had been years since anyone had managed her like that. Yet, she knew that the person who could care for her so much was the one who cared for her the most. At this moment, all the grievances in her heart exploded, and she even bit Zhang Hao's shoulder without letting go as she cried, and it was the hard kind. She is, in fact, vulnerable. Chapter 77. Long Xiaola is the best thing on earth. Chapter 077. In fact, no man likes a woman who is too smart. A woman who is too smart is not cute. Zhang Hao didn't hate Long Xiaola. What he hated was that Long Xiaola had Zhao Yanran's shadow on him. Although the two of them were not the same type of woman, they had to admit that Long Xiaola had an extremely strong desire for control, and Zhang Hao could sense that if he was good with Long Xiaola once, then I was afraid that he would be at her mercy. Therefore, he had been hanging Long Xiaola out to dry for so many days, letting her know that she had a temper, letting her know that I, Zhang Hao, am not at your mercy. It doesn't matter if I kill for you when I want to help you, and I won't ask for anything in return. But when I don't want to help you, you don't even get to talk to me. And now, it looked like it was working well. Long Xiaola's crying and caution in front of him showed that hanging her out to dry these days was the right thing to do. To be honest, Jiang Hao craved Long Xiaola's body. In Long Xiaola's own words, there was a man who had seen her who didn't crave her body. This woman, she was too extreme, and no matter if he used his soul power or in reality, Jiang Hao had seen what she looked like when she wasn't wearing clothes. That's the legendary white tiger. A line connected to the sky. One look at it makes people want to commit a crime. But Long Xiaola is also really pitiful. The wedding night died master, and then alone in the jungle to fight and kill. The most valuable thing is that they can still keep themselves not to lose their bodies. So, this woman has a hand and it's unbelievably clever. Jiang Hao had killed for her before, and that was also a form of her sleight of hand. However, Jiang Hao was hurt too deeply by Zhao Yanran, so he was already afraid of this kind of woman, and that's why he didn't fall deep into the peach color trap. For another, his soul power was now very strong and his determination was even stronger, which was why he was calm and collected when facing Long Xiaola. Long Xiaola bit his shoulder in her sobs and also slapped his chest with her small fists. She was very aggravated these days and also really want to immigrate because she felt it was meaningless. So what was the point of staying? But now, Jiang Hao forgave her and even helped her find a way out and retreat. So naturally, while moved, he vented his aggrieved mind. However, just as she was crying, one of Jiang Hao's hands suddenly reached through her career line. Long Xiaola's whole body shook and also suddenly stopped crying and pulled his body back a bit. Then his body trembled slightly and said, "I'm a little scared." Saying that, she rehugged Jiang Hao and closed her eyes to enjoy the pleasure Jiang Hao brought her. Afraid of what? Jiang Hao was very satisfied with Long Xiaola in this state right now, and this was what he wanted. Why does he like Asuka so much? Because Tsang Laosher put herself in the right position, treating him, Jiang Hao, as her heaven. So what man wouldn't like a woman like that? And now, Long Xiaola's mindset had changed over. Perhaps she also knew that Jiang Hao was a straw for her, a straw that wouldn't fall off the cliff if she grabbed it. Therefore, no matter what Jiang Hao wanted to do, she would no longer refuse. What are you afraid of? Jiang Hao suddenly tore his hands with force, then Long Xiaola's clothes were torn to shreds by him. Long Xiaola was obviously moved at this time, twisting his body while saying, "The white tiger Kafir, I am afraid of you. I am really afraid." Meh. Jiang Hao sneered at this time. In ancient times, when their own son died, they would blame their own daughter-in-law for her husband's karma, and all kinds of superstitions would be staged. Well, in modern times, more men die accidentally every day. Are all their daughters-in-law also white tigers? Therefore, Jiang Hao disdained such superstitions. Of course, Jiang Hao was not afraid of anything now. He had even killed a bunch of people, but he was still afraid of the district superstition. So he said in a cold voice, "You probably don't know that I'm even scarier than the white tiger right now." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he viciously rolled over. A pained cry came from Long Xiaola, her 10 fingers gripping hard on Jiang Hao's back. The tidied-up living room became messy again, and Long Xiaola's first taste of the forbidden fruit was out of control. In fact, she was old, not more than a few years younger than Aoi, but had lived this long without ever having a man. So, after breaking the taboo today, she seemed to let go completely, as happy as she was liberated. Then the duo completely let themselves go. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Hao stood at the window to make a phone call, and Long Xiaola was limping, physically and mentally exhausted, with trembling legs, holding a mop and scrubbing the floor. And Long Xiaola was bashful and red, because it was really too embarrassing. This house couldn't be lived in without wiping it. "Brother Bai, I'm Jiang Hao." Jiang Hao's caller was Bai Wenyu from Dianan. "Mr. Jiang, what are your orders?" Bai Wenyu had long been convinced that a strange person who could tell with a single glance that he had a serious illness, then this kind of person he could only flatter. "Do you have connections on the Burmese side?" Jiang Hao didn't look for Song Mingduan, and Song Mingduan could only count on a small fight. And Bai Wenyu is the jungle predator. And as Yunnan is close to Burma, Bai Wenyu's business is so big. So if he arranges for Long Xiaola, Bai Wenyu is the best person to do it. Which area is Mr. Jiang referring to? Military? Politics? Black? Bai Wenyu was surprised. No, I mean, I have a friend who got offended in Jiangkou, so I want to get a Burmese identity, and preferably the kind that has a bottom, like no matter how much people check, she's Burmese and has a life track in Burma. Bai Wenyu sighed in relief. He thought it was something. This kind of arrangement of identity was too trivial. There are no questions. By when you thought for a moment and said, Mr. Jiang, you'd better send all the photos of this friend of yours when he was a child, a teenager, and when he grew up, and then tomorrow, at the latest, it will be done. Okay, let's add a WeChat. I'll send it to you later. We also keep in communication at all times. I'm going to Myanmar in a while. Just get her identity information back then. Also, I'm going to let her work in Spring City. Don't I want to open a jewelry house in Spring City? At that time, she will be responsible for helping me take care of the jewelry house. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I'll run it. Do you need me to hire a Burmese teacher when the time comes? Not for a while, thanks. Mr. Jiang is too polite. Well, are you hospitalized? Just arrived in the capital, operating on the capital side. By when you said, thank you for your concern, Mr. Jiang. Phew. Jiang Hao exhaled. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. If you need any help in the future, just contact me directly on WeChat. Okay, thanks a lot. By when you was overjoyed. Waiting for these words was not easy. That's it for now then. Hang up. I'll WeChat you later. Just add my phone number. Okay, I'll add you right away. The two hung up the phone. Then Jiang Hao turned to look at Long Shaola, who was scrubbing the floor. She was only wearing an apron now, so at this point, she was in the springtime. But Jiang Hao also had to praise. Long Shaola is the best on earth. Chapter 78. Yi Ershao and Sun Yusin. Jiang Hao was very clear that his life had opened up, and his wonderful life had only just begun. At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Hao prompted Long Shaola that she was hungry and asked her to get ready and go out to eat later. However, when he put his clothes on, Long Shaola were dilly-dallying in the restroom washing the coverlet and didn't even change his clothes. What do you mean? Not going out to eat? Jiang Hao was a bit angry. Why did Long Shaola seem like she didn't want to go out with him? You go eat. I'll just deal with a bite at home. Long Shaola dried his hands and walked over to Jiang Hao to help him straighten his shirt and said, I haven't gone out for many days here with you. I've been eating takeout, and the wine was sent from the supermarket downstairs. They have been looking for me. So? Now at this kind of moment, cannot show up, try to still not show up. When a change of environment they cannot find it as good. Jiang Hao's eyebrows raised violently. It wasn't that Long Shaola didn't want to go out to eat with him, but there was someone outside looking for her all the time. The people she demobilized who followed her, and the company cashed out, so they're just waiting for Jiang Hao to come back and help her choose where to immigrate to. For so many days, she hid in this rented house in Jianghao. Change. Jiang Hao coldly said, I'll wait for you for an hour, change your clothes, put on makeup, dress up nicely, hurry up, don't dawdle. How? Long Shaola said with a stern face, I know you're doing it for my good, but you're my man now, and while you're looking out for me, I have to look out for you. So I won't allow you to get involved in those things of mine either. Come on, I can hear you say that, so I know you're really letting it go. Jiang Hao was relieved that Long Shaola didn't want to use him again. If it was the previous Long Shaola, I'm afraid she couldn't wait to go out with him, and then she would also intentionally lure the enemy over, so that Jiang Hao could take the initiative to stand up for her. And now, she had put it all down, and now had eyes only for the man in front of her who made her sexually happy. So, she doesn't allow her man to be involved in those darknesses of hers. Since you've cut it off, it's good to cut it off completely and live a new life. Jiang Hao gently wrapped his arms around her and patted her back. In fact, changing your identity is just D in the multiple choice question ABCD. It is the last resort. But we can actually pick ABC too. No. Long Shaola said anxiously, You're my man now. I won't let you get involved in all this darkness. Do you want me to die in a hurry? Don't you know that I'm a husband hater? In case something happens to you, how can I live? Jiang Hao continued to pat her back. No matter how you live, I don't want you to be like a rat, not even daring to go out on the street, not even daring to go to a restaurant. That's the kind of life I'd rather not live. And what did I say when I was spanked earlier? Long Shaola opened her mouth. How Jiang Hao said that he drove before the two played poker, Jiang Hao hit her pie. When Jiang Hao's original words were that she had to unconditionally listen to any one of Jiang Hao's orders, not to refute it, not to refuse it, not to have personal emotions, and so on and so forth. In short, at that moment, she agreed to whatever Jiang Hao said. Obedient, good boy, go out to dinner. We both need to make up for it. Jiang Hao patted her pie stock again and said. Long Shaola was still anxious in her heart, but she also knew that if she refused again, Jiang Hao would definitely get angry, and she was now afraid of Jiang Hao's anger. So she could only go to wash her face and brush her teeth and put on makeup and change her clothes. Half an hour later, Long Shaola wore a set of floral long dress, then also wore a wig and high heels. But no matter how she dresses, her temperament is here yet. So it can be said that Jonko temperament big sister Black Widow is back. That's right. I've stayed at a 5-star hotel for a few days before. The buffet in there is very good. Take you to eat. You haven't told me how you've changed so much. Where did you get your money? Didn't I borrow $2,200,000 from you before? Zhang Hao said as he led her along. Then I took $2,200,000 to gamble and made $500 million. A few days ago, he went to Spring City in Dianan and gambled again, then made $1 billion. So I'm a proper billionaire now? You go gambling? Long Xiaola frowned. Gambled on the stone, used your money to buy the emerald raw stone, and then opened the glassy emerald. Scared the hell out of me. I thought you went gambling. Let me tell you, no good comes to rotten gamblers. You can't go gambling in the future. Zhang Hao glared at her. Who cares who between us? Long Xiaola was speechless for a while. Slave is wrong. Slave will never care about you again. Right, let's eat. Zhang Hao drove his BMW and took Long Xiaola to the Grand Hyatt Hotel restaurant. However, to Zhang Hao's surprise, just as he arrived at the entrance of the restaurant holding Long Xiaola's hand, he ran into two acquaintances. One was that son of a bitch surnamed Yi, while the other turned out to be Sun Yusin. Between him and Sun Yusin, he hadn't replied to Sun Yusin's words since the last time they were separated by the kidnapping, and Sun Yusin hadn't left him any messages in the last few days, probably sensing that Zhang Hao didn't really want to pay attention to her, so she hadn't said anything else. But the other day, every day, as if I were writing a diary, I left a lot of messages. It's just that Zhang Hao knows that he killed her brother, so he doesn't want to have anything more to do with her. However, I didn't expect to run into each other at this restaurant. Huh? Yo. The Yi Ershao was first surprised, but then he playfully came over and said, Isn't this Sister Lg? Isn't this my little brother Green? While saying this, he also scowled at Zhang Hao, meaning that I have greened you, you little green. Zhang Hao was speechless for a while, but he looked at Sun Yusin at this time. Seemingly because of seeing him, Sun Yusin's eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhang Hao looked at her twice in a daze, but didn't say a word, pretending not to recognize her. Little green, what are you looking around for? Be careful of blinding your dog eyes. Yi Ershao wrapped his arm around Sun Yusin's shoulders. Then Sun Yusin let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly broke free. Yi Xiaofei, don't move your hands. Yi Ershao shrugged his shoulders, then approached Long Xiaola again and lowered his voice. Sister Lua, why don't we go upstairs and open a room to talk alone? And I'll ask my old man and my brother to beg for leniency and let you off the hook? Long Xiaola laughed, then suddenly raised his arm and incited down with a big BB. The slap was extremely hard, so it was particularly loud. Also so, Yi Ershao was directly incited to sit on the ground by Long Xiaola's slap. At the same time, Long Xiaola sneered, No matter what happens to me now, but I can still get you killed. Do you believe me? Good. Long Xiaola, you give me weight. You wait. See how lousy. How to pack you, you Xian, let's go. As soon as the words fell, he quickly ran towards the elevator, as he was afraid that Long Xiaola would give him another big BB pocket. However, he suddenly realized that Sun Yusin hadn't followed him once he ran into the elevator. Only by this time the elevator doors had closed. Eat together? At this time, Zhang Hao suddenly issued an invitation. Chapter 79. Sun Yusin finally understands. Long Xiaola didn't know Sun Yusin, although she had sent someone to kidnap Sun Yusin, but she really didn't know this Yi Ershao's girlfriend. However, she could tell that there seemed to be something fishy between Zhang Hao and her, as the girl's expression was tinged with a sly look of resentment towards Zhang Hao. The restaurant was an a la carte buffet, and once Zhang Hao finished ordering, he introduced himself with a smile. Sister, this one is surnamed Sun, called Sun Yusin. Long Xiaola was still eating his pre-dinner dessert in a worried and elegant manner, but after hearing Zhang Hao's introduction, he suddenly froze and raised his eyebrows as well. Although she had never met Sun Yusin, she had heard of the name, so she was very shocked. How could it be such a coincidence? Yusin, this is Sister Lu. Sister Joy. Sun Yusin naturally didn't recognize Long Xiaola, but Zhang Hao introduced her, so she could only force a smile and called Sister Lu. Long Xiaola smiled all of a sudden, and at this moment, she knew that Zhang Hao probably knew everything. Well, your blind date is Yi Xiaofei? Zhang Hao suddenly asked. When Sun Yusin heard Zhang Hao's words, the sultry look in her expression intensified. So you can receive WeChat. I thought your WeChat was deactivated. What she means is, it turns out you saw all those tweets I sent you, but why didn't you reply to me when you saw them? So, she really can't understand it. Copy that. Zhang Hao nodded, then after thinking about it, he added, I deliberately didn't reply to your WeChat. Why? Sun Yusin suddenly couldn't control her emotions after hearing such desperate words from Jiang Hao. That night, without Jiang Hao, perhaps she would have died long ago. But sometimes these days when she thought about it, she would have preferred to have died at that time, and perhaps if she had died at that time, she wouldn't have had so much trouble now. However, she really can't forget Jiang Hao. She originally thought it was just a beautiful encounter, but she is hopelessly pining for him, missing him, wanting to hear his voice, wanting to see him. She knew that it was love. However, the man in front of her was cold and desperate, so she really didn't understand or even know what she did wrong. Jiang Hao wiped his hands at this time and also picked up a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. Sun Yusin was waiting for him to answer, or rather, for him to explain. Of course, Jiang Hao did not have to give her any explanation. After all, nothing has happened between the two. Just that night as a life and death of a difficult friend. I have a deep conflict with Yi Xiaofei. Suddenly, Jiang Hao said slowly. Sun Yusin frowned. What's it to me that you have a conflict with Yi Xiaofei? I only met Yi Xiaofei in the past 2 days, okay? Since you have a conflict with her, I'll just break up with him. I may also be at odds with your father's will. Jiang Hao spoke slowly again. Sun Yusin then froze for a moment, and then as if she suddenly understood something, the reason why she had gotten close to Yi Xiaofei was because within the past few days, the Yi family and the Sun family had formed some kind of union. Although she didn't understand it, she knew that there were many cooperative projects reached between the Yi family and the Sun family. And the marriage between her and Yi Xiaofei was a nail in the eyes of the Yi and Sun families. And that, in a nutshell, is a family union. Just then, Long Shaola suddenly asked, Ms. Sun, is your father Sun Shui? Sun Yusin opened her mouth. The other party knew her cheap father. It looks like it. Long Shaola suddenly laughed, but she couldn't imagine how Jiang Hao knew Sun Yusin. Well, let's eat first. At this time, the service staff brought exquisite dishes. Jiang Hao was really hungry, and after tossing around at home with Long Shaola for a day, his stomach had long been coo-coo, so he unceremoniously feasted on them. Long Shaola also elegantly took small bites. Only Sun Yusin, there was still a layer of cloudy mist on her eyes, as if she would cry at any time. Jiang Hao looked up at her at this time. Eat first. Eat and then... Before he could finish his words, Sun Yusin's phone rang. Jiang Hao smiled and gestured for her to pick up the phone. Sun Yusin took a deep breath and took out her cell phone to see that it was her father, Sun Shui, calling. She frowned and picked it up, then a voice from inside the phone said, Where are you now? Dinner. Sun Yusin replied coldly. Dinner with who? Where are we eating? Sun Shui continued to pursue the question. Having dinner with sister. Lu. She said you guys know each other? There was a sudden silence on the other side of the phone for a full 10 seconds without a word. Give her the phone? Why give it to her? Sun Yusin suddenly said hysterically, Who I dine with is my freedom. I don't need you to care from today. She doesn't know the gravity of the situation yet. All she knows is that her father, Sun Shui, treats her like a tool person. After saying that, she didn't wait for Sun Shui to speak before hanging up the phone and throwing it onto the table. Long Shaola then contained a smile. Sun Shui is now afraid that he will be stormed, right? Let's eat first. We'll wait for your father and the legendary Mr. Yi. Jiang Hao at this time gave Sun Yusin a shrimp and said, You probably don't know that there's a deep misunderstanding between Sister Lu and your father. Well, there's an even bigger misunderstanding with your stepmother. Sun Yusin was confused. Her stepmother? Isn't that Sun Shui's first wife? Legend had it that that first wife was so vicious that even Sun Shui was afraid of that woman. And now, this Sister Lu in front of her, had a beef with the Sun family? You should have heard of me. Long Shaola suddenly spread a smile at this time. Mrs. Lan's eldest son died in the cave that year, and I was the bride in the cave. Huh. Sun Yusin woke up in a flash. She might not know about the other things, but this was something she had heard from countless people. A woman who killed Sun Shui's eldest son, Sun Hongtu. And not long ago, Sun Hongya also died, and legend has it that Sun Hongya's death also had something to do with that white tiger spirit in the first place. That's right, on the Sun family's side, that woman was called the White Tiger Spirit, the woman who killed 2 of the Sun family's sons. However, now this ominous woman was sitting in front of her and was with Jiang Hao. She knew the gravity of the situation, and then suddenly felt fear as well. She was afraid of that Sun Shui. Even sometimes she felt that Sun Shui could kill her if she really pissed him off. And now, she was actually sitting down to dinner with an enemy of the Sun family? This would be a big no-no if that stepmother knew about it. At the same time, she pretty much understood why Jiang Hao was avoiding her. Jiang Hao must have a deep relationship with this Long Shaola, so he was also hostile to the Sun family. So how could he hook up with the daughter of his enemy? At this moment, she conversely thought that Jiang Hao was right to ignore her, and that Jiang Hao was a decent man. Otherwise, if Jiang Hao had bad intentions, he would definitely take advantage of her. But Jiang Hao did not even a sentence of microblogging back. Just do not want to make himself difficult, do not want to get involved. Thinking of this, Sun Yusin once again gave Jiang Hao a sultry look. However, with this glance, there was no more resentment from before. And what was there was also just a touching feeling that rose up in his heart. It turns out that this man's avoidance of himself is for his own protection. Chapter 80, Sun Shui is crazy. I don't know when, but a lot of cars started to come one after another outside the hotel. And in these cars there were luxury cars, ordinary SUVs, and vans, etc., etc., etc. In just half an hour, no less than 40 cars gathered here, and even the parking lot could not be parked in. So they had to park outside on the city road. And among these vehicles, there was a Maybach parked on the side of the road, and in the car, besides the driver, there were also 3 other people. One of them is Sun Shui of the Jiangko Sun clan. This Sun Shui was only a retired soldier many years ago, but he married a woman surnamed Lan. And this woman surnamed Blue can be notorious. When the Blue family power is very big, and have the Blue family support, Sun Shui fight 30 years before becoming a famous entrepreneur in Jiangko. But although Sun Shui became a successful man, his eldest son died during his wedding night. Then the youngest son also lived and died the other day, as he was not seen alive or dead. But then, there was definite news that his youngest son died, at the hands of that white tiger spirit. So between the Sun family and Long Shaola is a dead knot that can't be untied, a deadly enmity in which only one of the two sides can be alive. And now, Long Shaola, who had disappeared for many days, suddenly reappeared and then even sat down with his own illegitimate daughter? That's why Sun Shui was furious, and he came to the hotel himself. Of course, along with him came Jiangko Yi Dajuan and Yi Xiaofei. Jiangko Yi family strength, Sun family have to flatter, otherwise Sun Shui would not have married his illegitimate daughter to that uneducated Yi Second Young. The Yi family was a figure from the same era as the Blue family, but after so many years, the Blue family had gradually declined as the older generation fell. But the Yi family is still standing, and it is the Yi family that is purely rooted. Yi Dajuan this character, but also the third-generation leader of the Yi family. The Yi family, whether from the shopping mall or political resources, are not comparable to the Sun family. And the reason why Yi Dajuan was able to personally come down today, one was because he was already married to the Sun family, and the other was because Long Shaola was too much of a disrespect to him, Yi Dajuan, whose younger brother had been beaten by Long Shaola in the past, and even cracked one of his legs with a broken bone. And now, Long Shaola hit his brother. You know, you have to look at the master when you beat a dog. Does Long Shaola really think she is the female boss of Jiangko? Brother, Yusin is still inside. What should we do? In the car, there is no half of the city's Yi Ershao anxious. Sun Yusin that chick he has not yet eaten his mouth. And that chick is so fucking conservative. She won't even let him touch her hand. However, he was very sure that that Sun Yusin was definitely a pure-hearted little virgin girl. This kind of girl could not be seen very often. Therefore, he didn't go to Zhao Yanran for the past few days and instead pestered Sun Yusin. Just this evening, it was hard to get Sun Yusin to ask out for dinner, and even the little medicine he was ready, waiting for Sun Yusin to drink a drink to give her under the inside, and then play her poker at night. But who'd have thought that we'd run into Green and Black Widow? Mr. Sun? Yi Dajuan looked at Sun Shui at this time. He knew that Sun Shui would definitely have an arrangement. Sun Shui nodded. Wait until we bring you Xine out. He glanced at his watch. Sun Yusin's mother had already gone in, and the purpose was to bring Sun Yusin out. Good. Yi Dajuan was eager to see what big move Sun Shui would make next, so he waited and saw. Meanwhile, in the middle of the restaurant, Sun Yusin's mother, Wang Sisi, found Sun Yusin. In fact, she didn't know exactly what had happened, but Sun Shui had gotten mad, so she was scared and was picked up without even applying makeup. When she appeared, Sun Yusin revealed an incredulous look. Mom, why are you here? Why do you think I'm here? You want me to die? Wang Sisi was simply going to be furious. Her current good life was all because of Sun Shui, so in case she really pissed Sun Shui off, they mother and daughter would be beaten back again. Mom, what are you talking about? Sun Yusin was in a hurry because there were so many people here and in front of Jiang Hao, so she didn't want Jiang Hao to see her mother's unpleasant side. However, Wang Sisi didn't care to pull Sun Yusin's arm at this time and said, "Come home with me. Hurry up." Mom, Sun Yusin wanted to struggle, but there were just too many guests and it was too embarrassing to pull and tug. So she apologetically smiled at Jiang Hao and Long Shaola and said, "Jiang Hao. Sister Lu, Go back? Zhang Hao smiled and said. Long Shaola nodded along with a smile. They had no intention of taking Sun Yusin as a hostage at all. Sun Yusin could only follow Wang Sisi and leave quickly. As soon as the duo left, Long Shaola became nervous. She just said she wouldn't come out to eat. Now it's good. Sun Shui definitely came, and she can't even leave today if she wants to. She wanted to pull out her cell phone and make a few calls. Even though she dismissed people, there were still a few people who could be on call. Maybe she couldn't beat Sun Shui now, but she could still bite off a piece of Sun Shui's flesh before she died. Only she was afraid of Jiang Hao again, because she had told Jiang Hao that she had dismissed the people, and if she called them in now, wouldn't that be a lie? She was now full of eyes and heart. Jiang Hao was her man now, so she didn't want to let Jiang Hao down again. So she could only be secretly anxious. On the contrary, it was Jiang Hao who should eat and drink. Long Shaola then praised in his heart. All said that he was the big sister of Jiang Hu, while now it looked like Jiang Hao only had the style of a great general. I'm afraid no one else can learn from this calm demeanor. Outside the hotel, when Wang Sisi took Sun Yusin and left by car, Sun Shui's eyes also showed a fierce gaze. But then, Sun Shui said indifferently, "Let's go, drive." What the hell? Yi Ershao sitting in front of him was anxious all of a sudden. Old father. In-law, no, uncle son. We just leave? It's not easy for Long Shaola to show her head. Are we just going to let her go? Yi Dajuan is also curious about what drug Sun Shui is selling in his gourd. Just watch the news tomorrow. Sun Shui faintly said, "Drive." What do you mean, Uncle Sun? Yi Ershao still didn't understand, but Yi Dajuan raised his eyebrows and gasped. He understood Sun Shui's meaning, but Sun Shui was too crazy, right? That's right. Sun Shui is going crazy, so he's taking desperate measures. Okay, dash. Yi Dajuan stopped Yi Xiaofei, then smiled back and said, "Stop the car in front. Xiaofei and I will get off." Sun Shui didn't say anything, and the driver slowly pulled over, waiting for the two Yi brothers to get out of the car, and the Maybach continued to move forward. Soon, however, the Yi brothers got into another car, but this one was their own Rolls-Royce. Brother, Sun Shui, what the hell does it mean, playing what mute, As soon as he got on the car, Yi Ershao was anxious. These businessmen full of hard eyes have no good birds. Talking is all guessing. Exhausting individuals. Long Shaola is going to die. Yi Dajuan leaned against the car and shook his head. Old Sun should have arranged gunmen to shoot Long Shaola in public. Huh? Killing someone in public? Is he crazy? Yi Ershao was astonished and said, "It's not like he killed him. It's the assassin who killed him. What's Sun Shui got to do with it?" Yi Dajuan shook his head. "So this old man of yours, ruthless that." Chapter 81. The Killer. The hotel restaurant. Long Shaola looked at the elevator from time to time. Sun Shui had definitely come. So what would greet her next? Truth be told, this moment was a seven-pronged one in her mind, because she simply didn't know what to do anymore. But Jiang Hao continued to eat the dishes with old-fashioned ease, even occasionally stealing a sweet shrimp for her. Long Shaola admits that Jiang Hao has the ability. Jiang Hao is a strange person, but Jiang Hao can't kill people in public. And just as she was ruminating, Jiang Hao suddenly frowned. Because all the cars downstairs had all pulled away, not a single one left, and no one had gotten out of the car. They seemed to just stop here for a while and then all leave. What's going on here? Jiang Hao couldn't understand what the other party meant by this anymore. He originally thought that Sun Yusin's father would come up. No matter what, the Yi brothers had to come up one. But now, not only did they not come up, but not even one of their ponies stayed behind. So this is just too weird. What's wrong with Hao? Long Shaola caught Jiang Hao's subtle expression at this time, so his heart became even more nervous as Jiang Hao frowned uncontrollably. "They're gone," Jiang Hao oddly said. "Dozens of cars came downstairs, and I saw Yi Xiaofei and two middle-aged men in a Maybach, but now they're all gone." Long Shaola froze. What did Jiang Hao mean? He saw what was going on downstairs just by sitting here? It can't be that godly, can it? "Honey, are you saying that you can see downstairs?" Long Shaolu said without confirmation. Jiang Hao nodded at her. Long Shaola also hurriedly nodded along, meaning "I won't tell. This is your secret." At the same time, Long Shaola patted his chest and said, "You're too godly, aren't you? Or what do you think?" Jiang Hao said smugly, "There are many places where your brother Hao is a god." Ho, you're the best. I almost disliked you this afternoon." Long Shaola sat on Jiang Hao's arm, and since Sun Yusin followed along just now, Long Shaola and Jiang Hao sat in one row, and Sun Yusin in a separate row. Being hugged by Long Shaola, Jiang Hao was suddenly shaken. To be honest, Long Shaola is more than a demonic spirit. She may really be a white tiger spirit, which has made the house floor all wet. So, being with Long Shaola will definitely shorten your life if you don't exercise restraint. This kind of woman can definitely suck your yang energy. It's a good thing that Long Shaola's Truine gave it to him. Yesterday was Long Shaola's first time. A black widow, but conservative and clean. Wait, how? How you said they are all gone? At this time, Long Shaola suddenly frowned as well. Originally, she was going to call Xiao Hao, but Zhang Hao glared at her, and then she hurriedly changed her name to Brother Hao. Well, not a single car was left behind. That's not right. Long Shaola shook his head and said, this is not Sun Shui's style. Rather Yi Dajuan can tolerate like a turtle, but Sun Shui absolutely can't help it. I don't think it's right either, but it's really all gone. Zhang Hao shook his head. Long Shaola narrowed his eyes and muttered, if I were Sun Shui instead, what kind of mood am I in right now? What would I do? What would you do? Zhang Hao was curious. Best chance. Long Shaola was startled, then hurriedly swept a few glances around. What best chance? Zhang Hao wondered. The best chance to take me out? Long Shaola said in a deep voice. Can't be, can he? There are so many people here. He can't possibly kill someone in public, can he? How dare he? Long Shaola took a deep breath and said, he's someone who won't stop until he achieves his goal, so he dares. But it's also impossible for him to do it himself. You mean a gunman or a knife man? Zhang Hao was taken aback, and then his soul power was suddenly unleashed in full force. Meanwhile, sweat was coming down on his forehead. If the other party was desperate, if the other party was reckless, they could totally hire killers to come over and directly kill Long Shaola. When the time comes, as long as the killer can't be caught, then who can determine that he, Sun Shui, did it? Even if the killer was caught, but I'm afraid Sun Shui would take himself out of the picture. He certainly couldn't have contacted the killer himself, but rather the handlers did. So, Long Shaola analyzed it right. Zhang Hao's soul power was fully open, and in an instant, within 50 meters, up and down, all of them were enveloped by him. Each person's subtle facial movements, the inside of each person's clothes, etc., 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 were all seen through by him in an instant. Of course, in that instant, his eyebrows snapped up. Because he saw two people, one of them a small man in a Mate 1 takeout, this small man wearing a helmet mask and a yellow uniform, carrying a delivery box. However, Zhang Hao saw a gun in the delivery box, which was placed horizontally inside the box, even with the safety on. There's another one, coming up the walkway. The man was carrying a satchel, wearing a ducktail mask and myopic glasses. And he had a gun on his belt. He was slightly more than 10 seconds behind the elevator. And by that time, the delivery boy had stepped out of the elevator and locked his gaze directly on them. Little Ho. Long Shaola grabbed his hand tightly at this time and said, no matter what, when we walk outward, you have to stand behind me. Shut up. Zhang Hao took a deep breath at this time. The killers have arrived. What? Long Shaola almost jumped up, but Zhang Hao pressed her hand and whispered, don't talk, don't look around. Sun Shui has angered me. As the words fell, Zhang Hao suddenly closed his eyes. At the next second, the pistol in the delivery boy's lunchbox suddenly rotated automatically in one direction, and then the trigger inexplicably pulled back. Bang! The gun in the lunchbox went off, jarring the lid of the lunchbox, and a bullet went right under the heart of the delivery boy. The location was right below the heart, and one shot sent the outside boy to the ground. At the same time, the moment the delivery boy fell to the ground, the killer of the walkway passage came up just in time, and then before he knew what was happening, a dinner knife suddenly penetrated his temple with a sound. Boom. He also fell straight to the ground, and by this time, the restaurant was already in chaos, with people screaming and crowding towards several elevators. Zhang Hao also wrapped his arm around Long Shaola's waist, and like the others, he pretended to be flustered and ran towards the stairs. A few moments later, the BMW drove away from the hotel, while Long Shaola still had palpitations. At the same time, he once again hugged Zhang Hao's arm. Brother Hao, are you a god? God, your sister. Zhang Hao suddenly pulled over to the side of the road, then thought for a moment. Do you know where Sun Shui lives? Huh. Long Shaola froze for a moment, then frowned. Xiao Hao, no, you can't get involved. I can't let you be exposed to all this darkness and filth. It's not my original intention. Chapter 82. Sending the White Tiger Spirit Away at Night. Long Shaola didn't want Zhang Hao to get involved in all her filth and darkness. In her heart, Jiang Hao was the white moonlight in her heart. This young, handsome, energetic, and godlike man was already her man. Honestly, she had never been happier than she was today, and she had never realized that doing that kind of thing could be so pleasurable. At the same time, she blamed herself for trying to control Jiang Hao before, when she still wanted to make Jiang Hao lost through ambiguity and verbal teasing, so that Jiang Hao could become her killer. But she blamed herself and felt ridiculous now that she thought about it. Jiang Hao is a god. 2 gunmen died just like that, and most importantly, who knew it was Jiang Hao who did it? So, this is a power that only God has. And she had previously tried to control a god in a vain attempt to do so. Naturally, now she didn't have any crooked thoughts anymore. All she wanted to do now was to be this man's sheep, and she would do whatever this man told her to do, including dying. They say women in love are brainless, and her IQ is starting to evolve towards the negative side right now. Sun Shui is crazy. A few moments later, Jiang Hao parked his car at the river mouth pier and got out to smoke. Long Shaola also took out a cigarette at this time and said he did go crazy and even sent killers to openly commit murder. Jiang Hao turned around, snatched Long Shaola's thin cigarette, then casually threw it into the sea. No smoking in the future. I'm only going to say this once. Long Shaola had a deep addiction to cigarettes, and at some point, she had long since stopped smoking. It's a thin cigarette, but a thin cigarette is a cigarette. And now, Jiang Hao is asking her to quit smoking? Looking at the frozen Long Shaola, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said, I hate women who smoke. Well, I quit, and I promise I'll never do it again. Long Shaola sat on his arm with force. Jiang Shun, you're so nice. How about little white tiger being your little sheep from now on? Jiang Hao shivered. This white tiger spirit simply made people want to commit crimes when she was pampered. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, then viciously said, Now I'm talking about Sun Shui, don't interrupt with me. What's the point of talking about him when I'm leaving? Jiang Hao shook his head. I told you, Sun Shui is crazy. From this crazy behavior of his today, even if you go to the ends of the earth, even if you change 80 identities, I'm afraid that he will find you and get you killed. Long Shaola's face became ugly. She naturally knew that it was almost immortal between her and Sun Shui, so no matter where she went, Sun Shui would not let her go. Well, what are your plans? Jiang Hao suddenly looked at Long Shaola at this time. Long Shaola carefully glanced at Jiang Hao. In fact, she had plans and methods. If it really rises to the stage of a jungle vendetta, then instead it's simple. Because when it came down to it, it was all about who hired the better assassin, and she had a top-notch assassin, the most loyal to her. It was only that she hadn't decided to kill Sun Shui before, so she hadn't used that assassin. However, looking at Jiang Hao's kind of inquiring eyes, Long Shaola hurriedly suppressed her heart's intention and hugged Jiang Hao's arm tightly with her car. I'll listen to you. I'll plan whatever you tell me to plan. Jiang Hao sighed that this woman was too smart and spooky, but it's fine, as long as the woman is reformed. So Jiang Hao thought for a moment, whether it's Sun Shui or Yi family's side, you should stay out of it from now on, and also, you mustn't contact your former subordinates again. Jiang Hao was well aware that there were still outlaws under the hands of this goblin. Not to mention the others, the little man pushing the coal cart after killing Sun Hongya last time definitely counted as one. How could she have trusted the little man to burn the body if he wasn't the most loyal of her men? Yes, I'll contact no one but you from now on. The white tiger spirit continued to pout. Jiang Hao patted her arm, then pulled out the phone to call Asako. Boss. The phone was picked up the first time, and the voice of brother Asako came from inside as well. You find 2 reliable brothers and come to the river mouth pier. I'll wait for you over here. Yes. Asako immediately hung up. Long Shaola, on the other hand, didn't know what Jiang Hao was up to. Jiang Hao set her body straight and looked straight into her eyes. You'll leave overnight. Huh. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Long Shaola froze once again. Leaving overnight? Where to? I'll have someone take you to Spring City, Yunnan, and then someone will arrange for you to leave the country, and when you do, you'll have a new ID, and you'll need to learn Burmese for a while in Burma. I will join you in Burma in 7 days. Long Shaola took a deep breath. To be honest, Jiang Hao's arrangement was too sudden. She hadn't done any mental preparation yet. Okay, I hear you. It only took about 10 seconds of contemplation for her to make her decision. Now that she was Jiang Hao's person and had decided to quit the Jianghu, then she would just listen to Jiang Hao's arrangements and everything. Go back later and pick up some change of clothes and money, and I'll take the rest of the stuff and bring it to my new house, which I've bought elsewhere. I know. Long Shaola's eyes were red. This time, she was equal to going on the run. And Jiang Hao was right to send her away, because if she didn't, then Sun Shui would definitely be immortal. Soon after, Brother Asako took the two men to the pier in a taxi. Of the two, one was called LV Zihong and the other Suyu. Zhang Hao had seen them before and they were both very resourceful. At the same time, both were comrades of Brother Asako. As soon as the three arrived, they stood in a line. LV Zihong and Suyu were very excited because Brother Asako had made $2 million on a business trip before. So now the whole company knew that if they could be appreciated by the boss, they would not be far from getting rich. You three take a trip? Zhang Hao pointed at Long Xiaola and said, send her to Spring City in Dianan, then smuggle her out of the country and stay by her side for the time being to take care of her safety. Of course, this job might be a bit dangerous. After all, the environment abroad is different from our side. So you can think about it. And if you can't go, tell me as soon as possible so I can replace you. Can go. Brother Asako said heatedly. We're in security. Aren't we just protecting people? What can't we do? Boss, we can go. Lu Zihong and Suyu also immediately took a stand. Okay, I'm a person who uses people without suspecting them. The three of you will only keep a single line of contact with me for the route of your trip, and you can't tell anyone else. Also, you're only responsible for protecting people, and you don't have to worry about anything else such as how to get out. And I'll be responsible for all your food and drink out there this time. And when the mission is complete, $5 million bonus each. Of course, I'm not sure about the timing. It could be a month, or 6 months, or even a year. But what I can guarantee is $2 million each for pocket money up front, and when the mission is complete, the other $3 million will be credited to your payroll cards. And I have only one request, and that is to protect her life. Yes. All three stood at attention at the same time, though all three were breathing heavily at this point. The boss is going to give them $5 million each? You can't rob money that fast. Don't think this mission is going to be easy. If you give away information about her or her route, then you'll be waiting for the assassin to come to you. So keep it to yourselves. Chapter 83. The Face of Wealth. The BMW 7 Series left Jiangkou City overnight and traveled all the way to the south of Yunnan. Long Xiaola left, and before she left, she cried her eyes out. In her heart, she didn't want to leave. She had lived in this city for too long, familiar with everything here, familiar with the rules of survival. However, she was also aware that if she stayed, then she was afraid that she would face endless assassinations as well as trouble. Therefore, Zhang Hao's decision was right. The only way to end all the grudges here was to leave. Only, there was still resentment in her heart. Zhang Hao is still smoking at the pier. In fact, Zhang Hao also understands in his heart, Long Xiaola, this woman is very difficult to tame. This woman's bones with wildness. And don't think she's being submissive to herself right now, but that depends on the fact that she's just been conquered by herself. If he left her for too long, she would still turn back into the original Black Widow. But Zhang Hao wasn't thinking about what the future would hold right now. It was Yi Xiaofei and Sun Shui who had to be resolved at the moment. This person, Yi Xiaofei, had actually been on his blacklist for a long time, only that he hadn't found a way to retaliate against Yi Xiaofei before. And now he's found it. As for Sun Shui, this man is supposed to be crazy. His oldest son died on the belly of his new daughter-in-law. His youngest son is now dead with no body in sight. And then his only youngest daughter is still sitting at dinner and chatting with her enemies. So, in his place, he would have to go crazy. And for this kind of lunatic, Zhang Hao decided to finish him off early. He would definitely investigate himself, and then after failing to find Long Xiaola, he would target himself. So instead of waiting for him to trip him up later, it would be better to send him to meet with Sun Hongye in advance. I'm afraid that a father who can educate a son like Sun Hongye can't be a good father. So to hell with Sun Shui then. Zhang Hao. At 11 o'clock at night, Lu Jianyuan drove to the pier, and the two who had not seen each other for several days also whacked each other. Huh? It's not right. At this time, Lu Jianyuan walked around Zhang Hao, then shook his head and said, We haven't seen each other for only a few days. You've changed quite a lot. Yes? Where has it changed? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Let's not talk about these fake name brands and watches you're wearing, but how come you seem to have grown in height? And your body has gotten firmer? How come you're getting more and more handsome? This is not right. Haha. Zhang Hao laughed out loud. Lu Jianyuan was very familiar with him. What Zhang Hao used to be like, Lu Jianyuan knew best. And now, as Zhang Hao stood toward the pier, he looked a bit like a successful man. What are you laughing at? You're not hanging out with your cousin Charlie, are you? Lu Jianyuan said with a stern face. Zhang Hao almost spit blood. Lu Jianyuan knows that his Charlie cousin specializes in hooking up with good women, evening rich women, and so on. To put it plainly, his cousin Charlie is a young master duck. Don't be ridiculous, brother Yuan. Is there a young master as handsome as me? Yes. Lu Jianyuan nodded. Look at your cousin Charlie. He never has European shoes. His hair is smeared with a layer of gel, his eyebrows are trimmed out of shape, and his whole body smells of cologne. And you're not far behind him now. But what are you standing here for? Looking at the ocean all by yourself? I'll wait for you. Zhang Hao wrapped his arms around his neck and said, Brother Yuan, I've gotten rich recently. What do you think you want? Oh. Lu Jianyuan raised his eyebrows. Starting to get rich? Yeah, start getting rich. Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed. In the past, when Lu Jianyuan came to Top Bar, he would always bring him some snacks, such as chicken legs, roasted sausages, hoji rice, and so on. At that time, he really asked farther, why are you so nice to me? And Lu Jianyuan said mysteriously, I will tell fortunes. You are the fortune of great wealth. Don't look at you now. The dragon swims in shallow water. It won't be long. You will be the dragon on the 9 heavens. So this is an investment. These were his exact words at the time. And bringing food to Jiang Hao was an investment, as he was convinced that Jiang Hao would be prosperous in the future. Stand still so I can see what's going on. Lu Jianyuan held Jiang Hao's shoulders to make Jiang Hao stand up, then looked at Jiang Hao's face very carefully, making Jiang Hao feel uncomfortable for a while. Well, the first signs of greatness are appearing. The hall of the seal is glowing, and the way of fortune is returning to the body, so it looks like you're really getting rich. That's all you can tell? Jiang Hao was speechless. Nonsense. The old ancestor's physiognomy is vast and profound, so of course I can see it. Then what did you say you wanted? Jiang Hao continued to ask. Lu thought for a moment. 7-minute kebabs, remember? Remember. You took me to eat there before. Jiang Hao nodded. Get in the car, medium rare. I want 30 skewers today, and it's on you. Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. Brother, I'm earning a lot of money, and you're just mentioning this small request? Enough is enough. Man's desires are endless. All I want now is a full stomach. Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. I'll give you a car. Jiang Hao suddenly said, I have a car. Lu Jianyuan patted his steering wheel and said, this car is comfortable to drive. I'm talking about good cars, the multi-million-dollar kind. Jiang Hao continued, Don't. Something like a car is just a means of transportation. I have no desire for it. What about the house? Jiang Hao added, I'll give you a house. I have a room too. Lu Jianyuan was speechless. You have become a rich man now, right? When you catch me, you have to send me a car and a room? I make a lot of money. Jiang Hao looked at him very seriously and said, I know. I've known for a long time that you'll make a lot of money in the future. Lu Jianyuan shook his head and smiled. But I make friends do not look at him rich or poor. You have money is also my friend. No money is also my friend. No need to bullshit. Just say if you can drink a beer with me today. Is it okay if I drink white wine? Jiang Hao suddenly said. Lu Jianyuan froze. He knew Jiang Hao didn't drink, not even beer, let alone white wine. But at this point he also agitated, rub it in. If you don't drink it, you're a grandson. Walk. Go. In Luahu district, there is a kebab store called 7-Minute Cooked. The store is not big. There are only 6 or 7 tables inside. But their grilled 7-Minute Cooked is particularly fragrant, melt in the mouth, excellent taste. The two asked for loose white and ordered kebabs, beef loin, grilled leeks, and grilled corn. Anyway, by the way, Hao, you have to do me a small favor tomorrow night. The two of them chatted while drinking wine. Then Lu Jianyuan suddenly remembered something. You say, why don't you meet your original boss, Mr. Lu, tomorrow night? Lu Yang. Jiang Hao frowned. What's the point of seeing him? I've resigned. Gotta save his life. I can't do that on sight. Lu Jianyuan sighed. On your original, that Lu and that female mixed together. I went to top yesterday to catch up with the scene. Found that Lu's total dark circles and with the panda-like kidney gas has long been gone, and the heart and blood is about to run out. So it's too late to save it. So how do you save it? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Of course it's a beautiful man. Lu Jianyuan heatedly laughed. As long as you show your face, that woman will definitely hook up with you. So you come up with a pretty boy plan and just lure her out, then I'll step in and waste her. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He knew that Lu Jianyuan was a strange man, someone with skills, but what exactly he knew, he had never really seen. Well, we'll have to see it all tomorrow night. Chapter 84. The Wondrous Woman. Jiang Hao had heard Lu Jianyuan say something about harvesting yang to replenish yin before, and although he didn't understand it, he knew that this kind of harvesting talk was true. He's kind of a strange man now, so he knows that the world is far from as simple as he sees it. A world of 8 billion people is sure to be full of amazing people and amazing things. So tomorrow night might be great. Meanwhile, the chairman's office at the headquarters of the Southern Group was brightly lit. Sun Shui came to the office has not left, and then also has been one after another people come in to report. All this time, even though it was early in the morning, he was sleepy and the office was smoky, so he had obviously smoked a lot of cigarettes here. Dum 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 dum. The office door was knocked on again, and when he coldly said enter, his assistant walked in with a girl. The girl was very nervous looking, and when she came in she stood shyly in the doorway and didn't continue in. Sun Shui's assistant secretary is a man, about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a pair of glasses, looks harmless. But in reality, many of the evil deeds done by Sun Shui were carried out by this guy himself. So often people who look harmless, those who look like cultured people, are not necessarily good people. Ms. Lee, you don't have to be nervous. Our chairman doesn't have any malicious intent and isn't asking you about any case. Besides, you weren't the only one who saw it at the time, so you only need to repeat what you saw at the time. We don't need you to analyze it, we don't need you to feel it, you just have to tell us what you saw and then say it again. Good. Ms. Lee is a waitress in the buffet restaurant of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and she saw everything that happened in the restaurant this evening. It was just that there was something sinister about it as well, so to this day she didn't know exactly what had happened. That's right, Ms. Lee recalled. There were about 10 tables of dining customers in the restaurant, and I was helping my aunt who was clearing the tables to clear them, and then I heard a gunshot. At the time, I thought some kid had taken one of those firecrackers to the restaurant, but when I looked back, I saw a takeaway rider holding a delivery box fall over. And just then, I also suddenly realized that a dinner knife suddenly flew up by itself on the dining room table I was cleaning up. The dinner knife was right under my nose, so I saw it as soon as it flew up. I was baffled at the time, but the dinner knife accelerated in such a sudden manner that I didn't even have time to see the direction in which it flew. By the time I found the flying dinner knife again, it had stabbed a man in the head, through the temple, who had just entered the restaurant from the walk upstairs. At this point the restaurant was in chaos, and I was so scared I crouched under the table, and some customers ran outside. After about a minute or so of this, after the customers had all run out, my companion ran with me to the door of the bar, and my companion told me that he passed the delivery rider when the gun went off, and that it was the delivery rider's gun that went off on its own and killed itself. But everyone knew that the delivery rider and the guy who was killed by the dinner knife were not good people because they both had guns on them. Well, did you talk to the police about these circumstances? Said. Ms. Lee nodded her head. Well, you can go home now. Sun Shui signaled his assistant to send the girl away. And the girl's boyfriend is waiting right outside. It's her boyfriend who came with her, otherwise she couldn't have come. Moments later, the assistant returned to the office and poured a glass of water for Sun Shui as well. Sun Shui took a deep breath and said, It looks like there's someone high up on the scene. Definitely. The assistant nodded and said, But I just don't know if this tall man stumbled upon it by chance, or was it invited by Long Xiaola? Where is Long Xiaola? Sun Shui suddenly asked. The assistant, on the other hand, was embarrassed, lost him. It was careless of me to think that since both killers had passed, I didn't need to send anyone to follow them, who knows? So by the time we tried to find her again, she had already left with that man. But it's not hard to find her now. The assistant pushed up his glasses and said, I'll find out where she is by noon tomorrow at the latest. Well, when you find it, monitor it first and don't do anything about it. Got it? The assistant nodded. Contact Master Huang from Xiang Island for me and ask him to come over for a meeting. Sun Shui suddenly sighed and said. The assistant frowned. Boss, I always feel that Master Huang is not very reliable. I also know he's unreliable, and the man is greedy for money, but who do we look for if not him now? I do know someone who, the last time I saw him, said they'd been active in the estuary for a while. Oh, what kind of people? How do you know such people? Sun Shui was incredibly curious, knowing that the Master Huang he was talking about was a strange man. That's why the assistant's recommendation must also be an odd talent. It was my great-uncle who told me. The assistant said, And you know my great-uncle deals in leather? Sun Shui nodded. The assistant's great-uncle is frankly a chicken head, with a group of women and a group of men under his hand. One of the things my great-uncle mentioned at our family meal the other day was that a very good-looking, very elegant woman had approached him and then ordered about 7 strong lads to a hotel that night. At the time, my great-uncle was very curious, but had to be careful. After all, it's very dangerous to be in their line of work. But then it was verified that the woman wasn't sent by the cops, and I don't know how he verified it. Maybe they have their ways. I didn't pursue it. Then, that night, 7 strong lads under his hand went to the appointed hotel. The 7 were expecting to serve a lot of people, but when they went in, they realized that there was only that one woman. All 7 were terrified at the time, because in their line of work, they take little blue tablets or little tablets with 2 effects half an hour before they go to meet a customer. So the pills are all taken, and in the end it turns out to be just a woman. At that time, someone even offered to leave. After all 7 had taken drugs. If it was really a woman, the woman must not be wheeled to death by these 7 people. But when someone was about to leave, the woman pulled out bundles of money and laid out a table with at least $400,000 or $500,000. And then 7 will serve only one of her. But in the end, not only did the woman not do anything, but the 7 became weaklings instead. My great-uncle said that the woman didn't know what method to use. Originally, the lads all took the medicine, but when it came to the woman, it was all over. They all became 3-second men. So when the next day dawned, all 7 had shivering legs and no strength to go downstairs. Then that woman traded with my great-uncle a few times, one after another, and then they became familiar with each other, and my great-uncle also knew that she was capable of doing something, because one time it happened to come across a pornography crackdown while she jumped from the roof of one building to the roof of another, and then finally jumped down from the 6th floor of a residential area. Jumping off the 6th floor with people still alive. My great-uncle said he was scared out of his mind at the time. So that woman must have something. Sun Shui's eyes lit up. Immediately contact your great-uncle and find that woman, at any cost. Chapter 85. Thoughts from Song Qianhua. Zhang Hao and Lu Jinyuan's hands split at 2:30 a.m., and both of them had a lot to drink. Zhang Hao loved the feeling of drinking white wine ever since he drank it once in Spring City last time. Drinking it will make your body heat up internally, sweat slightly, and feel good. Lu Jinyuan did not want Zhang Hao's money at the end of the day. What house, what car, does not mean anything to him. He patted Zhang Hao's shoulder and told Zhang Hao that with his skills, he would have everything if he wanted it, except that he thought that money was something outside of his body, not too much, just enough to spend. He never sought luxury, believing it to be a waste. Zhang Hao could only sigh that Lu Jinyuan was the one who was worldly superior, while he still needed to roll around in the red dust, and he didn't want to be worldly superior. After dawn, Zhang Hao left from the rented house carrying 2 duffel travel bags. If you leave this time, you really won't be coming back, because the rent for this place is due in 5 days. Therefore, he brought some of his previous belongings as well as all of Long Shaola's valuables to his new home. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wei Liang drove the company's business car to receive Zhang Hao at the Royal Dragon Sky Mansion. Wei Liang already knew that Pocky had taken 2 people on a business trip overnight last night, but Pocky hadn't told him where he was going either because Pocky said that Zhang Hao had asked him to keep it a secret. So Wei Liang stopped asking more questions. "Boss, where are we going?" Wei Liang looked at Zhang Hao in the rearview mirror and said. Zhang Hao waved his hand. "Brother Liang, don't call anything boss, call it what it used to be." "That won't do, you're really the boss now, paying us." Wei Liang shook his head and laughed. "But when we get off work and drink and pick up girls together, I'm sure I'll still have to call you Xiao Hao." Wei Liang smiled. He was using this way to close the distance between him and Zhang Hao. "Brother Liang, why don't you help me inquire about someone?" Zhang Hao suddenly said. "Who?" Zhang Hao smiled. "Yi Ershao." Wei Liang's face just changed. He was also present when Yi Ershao greened Zhang Hao's girlfriend. But for so many days, Zhang Hao hadn't mentioned anything about revenge or anything like that. He thought Zhang Hao had put that down. Now it looks like pressure is not put down. I'm afraid that what happened that night was a thorn in his side, and he played the role of informer in that night in the first place. In fact, character roles such as informants tend to go both ways and tend to be very hated. He had actually been worried that Zhang Hao hated him. After all, if he hadn't ratted on him, Zhang Hao wouldn't have known anything, wouldn't have broken up with Zhao Yanran, wouldn't have been beaten up, wouldn't have been in pain, etc., etc. Therefore, once Zhang Hao resented him and hated him in his heart, then he didn't even have to be a friend. "Boss, Wei Liang wanted to explain something, but the words came out of his mouth and he didn't know what to say. Zhang Hao asked rhetorically, "What? You couldn't inquire?" No, I can ask around. I'll ask around now." Wei Liang was so scared that he quickly took out his cell phone and called his former colleague from Emperor KTV. "Old dog, have you seen Shaa lately?" "Didn't come?" Okay, got it." When one call didn't ask, he called another, and Zhang Hao didn't know who he was calling. But the second one only claimed to have seen Yi Xiao 3 days ago, and then never again. He continued to dial the third number and said as he dialed, "How?" "Boss, don't be anxious. If it is not possible, I can still find someone to buy news." Wei Liang had more contact with the 3 religions and 9 streams in the empire, so he had a deeper network of connections. After the third call was connected, he directly asked, "Have you seen the Yi family's second youngest recently?" "Hey, you asked the right guy. It's right upstairs from us." "What's on your floor?" "Wei Liang is on speakerphone. Sleeping upstairs with us." "Ah, finished playing at 4 o'clock this morning. Took 2 women straight upstairs. Must be sleeping at this hour." "Got it, thanks." Wei Liang hung up the phone when he finished speaking, then took another deep breath and said, "Yi Er is sleeping at the Dynasty Hotel upstairs on 5th Avenue. Zhang Hao nodded. The 5th Avenue is one of the Jiangkou nightclubs. The consumption grade is very high, and the upstairs of the 5th Avenue is the Dynasty Hotel. The legend says that the princesses in the Dynasty Hotel are the Jiangkou number 1, and the princesses in it are all very beautiful. Drive over and take a turn." Zhang Hao said indifferently. "Good." Wei Liang immediately reversed direction. About an hour later, at 8:10 a.m., the business car pulled up to the downstairs of 5th Avenue. But neither Zhang Hao nor Wei Liang came down. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed like he was asleep. Wei Liang didn't dare to talk too much or ask too many questions. A moment later, Zhang Hao frowned as his soul power didn't see Shao. However, his soul power could only see 50 meters, while the top floor of the Dynasty Hotel was over 100 meters. So it's normal that he can't see it. And there are probes all over the place. Zhang Hao found that outside this building, there were at least 30 to 40 surveillance probes, and more inside the house, in the corridors, in the elevator, in the dining room, etc., all-encompassing probes. So if he goes in there for no reason, he's bound to be caught by the probe. Go. Zhang Hao let Wei Liang sail away after sweeping around. At the same time, Zhang Hao dialed Song Lao Shi's phone. "Help me book a guest room in Dynasty. It has to be on a high level, preferably a presidential suite. It has to be on a high level anyway." "What are you going up there to book? Haven't I fed you enough? You still want to go to the lady?" Always seems to be very angry. This man, money makes him bad. "Looking for your sister's lady. I have a friend coming from out of town. Let you book it, and if you're any more shady, be careful to beat you up." "Aha, it was my slave's mistake. I'll order it now." Asuka hung up the phone and used her cell phone app to book a room. And Zhang Hao actually wasn't in a hurry to get Yi killed. He always thought that it was easy to finish Yi off, which wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to play a little cat and mouse game with Yi. He wanted him to experience death and fear. So, the room is open for now, and also slowly waiting for the opportunity is. He and Wei Liang arrived at the company at 9 o'clock, and then called by Wenyu, who was far away in the capital, who claimed that arrangements had already been made over there, and that there was no need to worry at all, and that there would be a person to accompany them, whether they were in Chongqing or in Burma. Even after knowing that Long Xiaolo was Zhang Hao's woman, he had specially arranged for a personal female assistant. Female assistant part-time bodyguard. So, Bai Wenyu does a great job of making you feel like this friend can get along. After ending the call with Bai Wenyu, Zhang Hao sat in his office and played with his cell phone, chatting with the Song family's beanstalks one way or the other. Song Qianhua tells him that she ate braised pork and also spicy chicken today, and that she can eat 2 bowls of rice in one meal now. She felt that she was about to become a fat girl, so she wanted to ask brother Zhang Hao, "When I get to how many pounds do you feel good?" Also, she was going to get ready to go back to school to continue her studies, and she hoped that Zhang Hao would visit her, and then walk around the Forbidden City and the Great Wall together.